The marriage ceremony. On the 15th day of the 7th month, auspicious for sacrifices yet ill-fated for weddings, as night descended, the last remnants of crimson in the western sky were devoured, odding into the dim twilight. The abrupt sound of Swona startled the birds into a flurry, causing the townsfolk to pause and turn their gazes towards the source. A small, dusty sedan chair, adorned with a crooked, vibrant red flower, was being hastily carried by two men, swaying unsteadily as they hurried towards the eastern end of the villa. Gee, a heavily made-up matchmaker waved a handkerchief, her small feet struggling to keep pace, her face adorned with an exaggerated, professional smile, reminiscent of a poorly crafted wooden mask painted with gaudy colors found at a temple fair. Another figure pursued the sedan chair, puffing as he played the swona, the sound resembling a strangled cry, discordant and off-key. Whose family dares to marry on such an inauspicious day? Who else but young Master Ning? They say he's on the brink of death, marrying to chase away the bad luck. Did Su Daqiang truly sell his granddaughter for 10 taels of silver? He sold a granddaughter, but not his own. Then whose is it? His niece who came to seek refuge last year. Is it the one named Su Liang? Such an ominous name. The sedan chair creaked and groaned, finally coming to a halt just before it seemed it might fall apart. The matchmaker rapped loudly on the door, but after a long pause without response, her face fell, the powder on her cheekbones cascading down as she muttered, "Could it be that they VE changed their minds?" Amidst the resounding notes of the swona, she leaned forward, hand raised high, but the door swung open suddenly, sending her stout form tumbling inside, landing in a most undignified manner. With a clumsy scramble, she managed to rise, forcing a smile that barely reached half of her face when a hard bag thudded against her chest. Ouch! The matchmaker gasped, drawing a sharp breath as she grasped the bag and opened it. The bright red lips painted upon it seemed to stretch nearly to her ears. The bride has arrived. Quickly, let us proceed to the altar while the auspicious hour is upon us. Begone. The lean, elderly man spat the word as though it were forced from between his clenched teeth. The matchmaker recoiled, retreating while beckoning to the bearers and the musicians, urging them to move along. Clutching her earnings, the matchmaker hurried towards the western edge of the village, when suddenly the urgent sound of hooves thundered closer. Startled, she tumbled into the thicket by the roadside. Upon regaining her composure and looking up, she witnessed a figure in a steed racing away towards the east. Su Liang opened her eyes to a pitch-black void, instinctively sensing she had arrived in the realm of the dead. Her memories were vivid. She had not yet reached the bridge of helplessness. As a professional hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who had chosen the path of the military, she pondered the possibility of analyzing the ingredients of the Mengpa soup later on. With this thought, Su Liang found herself calming down. Death was final, and she would have to accept her fate, awaiting the underworld's attendants to guide her to the bridge of helplessness for her reincarnation. The curtain swayed gently in the night breeze, cool and refreshing. Su Liang sneezed, wishing to draw the curtain aside to glimpse whether she was indeed in the hall of Yama. Through the fabric, she grasped a hand that radiated warmth. Astonished, she realized there was a living person in the underworld. The already flimsy curtain fell away with a mere tug, and as she looked up, her gaze was met not only by the countless stars twinkling in the dark night sky, but also by a man standing uncomfortably close. His face was shrouded in shadow, obscured from clear view. But those eyes are truly exquisite. They appear to be composed of fragmented starlight, devoid of warmth yet astonishingly beautiful. Step down from the palanquin. The voice is melodious. However, Su Liang senses something amiss. As her gaze lowers, her pupils constrict. Traditional attire? The curtain of the palanquin wraps around the man's hand. Su Liang clutches it tightly, momentarily dazed and forgetting to release her grip. Upon realizing the peculiarity of the situation, she pinches it a couple more times. This is not an apparition. He is indeed a living being. Su Liang maintains her composure outwardly, yet a tempest brews within her. Is she still alive? Has she traversed into another realm? You and I are to be wed today. It is time for the ceremony. The man speaks again, his tone indifferent, like the frigid waters of a frozen winter. Su Liang, that I cannot believe this. An elderly man, with a stern expression, rushes forward, tearing away the curtain and forcibly separating them, yanking down the red silk flowers adorning the palanquin, admonishing Su Liang to release her grip. Silently, Su Liang complies, only to hear a low voice declare, "Young master, the hour has arrived." The words are deliberately emphasized, their meaning shrouded in ambiguity. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoes. Su Liang is pulled outside before she can discern the young master's visage. Darkness envelopes her as a bridal veil obscures her sight. Lift your foot. Su Liang steps over the threshold, being led onward. Were it not for the surreal nature of this experience, it could only be a case of transmigration. Yet, she has not absorbed a shred of the original owner's memories and is utterly bewildered by the circumstances. The only certainty is that her once robust body now feels frail and weak, making resistance or escape ill-advised. The wedding ceremony is trivial as long as the consummation is avoided. All can be negotiated. With this thought in mind, she resolves to ascertain the situation before proceeding. First bow to heaven and earth. Liang softly inquired, "Do I kneel?" "No need." Once again, that young man's voice, imbued with a magnetic allure, responded. With captivating eyes and a melodious tone, he must not be unattractive. Liang mused silently, bending slightly in reverence. Upon hearing second bow to the high hall, Liang turned and continued her bowing. If the veil were lifted, she would see an altar adorned with a plaque, yet it bore no inscription. Couples bow to each other. Liang shifted her position, only to collide with the head. Ritual complete. "Congratulations, young sir." However, as Liang listened, the congratulations was tinged with an unmistakable undercurrent of gloom, devoid of any true joy. She was ushered into a room and seated beside the bed. Silken flowers gently fell upon Liang's knees before cascading down. The man released his hold. "Rest here." His voice was cold and detached. "Oh," Liang instinctively replied. Footsteps echoed. A door closed, and another opened and shut next door. Liang exhaled softly, glancing down at her delicate embroidered shoes and feeling her own racing pulse. Indeed, she had traversed time. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Liang removed her veil. Yet before she could discern the furnishings of the room, the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. A tall, muscular young man strode towards Liang with piercing eyes, distinctly different from the one she had just bowed to. Clad in dark, fitted attire with a sword at his waist, his hair was bound with a jade crown, and he stood tall, exuding an imposing air that created a palpable sense of pressure, effet, or surpassing the generals she had seen in her past life dramas. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" An emaciated elder appeared at the threshold. The man approached Liang, his gaze piercing and fixed upon her face, yet his words were directed at the elder behind him. "I am Yan Jinsheng, a third-rank military official of the current dynasty, here under imperial decree to apprehend the descendants of the Gu family who conspire against the throne. Any who impede my mission shall face death without mercy." A gleaming golden token floated past Liang, and a myriad of expletives raced through her mind. The very person who had just wed her was a rebel? Having traversed time, was she doomed to never witness the sun of tomorrow? Her gaze shifted beyond the man before her to the elder, who had previously displayed hostility towards her, but now wore an anxious expression. "My lord must have made a mistake. My master's surname is Ning. We have no knowledge of any Gu." Yan Jinsheng paid him no heed, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Liang. "Do you willingly wed him?" Liang pondered. Might saying no absolve her from his predicament? Yet, the question of whether her groom was indeed a rebel remained unresolved. Rather than relying on the menacing general before her, it seemed wiser to align herself with the groom. As long as he was safe, she would be as well. With this thought, Liang lowered her gaze, tugging at the red veil in her hands, and timidly nodded. "Yes." Yan Jinsheng narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "I, on my quest to investigate the rebels, passed through Suzhou village and, succumbing to a craving for drink upon learning of your family's joyous occasion, came to partake in a cup of celebratory wine. I apologize for disturbing you." "Young lady," Liang thought, "I believe you." "Not at all." The elder at the door visibly relaxed, hastily smiling as he said, "General Yan's esteemed presence is a tremendous honor for our Ning family. I shall fetch some wine for you at once." Liang believed that Yan Jinsheng was about to depart. Yet he unexpectedly produced a jade hairpin from his bosom and delicately inserted it into Liang's raven hair. He took 2 steps back, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "I found this on the road. I congratulate you, young lady, on finding your ideal husband, and accept this as an apology." With that, he turned and strode away. The door slammed shut once more. "General Nian, I humbly present this token of my young master's sentiments. Please accept it." Nian Jinsheng accepted the wine jar and cast his gaze towards the slender figure illuminated by the window next door. His stern visage was half lit and half shadowed in the night, and he proclaimed loudly, "I wish both of you a swift birth of noble offspring and a lifelong companionship. Farewell." The sound of hooves gradually faded, leaving the courtyard in tranquility. My lord, did he not notice? Or, he is well aware it is but if he intended to spare my lord, why did he come? It is not solely his decision. He is not the only one who has arrived. Thank the heavens, Master Nian still holds some regard for the past. Yet, witnessing my lord's union with a village girl must surely cause him discontent, especially considering the engagement with Miss Nian since childhood. I am marrying, and the Nian family has no further ties with me. Nian Jinsheng understands my intent. Gu Ling is deceased, and from now on, only Ning Jing remains in this world. Sigh, but what shall we do with that village girl? We shall discuss it tomorrow. I in the woods outside Sajikan. The night wind howled mournfully. Nian Jinsheng reined in his horse, and from the shadows emerged 8 soldiers clad in dark attire, swords at their sides. I have confirmed that this is Ning Jing, the illegitimate seventh son of the Ning family, who has been driven away by the tea merchants of Xuanyang. He has found himself here, marrying tonight, and is currently in the bridal chamber, Nian Jinsheng stated coldly. A frail and aged voice emerged from behind. Earlier, I went to the village seeking a cup of warm water, but I did not encounter General Nian. Nian Jinsheng tightened his grip on the reins as he heard the person behind him let out a cold, mocking chuckle. I have learned that the girl whom Ning Qi has married, while possessing a fair countenance, is illiterate, indolent, and boorish. Based on these attributes alone, she could never be the lofty Gu Shixi. Nian Jinsheng let out an almost inaudible sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Han. In that case, let us seek elsewhere. Chapter 2. Living off others' success, Su Liang removed the jade hairpin and examined it closely. Its touch was warm and smooth, the quality of the jade surpassing anything she had encountered in her past life at the museum, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, undoubtedly a rare treasure. Regardless of his allegiance, the man she had wed was no ordinary individual. The room was clean yet sparsely furnished, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. The fabric of her wedding gown was of poor quality, and the stitching coarse. Nian Jinsheng had mentioned that this place was called Sujia Village. Although Su Liang was unaware of her current appearance, a glance at her hands revealed them to be small and slender, yet calloused, with burn scars adorning her left hand. All these signs were far removed from the notion of wealth and nobility. Su Liang felt utterly bewildered by her circumstances, compelled to adapt as the situation unfolded. With her stomach empty, she stood up only to be met with dizziness, a clear indication of severe hypoglycemia. The door opened once more, and a gaunt elderly man entered, carrying a small plate. "Where did you get the hairpin?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he rushed forward to snatch the jade pin from her grasp. Su Liang felt the old man's hostility was overtly palpable. She turned her gaze to the meager food he had placed upon the table, and with unsteady steps, she approached. Weakly stating, "It was given by General Nian. He said it was found." The old man's expression darkened as he clutched the hairpin and exited the room. Su Liang sat down, facing a table devoid of porridge or meat, with only a small plate containing 4 pieces of pastry. In her previous life, she had never been fond of snacks or sweets, but hunger gnawed at her fiercely now. She picked one up and took a bite. Fortunately, it was not overly sweet. After consuming 2 pieces, Su Liang lifted the teapot from the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Once she finished the 4 pastries and drained half a pot of cold tea, one thought lingered in her mind. She craved meat. The thought of steaming meat buns, fried chicken legs, braised pork, and stewed ribs filled her with longing. "Young master, how could you give the engagement token which the late madam bestowed upon Miss Nian to that village girl? What is your intention?" The elder's expression was one of indignation. "Of no consequence," Ning Jing replied, remaining absorbed in his calligraphy, his gaze unwavering. The elegant strokes flowed from his brush, mirroring the exquisite calligraphy of the Buddhist scripture before him. "Miss Nian harbors deep affection for you. She constantly adorns herself with this jade hairpin. Surely, it was not her wish for you to return it," the elder stated with a grave countenance. "Such matters are trivial." Ning Jing gently shook his head. "This hairpin belongs to the late madam. You should keep it safe. Perhaps Miss Nian is still waiting for you. When you next see her." The elder carefully placed the jade hairpin atop a book. Ning Jing halted his writing. His calm and placid gaze turned towards the elder. "Uncle Liang, it is time for you to depart." The elder's face stiffened, and he knelt down. "The late madam showed kindness to this old servant. I swear to protect you with my life. My gratitude has been repaid by bringing you here," Ning Jing said, setting down his brush and gazing at the scriptures he had transcribed. "You have descendants of your own. Go and reunite with them. Do not concern yourself with me. How can I rest easy knowing the young master has no one to care for him?" The elder's expression darkened. Ning Jing remained silent, picking up his brush once more. The elder, resigned, stood up and sighed deeply. "I shall leave before dawn, and I will never divulge your secrets to another. Yet, there are words that I must express. Young master, you possess great talent. Had you chosen to assist the Marquis, the Gu family might not have faced such ruin, and you would not have suffered such a tragic fate. I truly do not understand what it is that you desire." Ning Jing's lips parted slightly. "How could you presume to know, Uncle Liang, that the downfall of the Gu family is not what I sought?" The elder's expression turned to one of shock, leaving him speechless for an extended moment. As dawn approached, an elderly man, burdened by a package, stood outside the door and spoke solemnly. "I shall depart now. My young master, please take care. Last night's wedding was merely a temporary measure, and holds no significance. It is best to send that village girl away promptly, lest she bring shame upon you. Take care, Uncle Liang. A calm and indifferent voice emerged from within the room. The old man sighed deeply and turned to walk into the thick morning mist. Su Liang awoke with the sun at its zenith, sitting up in bed and rubbing her face, forcing herself to shake off the remnants of sleep. In order to avoid being mistaken for a specter and incinerated, she needed to swiftly ascertain her true identity. With no other garments to change into, she donned the same striking red attire and pushed open the door, only to behold a remarkably handsome man standing at the adjacent entrance. His inky hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the contours of his profile were exquisitely sculpted, akin to a celestial being rendered in a painting. Before Su Liang could formulate a greeting, Ning Jing glanced her way. Their eyes met. He appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, yet his gaze bore a profound sense of compassion and coldness. Fearing that her words might lead to further misunderstandings, Su Liang opted to wait for Ning Jing to speak first. The moist mist enveloped her. The courtyard was spacious, yet utterly devoid of furnishings, merely an expanse enclosed by towering walls. For houses of blue bricks and tiles stood, with the two central ones having housed Ning Jing and Su Liang separately the previous night. The far left served as a woodshed, while the far right was the kitchen. In the woodshed lay the joyfully adorned sedan chair, now reduced to firewood by Uncle Liang's diligent hands. Su Liang circled around and discovered a privy in the backyard. Fortunately, it was quite clean. Though its primitive nature was somewhat disconcerting, she had little choice but to adapt. The large water vat in the kitchen was filled to the brim. Su Liang filled a wooden basin with water, rolled up her sleeves, and began to wash up. The water's surface reflected her palm-sized face, painted in vivid reds and greens, leaving her utterly speechless. She had unwittingly slept the entire night with her face smeared in substandard paint, and now she could suddenly comprehend why that old man had looked down upon her. With such a visage, even marrying that handsome man made her feel disdain for herself. After changing the water twice and cleansing her face, Su Liang sighed in relief. Thank heavens, her true appearance was not too shabby. Although still youthful, her features were exquisite, unmarred by birthmarks or scars. With a bit more maturity, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty. However, Su Liang noticed purplish bruises around her neck, as if someone had grasped it tightly. Could it be that her time travel was due to the original owner's demise at someone else's hands? Yet, the original owner had married just yesterday. Who would wish her harm? The morning fog had dissipated, yet Su Liang remained in a haze of confusion. The wedding dress was excessively long, and the hem had become soiled, prompting her to cut off a portion with a knife, rolling up the sleeves without letting them down. Her stomach began to grumble, but upon inspecting the jars in the kitchen, she found them utterly bare. There was no rice, no flour, no vegetables, nor any signs of meals being prepared. On the counter, a box contained 4 pieces of pastries she had consumed the previous night. Yet she had no desire to eat the dry morsels again so early. Was that handsome man living on mere wind and dew? Su Liang mused, stepping out of the kitchen to knock on Ning Jing's door. What is it? The voice was truly melodious. Su Liang cleared her throat and replied, There are no ingredients in the house. How shall we eat? Madame Bai will prepare something and bring it over. Su Liang, hiring someone as a cook? It seems they are quite affluent. Upon hearing the knock, Su Liang approached. She opened the door to find a plain-dressed, sorrowful-looking elderly woman carrying a basket. Upon seeing Su Liang, she grasped her hand and gently patted it, saying, Ah, Miss Liang, now that you are married, may you live well and give young Master Ning a son soon. Then you will have a lifelong support. Upon hearing this, Su Liang mistakenly believed that her surname was Liang. She paid little heed to Aunt Bai's words. The frail figure before her could barely be 15, and the prospect of bearing children seemed perilous. Noticing Su Liang's silence, Aunt Bai remained unfazed and extended a basket towards her, indicating that it contained breakfast. Just a moment. I shall fetch the money, Su Liang replied. Oh, no rush. No rush at all, Aunt Bai exclaimed, her delight evident, clearly anticipating a profitable endeavor. Su Liang then pushed open Ning Jing's door and placed the basket on the table. Aunt Bai mentioned that the previous funds had been exhausted. Ning Jing shook his head slightly. I have no silver. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it you who provided it? It was Uncle Liang, Ning Jing clarified. And where is he? Su Liang inquired, only then realizing that the old man who had cast her disapproving glances the previous night was nowhere to be found. He has left, Ning Jing replied, his expression remaining tranquil. After a brief silence, he added, "He might have assumed I possessed some." The significance of communication dawned upon her. "What should we do then?" Su Liang pondered, believing at least that basic sustenance was assured, yet the harsh reality proved otherwise. Ning Jing turned his gaze towards Su Liang, his attractive brows slightly furrowed. "What of your dowry?" Su Liang was rendered speechless. The question of whether she possessed a dowry was moot. Aside from a shoddy wedding gown, she owned nothing else, not even a change of clothes. "Am I to leave?" she thought, realizing she had only just wed yesterday. Where could she possibly go? Starving, she decided to focus on eating first. Shifting the topic, Su Liang retrieved the steaming buns from the basket. The voice of Aunt Bai resonated. "Lu girl?" Su Liang turned and stepped outside the door, offering a faint smile. "Auntie, now that I am married, I would trouble you to prepare some meals for me. I am bound to be the subject of gossip. But you cannot cook," Aunt Bai blurted out. Su Liang narrowed her eyes slightly. She had just wed yesterday, and yet the neighbors already knew of her culinary inadequacies. It seemed her family was not far, possibly residing in Sujia village, and her reputation was less than favorable. Even if she could not cook, she had to learn, and it was inevitable that she would seek Aunt Bai's guidance. Su Liang sighed. Aunt Bai's expression shifted to one of disappointment, the warmth she had previously shown dissipating as she offered a few perfunctory words before turning away. When Su Liang next encountered Ning Jing, he had already completed his morning routine. His face was pale and pristine as he leisurely consumed a bun. The bun contained little meat, but was reasonably flavorful. There were 5 in total. Ning Jing had eaten 2, and Su Liang had consumed 2 as well. The last one remained, and upon observing Ning Jing wipe his hands with a cloth, it was clear he had no intention of finishing it. Su Liang took the bun in hand and rose to leave. Though Ning Jing was as silent and stoic as a revered deity, each time his cold gaze fell upon her, Su Liang felt an unsettling sensation, as if he could see through her very soul. This could not continue. Standing at the door with the meat bun, Su Liang glanced at the meandering stream not far away, with dense mountains behind the house. The residence faced south, nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Across the way, houses were more densely packed, with numerous farmers carrying hoes, leading oxen, and pulling carts towards the fields. Taking a deep breath, she savored the fresh and moist air. Just as Su Liang pondered where to go to inquire about people, a small figure came rushing towards her. A boy, around 7 or 8 years old, clad in coarse garments, his toes nearly bursting through the tips of his cloth shoes, dashed towards Su Liang like a young calf, fixating his gaze upon the white steamed bun in her hand, swallowing hard. "Whom are you seeking?" Su Liang inquired. "My grandmother sent me to ask if you would like to purchase vegetables from our family," the boy replied, tilting his face upwards. "Are you the grandson of Granny Bai?" Su Liang, in need of vegetables yet lacking funds, asked. "What is your name?" She continued. "Bai Xiaohu." The boy exclaimed, his eyes glued to the bun, licking his lips. "Do you recognize me?" Su Liang smiled. Bai Xiaohu nodded vigorously. "Su Liang, my grandmother and mother always speak of you. You are the granddaughter of Su Daqiang." "I know." Su Daqiang. Su Liang cleared her throat. "What have your grandmother and mother said about me? Tell me, and I shall give you the bun." Bai Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding fervently. "But you must not go back on your word. Your grandfather is Su Daqiang's cousin, named Su Yuanzhou. He is a remarkable doctor, treating nobility in the capital. My grandmother said that the grand house of the Su Daqiang family was built with money from your grandfather, who sends them gifts and money every year, while they do nothing but enjoy a life of luxury. My mother said your grandfather offended the nobility, and the entire family perished, leaving only you to seek refuge with Su Daqiang last year. However, my mother claims that woman speaks nonsense. You brought a great deal of money, but they stole it all, confining you at home to do embroidery without feeding you. Whenever there is a market day, Su Xiaoming's mother sells the embroidered goods in town, fetching a good price, all of which you created. She and her daughter can't do it at all. Young Master Ning married to bring good fortune, offering 10 taels as betrothal gifts, and Su Daqiang sold you off. Initially, it was said that Su Xiaodai was destined to be with someone. Yet later it was mentioned that you had encountered young Master Ning and were determined to marry him at any cost. Thus, Su Xiaodai could only acquiesce to your wishes. My grandmother also informed me that last month, a young master from a wealthy family in town sought to take a concubine, having heard of your beauty, and sent a matchmaker to inspect you, offering an even higher betrothal gift. However, Su Daqiang was reluctant, fearing that you would become too independent to manage. Su Xiaoming's mother has been proclaiming that she offered you a dowry of 20 taels, to which my mother retorted that it was mere nonsense. If she were to give you a single coin, it would be as likely as the sun rising in the west. The more Su Liang listened, the colder her heart grew. The so-called maternal family turned out to be a pack of wolves, ready to devour without a trace. She did not forget the marks around her neck. Having never ventured beyond her door, she remained oblivious to how young Master Ning came to reside in their village. Who was he? Apart from his beauty, Su Liang knew nothing of Ning Jing. Bai Xiaohu furrowed his brow and remarked that he had heard it said that young Master Ning was the son of a prominent family who had fled due to some wrongdoing, seeking refuge here to avoid detection. Where he had come from was a mystery to all, only that he was quite wealthy. In truth, he had not a single coin to his name. Su Liang scoffed. After Bai Xiaohu pointed out the direction to Su Daqiang's house, he hurried away, having forgotten that he had come to sell vegetables. Su Liang closed the courtyard door, contemplating the need to retrieve her dowry from Su Daqiang's home. Otherwise, even basic sustenance would be a concern. As she turned, she noticed a figure clad in green standing beneath the eaves, and she approached directly. "Are you a rebel?" Su Liang asked bluntly. Ning Jing, his expression indifferent, replied, "No." Su Liang pressed further. "Why do you intend to marry me?" Ning Jing gazed at Su Liang, his thin lips parting as he spoke. "It is you who has implored me for salvation, and fortuitously, I too find myself in need of a matrimonial alliance." Su Liang remained silent. To allay Ning Jing's suspicions, she chose to phrase her inquiries vaguely. Initially, she had surmised that Ning Jing's intentions for marrying her were ulterior. However, she had not anticipated that the original owner had conspired with Ning Jing, engaging in mutual exploitation. Reflecting on Ning Jing's earlier words, that she intended to depart post-marriage, Su Liang conjectured that this must have been the original owner's strategy to extricate herself from the clutches of Su Daqiang's predatory family. While Ning Jing's inquiry regarding the dowry likely pertained to the original owner's plans for travel expenses. Alas, without a dowry, even her life was forfeit. Since Nian Jinsheng had not apprehended Ning Jing, regardless of whether he was a traitor or not, this hurdle was temporarily surmounted, and Su Liang need not dwell upon it. A false marriage, with the wedding rites rendered void, the consummation non-existent, she would still remain a free individual. "Indeed, you have changed." Ning Jing spoke again. Su Liang's heart quickened. Could it be that Ning Jing possessed profound knowledge of the original owner? His gaze held significance. Ning Jing then uttered 2 words. Su Liang felt a slight easing in her heart, tugging at her collar to reveal the bruises upon her neck. "I have died once." She was resolute in avenging the original owner's demise. Ning Jing's gaze traversed Su Liang's neck, settling upon her brow, his eyes momentarily sharpening before returning to their usual demeanor. Su Liang sensed that he seemed to perceive something. "That jade hairpin was gifted to me by General Nian," she suddenly recalled. "If sold, it could fetch a considerable sum." Indeed, Ning Jing did not refute, even though that hairpin originally belonged to his mother. "The hairpin is yours. I shall save your life." Su Liang was bewildered. "You will save my life?" It sounded prophetic, as if someone sought to take her life. How could Ning Jing be aware of such a fate? "Su Liang, the handsome man has suddenly turned into a charlatan. What madness!" After sipping a glass of cold water, Su Liang stretched her limbs, feeling terribly feeble. However, there was no time for exercise. She had run out of provisions, with not even a single change of clothes to her name. Those heartless wretches had to be confronted. Lacking a kitchen knife, she instead found a gleaming axe meant for chopping wood. Su Liang lifted the tablecloth, wrapped the axe within it, and secured it to her back before stepping outside with a light-hearted stride. "What do you follow me for?" Su Liang inquired, perplexed. Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent, offering no response. Su Liang sighed. "I'm tired, whatever." Thus, many villagers observed Su Liang, who had just been wed the previous day, adorned in her bridal attire, leading the way towards Su Daqiang's home, with Ning Jing trailing closely behind. Chapter 4. No matter Su Daqiang's residence was remarkably conspicuous within the village. The house, built of blue bricks with a tiled roof, featured a grand red door, flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance. During the day, the door stood firmly shut, unlatched on the outside, indicating the presence of inhabitants within. Paying no heed to Ning Jing behind her, Su Liang gently pushed the door, which swung open, nearly colliding with a person rushing out. This individual, with their physique and attire, clearly lived a life of comfort. Upon seeing Su Liang, they appeared as though they had encountered a specter. Acknowledging that she was aware of the tragedy that befell Su Daqiang's household when she left the previous day, the death of a girl. The murderer of the original owner lurked within these walls. Su Liang stood at the threshold, listening to the voices emanating from within. That outsider, hiding from the storm, surely would not dare to create a scene. Whatever wealth he possesses will have to be repaid to us. Otherwise, we will report him to the authorities, accusing him of causing our daughter's demise. If he were to succumb to illness, even better, then the estate would be ours. One must assign someone to keep watch. Do not allow that person surnamed Ning to escape. Indeed. Xiaoming, where's your brother? How would I know? He runs to town every day? Then you go. Keep an eye on the Ning family. Truly, she is indeed outside. It's her. Sister, are you seeing things? There's no one outside. A little chubby boy dashed into the courtyard, and upon seeing Su Liang standing at the entrance with a smirk, his face turned pale, and he plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "A ghost! A ghost!" From the main room, several individuals rushed out, regardless of age. Each one was notably stout, starkly contrasting with the poverty of the village, yet entirely fitting the description given by Bai Xiao, raised by Su Liang's grandfather. Living off the fat of the land without lifting a finger. There was no need for interrogation now. A family of ungrateful ingrates. The good life was bestowed upon them by Su Liang's grandfather. Yet Su Liang, seeking refuge, found herself ensnared in a pit of despair. Confined and forced to toil for profit, the disgraceful act of selling her for 10 taels of silver was merely a fade. Their true intention was to eliminate Su Liang and stuff her into a bridal sedan chair. As long as they transported her to the Ning family, they could leverage her death to extort a hefty sum from Ning Jing. Such malice and shamelessness are utterly appalling. In her previous life, Su Liang had witnessed firsthand how, for the sake of wealth, blood relations could turn into sworn enemies, fighting fiercely as if they were irreconcilable foes. Her untimely demise in an accident was likely orchestrated by one of her brothers seeking to eliminate competition for inheritance. Thus, Su Liang feels no longing for her past life. Those relatives offered her nothing but cold lessons devoid of warmth. As a relative of the Su family, whether living or dead, she was merely a cash cow in their eyes. A plump, middle-aged woman approached, twisting her body, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my unfortunate daughter. You insist on marrying no one but young Master Ning, and we cannot stop you. What grievances have you suffered? Speak to your aunt." Su Liang's slender arm was seized by a large hand, and with a forceful tug, she was pulled inside. The door was swiftly closed by Su Xiaoming, who secured it with a bolt. In the next moment, Su Liang was treated to the dramatic art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. "Indeed, you stole money. That is our family's money." Su Xiaodai suddenly raised her voice. Stealing money? Su Liang surmised that what was thought to be her dowry was, in fact, a promise made by this family to lure her into obediently working on embroidery for their profit, only to later deny their commitments. Su Xiaoming picked up a sharpening stone and hurled it at Su Liang, her young eyes filled with malice. "You little wretch. Thief. Go die." She had no qualms about striking children. Some so-called children were nothing but demons. The yard echoed with the wails akin to a slaughtered pig. As Su Xiaoming rolled on the ground, clutching her thigh, "You little wretched creature. How dare you?" Su's expression hardened as she rolled up her sleeves, bringing her hefty palm towards Su Liang. Su Liang seized Su's wrist with her small hand, twisting it fiercely. "Ah!" Su cried out in agony. Su Xiaodai shrieked, "Murder! Su Liang is killing." Su Daqiang and his son, Su Dafu, rushed towards Su Liang, but she unfastened the bundle from her back, discarded the tablecloth, and brandished an axe before her chest, sneering, "You accuse me of murder? Then allow me to fulfill your wishes." Are you mad?" Su Daqiang recoiled. "Put down that axe at once." The sound of the bolt sliding went unheard, and the door swung open abruptly, interrupting the tense atmosphere in the courtyard. Su Liang turned her head to find Ning Jing standing at the entrance, gazing at her with a flicker of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Su Dafu lunged forward to snatch the axe from Su Liang's grip. However, Su Liang deftly evaded him, and the back of the axe struck Su Dafu's back with considerable force, sending him crashing face first onto the ground. Ning Jing turned around, securing the bolt from the inside. Before calling out Su Liang's name, "Do you intend to stop me?" Su Liang scoffed lightly. Not far behind her, Ning Jing had undoubtedly overheard the words exchanged by Su Daqiang and his family. Yet, at that moment, Su Liang had no time to consider whether Ning Jing had uncovered her secret. with an expression devoid of emotion. Ning Jing recalled the laws of the Qian kingdom, execution by slow slicing for those who killed 5 or more. At that moment, Su Daqiang's family consisted of precisely 5 individuals, and Ning Jing did not exclude the 10-year-old Su Xiaoming from this count. Su Liang blinked and inquired, "Then shall we meet again tonight?" "Very well," Ning Jing replied with a slight nod. Su Liang's guess proved correct. Ning Jing merely cautioned her that committing murder in broad daylight would invite legal consequences. The dark and windy night, however, was far more suitable for such deeds. Su Daqiang's family was utterly devastated. They had never anticipated that Su Liang, who had previously been so easily manipulated, would suddenly transform into a figure of such ruthlessness. "I will spare you for now," Su Liang declared, stepping forward to place the axe against Su Daqiang's neck. "Where's the money?" Su Daqiang recoiled slightly, stammering, I have no money." Su Liang nodded, "Very well. I shall begin by inflicting a wound on your grandson to inspire you. If that doesn't suffice, I shall deliver a few more. Take your time, there is no rush." As Su Liang brandished the axe, Su Xiaoming was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself. Su Daqiang, with a strained neck, shouted, "Stop! I will give you money. All of it. Not a single coin less. It rightfully belongs to me." Su Liang replied coldly, "It is all here. There is not much left." Su Daqiang handed the iron box to Su Liang. Su Dafu attempted to rise, but Ningjing silently placed a stone slab from within the door upon his back. Upon opening the iron box, Su Liang's countenance darkened as he found only a string of copper coins. "Are you toying with me?" he inquired. Su Daqiang, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "The silver was here just last night. Where has it gone?" Cowering in the corner, Su Xiaodai blurted out, "Eldest brother entered grandfather's room this morning. He must have stolen it to gamble in town." Just as they spoke of the devil, he appeared. There was a knock at the door. Ningjing unlatched it, revealing Su Daqiang's eldest grandson, Su Daming. Oblivious to the chaos in his home, the inebriated Su Daming strode forward boldly, declaring, "You have it coming. You should have been sold to a brothel long ago." The disparity in size between Su Daming and Su Liang was so great that, in a moment of surprise, he actually managed to wrest the axe from her grasp, altering the dynamics of the confrontation. Ningjing observed Su Liang, now encircled by the Daqiang family, and a glint of cold light emerged from her sleeve. Unfazed, Su Liang kicked the axe away as Su Daming swung it towards her. With a swift motion, she lifted her leg, ensnaring Su Daming's neck and throwing him to the ground. In mere moments, a row of groaning rotund figures lay sprawled on the floor. The look in Su Liang's eyes was now one of sheer disbelief. "Once more, where is the money?" she asked, wiping the sweat from her brow. "The body is too frail and requires proper nourishment. All vitality has been drained by the burdens of the Ming dynasty." Su Daqiang's face turned ashen, unsure if it was due to Su Liang's intimidation or the ire of his grandson. Distrustful, Su Liang resolved to investigate personally. Upon entering the house, Ning Jing placed a stone slab upon each member of the Su family. Master Ning, Su Xiaodai, sporting a face adorned with a myriad of colors, gazed at Ning Jing with wide eyes. "You see, Su Liang is nothing but a wicked shrew. Do not be deceived by her." Ning Jing merely shook his head. "It matters not. I am devoid of funds." Chapter 5. The Mustachioed Man. A quarter of an hour later, Su Liang emerged with a darkened expression, having scoured several rooms, yet found not a single coin. Yet, observing the Su family's corpulent appearance, how could they possibly be destitute? Ning Jing meticulously polished the stones beneath the tree in the courtyard and sat upon one, quietly watching the unfolding drama. Su Liang seized an axe and hurled it towards Su Daqiang. The axe spun twice in the air, grazing Su Daqiang's nose before embedding itself in the ground. His complexion turned pale, and he was thoroughly frightened. "For the last time, where's the money?" Su Liang inquired with a frosty demeanor. Su Daqiang, with a forced bravado, replied that all the family's funds were under his watch, yet he could not rein in Su Daming's gambling habits. As soon as money came in, it was squandered. And in his drunken stupor, he would even resort to violence against him. The family, once possessing over a dozen acres of land, had recently surrendered it all to settle gambling debts. With such dire losses, from where do you procure food and drink? Su Liang scoffed. "Your embroidery skills are commendable. You earn a decent sum each month." Su Shi, trembling, interjected, "I had saved a little private stash, but it was stolen by Daming a few days ago. All my jewelry has been sold off by my elder brother." Su Xiaodai chimed in. Upon observing that the adults had conveyed their intentions, Su Xiaoming felt compelled to voice something, exclaiming with a strained neck, "We truly have no money. My elder brother still owes a substantial amount in usury. Yet, my grandfather declared that in a few days, young Master Ning's wealth would belong to us entirely." Su Daqiang's face stiffened, while Su Dafu bellowed, "What do you know?" Silence. The chill in Su Liang's gaze intensified. A gambler blinded by desperation can bring even the grandest estate to ruin. Su Daqiang's family resided in a large house, now merely an empty shell. All their liquid assets had been squandered by Su Daming and gambling, leading to further debts and usury. However, the eldest son and grandson were treated like revered ancestors, beyond control. After all, there was still Su Liang's grandfather, that proverbial cash cow. Unfortunately, a calamity struck the Su Liang family last year, and the great cash cow was lost. In its place stood Su Liang, a smaller source of revenue, who was ensnared and relentlessly exploited to sustain the family's indolent lifestyle, merely awaiting the appropriate age to be sold off for a substantial profit. The original host fortuitously found an opportunity to seek aid from Ning Jing, who coincidentally required a marriage to fulfill certain objectives. Thus, Ning Jing became the unsuspecting prey in the eyes of Su Daqiang's family, who conspired to uproot Su Liang, the now inadequate cash cow, as bait to lure in a bigger catch. Once successful, all desires would be fulfilled, even if Ning Jing did not appear. The original host would inevitably be drained of her last drop of blood by Su Daqiang's family through other means. In her 2 lifetimes, Su Liang never dared to underestimate the lengths to which a person would go for wealth. Yet, at this moment, as she began to fathom the grim truth, a profound chill enveloped her heart. It was simply pitiable for the original host, whose fate was undeniably tragic. Perhaps, on the eve of her wedding, she had naively believed she would finally escape the depths of suffering. In the end, a wisp of fragrant spirit dissipates with the wind. It appears that Su Daming, a mere gambler, has brought ruin upon his family. However, in truth, this entire family is of the same despicable ilk. Their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys are utterly rotten, and to liken them to swine or dogs would be an affront to those noble creatures. Su Liang even speculates that her very crossing into this realm is due to the original owner's deep grievances, compelling her to exact vengeance on her behalf. To simply slay them would be too lenient. They must endure the same torment as the original owner, to be oppressed and exploited, to toil endlessly without sustenance, and to perish in despair. This encapsulates Su Liang's current thoughts. But how to execute this plan remains uncertain. "Where are my clothes?" Su Liang inquired coldly. Just yesterday evening, she had departed from this place, and the 10 taels of betrothal gifts bestowed by Ning Jing had been squandered by Su Daming. Yet surely, he would not leave her without even a garment? In your room." Su Shi lamented, her face etched with sorrow. "Liang girl, I was wrong. I shall." Su Liang turned her back and strode toward the backyard, disregarding Su Shi's remorse. The pretense was utterly nauseating. She had already inspected the front rooms and found none that belonged to the original owner. It must be in the backyard, even with mental preparation. Upon witnessing the drafty shack in the rear, her fury boiled over. The firewood shed in the front yard was sturdier and more spacious than this. This family of parasites does not labor, hence they do not keep livestock. Otherwise, who knows where the original owner would have been relegated to. As she opened the door and stepped inside, she found it clean yet cramped, containing only a rickety little bed, a thin quilt, and a table missing a leg upon which sat a sewing basket filled with various and used threads. Immersed in this scene, Su Liang could vividly imagine the original owner sitting up late at night, wrapped in a quilt, embroidering at the table. No wonder her physique was so frail. Upon waking this morning, she felt the dryness in her eyes. She was perpetually underfed and inadequately clothed, enduring sleepless nights embroidering. Inevitably, she had to tend to that gluttonous household, cooking, washing, and cleaning, enduring insults and beatings. For a young girl still in her formative years, prolonged suffering could lead to her demise. A neatly bundled package lay on the bed. Su Liang opened it, revealing an exquisitely crafted embroidered plum blossom screen, along with several embroidered silk handkerchiefs of varying patterns. These must have been the last pieces created by the previous owner, collected by Mrs. Su, soon to be sold. Though the screen was modest in size, it featured the challenging technique of double-sided embroidery, and the intricacies suggested countless days of toil. In addition, there were several sets of clothing, shoes, and socks, all impeccably clean and made of fine material. Likely, These were brought by the previous owner last year, and had it not been for Su Xiaodai's excessive weight, they would have been claimed long ago. The screen and the handkerchiefs were bundled together, indicating Mrs. Su's intent to sell them for money. For the sake of profit, she had resorted to murder and was even willing to sell off clothing and shoes. Truly merciless. Su Liang shed the inferior wedding gown and donned a plain dress. Although it should have fit her well, it hung loosely. She placed her needlework basket into the package and retied it. Beneath her pillow, she discovered a yellowed medical book. As she picked it up, a red silk thread woven into a love knot fell out, with a faint blue thread tracing a character, Yun. Lacking the memories of the previous owner, Su Liang could only speculate that there was a man she admired, whose surname was Yun, or whose name contained the character. She had likely planned to elope with him after feigning marriage to Ning Jing, escaping Su family village to join him. A sigh escaped her lips. Su Liang stuffed the medical books and the heart knot into her bundle, lifted it, and stepped out of the makeshift shelter. The sky was overcast, and a storm was imminent. Not seeing Ning Jing, Su Liang felt perplexed. Raising her gaze, she spotted him securely positioned in the courtyard's old pear tree, fashioning a pouch from the tablecloth she had brought and placing pears into it. Indeed, the venerable pear tree in Su Daqiang's yard was laden with golden pears, bowing under their weight, a truly delightful sight. How could she make them wish for a fate worse than death? Before she could devise a plan, the door was suddenly flung open with great force, and a throng of individuals surged in. Leading the charge was a tall, lanky man with triangular eyes and a mustache. His complexion a sickly shade of green. "Where is Su Daming? Come out and repay your debts," shouted one of the henchmen. The mustached man's gaze swept across the ground, his brows furrowing, before settling coldly on Su Liang, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Su Daming's sister is quite the catch. She will fetch a handsome price. Seize her." Chapter 6. Labor Contract. Su Liang yanked the axe from the ground, fixing a steely gaze on the mustached man. "I am not." The mustached man, taken aback by the seemingly frail Su Liang's audacity to resist, raised his hand to halt his advancing accomplice, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. "Not what? I am not Su Daming's sister," Su Liang declared. The mustached man had brought 6 burly henchmen, each wielding clubs, making the situation precarious. Furthermore, this group was after Su Daming, and Su Liang was inclined to witness their self-destruction. She is my sister. My own sister. Who heir? Take her away to settle the debt." Su Daming suddenly realized. The man with the mustache strode forward, lifting his foot to heavily stomp on Su Daming's back, snorting coldly. "You promised to settle your debts today, yet I hear you've been gambling again? You have money for the gambling den, but none to repay me? Go ask around. Anyone in this vicinity who dares to default on my debts knows the dire consequences." Su Daming's face turned pale. "I had someone inquire on my behalf yesterday, pleading with Master Hu for just 3 more days. 3 more days coincided perfectly with the plan set by Su Daqiang's family to confront Ning Jing 3 days after Su Liang's wedding. The person had already been dealt with. Their true intention was extortion, solely for money. It seems the high-interest loans Su Daming owed have transformed into a death sentence for the original owner. The original owner's demise was far from an accident caused by Su Xiaodai. It was a meticulously crafted murder. You really have some nerve, asking me for an extension without even coming to speak for yourself. I had to come all this way to collect." The mustachioed man kicked Su Daming on the head and stomped down several more times. With nowhere to escape, Su Daming grimaced in pain, suggesting, "Use Su Liang to settle the debt. She's beautiful and will surely fetch a good price." The mustachioed man squinted and glanced at Su Liang. "If you claim not to be Su Daming's sister, why are you here? Is this all you're doing?" "I am merely a relative who borrowed a place to stay. I got married yesterday," Su Liang replied with an indifferent expression. "You are the daughter of this household. If Su Daming cannot repay his debts, then you must." The mustachioed man waved his hand, and 2 men rushed towards Su Liang. In the blink of an eye, they were struck to the ground by the back of an axe, clutching their knees and breaking into a cold sweat. The man with a mustache underwent a sudden transformation, displaying a fierce demeanor. "Capture her," he commanded. However, before his subordinates could spring into action, he abruptly collapsed, his eyes glazing over as he convulsed on the ground. The second master is having another episode. Chaos erupted in an instant, with the followers of the mustached man surrounding him, utterly bewildered. "Step aside," a calm voice rang out from behind. The followers instinctively moved aside, realizing that Su Liang had reached the mustached man's side. "What do you intend to do?" they questioned as they lunged towards Su Liang. Bang! A piercing scream followed. Who? The assailants, just moments away from seizing Su Liang, were struck by a spherical object, turning in unison to discover another individual perched in the tree. Half of them charged toward the pear tree, while the other half continued their pursuit of Su Liang, only to be met with a barrage of falling pears. Su Liang retrieved the longest and finest embroidery needle from the original owner's sewing basket and, with a focused gaze, thrust it into the mustached man's philtrum. "What have you done to the second master? Get away," he shouted. The second master withdrawing the needle and clutching the axe she had not relinquished, Su Liang stepped back from the encirclement. The immobilized members of the Su family regained their vigor upon witnessing the scene. "That wretched girl has doomed the second master. Insufferable little brat. Have you lost your mind? Just wait for your demise." Su Liang found their clamoring to be exceedingly irritating. After being pricked by Su Liang's needle, the mustached man's followers, disregarding Ning Jing, gathered around him. "What is all this wailing? Clear out of my way." The man with the mustache forcefully knocked down two henchmen and swiftly rose from the ground. After fixing a penetrating gaze upon Su Liang for a moment, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, astonished to discover that the young lady was far more capable than she appeared. It was inconceivable that she could be Su Daming's sister, and he regretted his earlier offense. Not only were the mustached man's subordinates rendered speechless, but the faces of Su Daqiang's family also reflected the shock of being struck by lightning. "My grandfather is a doctor and has acquired some rudimentary knowledge," Su Liang remarked with a calm demeanor. "How could she possibly heal?" Su Xiaodai, who had long envied Su Liang's beauty and figure, was nearly driven to madness, exclaiming that she was a fraud. The mustached man frowned, instructing the overweight woman to silence herself. Immediately, a henchman approached and stuffed a foul-smelling sock into Su Xiaodai's mouth. Another henchman cautioned the mustached man of someone in the tree. It was then that he noticed Ning Jing and was momentarily taken aback. Such beauty and poise were certainly not commonplace. Ning Jing descended from the tree, carrying a large bag of pears, landing gracefully on the ground. The mustached man's gaze narrowed. She knew martial arts. One of his henchmen, who had a relative in Sujia village and was privy to some insider information, leaned in to whisper a few words in the mustached man's ear. It turned out to be young Master Ning and Madame Ning. He felt a sense of respect. The mustached man forced a smile. "How much does Su Daming owe you?" Su Liang inquired. A henchman produced a stack of loan documents stamped with red fingerprints and proclaimed loudly, "Principal plus interest, a total of 500 taels." Su Daming's expression stiffened. "I only borrowed 50 taels. How is interest calculated? I made it clear from the outset. If you fail to comprehend, that is your folly." The mustached man scoffed. "Your property deeds are already in my possession. They are worth no more than 50 taels. However, if Madame Ning could cure my ailment, extending the deadline by a few days would not be out of the question." "Su Liang, sister." Su Daming seemed to have grasped a lifeline once more. "You must have a solution. Your grandfather is a renowned physician in the capital. He'll Lord Hu Er's illness, and henceforth, our entire family shall revere you as our ancestor." The mustached man gazed at Su Liang with newfound respect. Su Liang shook her head, stating that her relationship with this family was not one of kinship, but rather one of irreconcilable enmity. The mustached man instantly understood. This family was corpulent and prosperous, while Madame Ning appeared so emaciated, undoubtedly having endured considerable hardship. Furthermore, repaying debts is a matter of natural justice. "Quickly, let us ascertain how much Su Daming owes me, excluding the property deeds. How many are in this household?" Lord Hu Er inquired. "Including the elderly and the young, there are a total of 6. Lord Hu Er sneered. "Today I am in a good mood. Let us count them all as laborers and send them to the mines. Each one will earn a mere 2 taels of silver per year. How many years will it take to repay the debt? 6 taels a year means they would need to labor for 75 years. Yet, they will not live to see that time. I shall show a bit of compassion and take a small loss. Bring forth the labor contracts and let them place their fingerprints." Upon hearing the term labor contracts, the Su family erupted into a frenzy, wailing and pleading for Su Liang to save them. Su Liang was unfamiliar with what a labor contract entailed, but it seemed to indicate being sent to the mines for grueling labor. Observing the Su family in such a state of terror, it was undoubtedly something dreadful. Yet, the more horrifying and tragic it was, the more fitting it seemed for them. The mustached man had been subtly observing Su Liang. Seeing that she displayed no sign of opposition, but rather satisfaction, He urged his followers to hasten their actions. As the Su family rose from the ground, 6 labor contracts marked with bloody handprints had already found their way into the hands of Master Hu. Liang, Su cried out sharply, lunging towards Su Liang. Startled, Su Liang instinctively stepped back, evading her approach. Observing this, the man with the mustache signaled his subordinates to step in, delivering a thorough beating to Su, clearly attempting to curry favor with Su Liang. She nodded and retreated into the kitchen, gathering the meager remaining grains and vegetables from Su Daqiang's household into a bamboo basket, which she then carried outside. I cannot attend to your ailment today. We shall discuss it another time, Su Liang remarked, casting a glance at the mustached man. She was reluctant to offend such a local tyrant, for it could lead to considerable trouble. Whether or not she would tend to his health would depend on his sincerity. The mustached man dared not obstruct her, repeatedly assuring her that he would visit another day, as he watched Ning Jing and Su Liang depart. Strike! Strike hard! Came the artificially heightened voice of the mustached man from behind, mingling with the anguished cries of the Su family. The term labor contract seemed to terrify the old woman, her eyes nearly bulging out, revealing the dread of being forced into labor. Such a pity, Su Liang sighed, contemplating the image of the Su family as slaves in the mines. It was undoubtedly a hauntingly beautiful sight that she wished to witness. Chapter 7. The confrontation. The words labor contract completely overshadowed the fact that Ning Jing's health improved remarkably the day after his marriage to Su Liang, as well as the revelation that Su Liang had no change of clothes for her wedding, matters that would typically incite gossip. Su Daming's gambling habits were well known throughout the village. Many harbor envy towards Su Daqiang's affluent family, or are discontented with the villagers who seem to bask in their fortune, often whispering behind their backs that Su Daming will eventually squander it all. Now, their predictions have come to fruition. By the time the villagers of Sujia village rushed to the scene, Bazihu had already bound Su Daqiang's family, preparing to take them away. The village head dared not offend the influential Hu family, particularly the second master, and merely exchanged a few symbolic words. Bazihu, however, was not confrontational. Presenting the signed loan note from Su Daming along with the labor contract stamped with the blood handprints of Su Daqiang's family, the village head could only sigh repeatedly. Left speechless, once entangled in gambling and usury, ruin was inevitable. Even if this matter were brought before the authorities, the outcome would remain unchanged. The village head inquired about Bazihu's plans for Su Daqiang's house, to which Bazihu replied he had his own arrangements. The anguished wails of Su and Su Xiaodai echoed throughout half the village. Bai Xiaohu rushed over, patting his chest. My grandmother sent me to check on you, fearing you might also fall prey to Hu Er, the second master of the town. Su Liang offered a faint smile. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. Bai Xiaohu then darted away. As she contemplated what to prepare for lunch in the kitchen, she heard Ningjing calling her. Upon sitting down, Su Liang had already anticipated the ensuing conversation. You are not Su Liang. Ningjing's cool gaze settled on her face, devoid of any circumlocution. Su Liang retorted, Do you know me well? Ningjing shook his head. Not necessary. If you were truly yourself, you would never be ensnared by that family. Su Liang's elegantly arched brows slightly lifted, leaving her unable to refute. The original Su Liang was no more. Ningjing maintained a tone of unwavering certainty. The Su family had, indeed, murdered Su Liang just yesterday. This incident seemed utterly inconceivable. However, the individual before him was undeniably not the frail, sorrowful girl who had once sought Ningjing's help. Su Liang did not deny it. Though her head bore no visible injury, she had inexplicably lost all her memories. Perhaps she could fabricate excuses to deceive others, but not Ningjing. How could you have become her? Ningjing inquired, his expression laced with confusion. Yet, the very question surprised Su Liang. Ningjing was convinced that her physical form remained that of Su Liang, while her essence had transformed, a revelation he had discerned during his time at the Su family's abode. Yet, he had shown no signs of peculiarity. It appeared he was merely curious. Despite Su Liang's ghostly appearance, he exhibited neither astonishment nor alarm. Su Liang fell silent. This man was no ordinary individual, and it was prudent for her secret to remain undisclosed to anyone else, unless trust was firmly established between them, or they possessed sufficient leverage to hold one another in check. If you wish to uncover my secret, then offer your greatest secret in exchange, Su Liang stated with an unruffled demeanor. In truth, Ningjing had already unraveled a significant portion of her enigma. All she could reveal was her identity and the manner of her crossing over. The latter, however, was dictated by fate, beyond anyone's control. Thus, refusing to converse would serve no advantage. It would be wiser to seize the moment to probe into Ning Jing's depths. My greatest secret. Ning Jing's gaze lowered, falling into a contemplative silence. Su Liang's stomach began to protest from the weight. If you do not wish to speak, then cease your inquiries. I speak the truth when I say your brow is darkening. You are destined for calamity. Ning Jing finally spoke. Su Liang's expression was perplexed. Are you implying that your greatest secret is that you are a genuine charlatan? Is there a need for such exaggeration? Ning Jing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, pondering the meaning behind the words. It is of little consequence. Su Liang shook her head, seeking clarification. Then why is it your greatest secret? I have possessed the ability to perceive a dark mist materializing upon the foreheads of those nearing death since my childhood, Ning Jing replied. Su Liang instinctively pressed her fingertip against her own forehead. Are you saying you can truly see it? A genuine dark mist? Ning Jing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Those upon whose foreheads I observe this dark mist are destined to perish within 3 days, unless I intervene. Wait, can you currently see a dark mist upon my forehead? Su Liang expressed her astonishment. If what Ning Jing said were true, her own transmigration would pale in comparison. Ning Jing shook her head. No, it has vanished. Initially, I believed that family intended to harm you, only to later realize that the sudden appearance of dark mist upon your forehead indicated your murderous intent towards them. Su Liang's gaze sharpened. At that moment, Ning Jing had observed her, remarking upon the darkness gathering at her brow, coinciding precisely with her intentions of avenging the original owner. It was no wonder that Ning Jing had followed her to the Su family home, presuming she would meet her demise at their hands. What astonished Su Liang further was the revelation that not only could Ning Jing discern those destined to die, but she could also identify potential perpetrators. Is there a distinction between the dark mists of both? Ning Jing shook her head once more. There is no difference. Have you encountered the original Su Liang within the last 3 days? Su Liang suddenly recalled this matter. If Ning Jing had seen the original owner within that time frame, had there been no dark mist upon her forehead? Ning Jing shook her head again. I only encountered her once, 5 days ago, and at that time, I observed nothing unusual. In other words, if I were to commit murder or find myself on the brink of death, would you be able to perceive the omens? Su Liang pondered, as the dark mist between her brows dissipated, a consequence of my change of heart. I no longer wished for that family of wolves to meet a swift demise, and it was also due to your timely warning. It is not always evident. There have been esteemed monks who asserted that those I glimpse on the verge of death are individuals whose fates are not yet sealed and require saving. Those I observe committing acts of violence are not meant to be stained with blood and must be stopped. Ning Jing stated. Is it truly so uncanny? Have you resolved every instance where the dark mist appeared upon one's brow? Is there not a case where salvation was unattainable or prevention impossible? Su Liang inquired. To suggest she ought not to be tainted with bloodshed? She preferred to believe that it was heaven's design for the Su family to endure suffering rather than find release in death. Ning Jing sighed softly. Of course there are. How do you perceive this ability of yours? Do you genuinely wish to rescue those who are otherwise unrelated to you? Su Liang looked at Ning Jing and asked. Su Liang furrowed her brow, having noticed the sorrow in Ning Jing's eyes, yet it remained restrained. I did not witness my mother in her final moments, nor do I know if the dark mist ever manifested upon her brow. She left behind a letter urging me not to regard myself as a monster. This is a gift from heaven that requires earnest effort to ensure a clear conscience. Otherwise, if one fails to perceive the suffering of the innocent, one will not have the opportunity to foresee the dangers faced by those they care for. Ning Jing's voice was somber. Su Liang believed Ning Jing's mother to be exceedingly kind, yet the sentiment expressed was undeniably true. This extraordinary ability, if shunned, may vanish one day without warning. Today, should one fail to rescue an innocent bystander destined for an untimely demise, one might find themselves helplessly watching a beloved family member perish tomorrow. The gifts bestowed by fate have long been inscribed with their respective prices. Perhaps Ning Jing must save 100 individuals, entirely unrelated to him, in order to wield his extraordinary abilities to save a cherished friend or family member. The former demands considerable sacrifice, however, the latter is beyond valuation. Su Liang initially believed that Ning Jing would candidly reveal whether he was a descendant of the rebellious Gu family, but instead, she uncovered a secret she could never have anticipated. The handsome man is, in truth, a genuine mystic, in the most favorable sense. While others might consider Ning Jing to be deranged, Su Liang, having traversed time and space, harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of his claims. Just as Ningjing, due to his unique abilities, exhibited no astonishment at Su Liang's soul's transmigration, Su Liang, recognizing Ningjing's forthrightness, momentarily lowered her guard. What do you wish to inquire of me? Chapter 8. Employment. As Su Liang stepped into the kitchen, the rain began to pour in torrents. After retrieving the grains and vegetables from the basket, she surveyed the kitchen. Pots, firewood, bowls, and chopsticks were present, yet there was no knife, nor any oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar. It was evident that the kitchen's original purpose was merely to boil water. Ningjing, Su Liang uttered his name for the first time. A figure clad in azure appeared in the corridor. What is it? He inquired. Please go to Aunt Bai's house and borrow a knife, along with some oil and salt. If there are any other seasonings, borrow a bit of each, Su Liang requested. She had only taken the ingredients from Su Daqiang's kitchen. To borrow is to return, Ningjing replied. Moments later, he emerged from his home, holding a dark oil umbrella, braving the torrential downpour. Su Liang took some flour and 2 eggs, intending to make pancakes. She craved warm carbohydrates. Otherwise, she felt she might soon succumb to hypoglycemia. Upon seeing him place a heavy bamboo basket into the kitchen, an ominous premonition washed over her. Surely, a mere knife and some seasonings did not warrant such a voluminous container. Then, she beheld 2 large cabbages, 3 white radishes, for carrots, a bowl of mung bean sprouts, a handful of red dates, and 2 varieties of wild vegetables whose names eluded her. Ningjing retrieved the knife along with the oil and seasonings from the basket and handed them to Su Liang. Furrowing her brow, Su Liang inquired, "How much did all this cost?" "All of it," Ningjing replied. Su Liang was left speechless. However, she was still unfamiliar with the prices in this world and could not definitively conclude that Ningjing had been overcharged. "Have you always had someone attending to you?" Su Liang asked. Ningjing nodded yes. No wonder he possessed no common sense regarding daily life. Even when purchasing groceries, one ought not to expend all available cash. What if an emergency arose? "Do you need assistance?" Ningjing asked. "You tend to the fire," Su Liang replied, casting the vegetables into a corner, planning to tidy up after her meal. Moments later, smoke billowed from the kitchen, and with a darkened expression, Su Liang shooed Ningjing out. She should have held no expectations for this pampered gentleman. "I'm sorry," Ningjing said, standing at the doorway, wiping the soot from his forehead. "You should contemplate how to earn some money," Su Liang retorted sharply. Coexisting in this manner, this companion was not particularly competent. Though unaccustomed to the primitive stove, Su Liang managed to prepare a reasonably respectable lunch. In her past life, she had learned to live independently from a young age. It was a fundamental skill. The tender radish and egg pancake, stir-fried preserved meat, cold mixed vegetables, and millet red date porridge. Each time Ningjing savored a dish, he nodded in approval, acknowledging Su Liang's culinary skills. Given that Ningjing proactively offered to wash the dishes and pots, Su Liang's perception of him shifted slightly, though he lacked practical knowledge. His attitude was commendable. However, as Su Liang listened to the sound of porcelain shattering from the kitchen, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What rendered Su Liang speechless was Ningjing's diligent effort to wash everything thoroughly, including the numerous pears he had plucked from Su Daqiang's home. She strained to maintain a smile as she informed Ningjing that washing vegetables would significantly shorten their shelf life. "You wish to vex me." Ningjing lowered his rolled-up sleeves, his perceptive gaze discerning and articulating Su Liang's current mood. Su Liang, exasperated, retorted, "If I were to leave, how would you manage without money or skills?" Ningjing pondered before responding. "I could transcribe books to earn a living." "Fine." Su Liang had nothing further to say on the matter. "Where do you hail from?" Ningjing suddenly resumed the serious conversation interrupted by lunch. "Just as you are unaware of why you possess extraordinary abilities, I too do not know why I came here." Becoming another person. Su Liang's expression remained neutral. "I come from a world vastly different from this one. Even if I were to explain, you would not comprehend." Ningjing nodded slightly. "You possess martial skills and medical knowledge. Who were you in your previous life?" "I was a doctor and a soldier," Su Liang replied. "In your original world, can women serve in the military? Can they openly practice medicine?" Ningjing inquired. Su Liang affirmed, "Yes. Men and women are equal, capable of undertaking the same endeavors." Ningjing, lost in thought, pondered whether men could also bear children. Su Liang remarked, "Such avant-garde thinking from this charlatan. I hope to have the opportunity to explore this further." Ningjing did not press for more details. However, on that rainy day, feeling the chill, She soon drifted into slumber after burrowing under the covers. By evening, the rain had ceased, and the splendid sunset painted half the sky in vibrant hues. As Su Liang opened the door, she was greeted by Bai Xiaohu, who rushed in with a basket in hand. "Sister Ning, this is the wild chicken that young Master Ning purchased for us. It has been slaughtered and cleaned." Bai Xiaohu handed the basket to Su Liang, revealing a freshly prepared wild chicken within. Momentarily taken aback, Su Liang then heard Bai Xiaohu cheerfully proclaim, "My grandmother says young Master Ning cares for you greatly. He even paid my father to prepare the chicken for you, fearing you might find it burdensome." Su Liang was unperturbed by the assumption that the Bai family expected her to handle the butchering, for after all, Ning Jing was as beautiful as a flower. Far removed from such coarse tasks, she had misunderstood Ning Jing. Although it was unwise to deplete her finances, she still had a sense of what needed to be spent. "This is a blessing. Thank you, Xiaohu." Su Liang retrieved the wild chicken and filled half the basket with the large, clean pears that Ning Jing had prepared. Bai Xiaohu's eyes widened in surprise and delight. "I know. The pear tree from Su Xiaoming's family is the finest in our village. The pears fetch a higher price than anywhere else. In rural households, even if they possess fruit trees, the finest fruits are often sold for profit, with families reluctant to consume them." "Thank you, Sister Ning," Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, hugging the basket tightly as he dashed away. As Su Liang contemplated how to prepare the wild chicken, she heard Ning Jing's voice behind her, inquiring, "Are you still planning to leave?" Having exchanged their deepest secrets, Su Liang directly inquired of Ning Jing, "Do you know where she originally intended to go?" Ning Jing shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Su Liang recalled the intertwined hearts of the original owner, adorned with the character Yun, and sighed softly, "I am not her. I have no destination and no one to seek. Alone and unburdened." "Very well," Ning Jing replied. "I wish to employ you." To outsiders, the newlywed couple appeared as complete strangers. Su Liang frowned. "You have no money. Even if you were to hire someone to copy texts, it would barely suffice for your own sustenance. She could practice medicine to earn a living and sustain herself, but first, she needed to understand the rules of the trade." "I do have funds." Ning Jing beckoned Su Liang over. Once inside the room, Su Liang witnessed Ning Jing unlock a wooden chest. She was momentarily dazzled. Inside lay an array of jewelry and precious items, each more exquisite than the last, all of considerable worth. "Why do you claim to be impoverished?" Su Liang questioned. "Any one of these could be sold for enough to sustain you without laboring for a considerable time." Su Liang expressed her confusion. "They cannot be sold. It would attract trouble," Ning Jing countered. Su Liang understood. Valuable items possess owners, and should they circulate outside their rightful hands, individuals like Nian Jincheng would swiftly trace their origin. "You intend to employ me with these unsellable treasures to cook and do laundry?" Su Liang asked, somewhat incredulous. Ning Jing shook her head. "To work. Not merely to cook and launder." "What kind of work?" Su Liang retorted. "You possess martial skills, knowledge of medicine, and courage. You can assist me in saving lives or thwarting assailants," Ning Jing elucidated. "Surely, it cannot be difficult for you to find a skilled martial artist or renowned physician to assist," Su Liang queried. "Indeed," Ning Jing affirmed. "To find a collaborator who does not perceive me as a monster and will not harbor ulterior motives upon learning the truth is indeed a challenging endeavor," Ning Jing remarked. Su Liang comprehended that Ning Jing regarded her as a kindred spirit, which was not entirely unfounded. At the very least, Su Liang would not betray Ning Jing. One cannot be so certain with another. If such matters were to become public, Ning Jing would find herself in perpetual distress. While jewelry and precious artifacts are exquisite and valuable, she would never barter her future for these items, which not only lack monetary worth, but could also invite trouble. The commission is secondary. The crux lies in the fact that this concern pertains to another's life, necessitating careful consideration. Once a commitment is made, one must exert their utmost effort and cannot afford to waver or be negligent. I shall ponder this further. Su Liang did not respond immediately. Chapter 9. The Pretty Boy, a half-chicken stew. A pear, peeled and diced, was added to the chicken broth, infusing it with a hint of sweetness. Half a white radish and half a carrot were shredded finely and mixed into the batter, along with a pinch of salt, stirred to perfection. Oil coated the bottom of the pan, and the batter was spread into pancakes, fried until golden brown on both sides. 7 pancakes were prepared from the bowl of batter, which was sufficient. Just as Su Liang plated the last pancake, she turned to see Bai Xiao, who standing at the door, eyes wide, gazing hungrily at the freshly made radish pancakes. In their modest household, they did not indulge in such extravagant culinary practices. And the aroma of oil and meat wafting through the air made by Xiaohu swallow hard. Xiaohu. Su Liang smiled as she took the bowl from him. Your grandmother's dumplings must be delightful. Thank you. As she spoke, she retrieved the dumplings, ladled out a bowl of chicken broth with meat, and added 2 pancakes on top. Here you go. Tomorrow, I must seek your grandmother's wisdom on how to steam dumplings. Su Liang beamed. Bai Xiaohu finally caught on, earnestly stating, Then you must go. Bai Xiaohu hastily clarified that it was not his desire, but rather a gift from Su Liangfei, who had also mentioned a future visit to discuss the art of steaming buns, who said Sister Ning was incapable of cooking. The chicken she stewed was utterly fragrant. Bai Dinyang, with a hint of skepticism, took a spoonful, and the exquisite flavor left her momentarily speechless. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she mused that surely she had toiled like a drudge in that household, mastering all skills, a pitiable creature indeed. Ning Jing extolled the merits of the pear-infused chicken soup, proclaiming, Your culinary skills are remarkable. The chicken leg was tacitly acknowledged as Su Liang's handiwork, while Ning Jing indulged in an extra pancake. The two set down their chopsticks almost in unison, and before Su Liang could utter a word, Ning Jing declared, You cook, I'll wash the dishes. Su Liang found this arrangement quite agreeable. Furthermore, she needed to swiftly learn the written language of this world, requiring books and stationery. With not a single coin to her name, she experienced the sensation of utter poverty for the first time in her life. Picking up the plum blossom screen embroidered by the original owner, Su Liang sighed softly and carefully stored it away. This was the original owner's labor of love, and she had no intention of selling it for money. Perhaps one day, when she encounters that young Master Yun, she could return it to him, fulfilling the original owner's wishes. Ning Jing boiled water, and Su Liang inquired about the process of brushing teeth. Just a moment, he replied. Upon opening the container, Su Liang was pleasantly surprised to find an object reminiscent of a toothbrush in this world. The handle, lustrous and warm to the touch, was crafted from jade, while the bristles were somewhat firm and meticulously trimmed. The box also contained a small jar of green salt. Ning Jing inquired, Do you know how to use it? Yes. Thank you. Su Liang nodded, recognizing that this was no ordinary luxury item, but rather something reserved for Ning Jing's personal use. He also presented Su Liang with a new cloth, soft to the touch and quite absorbent. There is only one bathing tub. I shall procure a new one for you tomorrow, Ning Jing stated, as if we were in possession of considerable wealth. Su Liang replied with a tone of melancholy, as if we are affluent. When Su Liang emerged after her morning ablutions, she noticed that the light in the adjacent room had been extinguished, leading her to believe he had retired for the night. As she drifted into slumber, a shadow effortlessly scaled the imposing wall surrounding Su Daqiang's home. A quarter of an hour later, the shadow departed. Before dawn had broken, Su Liang was roused by the sound of knocking at the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she opened the door to find Ning Jing impeccably dressed, engaged in conversation with Bai Xiaohu. Why is he up so early? She pondered. My family has an ox cart. Bai Xiaohu chimed in, just as Su Liang was about to protest about their lack of funds for the market. She turned to see 4 large bamboo baskets beneath the eaves, brimming with golden pears. Sell them for money, Ning Jing approached. As Bai Xiaohu had already dashed away, Su Liang gazed at him, puzzled. Did you steal them last night? Bai Xiaohu's father soon arrived, offering to assist in loading the pears onto the cart, his demeanor warm. Are you going to sell them? Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing shook his head. Xiaohu's family will help sell them. We agreed to share 20% of the profits. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Liang. Would you assist me in writing something? She quickly realized it was the recipe for the chicken soup from the previous night, albeit with additional ingredients not found in her home and 2 medicinal herbs included. She concluded with the effects: nourishing, moisturizing, enhancing beauty. Your handwriting is commendable, Su Liang remarked, glancing at the script, recognizing most characters, though she could not write in traditional form. Once she hastily completed her morning routine and stepped outside, Ning Jing awaited her, securing the main door. The ox cart was stationed by the bridge, with Bai Dinyang and Bai Xiaohu seated atop it. Did young Master Ning not say he wouldn't go? Bai Xiaohu exclaimed in surprise. Ning Jing maintained a calm demeanor, stating that he was going to purchase a few items. The space in the cart was narrow, and as the two sat close together, their shoulders brushed against one another. Su Liang felt indifferent, and noticing her composure, Ning Jing also appeared unperturbed. In such a manner, they resembled a married couple. Young Master Ning, do embrace your wife a bit more, Bai Dinyang reminded. Bai Xiaohu stifled a laugh. He is holding her tight. Su Liang coughed lightly. He is rather shy. The Bai family chuckled, while Ning Jing silently cast a glance at Su Liang. As they traveled, the villagers they encountered stared at Su Liang and Ning Jing. Why is young Master Ning riding in an ox cart? One wondered. Su Liang's beauty was quite striking. Isn't the young master hiding here to avoid trouble? Where are you headed? Su Liang whispered. Are you all right moving about outside? Ning Jing shook his head. It's nothing to worry about. After an hour's journey, they finally arrived at Luoyan town. Every 7th day of the month there was a market, and by this time, all the prime spots had already been taken. Bai Xiaohu's father, Bai Peng, began unloading their goods, while Bai Dinyang encouraged Ning Jing and Su Liang to explore the market, offering to assist with selling the pears. Which is the largest tavern in town? Su Liang inquired, picking up a pear. I know. The Fian Tavern. I've heard their dishes are quite expensive. Bai Xiaohu pointed in a direction with an envious expression. Are you two going to dine at Fian Tavern? Bai Dinyang shot Bai Xiaohu a glare, signaling him to remain silent. As Ning Jing and Su Liang indeed headed towards Fian Tavern, Bai Xiaohu sat on a stone, cradling his face in his hands, lamenting, they are so wealthy. Indeed, the destitute Ning Jing and Su Liang, as they traversed the streets, captured the attention of many. Their striking beauty and charisma were simply too remarkable for this remote town. Consequently, when Su Liang entered the Fian restaurant and directly requested to see the proprietor, the young attendant did not dare to be negligent. Fearing the ire of some distinguished figure, the owner of Fian restaurant, a short and stout elderly gentleman, upon seeing the poise of Su Liang and Ning Jing, treated them with considerable courtesy, assuming they were esteemed friends of the proprietor. However, upon learning that Su Liang sought to sell medicinal recipes, a glimmer of interest sparked in the proprietor's eyes. He promptly asked to examine the recipes to ascertain their novelty and flavor before determining a price. With an air of nonchalance, Su Liang thought to herself that irrespective of what she presented, the proprietor would undoubtedly declare, we at Fian Restaurant have already acquired this. The proprietor, having had his intentions laid bare, forced a smile and waved his hand, suggesting that they should seek other venues for their wares, mentioning that the Lanxiao restaurant was quite commendable. With that, Su Liang turned to leave. Upon hearing the name of Lanxiao restaurant, the proprietor's demeanor shifted, urging them to pause. Su Liang was not surprised. She had overheard passers-by remarking that business at Lanxiao restaurant was flourishing, which would surely place pressure on Fian restaurant. Half an hour later, Su Liang reappeared at the market. Bai Xiaohu, with a distressed expression, lamented that their pears were too expensive and unsold. Yet they were reluctant to sell them at a lower price. Su Liang affectionately ruffled Bai Xiaohu's hair, asserting that she had successfully sold them. Soon, a worker from the restaurant arrived with a cart to collect all the pears. Su Liang then declared that she had sold the pears to Fian restaurant. You truly possess remarkable skills, Bai Dama remarked. Her gaze towards Su Liang transformed. Su Liang, adhering to the agreement made with Ning Jing and Bai Xiaohu, decided to allocate 20% of the total price originally set for the pears to Bai Dinyang, although Bai Dinyang repeatedly declined. Asserting that the pears had not yet been sold, Su Liang was resolute in her intention to provide the payment. The collaboration with the Bai family had necessitated considerable effort on their part, and it was only fair, given that she and Ning Jing had altered their initial terms. Nevertheless, the amount was not excessive. Ultimately, Bai Dinyang, unable to resist, accepted the payment and added that henceforth, Ning Jing and Su Liang would not be charged for rides in their family's vehicle. As Su Liang walked away, Bai Xiaohu muttered to himself that selling to Fian restaurant would undoubtedly yield a higher price. Bai Dinyang, pinching Bai Xiaohu's ear, retorted that regardless of the price, it was their skill. Why harbor envy? Bai Xiaohu's curiosity was merely about how Su Liang managed to sell the pears, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, Bai Dinyang reiterated her caution, advising him not to constantly seek to take advantage of others. The formula along with the pears fetched a total of 43 taels. The shopkeeper, discerning in his knowledge, was visibly impressed upon hearing about the medicinal properties of the herbal dish. Su Liang initially requested 50 taels, but settled for 40, while also agreeing to spend 3 taels to purchase all of her pears. She earnestly promised that should any new formulas arise, she would ensure they were sold to Fian restaurant, with the price being negotiable. In a buoyant mood, Su Liang made her way to the bookstore where she was to meet Ning Jing. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and she turned to see a brazen young man daring to vie for a lady in broad daylight. Intrigued, she squinted to discern just how pale this audacious youth appeared. and upon closer inspection, she was met with a disheartening sight. Ning, who was supposed to assist her in selecting books, found himself encircled by four burly men wielding clubs. Chapter 10. He must truly adore you. Suddenly, Su Liang recalled by Xiaohu mentioning that a young master from a wealthy family once sought to take the original owner as a concubine, but Su Daqiang had refused. Could it be? In an instant, Su Liang dismissed her own thought. If that wealthy family were as overbearing as she imagined, they would not have waited until now to trouble Ning Jing. Therefore, the matter of two men seizing one woman was likely unrelated to her. As her gaze shifted, Su Liang noticed a portly young man tugging at a girl, standing not far away. It seemed that the girl was the one being taken. Regardless of Ning Jing's intentions that led to this predicament, Su Liang had no intention of intervening. At that moment, Ning Jing's eyes met Su Liang's, and he reached out to her, his lips parting softly, pleading for rescue. Su Liang could only gaze skyward in exasperation. All eyes turned toward her in unison. Catch that little beauty as well. With that, Su Liang found herself unable to retreat. She boldly navigated through the crowd toward Ning Jing. Moments later, four burly men were sprawled on the ground, groaning. The spectators were utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that the seemingly fragile girl possessed such skill. Ning Jing remained elegant and beautiful, standing behind Su Liang, resembling more of a delicate figure. She was trafficked here. Hearing Ning Jing's whispered words, Su Liang glanced again at the captured girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with fair skin and attractive features. A small black mole at the end of her right eyebrow. Her eyes were red-rimmed, yet devoid of tears, and her gaze towards Su Liang was filled with desperation. Do you know her? Su Liang inquired, astonished. Su Liang narrowed her eyes, realizing the situation. With a command from young Master Huang, another group rushed forward. Ning Jing quietly took 2 steps back. Su Liang's movements were swift and precise, yet her frail physique and lack of breakfast left her somewhat fatigued. After taking down the last assailant, she noticed yet another group emerging behind young Master Huang. Madam Ning. Upon hearing the voice, Su Liang focused her gaze and felt a slight relief. The newcomers were none other than the mustachioed man from the previous day at Su Daqiang's house, a notorious usurer. The mustachioed man clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Those two are my friends. Young Master Huang should consider my standing. What do you think you are?" Young Master Huang snorted disdainfully. The mustachioed man straightened his back and chuckled. Young Master Huang, I hear that County Magistrate Huang is due for a promotion by the year's end. Congratulations. Young Master Huang's expression changed instantly. His arrogance in Fian Town stemmed from his connections to the county magistrate, which were tenuous at best. The mustachioed man's mention of a promotion was, in fact, a demotion, highlighting that he would no longer have jurisdiction in this area. The Hu family, however, were true local tyrants, backed by formidable forces. Out of respect for you, I will withdraw. Let's go? Young Master Huang's face darkened as he grabbed the girl by the hand, attempting to leave. Leave her behind, Su Liang interjected. After all the commotion, if they could not rescue her, would it not be a futile effort? The mustachioed man addressed Su Liang with courtesy. An acquaintance, I presume? This woman is one I purchased, Su Liang replied. Young Master Huang's expression grew even more grim. How much did young Master Huang spend on her? Perhaps it would be better to hand her over to Madame Ning, as a courtesy to me, the mustachioed man suggested. And if I refuse? Young Master Huang ground his teeth. Then I shall have no choice but to pay a visit to Master Huang. The man with the distinctive mustache had effectively blocked young Master Huang's path. Elder Huang was known for his generosity, and it seemed he might not even need to part with any money. Sensing the implications of the mustached man's words, young Master Huang's expression darkened. 40 taels. Su Liang accepted a pouch of silver that Ning Jing had handed over, approached the mustached man, and presented the payment. The mustached man opened the pouch, confirming it contained precisely 40 taels. Young Master Huang, still fuming, tossed aside the girl in his grip and snatched the money pouch. Departing with a group of his injured subordinates, Su Liang helped the girl to her feet, hearing her softly murmur a word of thanks. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Sister-in-law? It appeared she truly knew Ning Jing. Just as she intended to visit Madame Ning, she unexpectedly encountered her here. The mustached man clasped his hands in greeting. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. I shall retrieve the prescription at Su family village tomorrow. The mustached man was taken aback, not anticipating Su Liang's straightforwardness. While he had just managed to gain the upper hand over young Master Huang, he had no desire for the situation to escalate into something unpleasant. He had instructed young Master Huang to relinquish the girl to Su Liang, and her willingness to pay also preserved his dignity. I ought to thank Madame Ning instead. Rest assured, I guarantee that fellow named Huang will not dare to trouble you again. The mustache man offered a few more remarks. Young Master Huang was notorious for his lecherous tendencies, yet was somewhat lacking in that regard, exhibiting a peculiar abnormality. Had Su Liang not intervened to save the girl, her fate would have undoubtedly been dire. Meanwhile, Su Dechang and his family of 6 had already been dispatched to the mines the previous night, making escape virtually impossible. As the crowd dispersed, Su Liang guided the girl into a secluded alley, with Ning Jing trailing behind. "Who are you?" Su Liang inquired, releasing her grip on the girl. The girl halted, turning to Ning Jing for clarification. On the night of their union, events transpired that led her to suspect that Ning Jing was indeed a member of the Gu family, now cloaked in a false identity. Yet, it now appeared that Ning Jing was indeed a genuine individual. It seemed as though he had assumed another's identity, boldly venturing out without fear of discovery. Could it be that he possessed the legendary art of disguise? I am Yen Yu, a victim of treachery, sold into this predicament. I deceived a man surnamed Huang, promising to obediently serve him in exchange for the purchase of a book, which ultimately granted me the chance to step outside. I never anticipated encountering the 7th young master of the Ning family here. We had crossed paths once before. Had it not been for the noble intervention of young Master Ning and Madame Ning, I might not have seen the dawn of another day. Su Liang had been pondering why Ning Jing chose to stand up for Yen Yu so brazenly in broad daylight. If his intent was to rescue someone, he could have acted discreetly. It turned out that Yen Yu was in dire straits, clinging desperately to a lifeline, and given their fleeting acquaintance, it was uncertain whether Ning Jing would be willing to extend his aid. Naturally, she could not let him go so easily. This was, after all, a human inclination. Observing Yen Yu's refined demeanor and articulate speech, Su Liang noted that she did not weep or wail, but instead endeavored to save herself, which made her quite admirable. Although 40 taels of silver were lost, the act of saving a life was indeed a noble deed. Initially reluctant to intervene, believing that Ning Jing could manage the situation independently, she was taken aback when that handsome man insisted she engage in the fray. She resolved to demand a piece of jewelry from Ning Jing as compensation for her efforts. Lost in thought, she was suddenly pulled behind Ning Jing as a cloaked figure in black charged forth, wielding a long knife aimed at Yen Yu. With a swift kick, Ning Jing propelled Yen Yu towards Su Liang, then, with a deft motion, seized the assailant's wrist with a firm grip, twisting it sharply. Su Liang steadied Yen Yu, who nearly toppled from Ning Jing's kick, her expression one of utter disbelief. "Thank you." Yen Yu rubbed her injured arm, drawing in a sharp breath, and whispered to Su Liang, "Young Master Ning must truly hold great affection for you." Su Liang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. In contrast, Ning Jing's demeanor towards her was quite cordial, while his treatment of Yen Yu bordered on rudeness. The assassin had already met with a swift demise at Ning Jing's hands, his wrist twisted and pinned to the ground. Yen Yu approached, tearing away the black mask concealing the assassin's face, her expression icy. "It's you." Realizing his predicament, the assassin pleaded for mercy, revealing that he had been coerced into this treachery by a certain Miss Yao. It seemed that Miss Yao was Yen Yu's cousin, residing with the Yen family, who, out of jealousy towards Yen Yu, sought to usurp her fiancé and orchestrated her downfall, leading to her being sold off to distant lands. Miss Yao had generously compensated the traffickers to ensure that they would select a suitable family for Miss Yen, specifically targeting a man of the Huang surname, who was only worth 40 taels, aimed solely at humiliating and tormenting her. Miss Yao instructed me to follow discreetly, to prevent Miss Yen from escaping, and to eliminate her at the opportune moment. She also claimed she would convince young Master Yen that Miss Yen had eloped. Yen Yu's complexion turned a deep shade of anger. How could I have treated her as a sister? Truly blind to her own malice. Su Liang glanced at Ning Jing, who had approached her side, and softly inquired, "Why did you kick him earlier? You clearly lack any sense of cherishing the delicate. Women are troublesome." "I wish to remain uninvolved," Ning Jing replied with an indifferent expression. Su Liang mused. Was it intentional, then, to avoid attracting unwanted attention? Should I take my leave? With a light scoff, Su Liang considered departing, but Ning Jing shook his head. "No need. I do not regard you as merely a woman." Chapter 11. The bed is small, Miss Yen. Have mercy and spare the wretch. The cunning individuals above and below are all under the meticulous control of Miss Yao, resulting in a moment of perplexity. The assassin relinquished several pieces of broken silver and a 50-tael silver note. Yin Yuhan, with a stern countenance, remarked, "You were once a servant of the Yao family, yet even your master is sustained by my Yin family. Cease your pretense of pity." With that, she turned and handed the silver note and the broken silver to Su Liang. Yin Yu appeared troubled, acknowledging the long journey ahead as a solitary woman. She began. Su Liang realized the simplicity of her thoughts. In ancient times, the chances of a fragile woman traveling alone without incident were exceedingly slim. "What are your plans?" Su Liang inquired directly. Yin Yu glanced at Ning Jing, asking, "Could you, young Master Ning, send word to my elder brother?" Ning Jing shook his head. "I have no one to dispatch." Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, "I apologize. I assumed if young Master Ning and your esteemed wife require assistance from the Yin family, I shall do my utmost to ensure I can safely reunite with my brother." Ning Jing looked towards Su Liang, suggesting, "Shall we offer her shelter for a few days?" "I have no objections," Su Liang concurred. Yin Yu's expression brightened. "Thank you both." The assassin was named Yao Wei. By the time he led them to the abode of the traffickers, he had vanished without a trace. Su Liang did not refuse. She picked up a stone and struck Yao Wei, rendering him unconscious before tossing him into the carriage, instructing the coachman to wait at the town's entrance. Upon entering the bookstore, Ning Jing spoke up, "Let's settle the bill." The shopkeeper beamed with delight, presenting a bundle of books and writing supplies, his abacus clicking merrily. "For all these, it amounts to 29 taels and 6 coins. We shall waive the 6 coins, just 29 taels." In total, less than 60 taels had been spent. Yet half of it was gone in an instant. However, Su Liang has always believed that money is not saved, but earned. She must swiftly learn the written laws of this world to feel secure. She purchased some grains, brown sugar, red dates, and various spices, and gathered some medicinal herbs to nourish her vitality from the apothecary. Then she visited a clothing store and selected 2 thicker dresses, but upon hearing the prices, she opted for garments made of inferior fabric. Yin Yu, aware that the books Ning Jing was purchasing were intended for Su Liang, found herself admiring her even more. She was willing to spend extravagantly on books, yet showed no inclination towards ostentatious attire. "Choose a set of clean clothes," Su Liang suggested to Yin Yu. "This is essential." Yin Yu agreed without hesitation, selecting a dress made from the same fabric as Su Liang's. "Can you make undergarments?" Su Liang inquired softly. Yin Yu nodded. Thus, Su Liang purchased the finest cotton cloth along with a set of tools necessary for sewing: scissors, a measuring tape, needles, and thread. She needed to make her own undergarments, a skill she lacked, and it provided a perfect opportunity to seek Yin Yu's guidance. As they were about to leave, Su Liang suddenly remembered Ning Jing. "Do you need clothes?" she asked. Yin Yu chuckled lightly. "Young Master Ning is merely upset that Madame Ning has overlooked him. Choose something for him, and he will surely appreciate it." Su Liang coughed lightly. "He simply does not enjoy speaking. Do not overthink it. You two make quite the amusing couple." Yin Yu couldn't help but remark. Su Liang responded, "One is an enigmatic sage, and the other a solitary spirit. How could that not be amusing?" Upon exiting the clothing store, they spotted Ning Jing already seated at a noodle stall. "Did you see that? He is simply hungry and thinks we are taking too long with our shopping," Su Liang remarked. Yin Yu stifled a laugh. "Young Master Ning must be concerned you might starve." As they approached, they heard Ning Jing say, "If you wish to eat, feel free to order for yourselves." Yin Yu was taken aback, only to see Su Liang smiling at her with an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so, but you refused to believe it." The noodles were chewy, yet lacking in flavor, serving merely to satisfy hunger. Having finished the meal, it was still just past noon when the 3 of them entered the market. Yin Yu assumed that Su Liang and Ning Jing intended to shop, but to her surprise, Su Liang paused by a vegetable stall, leaning down to exchange a few words with an elderly woman. She then stood up and affectionately ruffled the hair of a young farmer, displaying a familiarity that was evident. "Master Ning." Yin Yu hesitated for a moment before voicing her curiosity. "Is the lady of the house from a military family?" The women who practiced martial arts in the kingdom of Qian were exceptionally rare, and she was deeply impressed by Su Liang's formidable skills. Ning Jing shook his head. "No." Not wishing to press further, Yin Yu refrained from asking more questions, her curiosity about Su Liang's true identity only intensifying. She presumed that with such beauty and grace, and being married to Ning Jing, Su Liang must be of no ordinary lineage. As soon as they boarded the carriage, the driver raised his whip high, yet before it could fall, Ning Jing called out, "Wait a moment." With that, He dismounted and walked away. Did Master Ning forget something? Yin Yu inquired. Su Liang shook her head, leaning against the wall of the carriage with her eyes closed in repose. Yin Yu thought Su Liang was unwilling to speak. But in truth, she was equally unaware of Ning Jing's intentions. After about 15 minutes, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Su Liang parted the curtains of the carriage, revealing a handsome man carrying a large wooden tub. It was the bathing tub that Su Liang needed. She had completely forgotten. Yet Ning Jing had remembered. On the way back to the village, Yin Yu gazed out at the scenery beyond the carriage curtains. A refreshing breeze brushed against her, and she let out a long sigh, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief for having narrowly escaped disaster. Had it not been for the serendipitous encounter with Ning Jing and Su Liang, she truly could not have anticipated the tribulations that awaited her. The carriage came to a halt at her doorstep, and the driver assisted in unloading the belongings into the courtyard, while the unconscious Yao Wei was bound and unceremoniously cast into the woodshed. My family's second master has instructed that if Madame Ning has any requests, she may seek him at the town's auspicious gambling den. With that, the driver cracked his whip and departed. Yin Yu followed Su Liang into her chamber and took a seat, surveying the surroundings with unabashed astonishment. I never imagined that young Master Ning would reside in such a place, Su Liang remarked. Yin Yu nodded, admitting her surprise. The Ning family is one of the 4 great merchant houses of the Qian kingdom, and young Master Ning is of legitimate birth. I had presumed that even if he were cast out from his family, he would still lead a life of affluence, free from want. Curiously, Su Liang inquired, which 4 merchant families are they? The Wan, Li, Ning, and Yin families, Yin Yu replied, each engaged in the trades of grain, ceramics, tea, and silk. Is your family among them? Su Liang asked. Yin Yu affirmed, indeed, my elder brother is the current head of the family. And who leads the Ning family? Su Liang probed. Yin Yu glanced through the window at Ning Jing, who was busily transporting items to the kitchen, and sighed. His father, Ning Jia, is hardly a virtuous man. Do you know him? Su Liang questioned. Yin Yu shook her head. I have only encountered him once. My elder brother claims that the head of the Ning family is a hypocrite. Are you aware of why he was expelled from his family? Su Liang asked. Yin Yu sighed lightly. It is rumored that in a drunken stupor, he set ablaze the storeroom housing the Ning family's prized tea leaves, which included those meant for royal tribute, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Ning family and nearly incurring legal repercussions. However, this may not be the whole truth. The truth of Ning Jing's identity remains uncertain. Su Liang refrained from further inquiries and rose to leave. After enduring days of mental strain, Yin Yu finally succumbed to fatigue and dozed off at the table, only to awaken to the darkness of night. Approaching the kitchen, she was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. There was hot water in the pot for her to wash up, as Su Liang cheerfully dished out the freshly made stuffed pancakes. Initially feeling slightly embarrassed, Yin Yu noticed Su Liang's indifference and chose to say nothing more. The meal consisted of stewed chicken with radish, stir-fried vegetables, and pan-fried meat patties. Su Liang had also prepared 2 sweetened red date and brown sugar eggs for both herself and Yin Yu, infused with herbs, exuding a delightful fragrance. Why am I not included? Ning Jing expressed his confusion. Yin Yu chuckled. Young Master Ning, this is meant for women to replenish their energy and blood. Ning Jing, unfazed, turned to Su Liang and inquired, can men not consume such nourishing food? Su Liang sighed. They can, indeed they can. With that, she took Ning Jing's bowl and served him half of her portion. He sampled it and found it quite agreeable. Yin Yu dined with grace, setting down her chopsticks to commend Su Liang's culinary skills, then took the initiative to tidy up the dishes. You should teach me how to tailor clothes. Let him handle the cleanup, she suggested. Su Liang urged Yin Yu to put the dishes down. Ning Jing shook his head in refusal. Yin Yu paused, asking then why? Your elder brother is not deceased. He will surely seek you out. Ning Jing responded with an air of detachment. Yin Yu furrowed her brow, pondering. What if he is swayed by Yao Qianqian's manipulations, believing I have eloped with someone? In his disappointment, he may not come looking for me. A brother so foolish is not needed, Ning Jing retorted. Yin Yu's expression shifted, her gaze resolute. That will not happen. My elder brother will undoubtedly trust me. He will find me, no matter what. Yin Yu diligently taught Su Liang the art of tailoring, guiding her in sewing undergarments. The muscle memory of the original owner lingered, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, Su Liang swiftly adapted to the task at hand. After fetching warm water for washing, Yin Yu expressed her gratitude once more and gently advised her, it's getting late. You should rest now and not worry about me. Su Liang paused, realizing that this was ostensibly her room. It had been prepared by Ning Jing as a temporary abode for the original owner, who was to depart shortly after the marriage. The bed was modest, barely accommodating two slender girls without crowding. Unaccustomed to sharing a bed, Su Liang had initially intended to sleep on the floor. She requested a mat from Ning Jing and wiped it down, which had been left to dry in the corridor. Ning Jing mentioned that he had a new set of bedding in his room, which Su Liang planned to retrieve later. Ning Gongzi is indeed awaiting you. Yin Yu smiled gently. Su Liang felt a pang of realization. It seemed this girl assumed she would be sharing a bed with Ning Jing in the adjacent room. Yet, explaining this situation was quite challenging. Ning Jing is calling you, Yin Yu urged. Do go. She further remarked, although I have not witnessed a couple like you, I can't help but feel the depth of your affection, an unspoken understanding between you. Upon entering Ning Jing's chamber, she heard him say, Your bed is too small to accommodate two. You shall sleep here. Chapter 12, Master Yin, shall you then sleep in the woodshed? Su Liang doubted Ning Jing's intent to share a bed. His demeanor exuded a genuine simplicity, not merely for show. Throughout these past days, he had shown her nothing but respect. With an indifferent expression, Ning Jing replied, It was my suggestion to allow Yin Yu to stay. I could not let you sleep on the floor. I have matters to attend to. A larger bed would suffice, allowing her to share with Yin Yu comfortably. Without hesitation, Ning Jing had already left the room. Su Liang harbored a slight suspicion that he had vacated the bed merely to create a pretext for his departure. However, with his absence, she resolved to assume he had genuine matters to attend to. Upon entering the inner chamber, she discovered that the bed had been adorned with fresh linens, prompting her to rest there without a trace of guilt. She even brought in her newly acquired bathing tub to indulge in a warm bath. The following morning, as Su Liang stepped out, she coincidentally encountered Ning Jing returning, carrying a bundle. Where have you been? Su Liang inquired with curiosity. Ning Jing handed her the bundle, stating, I raided the home of Master Huang. A subtle smile graced Su Liang's lips as she replied, For such endeavors in the future, do remember to include me. A cursory glance revealed that the collection of banknotes and silver coins amounted to nearly 200 taels. Ning Jing then broached the subject again. Have you given any thought to that matter? Su Liang shook her head, suggesting they discuss it later. She intended to master the intricacies of language and law before determining her subsequent course of action. For breakfast, she prepared a delightful 8-treasure millet porridge along with a wild vegetable and egg pancake, complemented by a refreshing side dish infused with pear juice, crisp and delectable. Yin Yu took it upon herself to wash the dishes, and this time, Su Liang neither objected nor interfered. Instead, she mentioned to Yin Yu that she needed to converse with Ning Jing and encouraged her to proceed with her own affairs without concern for them. Yin Yu adopted a demeanor of playful indifference, as if their affectionate exchanges did not involve her, closing the door softly behind her while stifling her laughter. Finding Su Liang's candid nature endearing, Teach me to write, Su Liang exclaimed, retrieving the books and writing materials she had purchased from the market the previous day. Upon learning that Su Liang's script bore resemblance to that of this world, albeit simpler, Ning Jing proposed a reciprocal arrangement. Let us exchange. Su Liang instantly grasped the implication. She would teach Ning Jing the characters from her previous life in return for instruction in the script she wished to learn. An agreement was swiftly reached, and Su Liang nodded in affirmation. She favored Ning Jing's perspective, which viewed everything as a transaction, fair and reasonable. Ning Jing began elucidating enlightening texts to Su Liang, encountering no obstacles in comprehension. After a thorough reading, the primary aim was to recognize characters. A significant incident occurred at the residence of the wealthy Huang family, one of the most prominent households in Fian Town. Early in the morning, they discovered a substantial sum of money had mysteriously vanished. They remained oblivious, with no trace or clue to be found, as if the silver notes and ingots had sprouted wings and flown away. Just as Mr. Huang was seething with rage, a servant rushed in, panic evident on his face, exclaiming, Sir, the eldest young master is missing. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang nearly fainted, only to learn that his son was not deceased, but had simply disappeared. This was perplexing, for just a quarter of an hour prior, Mr. Huang had seen his son. The daylight already bright. The Huang household was thrown into chaos, with people in disarray and a cacophony of commotion. Dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an approaching storm. Hu Er, accompanied by several gift boxes, set off as agreed, taking a horse-drawn carriage towards Su village to retrieve the prescription from Su Liang. However, just as they exited Fian Town, They were intercepted. Who dares to obstruct me? Hu cursed as he drew back the carriage curtain. It was him. He was the one who snatched that girl from my grasp yesterday. A bruised and portly figure blocked the path, and Hu froze. Huang fatty. A dagger glided perilously close to Hu ear, embedded in the carriage, causing him to sit in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Get down, barked the guard in dark attire. Hu had not brought any muscle with him that day and immediately faltered, unwilling to meet a grim fate. Peering past the assailant, he caught sight of a young man in blue standing amidst the nearby trees. The ink-clad guard, growing impatient, kicked aside the cowering coachman and seized Hu, dragging him into the woods. Master, it is indeed he. Hu was thrown to the ground, where a hand helped him rise. Pray tell me, where is that young lady from yesterday? The young man in blue, appearing to be in his 20s, exuded elegance and charm, his demeanor gentle and courteous. Yu tidied the kitchen before beginning to wash the clothes she and Su Liang had changed out of the previous day. The water was cold, and her lack of skill resulted in a slow process, her delicate fingers turning a rosy hue from the chill. After finishing, she sought a place to hang the garments, only to realize that the weather was inclement, rendering outdoor drying impossible. How foolish of me, Yu berated herself. Suddenly, she heard someone calling for Su Liang. Still donned in her apron, she emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "Who is it?" The front door was forcibly opened, and upon recognizing the figure standing at the threshold, Yu froze, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed forward, lifting her skirts. Elder brother, Ning Jing, and Su Liang emerged together at the door, witnessing the poignant reunion between the siblings. You truly are a charlatan, Su Liang remarked. I did not expect the eldest son of the Yin family to arrive so swiftly. Before long, Yin had drawn her brother Yin Feng into the scene. Elder brother. It was young Master Ning Qi and Madam Ning who kindly rescued me and took me in. Her eyes glistening with joy, Yin spoke fervently. Yin Feng regarded Ning Jing with a scrutinizing gaze. Took you in? Is that to say they have made you a maid? Su Liang was taken aback. However, observing the eldest daughter of the Yin family in her apron, slightly wrinkled and damp attire, with smudges on her face and hands red and wrinkled, it indeed seemed plausible. Before Yin could elaborate, Yin Feng scoffed lightly. Ning Qi, you saved my sister. You must have ulterior motives. Speak plainly. Brother, Yin feels quite embarrassed. Just moments ago, Yin Feng inquired if she had been mistreated by Ning Jing, and now he displays such arrogance. My younger sister, naive to the ways of the world, cannot truly believe there exists a living bodhisattva among us, can she? Yin Feng's gaze fell upon Su Liang, tinged with a subtle curiosity. How could you behave this way? Dear brother? Yin Yu's expression reflected disappointment. It was my own insistence on working that led to this. If young Master Ning and Madam Ning are in distress, is it not only right for us to lend a hand? Su Liang. Yin Yu looked apologetically at her. After inquiring last night, she realized that Su Liang was over half a year her senior. Ning Jing often spoke of transactions, yet he was not unpleasant. However, Yin Feng appeared convinced that Ning Jing harbored ulterior motives in rescuing his sister, exhibiting a self-righteous demeanor. Su Liang, indifferent to him, offered only 2 words to Yin Yu. Take care. Yin Yu sensed Su Liang's anger, yet Su Liang did not afford her the chance to explain. As the door closed, Yin Feng, with an inscrutable expression, took Yin Yu away. From within the room, Su Liang's voice echoed. Young Master Yin, the darkness in your mind suggests impending misfortune. Be cautious. Did you hear that, little sister? She is cursing me, Yin Feng remarked. Shaking his head, he added, Ning Qi is employing a strategy of feigned retreat. You have fallen for it. With the window ajar, Su Liang heard Yin Feng's words and was rendered speechless. Earlier, it was Ning Jing who noticed the dark mist on Yin Feng's brow, prompting Su Liang's warning. Concerned for Yin Yu's safety in Yin Feng's company, she pondered whether he, a fallen young master, intended to exploit her sister for his own ascent. Su Liang appeared deep in thought as Ning Jing's slender fingers traced a specific character in the book. This word, he indicated. Su Liang lowered her gaze, reading aloud, Hysteria. The meaning of madness. Chapter 13, Seeking the Pig. As the cart crossed the bridge towards the village entrance, Hu had been hiding outside the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Madam Ning? The courtyard gate stood ajar, and it was only after Hu called out thrice that the door opened. Come in. Su Liang stood in the corridor, glancing up at the gloomy sky, sensing that heavy rain was imminent. Hu, feeling somewhat awkward, brushed off the dirt and grass clippings from his clothes and approached. That young master you brought, what is his background? Su Liang, observing Hu Er's discomposure, could surmise the situation. With a hint of embarrassment, Hu Er replied, that young master was quite courteous, but his servant was rather fierce. It matters not. Su Liang interjected, shaking her head. Who he is should be of no concern. We are unlikely to see him again. Hu Er felt a weight lift off his shoulders, relieved that Su Liang would not hold his escorting of Yin Feng against him and would continue to provide treatment. After moving a chair into the corridor for Hu Er to sit, Su Liang took his pulse and inquired about the frequency and symptoms of his affliction, as well as his usual dietary habits. Noticing Su Liang's furrowed brow, Hu Er asked, "Is it truly possible to eradicate this illness?" Su Liang contemplated and then wrote out a prescription. She also composed 2 medicinal dietary recipes beneficial for epilepsy, which required inexpensive ingredients, making it feasible to have occasionally without significant expense. Upon receiving the prescription, Hu Er stared at the slender and elegant characters for a moment, uncertainly asking Su Liang, "Is this really for me? Your ailment must be treated gradually. Impatience will yield no results. Following this prescription is essential, even if the occurrences diminish. You must continue the treatment. It may take 3 to 5 years, and stopping the medication could lead to a relapse." Su Liang's expression was serious as she said, "Those 2 medicinal recipes, consumed occasionally, will benefit your health. Remember, you must abstain from alcohol. 3 to 5 years is nothing. I have endured this illness for 30 to 40 years. Hu Er's face brightened with joy at the mention of the medicinal recipes. "Lady Ning, are you not afraid I might sell them?" Su Liang shook her head. "I promise to treat you, and the recipes are yours to handle as you see fit." Hu Er gazed at the youthful yet composed young woman before him, whose demeanor radiated an extraordinary grace. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Ning." Over the years, he had consulted numerous doctors and taken various medicines, yet none had proven effective. Strangely, he found himself placing great trust in Su Liang. To outsiders, Hu Er was the notorious bully of Fian Town, yet he was, in truth, a shrewd businessman. His courtesy towards Su Liang stemmed from having witnessed her skills and courage, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Additionally, upon learning of Ning Jing's noble lineage, his wariness deepened, but most importantly, he sought her medical expertise. After stowing away the recipes, Hu Er produced 2 sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Su Liang. "I had intended to bring a gift today, but unfortunately encountered some trouble along the way. Consider this a token of gratitude for Lady Ning." Su Liang examined the documents and recognized them as the property deed and land contract belonging to the Su family. Though she harbored a deep-seated aversion towards that family and had no intention of residing there, she accepted the papers nonetheless. "Is the mine far from here?" Su Liang inquired. Hu Er was taken aback. "Does Lady Ning wish to visit that family?" Su Liang nodded, indicating her intent. "The mine is under strict government supervision, heavily guarded. Although I have sent many gamblers there, I have never had the opportunity to glimpse it myself." Hu Er shook his head. "Then perhaps it is best to let it be." Su Liang felt a sense of relief upon confirming that the Su Dechang family would not be emerging. After Hu Er took his leave, he encountered the village head, who was perplexed by Hu Er's unexpected politeness regarding the matter of Su Liang inheriting the Su Dechang residence from that day forth. Hu Er offered no explanation, and upon reaching the village entrance, he saw his subordinate arriving in a carriage. "Which scoundrel dares to disrespect the second master? We shall deal with him," one of his followers exclaimed. Hu Er kicked him aside, barking, "Enough. If anyone dares to breathe a word of today's events, they should be wary of their lives." Once aboard the carriage, Yin Yu wore a stern expression, ignoring Yin Feng. She felt immense gratitude towards Su Liang and Ning Jing, finding them to be the most intriguing individuals she had ever encountered. Yet, she was taken aback by her brother's rudeness upon his arrival. "Sister, your kindness has led to this predicament. Fortunately, it has not escalated. I shall ensure everyone believes you merely visited a secondary residence. Let us forget the matters and people here," Yin Feng advised earnestly. Yin Yu remained bewildered, asserting, "Brother, assisting young Master Ning could be advantageous for us if he were to become the head of the Ning family. Last month, Ning Yao's sister wed in the capital. Ning Qi possesses nothing and cannot possibly compete with him. We need not involve ourselves," Yin Feng replied, shaking his head. "Is my brother's rudeness towards young Master Ning an attempt to sever ties? Does he intend to continue business with Ning Yao?" Yin Yu's expression reflected disappointment. "We must certainly pursue business with the Ning family. I harbor doubts about Ning Qi's intentions in saving you. It seems he aims to possess you." thereby gaining control over the Yin family to rival Ning Yao. You have been beguiled by his facade. Yin Feng's expression was grave. Sister, trust your elder brother. I do this for your own good. His intentions were far from pure, and there should be no further entanglement, lest he be given an opportunity to exploit. Yin Yu's face flushed with anger. Brother, you are truly a petty man. Yin Feng furrowed his brow. Sister, what kind of enchantment has Ning Qi cast upon you? If you are merely infatuated with his appearance, it is best to abandon such thoughts at once. Yin Feng's expression turned peculiar. A mere village girl. I believe Ning Qi has only brought you here to serve him as a maid. He is indiscriminate in his hunger. What, madam, could you possibly be? Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. My lord, there is a fallen tree ahead. We cannot pass, reported the. Yin Feng rose and approached, lifting the curtain to gaze outside, only to find they were no longer on the road they had traveled, but amidst a dense thicket. Just as confusion washed over him, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Looking down, he saw blood gushing from a wicked dagger. Yin Feng was struck as if by lightning, incredulously staring at Yin Wu, the guard who had grown up alongside him, like his own shadow. Yin Wu drove the dagger deeper, his usual respectful demeanor now transformed into arrogance as he sneered. Do you not realize you should address me as brother? Your father, inebriated, insulted my mother, leading to my existence. He was fully aware of my lineage yet refused to acknowledge me, thinking I was oblivious, and even arranged for me to serve as your servant. You ought to thank me for my kindness in waiting for your reunion, before sending you both on your way together. Yin Wu withdrew the dagger, and Yin Feng fell, blood pouring from his wounds as he tumbled from the carriage. The piercing scream of Yin Yu echoed from within, soon fading into an eerie silence. The torrential rain poured down. YNW stood amidst the rain, coldly observing YNF-ing and YNY lying side by side on the ground. YNY's eyes were tightly shut, while YNF-ing, covered in blood, kept his eyes wide open, fixated on YNW. Leaning down, YNW gently patted YNF-ing's face and whispered in his ear, that village girl possesses some skill. You ought to believe her. After relieving YNF-ing of all his valuable belongings, YNW unhitched the horse from the cart, raised his whip, and vanished into the rain. Meanwhile, YOWI, who had been knocked unconscious and bound in the cart, bore a gaping wound in his neck, with blood dripping from the vehicle, forming a vivid crimson line. Upon hearing BICOH calling for her from outside, Liang stepped out to find him wearing an anxious expression. The pig pen at my home is broken, and the pig has escaped. Have you seen it? Liang shook her head in response. BICOH stamped his foot and dashed into the storm. Liang understood how vital a pig raised for over half a year was to a poor farming family. Yet she was unfamiliar with the area of SG village. The wind howled and the rain poured, rendering her efforts futile. By the time Liang ladled the prepared bowl of dumpling soup into a basin and brought it to Ning Jiang, he furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What is this?" As Liang ate, her gaze drifted outside, wondering if BICOH had located his pig. Ning Jiang scooped a spoonful into his bowl, savoring it. The dumplings were perfectly chewy, and the vegetables and lean meat were cut into fine strips, cooked to perfection. The warmth of the dish, combined with the tang of rice vinegar and the spice of pepper, created a delicious and comforting meal, especially suitable for such a chilly and stormy day. Just as Liang set down her spoon, Ning Jiang took the last bit for himself. And at that moment, BICOH appeared at the gate of the courtyard. "COH, did you find the pig?" Liang called out, raising her voice. "Found it. Sister Ning, a calamity has befallen your relatives," Bai Xiaohu shouted, as a throng of people surged into the courtyard, bearing a wooden board. Su Liang's expression hardened, and she swiftly stepped outside, only to find the bloodied Yin siblings laid beneath the eaves by the villagers. The previous day, Bai Xiaohu had encountered Yin Yu, during which Su Liang had casually mentioned that she was a relative of Ning Jing. Su Liang held no doubts regarding Ning Jing's foreboding about Yin Feng's impending doom. However, both she and Ning Jing had speculated that Yin Feng was not destined to perish, but rather to commit murder. He was likely to eliminate young Master Huang, who had nearly violated Yin Yu, a task not beyond his capabilities. Thus, Su Liang had merely offered a warning, never anticipating that the siblings would encounter misfortune so swiftly. Noticing that Yin Yu bore no visible wounds, Su Liang bent down for a closer inspection, only to discover the crimson marks around her neck, causing her heart to plummet. Had she succumbed? Bai Xiaohu's face turned pale. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Yu trembled slightly and began to cough. Su Liang released a breath of relief. No wonder Ning Jing had only perceived the dark mist on Yin Feng's brow, while Yin Yu remained undetected. This calamity was indeed Yin Feng's. He was on the brink of death, yet still clinging to faint breaths. Kindly assist in carrying him inside, Su Liang instructed, gesturing towards her room. While Yin Feng was somewhat disagreeable, she could not bear to let him perish without aid. Chapter 14. Medical fees. Su Liang pointed, and the villagers, who had intended to place Yin Feng on the bed, instead laid him on the ground. Bai Xiaohu did not enter. He pulled Ning Jing aside, signaling him to lower his head. My father mentioned that there is a corpse in the vehicle, Bai Xiaohu whispered, his small face ashen. My grandfather and father are handling the cart behind, ensuring no one sees. It's nothing to worry about. Ning Jing shook his head and added, he is a wicked man. Bai Xiaohu sighed in relief. That's good. The laws of Qian country are notoriously severe, and common folk dread becoming embroiled in murder cases. Bai Dama originally intended to conduct business with Ning Jing, hoping to earn a little to supplement her household, which hardly constituted a close relationship. The shift began with Su Liang's arrival, albeit just 3 days prior. The Bai family felt Su Liang's kindness and generosity, and naturally, they took note of it. When trouble arose, they instinctively sought to protect both Su Liang and Ning Jing. Otherwise, with Yao Wei's corpse exposed, the officials would soon descend to investigate. Rumors suggested that Ning Jing was hiding here. Being implicated in a lawsuit could lead to significant trouble. Grandma, she is still alive, Bai Xiaohu exclaimed. And that one is alive too. Bai Dama clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking the heavens. Ning Jing handed a pouch of money to Bai Dama, instructing her to distribute it among the villagers who had helped. Bai Dama counted the coins and divided them evenly, excluding her own family from the count. Once the villagers were sent away, Bai Dama helped the trembling Yin Yu up from the cold ground. Where is my elder brother? Yin Yu cried, tears streaming down her face. In that room, Bai Xiaohu pointed to Su Liang's chamber. Upon opening the door, they found Su Liang, bloodied hands resting beside Yin Feng. Ning Jing, help me find some supplies, Su Liang said. After relaying a lengthy list, Ning Jing took note, vowing to gather what they had at home. Dama, do you have any old, discarded bedding? Su Liang inquired. Bai Dama eagerly nodded yes. Yin Yu collapsed beside Yin Feng, sobbing to the point of near unconsciousness. Be quiet. Su Liang frowned. Yin Yu covered her mouth, unable to look away, yet irresistibly captivated by every movement of Su Liang, her heart racing with trepidation. Ning Jing observed as Su Liang meticulously stitched Yin Feng's grievous wound, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. I'll head to the town to procure medicinal herbs. Is there anything else you require? Ning Jing inquired. Su Liang listed several additional herbs, and Ning Jing nodded before turning to venture into the ring. Bai Xiaohu brought over a tattered yet clean blanket, contemplating that Su Liang must surely harbor disdain for this individual. In Sujia village, there were no physicians. One either traveled to the town or to the nearby Songjia village, where an elderly doctor resided. When Bai Lao Tu inquired, Su Liang replied that there was no need for a doctor. As the rain intensified, Bai Lao Tu donned his raincoat and stepped out from Ning's abode, gazing at the swollen stream with a furrowed brow, lamenting that many crops were destined to rot in the fields. Upon learning that no lives had been lost, the village chief heaved a sigh of relief and departed. Those entangled in matters of life and death were often sent to the mines as laborers. On that day, Ning Jing had intervened to prevent Su Liang from taking a life at Su Dechang's residence, precisely for this reason. After examining the situation, Su Liang nodded in agreement. How much was spent? The ginseng acquired is of fine quality, surely not inexpensive. There remains 51, Ning Jing replied, having exhausted all the funds, including those pilfered from Huang Yuanwei's residence the previous night. Su Liang remarked, once we revive Yin Feng, it would be a travesty not to extract a considerable sum from him. Under Su Liang's admonition, Yin Yu regained her composure, changed out of her wet garments, and soaked her hands in warm water, her gaze fixed upon Yin Feng. Meanwhile, Su Liang busied herself in the kitchen preparing medicine. Will my elder brother die? Yin Yu asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Su Liang. Su Liang shook her head, but Yin Yu's complexion paled. Now, it all depends on his fate. As Su Liang stepped out, she was relieved to have discovered the situation early. Had she delayed any further, Yin Feng would have lost too much blood, and even the most divine beings could not have salvaged the outcome. Yet, with limited resources at hand, All she could do was her utmost and leave the rest to fate. Su Liang moved her belongings into the Ningjing room, changing out of her blood-stained attire. She then entered the kitchen where Ningjing had already prepared hot water, setting about to cook porridge and prepare pancakes. Ningjing's hair was damp, cascading down her back. As she sat by the fire, her profile resembling that of exquisite jade, a sudden thought struck Su Liang, recalling that Ningjing had decided to accept Yin Yu's messages yesterday. She inquired about her intentions regarding the Yin family. Ningjing shook her head slightly, stating her lack of desires from them. Su Liang frowned, questioning whether it was merely out of goodwill. Ningjing, glancing at Su Liang with an indifferent expression, remarked that she had not yet agreed to stay and assist her. And with nowhere else to go, she suggested that befriending Yin Yu might prove beneficial in the future. Su Liang was taken aback, realizing that Ningjing was considering her interests. She could even delegate this task to Hu Er, a guaranteed profit, and he would likely be interested. "Aren't you afraid that I might grow close to Yin Yu and leave with her?" Su Liang asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. Ningjing shook her head, stating that Su Liang was free to depart, yet she still hoped she would stay and assist her. "Thank you. I will not leave with Yin Yu. I will contemplate that matter seriously," Su Liang replied. After dinner was prepared, Su Liang took a portion to Yin Yu and checked on Yin Feng's condition, which appeared grim. His fate, whether life or death, hinged upon whether he could endure the night. Following dinner, Ningjing laid out the mat that Su Liang had cleaned the previous night and retrieved her bedding from the cupboard. A screen partitioned them. Su Liang occupied the bed while Ningjing made her bed on the floor. After explaining to Yin Yu the peculiarities surrounding Yin Feng, she immediately called out to him. Yin Yu, trembling with apprehension, dared not close her eyes, periodically checking Yin Feng's breath and placing her hand on his forehead to ascertain whether he had a fever. The following day, the rain persisted. In the early morning, Su Liang rose, completed her morning rituals, and proceeded to check on Yin Feng. Seeing him awake brought her immense relief. It was the first time she had stepped into the realm of medicine after her transmigration, and naturally, she wished for him to survive. Turning her gaze, she noticed Yin Yu's flushed complexion and dazed demeanor. Upon reaching out, she discovered that Yin Yu's forehead was burning with fever. "You are truly remarkable," Yin Yu exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration as she embraced Su Liang's arm. Su Liang gently pulled her up, insisting that she lie still on the bed while she ventured out to prepare medicine. By the time she had concocted the remedies for both Yin Feng and Yin Yu, a considerable amount of time had passed. In the interim, Bai Xiaohu visited, and upon learning that Yin Feng was indeed alive, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What a fortunate man he is." As luck would have it, Yin Feng opened his eyes just as noon approached. While Su Liang was halfway through preparing a meal, she heard Ningjing calling for her, and she tied her apron before approaching him. "Where's my sister?" Yin Feng inquired weakly, his gaze fixed on Su Liang. "She is fine," Su Liang responded, feeling a sense of satisfaction that Yin Feng's first concern was for Yin Yu. Yin Feng glanced at Ningjing, who stood behind Su Liang, and said, "It was you who saved us." Ningjing, with an indifferent expression, shook his head and replied, "It was not me. It was her." Yin Feng turned his astonished gaze back to Su Liang, asking, "How did you know that I would be in danger?" Su Liang shook her head. "I possess no prophetic abilities. At that moment, I simply cursed you, urging you not to overthink." Yin Feng's expression darkened further upon witnessing Su Liang's smile. "Since you have awakened, young Master Yin, it is time to sign the contract," she declared. Ningjing silently presented 2 prepared sheets of paper, which Su Liang held up for Yin Feng to see. "The first time we saved your sister, and the second time, both of you. The expenses we incurred and the efforts we made are clearly documented. Although the total expenditure amounts to only a little over 300 taels, we cannot compare with you. This is the entirety of our family's fortune. To be fair, you must offer your entire estate as compensation. Considering Yin Yu's sake, I shall grant you a discount, merely half of the Yin family's assets." This is nothing short of extortion," Yin Feng exclaimed, his demeanor reflecting a realization of their ulterior motives. "I refuse. I will return every single tael of the 300. He winced as he tugged at his wound, inhaling sharply in pain. Su Liang nodded. "Very well. We have calculated the monetary aspect. Now let us assess your life. Your life is in my hands, and I assure you, you shall recover completely. However, my temperament is rather volatile. The fees for my services will depend entirely on my mood. Initially, I intended to waive the fees for Yin Yu's sake, but I have since changed my mind." Yin Feng's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean? If you wish to live, You must sign the labor contract. Your fee will be to work in the mines. I find it quite fitting for you, Su Liang replied with a cold smile. Otherwise, I shall plunge another knife into you and cast you aside, leaving us even. Chapter 15. The death of Yin Feng. Yin Yu, afflicted by a chill, fell into a deep slumber after taking her medicine. Unaware of the confrontation between Su Liang and Yin Feng, Su Liang tucked away the contract bearing Yin Feng's seal and posed another question. As one of the 4 great merchants of the Qian kingdom, with your vast family fortune, why did you not allocate some silver after we rescued your sister? Surely you could have made a show of goodwill. She found Yin Feng's actions quite foolish. The head of the esteemed Yin family, a businessman, displaying such a lack of emotional intelligence was simply absurd. Yin Feng's expression stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he weakly replied, I never imagined that the sole legitimate son of the Ning family could possibly be short of funds. Su Liang shook her head, asserting, this has nothing to do with Ning Jing's financial situation. We may not require assistance, but you cannot offer nothing in return. Yin Feng's countenance darkened as he confessed. I admit, due to some unfortunate rumors, I harbored deep prejudices against Ning Qi, mistakenly believing he sought to exploit my sister, hence. Su Liang scoffed. A narrow-minded perspective. Indeed. Yin Feng's face twisted in bitterness. I apologize to my 2 benefactors. The contract is signed. I shall not go back on my word, or else my sister may no longer recognize me. Su Liang then checked on Yin Yu, noting that her fever had begun to subside. As they stepped outside, they were met with a tempest of wind and rain, the chill biting into their skin. They were utterly without funds. Su Liang sighed softly. The last 50 had been spent purchasing eggs from the Bai family. Even if Yin Feng honored his promise, it would take an uncertain amount of time to access the Yin family's wealth and achieve financial independence. The rain poured down in torrents. Ning Jing tended to the fire, and before Su Liang could finish preparing lunch, a thunderous knocking echoed through the air. The 2 emerged from the kitchen to find the front door violently forced open, and a group of constables stormed in. Which one of you is Ning Jing? Barked the burly captain, his face a mask of intimidation. I am, came the reply. S countenance remained serene. The county office received a report from Master Huang of Fian Town, stating that his eldest son had mysteriously disappeared, and that someone had witnessed a confrontation between you and young Master Huang in the street just the day before. The captain barked sternly. Did you harm young Master Huang? Speak the truth. Shook his head, asserting no. The captain scoffed, then abruptly gestured for a search. As the constables rushed toward the room, instinctively attempted to intervene, only to be halted by his outstretched hand. What about your treasures? Inquired in a hushed tone. If discovered, it would lead to grave trouble. It matters not, replied, exhibiting no sign of concern. Pondered, having stayed in that very room for the past few days, she had not encountered any chest containing the jewels and artifacts, suggesting that had concealed them quite cleverly. The search concluded swiftly, yielding no clues related to young Master Huang. The captain glanced toward the mountain behind the house, his gaze narrowing, and raised his voice, search the mountain. Alive, we seek the living. Dead, we seek the corpse. Consequently, the drenched constables hurriedly made their way toward the rear mountain. S expression turned perplexed. You haven't buried Yao Wei in the back mountain, have you? Nodded, stating, if the body is unearthed, we shall claim it was Yin Feng who committed the act and let them take him away. Cleared her throat lightly. You don't truly believe him, do you? Countered, do you? Shook her head. I do not. He is merely a man forced to bow beneath the eaves. Ultimately, the disappearance of young Master Huang, or even his possible demise, was indeed orchestrated by Yin Feng. Casting him aside is only justifiable. The 2 then proceeded to prepare their meal, and after dining, began to teach the art of calligraphy. Found the brush in her hand unyielding, as if it resisted her command, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. Ning Jing discovered a calligraphy book for her to practice. The font was exquisite and appealing to me. Su Liang flipped through it briefly, noting that the handwriting was markedly different from Ning Jing's, graceful and fluid. Engrossed in her copying, Su Liang lost track of time until she heard commotion outside. Raising her head, she saw the group of constables descending the mountain, not returning but departing instead. Had they not noticed Yao Wei's corpse? Su Liang felt a twinge of surprise, tinged with disappointment. Following the matter of the contract, her disdain for Yin Feng had intensified, and she truly wished to rid her home of him, yet felt restrained by Yin Yu, unable to cast Yin Feng out. She had hoped the constables would discover the body on the mountain and take Yin Feng with them. If Yin Yu were dissatisfied, he could go wherever he pleased. I shall go and take a look, Ning Jing announced as she stood. Su Liang set down her brush. I shall accompany you. After checking on Yin, Su Liang donned the raincoat borrowed from Aunt Bai, while Ning Jing held an umbrella, locking the courtyard door as they headed toward the back mountain. The ascent was slippery, with Ning Jing leading the way and Su Liang following in his footsteps. As they rounded to the other side of the mountain, the rain finally ceased. Upon reaching the hillside, Ning Jing paused, and Su Liang stepped forward, spotting a recently excavated earth pit, with rainwater having washed over a wild boar. Did you bury Yao Wei here yesterday? Su Liang felt a chill of disbelief. How could Yao Wei's body have transformed into a wild boar? Ning Jing moved aside to examine the faint tracks visible beneath the tree. Su Liang bent down, realizing that the boar had only recently perished, blood still oozing. Although Su Liang herself was a time traveler, she did not believe in ghosts during daylight hours. Had someone replaced Yao Wei's corpse? Could it be that Uncle Liang had not departed, secretly watching over you? Su Liang pondered a possibility. Ning Jing shook his head and departed. It was not Uncle Liang. Yet someone had indeed taken Yao Wei and released a wild boar here. The boar was quite large. After a moment of contemplation, Su Liang proposed that the Bai family, who had been of considerable assistance, help sell the wild boar, and the proceeds be shared equally between their families. Ning Jing nodded in agreement, stating he would remain here while she summoned others. Upon descending the mountain, Su Liang made her way directly to the Bai household. To avoid complications, she claimed that she and Ning Jing had hunted the wild boar. Bai Xiaohu's eyes widened in astonishment. A wild boar? It was just raining. You went up the mountain to hunt a wild boar? Su Liang also felt that it sounded rather peculiar, as if she and Ning Jing were somewhat unhinged. When the constable arrived, Bai Laotu inquired if everything was well. Su Liang shook her head, assuring him that all was fine. It was the son of Mr. Huang from town who had gone missing, and a few days prior, they had a minor altercation in the street. They had searched the mountains but found nothing and subsequently left. You went to search the mountains and encountered the wild boar, which you managed to kill, Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. That's impressive. My father has never caught a wild boar. Bai Peng playfully tapped Bai Xiaohu on the back of the head, declaring he would assist young Master Ning and Madam Ning in bringing down the wild boar. With a smile, Su Liang stated, I have come to request Uncle Bai's help in selling the wild boar, and the money will be split between our families. The Bai family stood in astonishment, and Bai Peng hurriedly declined, but Su Liang remained resolute, asserting that if they were unwilling to share the proceeds, she would seek assistance elsewhere. Hurry now, urged Bai Dinyang, nudging her son. After the past few days, she had come to understand that Su Liang was a straightforward person, and when she offered something, she meant it sincerely. The old man Bai, accompanied by his two sons, set out with Bai Xiaohu, who insisted on joining the excitement, carrying a rope and a wooden stick as he followed Su Liang up the mountain. Ning Jing remained behind, waiting, with no one else appearing during that time. By the time they transported the wild boar back to the Bai residence, night had fallen. The old man Bai declared his intention to sell it at the tavern in town before dawn the following day. Bai Dama prepared a meal, insisting that Su Liang and Ning Jing stay for dinner, stating she would also take food to the Yin siblings, Yin Feng and Yin Yu. Su Liang mused that Yin Yu was likely still asleep and, feeling indifferent toward Yin Feng, chose to remain at the Bai household for dinner with Ning Jing. Bai Xiaohu suggested they slice a piece of the wild boar meat to fry for a meal, but his mother pinched his ear in disapproval, reminding him that it must be sold whole at the tavern. Su Liang chuckled softly, promising to hunt another boar another day to treat Xiaohu to some meat. You said it, Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, his little face alight with excitement, only to face a double reprimand from his parents. Bai Xiaohu had a 6-year-old younger brother nicknamed Juzi, who was frail and rarely ventured outside. The Bai family lived in poverty, primarily due to the expenses incurred in raising this child. They had even sold 2 acres of land the previous year. Before finishing his meal, Juzi fell asleep in the old man's arms. Su Liang contemplated finding an opportunity to check on Juzi's health another day, as it was too late now. Neither Su Liang nor Ning Jing found the Bai family's simple fare lacking in flavor, nor were they bothered by Bai Xiaohu's eagerness to join them. Su Liang was quite easygoing, while Ning Jing, despite his cool demeanor, showed no hint of arrogance. After they departed, the old man Bai sighed, remarking on the true essence of nobility. Meanwhile, Yin Yu slept soundly, while Yin Feng lay awake, his eyes dark and brooding. As someone approached the bed, they accidentally kicked Yin Feng. Who? Yin Feng exclaimed in surprise. A face adorned with a ghostly mask suddenly loomed large before Yin Feng, his eyes wide with terror. In the next instant, a sharp spike pressed against his throat, icy and piercing, sending chills down his spine. With a crisp clang, a hammer struck the spike, piercing Yin Feng's neck, and blood gushed forth, extinguishing his breath in an instant. In Sujia village, tranquility reigned. The task was complete. The masked figure straightened up, muttering to itself before vanishing from sight. Chapter 16. Retribution. The moon hung cold and frosty in the sky. As Ning Jing and Su Liang approached their home, they paused at the sound of a carriage. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within, the voice of Yin Yu. Su Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Without waiting for the door to open, she took a running leap, vaulting over the courtyard wall. By the time Ning Jing unlocked the door and entered, Su Liang was already inside. Elder brother, wake up!" Yin Yu cried, her gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Yin Feng, her voice choked with grief. Su Liang lit the lamp and turned to see the iron spike lodged in Yin Feng's neck, her heart sinking with shock. Though she harbored disdain for Yin Feng, and had even conspired with Ning Jing to hand him over to the authorities should any legal troubles arise due to young Master Huang or Yao Wei, she never anticipated that he would be murdered. Ning Jing appeared behind Su Liang, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the iron spike. "A killer?" Su Liang whispered, to which Ning Jing nodded gravely. "That spike was emblematic of a notorious assassin's weapon. Was it aimed at you or him?" Su Liang inquired of Ning Jing, though deep down, she already knew the answer. This was Ning Jing's home. Yin Feng's arrival here yesterday had been a twist of fate, known only to a select few in Sujia village, especially considering that the assassin had been hired in advance to commit the deed. If it were to be said that the Yin family sought to seize their inheritance by slaying Yin Feng, they would undoubtedly not spare Yin Yu. Thus, the true target of the assassin should be Ning Jing. The fatal error in killing Yin Feng may have arisen from the assassin being provided only with the precise address and having inquired about the residents of this household. Under normal circumstances, the sole young male present here is none other than Ning Jing. Coincidentally, there is also a young woman in the room, and both lie motionless. In the dead of night, with only the two of them present, anyone unaware of the Yin siblings' presence would instinctively assume it to be Ning Jing and Su Liang. The strong stench of blood in the room left Su Liang feeling suffocated, and she was at a loss as to how to console Yin Yu. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. "Young Master Ning? Madam Ning?" Su Liang and Ning Jing turned to exit. The carriage they had seen earlier was that of Xiao Lu, a subordinate sent by Hu Er. "My master sent me to check on you. I trust you are both well. Our residence has been turned upside down." Yet nothing was discovered. "It is said that the officials visited Su family village today, and my master has been concerned for your safety. There is something my master instructed me to relay to Madam Ning, which he forgot to mention yesterday." The gentleman in blue was accompanied by two attendants. When he came to visit Madam Ning, only one clad in black remained. The other, dressed in white, was dispatched by that gentleman to handle matters with young Master Huang. "My master overheard an unpleasant exchange between that gentleman and the two of you and fears that he may have led you into trouble. Young Master Huang suffered due to him, and should anyone have witnessed the encounter, it could very well implicate you as well. Please exercise extra caution." Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Su Liang sensed that something was amiss. If the attendant in white only intended to deal with young Master Huang, it would not have taken much effort to conclude the matter and subsequently reunite with the siblings, Yin Feng and Yin Yu. However, 2 days have elapsed, and he has yet to make an appearance. Strangely, Yin Yu is completely unaware that, aside from Yin Wu, her brother has brought someone else along. Otherwise, she would have mentioned it. After waking, Yin Feng also failed to mention that individual. Either that person is allied with Yin Wu, or there is an underlying mystery. If it is the former, there would be no reason for Yin Feng to withhold information, particularly from Yin Yu. Su Liang leans towards the latter possibility. Grateful for Lord Hu Er's concern and caution, Su Liang intended to offer Xiao Lu a small sum for drinks, yet found his pockets empty. After conveying Lord Hu's instructions, Xiao Lu took his leave. The heart-wrenching cries of Yin Yu filled the room, leading Su Liang to ponder whether the wild boar that had replaced Yao Wei's corpse in the back mountain could be connected to Yin Feng's other attendant. If the individual is a friend rather than a foe, why conceal themselves instead of revealing their presence? Just as Su Liang contemplated asking Ning Jing for his opinion, he noticed Ning Jing suddenly striding toward the backyard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Ning Jing reappeared, gripping a man's neck firmly. The man, clad in white and speckled with mud, made Su Liang realize his identity. Young Master Ning, it is a misunderstanding. I am Yin Wan, and I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to find my master and miss. The man in white raised his hands in surrender. Then why the furtive behavior? Ning Jing questioned coldly. I was away yesterday and remain ignorant of what transpired with my master and miss. I wish to ascertain the situation first. Yin Wen sighed. Why such a lengthy absence? Su Liang inquired. Yin Wen explained that due to the ferocity of the storm, he sought refuge after dealing with young Master Huang. A lie. Ning Jing's hands suddenly tightened. Yin Feng had no intention of lingering in Sujia village. Yin Wen should have sought him out immediately, incapable of hiding from the rain for 2 days. No, I don't. Yin Wen soon found it difficult to breathe, his eyes rolling back. Just as he was on the brink of suffocation, Ning Jing abruptly released him. He collapsed to the ground, coughing heavily. Yin Feng had been murdered, an iron spike through his neck. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for your movements over the past 2 days, we can only conclude that you are the murderer of Yin Feng. Su Liang said coldly. Yin Wen furrowed his brows in disbelief, staring at Su Liang. Young master. Is he dead? He appeared as if he had just infiltrated, completely unaware of Yin Feng's misfortune. What of the young lady? Yin Wen asked, his eyes widening. Can't you hear her crying? Su Liang scoffed. This is your last chance. Tell me, why have you been gone for so long? Yin Wen's expression soured. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. I apologize for not speaking the truth earlier. At this point, there is nothing left that cannot be revealed. Go to Xuanyang City to find the eldest son, Ning Yao, and inform him of the whereabouts of the 7th young master, Ning. Since the passing of the master last year, the young master had taken over the family business, encountering numerous problems and suffering considerable losses. He intended to use the information about the 7th young master as leverage to curry favor with Ning Yao and negotiate a partnership. Upon hearing this, Su Liang was utterly astonished. Yin Feng's arrogant and rude behavior had its reasons. He knew that Ning Jing had rescued Yin Yu, and yet he planned to betray Ning Jing in exchange for personal gain. Su Liang deemed Yin Feng foolish. He was not merely foolish but utterly selfish and malicious. The head of the Yin family, one of the 4 illustrious merchants of the Qian kingdom, may seem impressive and formidable, yet such prowess is not of Yin Feng's own making. Inheriting his father's legacy, he cannot even safeguard Chengdu. His vision is myopic, driven solely by profit, and his character is deeply flawed. It is not merely that he fails to regard Ning Jing as a benefactor in Yin Feng's eyes. Ning Jing is hardly worthy of being treated as a human being. Yesterday, when Yin Feng left without uttering a single word of thanks, dragging Yin Yu away, he was likely thinking that Ning Jing would soon be disposed of by Ning Yao, rendering any further conversation with such a worthless individual a sheer waste of effort. Consequently, when faced with the threat of the contract today, Yin Feng instinctively displayed arrogance towards both Ning Jing and Su Liang. Upon regaining his composure, he signed the contract, all the while planning to depart in a few days, eagerly anticipating Ning Jing and Su Liang's demise at the hands of Ning Yao's henchmen. What shamelessness! The assassin tonight must have been hired by Ning Yao to eliminate me. At that time, I was absent and Yin Feng was mistakenly killed. Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent. Yin Wen's countenance was one of bitterness. I have persistently advised the young master, yet he remains resolute in his misguided ways. Is this truly retribution? Why did you not go to the Ning family? Su Liang inquired. Yin Wen sighed deeply, stating that he fundamentally disagreed with the young master's act of repaying kindness with enmity. The young lady, possessing a kind heart, would never condone such behavior. However, the young master has always been obstinate, and I feigned agreement, planning to warn young master Ning Qi to be wary of the eldest son of the Ning family once the young master and young lady had departed. It now appears that Ning Yao was already aware of Ning Jing's presence here. Yin Feng, despite his intricate schemes, ultimately became a scapegoat for Ning Jing. The assassin he anticipated arrived, albeit sooner than expected, and with an ironic twist. To say he was a scapegoat is not entirely accurate. Had the assassin truly encountered Ning Jing, it is uncertain who would meet their demise. In brief, Yin Feng sought to assist Ning Yao in harming Ning Jing, only to ultimately succumb to the hands of an assassin hired by Ning Yao. In response to this, there is little more to say than that he had it coming. You should go in and clarify the situation with your mistress, suggested Su Liang. As Yin Wen entered the room, Su Liang turned to Ning Jing, who happened to glance back at her. Their eyes met before parting. Someone intends to kill you. What are your thoughts on this? Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing retorted. If my neck were to be pierced by an iron spike, could you possibly save me? No, Su Liang shook her head. Then I shall exercise caution, Ning Jing declared. Do you not intend to relocate? Su Liang pressed further. Ning Jing slightly shook his head. You promised to hunt another wild boar to treat Xiao Hu to meat. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I shall not leave. An assassin has principles. If they seek to kill you, it shall not be by my hand. Should you choose to depart, feel free. After standing outside for a while, Su Liang listened as Yin Yu's sobs gradually diminished, ultimately falling into silence. Chapter 17. Parting in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing the neighing of horses from the backyard, Ning Jing opened his eyes but did not rise. By the time Su Liang arose in the morning, he had already vanished from the room. Hot water was prepared in the kitchen. After washing up, Su Liang still found no sign of Ning Jing, nor any noise from Yin Yu's room, prompting her to begin making breakfast. The previously carefree and optimistic young girl seemed to have lost all vitality overnight, appearing pale and frail, her eyes swollen severely. As their gazes met, Yin Yu spoke. Her voice hoarse, Su Liang. Merely uttering the name unleashed a torrent of tears. Su Liang set down her spoon and, just as she steadied Yin Yu's trembling arm, the latter leaned against her weakly. I'm so sorry. Yin Yu choked out. You have done nothing wrong. Su Liang sighed gently. Despite Yin Feng's flaws, his concern and care for Yin Yu are genuine. For her, it feels like a thunderclap on a clear day. My elder brother. Whenever Yin Yu mentions Yin Feng, her pain is laced with disappointment. It dawns on her that she has been naive, completely misjudging the nature of her only kin. Su Liang, not particularly skilled at offering comfort, refrains from uttering the nonsensical claim that Yin Feng was merely confused. The reality is clear to both of them. What are your plans moving forward? Su Liang shifts the conversation. Yin Yu sits on a small stool. The flames roaring in the hearth casting a warm glow on her face, yet the eyes that once sparkled with joy now lack even a hint of warmth. Su Liang is somewhat taken aback. Are you seeking revenge on Yin Wu? What outcome do you desire? Su Liang inquires. After a moment of silence, Yin Yu retorts. If he truly is my half-brother, and it was my father who wronged him first, what do you believe I should do? The one at fault is your father, not you. Su Liang replies, her expression calm. What does it matter if you share blood? He could heartlessly kill you, if given the chance. It would be best to eliminate him. The relationship is one of life and death, a choice he has made. Should you show any mercy, it is undoubtedly you who will perish in the end. Yin Yu nods. You are right. I know you care for me. Thank you. She gazes at Su Liang, her eyes softening. If I wish to stay, would you take me in? Su Liang raises an eyebrow. Then as a young lady, you shall serve me as a maid, chopping wood, fetching water, cooking, and doing laundry. Are you up for it? Yin Yu lowers her gaze, softly responding. I would be more than willing. However, I still have unfulfilled wishes. Su Liang did not inquire about Yin Yu's true aspirations, as she sensed that they extended beyond mere vengeance. It was the dish she had sampled at the Bai family's abode the previous night, which she had praised and even asked Bai Dinyang where it had been procured. I wished to taste it again, so I sought some out, Ning Jing remarked candidly. After breakfast, as Yin Yu prepared to tidy up the blood-soaked bedding, Su Liang promptly lifted it and carried it to the backyard, where she set it ablaze. With a shake of her head, Su Liang indicated that she had no immediate plans to depart. However, Yin Yu's gaze fell upon the sharp iron spike, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Ning Yao understood that with young master Ning Qi present, they would not be spared. Su Liang remained composed, affirming that one could not escape fate. Yin Yu sighed, her expression earnest as she regarded Su Liang. If one day you leave this place for another, you must send me word, so I may know how to find you. Very well, Su Liang replied. Yin Yu was her second friend in this world. The first, of course, was the cunning pseudonymous husband, Ning Jing. Bai Dinyang arrived with Bai Xiaohu to deliver funds to Su Liang. The Flying Goose Tavern had collected a total of 400 jin, priced at 15 won per jin, amounting to a total of 6 taels of silver. As Bai Dinyang spoke, she opened the cloth bag, revealing 6 neatly stacked coins. Bai Xiaohu cheerfully stated, My grandfather said our family only requires 1 tael. Su Liang took 3 taels, as had been agreed upon the previous night, dividing it evenly among the households. In the end, Bai Dinyang left with 3 taels, while Bai Xiaohu inquired when Su Liang would next ascend the mountain to hunt wild boars. In a couple of days, weather permitting, Su Liang replied, glancing toward the mountains behind the house, indeed feeling a surge of enthusiasm for the hunt. However, the recent heavy rain had left the terrain muddy and unsuitable for such an endeavor at present. Make sure to call for me. Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap into the air. As long as your parents agree, Su Liang replied with a smile. In a flash, Bai Xiaohu dashed away. Su Liang entered the room, placing the money on the table, and sighed softly, contemplating the lack of meat at home and the imminent absence of vegetables the following day. Ning Jing set aside the book he was reading. Shall I venture to the gambling house? He suggested. Su Liang responded with a hint of melancholy. Last time you mentioned transcribing books, and now it has turned into gambling. Young Master Ning, you have fallen from grace. Do you disapprove? Ning Jing inquired. Su Liang shook her head. I wish to go as well. Ning Jing picked up the book again. Remember to practice your calligraphy. After lunch, Su Liang prepared a bowl of medicine for Yan Yu, who drank it and soon fell into a deep slumber. Young Master Ning, can this horse and carriage be? Yan Wen asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Take them. Ning Jing nodded. He possessed some silver but had already spent a significant amount. With a long journey ahead, he needed to reserve some for expenses, making it impossible to purchase additional transport. Moreover, the carriage originally belonged to Yan Feng, which Ning Jing had no intention of using. In the room, Yan Yu was tearfully embracing Su Liang, bidding her farewell. Is that Yan Wen truly trustworthy? Su Liang questioned. Yes, Brother Wen is an orphan adopted by my mother, and he has treated me like a sister since childhood, Yan Yu replied quietly. Regardless, be cautious with both people and matters in the future, Su Liang advised. Yan Yu's gaze was resolute. We shall meet again, without fail. Shortly thereafter, Yan Yu boarded the carriage, still clad in the garments Su Liang had purchased for her. She cast a lingering glance at Su Liang, lowered the carriage curtain, and said, Let us depart. Take care, both of you, until we meet again. With words exchanged, the whip was lifted, and the carriage departed. It was not good. Yan Yu's voice was icy, and I knew what I had to do. Yan Wen let out a deep sigh. I had assumed that the young lady would wish to remain here, which would not have been a bad thing. Yan Wen paused, pondering whether Lady Ning was aware of this matter. She sought nothing from me. It was merely my own desire. Yan Yu declared, from this day forth, Su Liang shall be the most significant kin I have in this world. Chapter 18. The Plum Blossom Screen after Yan Yu's departure. Su Liang took the bedding she had used to the backyard and spread it on the trees to air out. The room was thoroughly cleaned, and only then did the lingering, oppressive scent of blood dissipate. As dusk fell, Bai Xiaohu arrived with 2 companions to seek out Su Liang. My grandmother said that the house of Su Xiaoming now belongs to you. There are still many pears on their tree. We all saw them. Such large pears. Su Liang chuckled lightly. Can you climb trees? The 3 boys nodded vigorously. Ning Jing. Su Liang called out to Ning Jing. With the window open, Ning Jing's voice, cool and indifferent, resonated from within. I shall not go. Then you should boil water and prepare the porridge. Su Liang replied before stepping outside with Bai Xiaohu and the others. They borrowed a large basket from the Bai family, and as they crossed the wooden bridge, the 3 children spoke of how the heavy rain had damaged 2 bridges in the village, necessitating repairs. Each household would have to contribute funds and labor. Just after crossing the bridge, they encountered the village head, Su Bai. Upon seeing Su Liang, Su Bai was courteous and mentioned the bridge repairs, not demanding that the affluent Ning Jing and Su Liang contribute more money, but rather stating that since her household could not provide labor, they needed to pay for an additional worker. Su Liang instructed the village head to seek out Ning Jing at her residence. Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Ning Jing rose to greet him. The village head calculated the wages owed, but found them insufficient. Ning Jing gently shook her head, indicating her willingness to offer her labor. The village head was taken aback, instinctively assessing Ning Jing's slender figure, her pristine attire, and her flawless beauty. He was perplexed, despite having so little money. Ning Jing appeared eager to work herself. She hardly resembled someone capable of labor. Once more, Su Liang stepped into the courtyard of Su Daqiang's home. Remarkably, in just a few days, it had grown quiet and desolate, as if it had been abandoned for an extended period. Bai Xiaohu and the others eagerly scrambled up a tree. The pear tree was not particularly tall, and Su Liang cautioned them to be careful. A boy plucked a large, sun-kissed pear and took a big bite before remembering to ask Su Liang if he could eat it. Go ahead, she replied, making her way towards the main room. Both she and Ning Jing had no intention of residing here or utilizing its belongings. In fact, they were in need of money and had decided to sell everything after taking a look around. In this world, even the most used household items had no trouble finding buyers. As for the house, it would be prudent to keep it for the sake of that pear tree. The dilapidated shack where the previous occupant had lived for over a year had collapsed after a heavy rain. The backyard boasted a neatly tended vegetable garden, likely managed by the former resident. The three children finished their pears and began to stash more in their clothing pockets. When Bai Xiaohu saw Su Liang effortlessly climb the tree, he was astonished. "You can climb trees too?" Su Liang smiled silently, plucked a pear, wiped it with her sleeve, and took a bite, savoring its sweet, juicy flavor. Eventually, she gathered a basket brimming with pears, leaving a few smaller ones still hanging on the tree. "Whatever you can take is yours," Su Liang smiled. The other two looked at Bai Xiaohu, somewhat incredulous. Bai Xiaohu raised his chin and chuckled. "I told you. Sister Su Liang is exceedingly generous." They removed their outer garments, filled them with goodies, and dashed away. As they approached the bridge and prepared to part ways, Su Liang requested Bai Xiaohu's family for assistance with a matter. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. Su Liang entered the kitchen, where the porridge in the pot was bubbling and wafting a delightful aroma. Ning Jing stood with his back to the door, his arms moving slightly, engaged in some unknown task. Setting down a pear, Su Liang approached and found Ning Jing frowning as he stirred a large bowl of batter. "What are you making?" Su Liang inquired, puzzled. "Pancakes," Ning Jing replied, putting down his chopsticks, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his gaze. "I saw you do it. I added too much water, then added more flour, and now there's too much flour." Su Liang thought to himself that he need not be so industrious. Nearby, the shredded radish was finely and evenly cut. The vegetable basket was empty, and the flour bag was nearly depleted. "We should go to the town tomorrow to buy supplies," Su Liang suggested, taking over the bowl of batter. However, Ning Jing interjected, "Tomorrow, we will be repairing the bridge." Su Liang paused, surprised. "Didn't we already pay for that today? They require labor. I will go," Ning Jing replied calmly. Su Liang regarded him thoughtfully and asked, "Are you experiencing life?" "Experiencing?" Ning Jing slightly shook his head. "It is just life." "Very well, you can repair the bridge, and I shall go to the town," Su Liang affirmed, appreciating his down-to-earth attitude towards life. Bai Peng approached Su Liang to confirm the message from Bai Xiaohu. "I too do not understand how those pieces of furniture are sold. Uncle Bai, please assist in selling everything that can be sold. The proceeds shall grant you a 2/10 share as a token of appreciation for your efforts," Su Liang remarked. Bai Peng acquiesced, promising to attend to the matter at dawn, while he would delegate the task of bridge repair to his younger brother. Su Liang handed Bai Peng several freshly cooked wheat pancakes, which he repeatedly declined. "Uncle Bai can take them," he insisted. "I shall be away tomorrow, and Ning Jing is to repair the bridge, so he will join you for lunch," Su Liang added. Bai Peng was taken aback, questioning why the village chief would assign such a laborious and filthy task to young Master Ning. Surely, he cannot manage such toil. "I shall speak with the village chief. Perhaps he could receive a few extra coins for his labor." Su Liang shook her head, indicating that Uncle Bai need only call his name. It was a decision made by Ning Jing himself. She also penned 2 new medicinal recipes, intending to sell them at the Fian restaurant the following day. As dawn broke, Ning Jing was summoned away. He found himself amidst a group of robust young men in Sujia village, all wielding shovels, where he appeared rather out of place. Aside from Bai Xiaohu's uncle, Bai He, none dared to converse with Ning Jing. Whispers circulated, questioning how he could be so impoverished as to offer only a few coins. He hardly seemed capable of labor. However, when the work commenced in earnest, this seemingly delicate figure astounded them all. How could he remain unperturbed by the dirt? His strength was remarkable. He had not uttered a word of exhaustion throughout the day. Ultimately, Ning Jing demonstrated through his actions that though he possessed striking beauty, he was neither weak nor delicate. Consequently, after that day, new rumors about Ning Jing's origins began to circulate in the village. Although he hailed from a wealthy background, he had been neglected by his father and unloved by his mother, suffering abuse from a young age. After a while, someone shouted, "Young Master Ning, your wife is watching you." Ning Jing raised his head and spotted Su Liang in the distance, carrying a basket on his back. Su Liang waved to Ning Jing, greeted him, and continued toward the village entrance. Noticing Ning Jing's good temperament, someone jested, "When will young Master Ning become a father? We must be invited for drinks." Ning Jing was momentarily taken aback. Seeing him silent, they assumed he was shy, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Su Liang, with half a basket of pears, walked toward the town. During a brief rest to drink some water, he encountered a horse-drawn carriage. "Which direction leads to Sujia village?" the driver inquired loudly. Su Liang gestured, then promptly resumed his journey. The carriage arrived at the village, stopping in front of Su Daqiang's home, where a girl clad in a peach-red coat disembarked. The front door was tightly locked, and when the girl called out, there was no response. An elderly woman from next door emerged to ask whom she was seeking. Is this Su Xiaodai's home? The girl asked. The old woman nodded, indeed. The girl furrowed her brow. Where is her family? They borrowed from loan sharks and were sold to the mines. The old woman replied. What do you need Su Xiaodai for? Upon hearing that the girl claimed her master had paid a deposit for embroidery, the old woman scoffed and pointed across the creek. That girl married over there. Now this house belongs to her. Su Xiaodai doesn't he do embroidery? It's all Su Liang's work. Su Liang. The girl repeated the name, producing a few copper coins to give to the old woman. As noon approached, the laborers repairing the bridge were drenched in sweat. Among them, Ning Jing, who toiled diligently without a hint of laziness, appeared as fresh as ever. Bai Xiaohu dashed over, exclaiming, Brother Ning, someone is looking for Sister Su Liang. Upon catching sight of Ning Jing's face, the girl was momentarily entranced. Should you have any matters to discuss, address them to Brother Ning. He is the husband of Sister Su Liang, Bai Xiaohu declared loudly. Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent. Who established that? The Su family. She accepted a deposit of 5 taels of silver. The young woman replied. If you seek her, it has nothing to do with Su Liang, Ning Jing stated. The girl's complexion stiffened as she recalled that the previous embroidery pieces were all crafted by Su Liang. A youthful voice emerged from the carriage, Young master. That plum blossom screen holds great significance for me. As long as you provide it, the price is negotiable. Bai Xiaohu scoffed. Brother Ning and Sister Su Liang are certainly not lacking in wealth. Brother Ning works because he is a true man, not a pretty boy. In the next moment, Ning Jing nodded. All right. The young woman's face brightened. Then quickly bring out the plum blossom screen for us. 100,000 taels of gold, Ning Jing replied, his lips barely parting. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Ning Jing. What did you say? Wasn't the price negotiable? Ning Jing retorted. Yet. It cannot be. 100,000 taels? Are you jesting? The girl's expression turned sour. Ning Jing maintained his calm demeanor. The price for my wife's embroidery is precisely that, with no room for negotiation. If you cannot afford it, do not linger. Chapter 19. Conspiracy. I provided the deposit for the plum blossom screen, and I supplied the embroidery threads. The agreed price was 30 taels. Now, I am willing to offer an additional 50 taels beyond the deposit, the young lady in the carriage asserted. The maidservant immediately chimed in. You should accept their offer. My lady's status. Lure. The maid named Lure covered her mouth, appearing as though she might inadvertently divulge a monumental secret. Bai Xiaohu thought that 50 taels of silver was a substantial amount. However, Brother Ning did not seem to value it. Ning Jing turned and walked towards the Bai residence, leaving Bai Xiaohu perplexed. Where are you going, Brother Ning? He inquired. To your home, Ning Jing replied. Bai Xiaohu suddenly recalled that last night, Su Liang had given his father several fragrant and soft white flour cakes, which were delightful to eat. He decided to chase after Ning Jing, hoping that the Bai family would treat him to a meal today. Lure, filled with anger, shouted for Ning Jing to stop, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Lure stamped her foot, exclaiming, Miss, while that gentleman is indeed handsome, he is clad in humble attire and resides in such a place, which surely indicates a lack of funds. He must think 50 taels is too little and is attempting to threaten us into raising the price. The carriage curtain swayed, revealing the edge of a pale pink skirt. If he intended to negotiate for a higher price, he would not have left, she mused. What shall we do now? The birthday of old Madame Xing is approaching. Lure clenched her handkerchief, glancing again, only to find that even Ning Jing's shadow had vanished. With a determined expression, she concluded that since it had been agreed upon with Su's family, and that Su Liang was indeed Su's niece, they could simply keep the silver and take the goods, thus settling the transaction. If they were to report it to the authorities, they would be in the right. After a moment, the young lady in the carriage remarked, This is not prudent. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. It must not be made public. Lure sighed, acknowledging the wisdom in her mistress's words. What if old Madame Xing discovers that none of these items were embroidered by the Mississippi? I truly deserve to be punished for my foolish words. But what should we do now? Su Liang. What was the name of her husband again? Lure shook her head, replying, I do not know. Yet, at first glance, that individual hardly resembles anyone from this village. In fact, he is even more handsome than young Master Xing. But what significance does beauty hold? Merely a lowly commoner. You must inquire thoroughly into the backgrounds of the Su Liang couple. Yes, Mississippi Lure complied. During a meal, Bai Xiaohu stepped out again to check, only to find that the carriage had vanished from the Ning family's entrance, and the people were nowhere to be seen. Upon learning of this, Bai Dinyang suddenly recalled something and hurriedly informed Ning Jing that Su Dafu's family has a loose tongue, proclaiming everywhere that her daughter, Su Xiaodai, had sold her embroidered flowers for a handsome price. Who does not know the true nature of Su Xiaodai? However, it was previously heard that the person who purchased the embroidery was a noble from the county town, who had instructed that no matter what was embroidered, it must not be sold to anyone else, nor should it be revealed. Why is that? Bai Xiaohu scratched his head, puzzled. Bai He, possessing an amiable appearance, had once studied for 2 years, but had to abandon his education due to his family's poverty and inability to pay the tuition. Nevertheless, he was still more astute than other young villagers. Bai Dinyang emphasized the importance of the noble from the county, worried that Ning Jing might offend someone and face retaliation. However, Bai He had discerned an ulterior motive. The noble, perhaps, was using Ning's wife's embroidery, claiming it as their own to gain some advantage. Otherwise, such behavior would be inexplicable. What noble? Without even showing their face. I suspect they are simply too ugly to be seen, Bai Xiaohu remarked, which further corroborated Bai He's suspicions. Brother Ning, what shall we do? Might she hire someone to steal that plum blossom screen? Bai Xiaohu inquired with a furrowed brow. Ning Jing maintained a calm demeanor, stating there was no need for concern. Bai Dinyang handed Bai Xiaohu a bun, urging him to eat properly. Ning Jing exchanged the white pancakes that Aunt Bai had specially reserved for him with the steamed buns of Bai Xiaohu. Bai Xiaohu, fearing punishment, was hesitant to eat, but he heeded Ning Jing's suggestion to try a change of flavor. I will go find my brother, Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, tearing the pancake in half as he set off to find Zhu Zi. Aunt Bai sighed softly, lamenting how the young lady had been forced to embroider day and night by that heartless family, her eyes bloodshot just days after her marriage. Now that she was being protected and unwilling to trade her painstaking efforts for money, she was finally experiencing a reprieve from her suffering. The Bai family firmly believed that Ning Jing held deep affection for Su Liang. However, the true owner of the plum blossom screen had already passed away, and it was Su Liang who refrained from exchanging her hard-earned work for money. Ning Jing was aware of this reality. His actions mirrored what Su Liang would have done had she been present. 50 taels of silver was indeed a significant sum for both Ning Jing and Su Liang, yet they were not in want of it. After their meal, Ning Jing and Bai He returned to their work. Aunt Bai instructed Bai Xiaohu to take his brother out to play, reminding him not to wander too far and to stay vigilant in case someone from the county came to steal the plum blossom screen. Bai Xiaohu patted his chest, assuring her that he would keep a close watch on the Ning residence, not allowing even a mosquito to slip through. Zhu Zi, with a confused expression, remarked, Brother, it's cold, there are no mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Su Liang took her time leaving the house and, upon walking to the town, found it nearly noon. The Fian Tavern was bustling with business, and as soon as Su Liang appeared at the entrance, she was recognized. Ah, you've come. The shopkeeper greeted her with a broad smile, quickly inviting her inside. Su Liang thought to herself that the medicinal dishes from her last visit must have sold well. Do you still have those pears, dear lady? I sent someone to pick the pears. The price is negotiable, the shopkeeper inquired. Su Liang shook her head, stating that there was only one pear tree left, yielding only a few inferior specimens. The last time, she had sold 4 full baskets for merely 3 taels, still benefiting from the medicinal recipe. Before Su Liang could utter a word, the shopkeeper offered 1 tael of silver for half a basket of pears, a price that seemed rather excessive. Observing Su Liang's lack of joy despite obtaining a favorable price, which was replaced by a look of skepticism, the shopkeeper further sensed that she was not an ordinary person. He smiled and explained that she was an elder friend of the shopkeeper's employer, who had greatly enjoyed the medicinal dish Su Liang had prepared previously, insisting that only pears from her family would suffice. At this revelation, Su Liang finally understood the shopkeeper's enthusiasm. Did the young lady possess any other medicinal recipes? We have purchased all that our tavern could acquire. The employer had instructed that as long as the recipes were sound, they would pay this amount for each. As he spoke, the shopkeeper gestured with his hand. 500 taels? Su Liang inquired. The shopkeeper's lips twitched. 50 taels. Su Liang smiled. Very well. However, these recipes are a familial inheritance, not mere fabrications. There aren't many to spare. Were it not for the urgent need for funds, I would not be selling them. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly. How many recipes do you have, my lady? 2, Su Liang replied, presenting the medicinal recipes to him. Seeing her willingness, The shopkeeper took them without even glancing and promptly instructed someone to fetch the money. In the end, Su Liang received 101 taels of silver. With her stomach empty, she decided to have lunch at the Fian Tavern. The shopkeeper recommended several signature dishes, and Su Liang ordered one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and a staple. After a brief wait, the dishes arrived, looking exquisite but tasting merely acceptable. Su Liang did not intend to sell all the medicinal recipes she possessed at once, despite the potential for substantial profit. However, she and Ning Jing did not require an abundance of money for the time being. Their basic needs were met, and they possessed sufficient funds for their modest lifestyle. As Su Liang finished her meal and prepared to depart, the innkeeper inquired multiple times about her residence, expressing a desire to reserve pears from her family for the following year, promising to send someone to collect them. Su Liang politely declined, stating that there would be no need to sell pears next year as her family would not lack for money. Upon exiting the tavern, Su Liang intended to visit the clinic before purchasing grain and meat. The clinic, named Baoantang, was situated at the end of the street, opposite a tea house. Noticing a considerable queue, Su Liang found it peculiar. In a small town on an ordinary day, such a number of patients seemed unusual. She overheard someone mention that a noble residing temporarily at Xiaoming Mountain Villa in Fian Town had fallen ill and had summoned a renowned physician from the capital. This esteemed doctor was to hold consultations at Baoantang for 3 days starting today. The thought of a celebrated physician from the capital reminded Su Liang of her grandfather, Su Yuanzhou, who was said to have once been a distinguished doctor in the capital. Lacking the original owner's memories, Su Liang pondered for a moment before deciding to steer clear of the clinic. Should she encounter someone who knew the original owner, she would have to feign amnesia, which would be troublesome. Thus, she refrained from entering the clinic, instead opting to procure grain, cut some meat, and purchase a substantial piece of pork rib. As she approached the town's entrance, she fortuitously encountered a bullock cart from the village and decided to spend a few copper coins for a ride. Fian Town was under the jurisdiction of Ban County. At that moment, the county magistrate, Huang Jin, wore a grim expression, while a young girl in a pink dress sat nearby with her head bowed, her eyes rimmed with red. "Did you just say that the embroiderer's husband is surnamed Ning and resides in Sujia village in Fian Town?" Huang Jin inquired coldly. Huang Wana nodded. "Yes, father." The plum blossom screen was firmly in their possession, yet they refused to part with it. With the impending birthday of the old matriarch, I had already made my intentions known, should we fail to procure it. That individual surnamed Ning is not an ordinary person, Huang Jin remarked coldly. Huang Wana was taken aback. Having lived in the village, she had heard from Lu or that he was covered in mud. Who could he possibly be? Huang Jin offered no clarification, sighing, "I never anticipated that those embroidered items would catch the eye of nobility. We must seize this opportunity. If you can align yourself with young Master Xing, even in a minor role, you will enjoy boundless wealth and glory in the future. A prosperous marriage would also serve to assist your father and brothers." Huang Wana responded eagerly. Huang Jin scoffed. "That Ning fellow is entangled in a murder case. It would be prudent to eliminate him, lest he spread rumors and jeopardize your prospects." Huang Wana's expression relaxed, asserting that her father would make the final decision. "Once my engagement is secured, I shall contrive an accident to injure my hand, ensuring my peace of mind. Yet, father did say that the man named Ning is no ordinary figure." Huang Jin lightly derided. "He is merely the son of a merchant who has been cast out. In comparison to the Xing family, he is nothing at all." Chapter 20. Framing Su Liang was somewhat surprised to see the villagers teasing Ning Jing. Despite his frigid demeanor that seemed to repel others, he possessed an unexpectedly amiable nature beneath the surface. Apart from his lack of laughter and reticence, he exhibited no flaws. Their eyes met, and Su Liang offered a slight nod of acknowledgement without alighting from her carriage. Zhuzi timidly gazed at Su Liang, calling out, "Sister." Su Liang chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Zhuzi's fluffy little head. "Sister Su Liang, today someone is coming to purchase your plum blossom screen. They mentioned it was arranged with Su Xiaoming's mother." Bai Xiaohu spoke to Su Liang about the matter of the plum blossom screen. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback, wondering who it could be. The woman in the carriage did not reveal her face, but a maidservant was present. "My grandmother said she is a person of status from the county. And my uncle mentioned." Bai Xiaohu, with a serious expression, recounted the words of Bai Dinyang and Bai He from lunch. Su Liang had initially believed that Su had sold the original owner's embroidery to the embroidery workshop, but she was surprised to discover that there was a fixed and mysterious buyer. Given the stipulations, Bai He's speculation aligned with Su Liang's own thoughts. There was someone who had continuously claimed the original owner's hard work as their own and now sought to acquire the plum blossom screen. Today might have seemed like a relinquishment, yet this matter was far from over. Brother Ning suggested they could sell it to them. Can you guess the price? Bai Xiaohu chuckled. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. 1,000 taels of gold? Bai Xiaohu's eyes widened. How did you know? Su Liang smirked slightly. I would also set that price. Upon returning home, Su Liang placed down the basket and instructed Juzi to sit, preparing to take his pulse. Bai Xiaohu quickly added, My father went to the town today to sell furniture and heard that a renowned doctor from the capital is consulting at Bowen Hall for 3 days. He plans to take my brother to see the doctor tomorrow. Su Liang had not encountered Bai Peng, but she was aware of the famous doctor's 3-day consultation. All right, let's go and have a look. Su Liang nodded. As she tended to Juzi, she harbored her own thoughts. However, for the Bai family, the presence of a distinguished doctor from the capital was akin to the feelings of the common folk waiting in long lines outside the medical hall today, an extraordinary opportunity that should not be missed. Yet Su Liang still needs to familiarize herself with the medical practices and herbal varieties of this world to practice medicine effectively. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bridge in the village was finally repaired. Ning Jing caught sight of the wisps of smoke rising from his home and, upon entering, was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. What have you prepared? He inquired. Braised pork ribs with green beans and steamed buns, she replied. The pork ribs were freshly purchased, the green beans had been picked the previous evening, and the buns were crafted by Su Liang herself. A harmonious blend of vegetables, meat, and staple food was ready in a single pot, complemented by a refreshing cucumber and egg soup, with both ingredients sourced from the Bai family. After Ning Jing had washed and changed his clothes, Su Liang ladled a bowl of food for him, half filled with pork ribs, instructing him to deliver it to the Bai family as a gesture of gratitude for watching over their home today. Bai Xiaohu and Juzi were both delighted by the surprise. Bai Danyang rushed out after Ning Jing, reminding him to remain vigilant during the night. Ning Jing sampled a green bean, nodding gently in approval. It was delightful. The green beans, infused with the essence of the meat, retained their own fresh sweetness and crispness. He then tasted a bun, and once more, he nodded in satisfaction. The pork ribs were tender and perfectly seasoned, neither too salty nor too bland. A sip of the invigorating soup left him feeling utterly refreshed. There may still be complications regarding the plum blossom screen, Su Liang remarked. Do you intend to keep that screen indefinitely? Ning Jing countered. Su Liang shook her head, expressing her desire to gift it to those who truly cared for her. As a memento, it seemed she had a romantic interest, someone with the surname Yun or a name that included the character Yun. Ning Jing's finely shaped brows furrowed slightly. If you plan to give the plum blossom screen to that Yun, how will you explain that you are not her? Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a valid concern. I will address it when the time comes. One thing is certain, it must never be sold. The night has deepened. The tranquil room remains unlit, with the window ajar, allowing a sliver of light from the adjacent room to spill onto the floor. Su Liang is engrossed in practicing calligraphy, having finally found his rhythm after much effort. Suddenly, he hears a rustling sound from behind the house. Ning Jing dons a conical hat and obscures his face with a black scarf, vanishing into the room. A group of constables is making their way up the mountain. Boss, haven't we searched this area already? Why has the master sent us again? Indeed, we found nothing during the day. What can we possibly see at this hour? Amidst the chorus of complaints, the head constable barks, Silence. The master has sent us because we received crucial intelligence. Search diligently and leave no stone unturned. A team of constables, lanterns in hand, meticulously scours the mountain. Walking beside the head constable is a man bearing a striking resemblance to him. The head constable glances around and lowers his voice, saying, The household down the hill has offended the master. We have arranged the evidence of their wrongdoing. Soon, we shall find young Master Huang's bloodied garments in the mountains, and then we will descend to apprehend them. No sooner had the head constable finished speaking than 2 stones whistled through the air, striking them with great force. A shadowy figure glided past, causing both men to collapse. Unconscious, one by one, the constables fell, unable to utter a sound. The last among them stared in horror as the specter approached, delivering a swift blow that rendered him senseless. Su Liang stretched his aching neck, stifled a yawn, and rose to step outside, intending to visit the outhouse. A shadow gracefully descended into the courtyard, and Su Liang's expression sharpened. Who goes there? It is I. The shadow spoke, its familiar voice easing Su Liang's heart. "Where have you been?" she inquired. "The back mountain," Ning Jing replied, removing his hat and black scarf, approaching with an object in hand. "What is that?" Su Liang sensed something amiss. "Bloodstained clothing," Ning Jing disclosed, informing her of the county magistrate's intent to frame them for the death of young Master Huang. Su Liang furrowed her brow. The magistrate? Could it be that the young lady seeking Mei Huaping is his daughter? It seems far too coincidental. Ning Jing took the bloodied garment to the backyard and set it ablaze. As for the constables, they were merely unconscious, dragged to the woods outside the village. If they desire Mei Huaping so fervently, it would be a shame not to extort her, Su Liang scoffed. The common folk do not contend with officials. However, if the authorities wish to see you perish, that is an entirely different matter. Su Liang was reluctant to incite trouble, yet she was by no means afraid of it. The original owner had suffered greatly, and the buyer bore significant responsibility. "Very well, we shall enter the city tomorrow," Ning Jing affirmed. Chapter 21. What was taken shall be returned. A thick mist enveloped the air, a chill pervasive. Bai Ping drove the ox cart, while Lu Shi cradled the drowsy Zhuzi atop it. Ning Jing and Su Liang accompanied them. Su Liang dismantled the Mei Huaping frame, donning the double-sided plum blossom embroidery. As they passed through the woods, Ning Jing requested Bai Peng to halt the cart to investigate. The constables had vanished without a trace. Upon reaching Feiyin town, the sun was just beginning to rise. Bao and Tang had yet to open, yet a line of over a dozen people awaited outside. Bai Peng sighed repeatedly, lamenting that they should have arrived earlier. After securing the ox cart, the family of three joined the queue. Zhuzi, frail in health, could not withstand the cold wind. Upon seeing the tea house across the street open its doors, Su Liang proceeded to purchase the most economical pot of tea along with 2 plates of signature pastries. After slipping a few coins to the young waiter, she summoned Lu Shi and Zhuzi to sit in the tea house, suggesting they would wait until Bai Peng was nearly through with his queue before joining him. "Let us enjoy a warm drink before heading into the county town. We haven't finished the tea, and there are still some pastries left. Let us not waste them," Su Liang remarked. Both Bai Peng and Lu Shi understood that Su Liang merely wished to extend her kindness, employing a manner they found difficult to refuse, and silently appreciated her thoughtfulness. The waiter, having received a tip, became exceedingly cordial, promising to provide hot water free of charge once they finished their tea. As they exited the tea house, Su Liang inquired of Ning Jing, "Do you know where Qiuming Mountain Villa is located?" Ning Jing gestured in a particular direction. "Which esteemed individual resides there?" Su Liang asked. "The renowned physician from Baokong Hall has been invited there," she continued. Ning Jing shook his head, admitting he was unaware. The two then hired a carriage towards the county town, and as they passed Baokong Hall once more, Su Liang lifted the carriage curtain. Noticing an elderly man with graying hair being surrounded by admirers as he entered, presumably the esteemed physician from the capital. "Dad, what are we to do?" Huang Wanner lamented. Having spent a restless night, her complexion pale, Huang Jin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Ning Jing, in such dire straits, would still have skilled protectors. "If that is the case, obtaining the plum blossom screen seems utterly impossible," Huang Wanner exclaimed, her face blanching. "In 2 days, it will be old Madame Xing's birthday, and I have already done so much in preparation. Were it not for the urgency, we could have sent someone to notify the Ning family, and in due course, someone would surely act to eliminate Ning Jing." Huang Jin scoffed, his thoughts aligning with Yan Feng's. As the father and daughter found themselves in a state of despair, a maid outside reported that someone named Su Liang had sent an invitation for the young lady to meet at Mingxiang Tower. Both Huang Jin and Huang Wanner exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Su Liang was indeed the very person who had been troubling them. They never expected him to take the initiative to seek them out. "It must be the idea of Ning Jing. He has discovered your identity." A flicker of concern crossed Huang Jin's eyes. It seemed he had ulterior motives. His previous refusal was likely due to dissatisfaction with the price. If he were to demand another 10,000 taels of gold, who could possibly afford such a sum? Huang Wanner furrowed her brow. Huang Jin shook his head, dismissing the notion. "You should go to the meeting and ascertain his intentions. As long as his demands are not excessively outrageous, agree to them for now and secure the plum blossom screen." Huang Wanner rose and approached the door, recalling something. "Father, since Ning Jing is not at home, perhaps we should send someone to investigate." Huang Jin nodded in agreement. "Very well." Located in the northern region of Qian Country, Bei'an County bustled far more than the quieter Feiyin town. Mingxiang Tower, the finest tea house in the city, occupied the most advantageous position. Su Liang chose a private room on the second floor facing the street, ordering the priciest tea along with 2 signature pastries. Your family is the largest tea merchant in Qian country. What do you think of this tea? Su Liang suddenly recalled Ning Jing's true identity. However, she had long harbored suspicions that Ning Jing was merely masquerading, possibly a descendant of the rebellious Gu family. Yet, this matter had never been broached by Ning Jing, nor had she inquired. For now, it held little significance. Ning Jing took a sip, slightly shaking his head. It pales in comparison to plain water. Su Liang, hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, had elders who were somewhat pretentious, insisting that the younger generation learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Regrettably, she had little interest in calligraphy during her childhood. Otherwise, she would not be practicing her penmanship deep into the night. However, she diligently studied both chess and the tea ceremony. The tea at Mingxiang Tower is rather subpar, yet the osmanthus cake possesses a delightful flavor. Upon seeing Su Liang finish a piece, Ning Jing also took one to savor. The sound of a door opening next door echoed through the air. Please wait a moment. Young sir, the osmanthus cakes are being prepared and will be ready shortly. Su Liang intended to purchase a box to take home once the new batch emerged from the oven. Huang Wanner entered with Luer and paused for a moment. She had heard Luer mention more than once that Ning Jing was exceptionally handsome, yet she had remained skeptical. However, upon seeing him today, she realized Luer had not exaggerated. He truly possessed a face as refined as a jade crown and an extraordinary demeanor. His petite, unadorned face, with skin as pale and translucent as porcelain, was complemented by delicate, exquisite features. Although his hairstyle was somewhat casual and his attire quite ordinary, his clear and composed aura rendered the meticulously adorned Huang Wanner rather commonplace. Before departing, Huang Wanner had learned from Huang Jin that Su Liang was the granddaughter of the renowned physician Su Yuanzhou, having grown up in the capital and arrived in Bayan County only last year. This was also a recent discovery for Huang Jin. Previously, they had not regarded Su Liang with any significance. Miss Huang? Su Liang looked towards Huang Wanner. In the adjacent room sat a tall and robust man who, upon hearing the voice, furrowed his brow and stood against the wall, listening intently. Huang Wanner took her seat and tugged at her handkerchief. Madame Ning invited me today, but I am uncertain of her intentions. If Miss Huang were truly unaware of our purpose, you would not have come, Su Liang replied, pouring a cup of tea for Huang Wanner. She accepted it and gestured for Luer to stand outside. I sincerely wish to purchase the items in your possession. Kindly propose a price that is reasonable, and I am open to negotiation. Huang Wanner smiled somewhat awkwardly. Ning Jing remained silent, not even casting a glance in her direction. Su Liang appeared agreeable, yet Huang Wanner felt inexplicably exposed, her heart fluttering with unease. Miss Huang, you are forthright, Su Liang remarked, nodding with a faint smile. Previously, I was confined by malicious relatives, tirelessly embroidering numerous items, all of which I believe are now in your hands. Now that I have escaped that torment and married, I have resolved to abandon embroidery altogether. Therefore, that plum blossom screen I initially intended to keep as a memento. If Miss Huang is genuinely interested in purchasing it, I shall offer it for a fixed price of 5,000 taels. Huang Wanner, having just sipped her tea, nearly choked. Meanwhile, the man in the adjacent room darkened his expression significantly. She grew increasingly anxious that Su Liang and Ning Jing would escalate the situation, making it impossible to resolve. I am merely staying at the Su family home. My household registration is not here, and I am not family with her, so our assets must remain separate. The items are my handiwork, yet I did not willingly hand them over to be sold by Su. She forcibly took them from me without compensation. According to the laws of the Qian Kingdom, Su has committed the crime of misappropriation, and Miss Huang has unwittingly purchased stolen goods, which should rightfully be returned to their original owner. You are innocent of any wrongdoing, and I shall reimburse you the full amount spent while pursuing restitution from Su. Su Liang's expression remained indifferent. Huang Wanner's countenance could no longer conceal her displeasure. By your reasoning, you ought to seek out your aunt for your belongings, rather than coming to me. As she spoke, Su Liang's gaze fell upon Huang Wanner's handkerchief. The handkerchief you were using was also embroidered by me. Certainly. You may choose to deny that these items were purchased, whether claiming they are of your own embroidery or that of your maid. Let us proceed to the county office and request your esteemed father to adjudicate the matter. I possess both witnesses and evidence. However, if Miss Huang or your maid can publicly replicate the embroidery with precision, I shall cease my pursuit. How does that sound? You. Huang Wanner's expression stiffened. Those items were inadvertently burned by me and are no more. As Su Liang and Ning Jing prepared to depart, Huang Wanner became flustered, knocking over a stool in her haste. Stop. What must you do to be appeased? We are indeed in need of funds, yet this matter is non-negotiable. Su Liang's gaze turned frigid. Is Huang Wanner pitiable? She masquerades the original owner's embroidery as her own for personal gain, setting aside the morality of it. Yet to frame Su Liang and Ning Jing for murder over a mere plum blossom screen is nothing short of malicious. Though she intends to extort heavily, Su Liang is not driven by monetary gain. As an unmarried young lady, Huang Wanner's reputation is paramount. Su Liang has come to confront her, merely offering a preliminary warning. Chapter 22. Restoration of Possessions in an Instant. The meticulously adorned face of Huang Wanner, embellished with rouge and powder, resembled that of a frost-bitten flower, drained of all color. She lunged, seizing Su Liang's arm, her voice cracking as she implored, "Madam Ning, please stay." Su Liang pushed Huang Wanner away, her demeanor indifferent. Does Miss Huang have anything further to say? Yet, Su Liang smiled. There is no need for Miss Huang to make another trip. We shall retrieve it from the county office. Shall we go together? No. Huang Wanner's voice pierced the air. You must wait here. I shall treat you to tea and snacks. Su Liang lightly hummed, recalling the old adage, when one offers undue flattery, it is either treachery or theft. Miss Huang's sudden display of fervor left me perturbed. I fear that upon your departure, what we shall receive is not the return of property, but rather an unwarranted imprisonment. Your esteemed father has gone to great lengths to pin the death of young Master Huang from Fiantown upon us, as I learned last night. Huang Wanner seemed as though she were being choked, her face flushed with indignation. She lunged at Su Liang, exclaiming, "How dare you slander a government official?" Huang Wanner burst forth, her voice piercing the air, "Someone! Seize them! They are murderers!" The gaze of the entire tea house converged upon us, and the door of the adjacent room swung open. Yet, there stood Ning Jing, his expression icy, while Su Liang maintained a serene smile. With only the three of us present, how could Miss Huang assert that we were murderers? If there were other heinous crimes, we would gladly accompany Miss Huang to the county office to await her accusation. It was common knowledge that Huang Wanner was the daughter of the county magistrate, yet she possessed no authority to adjudicate or detain anyone. Observing Su Liang and Ning Jing, though clad in simple attire, their demeanor was anything but ordinary. None dared to recklessly come to Huang Wanner's aid, ignorant of the true identities of the two. As Su Liang and Ning Jing descended the stairs, fresh osmanthus cakes emerged from the kitchen. They purchased a box of the delicacies at the checkout before departing. Mississippi. Looter steadied Huang Wanner. Once Huang Wanner had exited, the patrons of Mingxiang Tower buzzed with speculation, pondering the unfolding events and the true identities of Su Liang and Ning Jing. A man from the adjacent room, who had overheard the entire incident, emerged from Mingxiang Tower with osmanthus cakes in hand and rode off in the direction of Fiantown. Outside the county office, there were always idle onlookers eager for entertainment. Upon entering the yamen, Su Liang and Ning Jing were immediately surrounded by a throng of people. According to the customs of the Qian dynasty, the clerk was responsible for receiving reports, documenting them, and determining whether a case should be filed. The clerk, who had been dozing, roused himself upon noticing the arrival of new business, gesturing for Su Liang and Ning Jing to remain at the entrance and refrain from entering. "Who comes forth? And against whom do you lodge your complaint?" The clerk inquired loudly. "My name is Su Liang, and this is my husband. We reside in Sujia village, Fiantown, and we wish to file a complaint against the county magistrate's daughter, Miss Huang Wanner, for purchasing stolen goods, demanding their return to their rightful owner," Su Liang declared, raising her voice. The clerk was taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair. A stir erupted both inside and outside the yamen. "Cease your nonsensical claims," the clerk retorted angrily. "If you cannot present proof, it will be deemed a false accusation." Su Liang produced the double-sided embroidered plum blossom screen and recounted the entire sequence of events. By the time she finished, the clerk was drenched in sweat, regretting that he had ever allowed her to speak. The matter had become public knowledge, leaving no room for resolution. Earlier, at Mingxiang Tower, the kind-hearted and reasonable Miss Huang had agreed to return the original item, and we are here awaiting its restitution. To bring this to light is to ensure that the truth prevails, preventing my unscrupulous relatives from seizing the opportunity to blackmail Miss Huang in the future, Su Liang proclaimed. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Why would Miss Huang purchase someone else's embroidered items? She was unaware what fault lies in her acquisition. Indeed, now that she is aware, Miss Huang has already pledged to return it. It is only right. Let everyone bear witness to this, lest there be confusion later. Meanwhile, the Huang family, residing behind the county yamen, was thrown into disarray. Huang Jin could never have anticipated that Su Liang and Ning Jing were not there to sell the plum blossom screen, but rather to retaliate. Father, please think of a way. Huang Wanner sobbed, breathless with distress. Outside, the voices of the constables echoed, announcing that Su Liang was waiting at the yamen, and the clerk urged the magistrate to decide how to proceed. Madame Huang ground her teeth in fury. Those scoundrels. Find someone and claim they witnessed them murdering the Huang from Fian Town. Apprehend them immediately. Huang Jin's countenance darkened. It's too late. Arresting them now will only raise suspicions of my abuse of power. With my transfer imminent, I cannot afford to give anyone grounds for gossip. Madame Huang tore her handkerchief in frustration. You hold the highest authority in Beihan County. Who dares to impede you? Huang Jin replied bitterly. The heir of the North Quiet King is in Fian Town. If this reaches his ears. Madame Huang's expression stiffened. Surely, he wouldn't intervene? Originally, he wouldn't, but this fool has foolishly flaunted others' embroidery for his own benefit, gifting it to the heir. Huang Jin glared at Huang Wanner, wishing to tear her apart, entirely forgetting that not long ago, he had praised her intelligence, hoping to ascend the social ladder through her marriage. What are we waiting for? We must seize that scoundrel before this escalates and silence the rumors. Madame Huang urged anxiously. Huang Jin suddenly stood up and hurriedly exited the room. The crowd outside the county office grew larger as the news of the magistrate's daughter being accused spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, the incident of Huang Wanner losing her composure and accusing Su Liang of murder at Mingxiang Tower also circulated widely. The two sides intertwined, igniting a flurry of thoughts. Huang Jin appeared in the courtroom, sitting upright and solemnly striking the wooden block. Su Liang furrowed her brow, pondering whether she would be compelled to kneel. She found the notion rather amusing. Should she ultimately be condemned for contempt of court for refusing to prostrate herself, it would be quite the spectacle. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, the crowd outside the court parted to reveal a path. In a wheelchair sat a young, strikingly handsome gentleman, frail yet dignified, with pearls on his jade crown glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Huang Jin hastily rose to greet him, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture, inquiring why the young lord had come in person when he could simply send a messenger with orders. Su Liang surmised that this must be the esteemed individual residing at Xiaoming Mountain Villa in Fian Town. Xing Yuxing's gaze swept across Su Liang's face before turning to Huang Jin, coldly stating, My grandmother has learned that the embroidery gifted by your daughter was, in fact, purchased and not embroidered by her own hand, compelling me to return the item to its rightful owner. A gasp rippled through the crowd. If Huang Wanner was unaware and merely purchased stolen goods, whether for her own use or as a gift, it would be of little consequence. However, if she falsely claimed the purchased embroidery as her own creation and presented it to others, the implications would be grave. Huang Jin's expression darkened profoundly. Realizing the extent of the disgraceful act committed by his daughter, I shall personally take her to apologize to the elder lady. Hearing that your daughter has been spreading baseless accusations at Mingxiang Tower, claiming without evidence that someone is the culprit, she has become even more brazen than Lord Huang himself. Xing Yuxing remarked icily. Huang Jin, drenched in sweat, stammered, She has been a bit unhinged lately. If she has indeed succumbed to hysteria, then she must be kept in check and not allowed to terrify others, Xing Yuxing stated, extending a brocade box resting on his lap towards Su Liang. Return the item to its rightful owner. Su Liang stepped forward to take the items, opening them to reveal a headband, a pouch, a fan bag, and handkerchiefs, all exquisitely crafted, predominantly for male use. It was evident that Huang Wanner had taken the original owner's embroidered possessions in an attempt to curry favor with this young master. The motives behind her actions were glaringly obvious. Lord Huang, the handkerchief belonging to Miss Huang was also embroidered by me. I kindly request its return, Su Liang remarked, directing her gaze towards Huang Jin. Huang Jin promptly dispatched someone to locate Huang Wanner, expressing his discontent with his daughter's behavior, attributing it to his own negligence due to pressing official duties. Su Liang presented the embroidered items along with the plum blossom screen to Ning Jing, returning the box to Xing Yuxing. Please take it, miss, she insisted. Xing Yuxing shook her head, replying, This does not belong to me. Su Liang remained resolute in her intent to return it. That box appears quite valuable, she noted. With a soft sigh, Xing Yuxing allowed her attendant to accept it. Before long, Luer rushed in, carrying a bundle that contained several handkerchiefs and 2 exquisitely embroidered dresses. Please inform Miss Huang of the total cost incurred for these purchases, and I shall compensate accordingly, Su Liang stated. No need. Huang Jin quickly waved his hand. Then I extend my gratitude to Lord Huang, Su Liang nodded, having no intention of genuinely offering payment. Xing Yuxing interjected, inquiring if these two were suspects in a murder case. Does Lord Huang possess any evidence? Huang Jin's expression tightened, as it had been reported that they had clashed with young Master Huang from Fian Town in the street, and the following day, he had vanished. So, the fate of that young Master Huang remains uncertain? Did he only offend these two during his lifetime? Xing Yuxing countered. Huang Jin shook his head, stating, I am still investigating. Should you ascertain the truth, do inform me, Xing Yuxing requested. Certainly, Huang Jin affirmed with a nod. Xing Yuxing turned the wheelchair around and once again directed his gaze towards Su Liang, inquiring if the two had time today, as his grandmother had extended an invitation. Just as Su Liang was about to decline, Ning Jing leaned down and whispered in her ear, his brow is dark. Consequently, Su Liang conceded, nodding in agreement. Chapter 23. I accept payment. Watching Su Liang and Ning Jing ascend into Xing Yuxing's carriage, Huang Jin's face darkened like stormy waters. Wano has succumbed to hysteria. Summon a doctor to attend to her. The crowd, still gathered, was left stunned, for with those words, Huang Waner's reputation was irreparably tarnished. Yet, she had first deceived the heir of the Beijings and the old lady, and subsequently slandered them publicly. Should she not descend into madness? The repercussions would be too heavy for Huang Jin to bear. As the carriage began to move, Xing Yuxing covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing repeatedly. Crimson blood spread across the pristine fabric, and he clutched the carriage wall to steady himself. Your Grace, are you unwell? Inquired a servant from outside. I am fine, Xing Yuxing replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he regarded Su Liang and Ning Jing seated opposite him. You two are not locals, are you? Earlier, while at the tea house, just as Su Liang was preparing to depart, she had noticed a man emerging from next door, none other than Xing Yuxing's attendant. Had Xing Yuxing not intervened, Su Liang would have devised a means to deal with the Huang father and daughter. However, his involvement hastened the resolution of the matter, alleviating concerns of Huang Jin retaliating against them. Xing Yuxing subtly shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. This matter pertains to me. With that, his vitality seemed to wane, and he closed his eyes as if feigning slumber. Ning Jing, having discerned the darkening brow, recognized it as a sign of imminent demise. Yet it could also signify a perpetrator. Clearly, Xing Yuxing's time was drawing near. Should we provide him with treatment? Su Liang decided to discuss it further upon reaching Qiuming Mountain Villa. Sister. The pillar was led by Lu to exit the medical hall. Upon catching sight of Su Liang in the carriage, his eyes lit up, and he released Lu's hand to run towards her. Xing Yuxing opened his eyes. The curtain of the carriage swayed, and Su Liang's figure vanished from view. Meanwhile, Ning Jing was elegantly savoring osmanthus cake from a delicate dessert box. Stop the carriage, Xing Yuxing commanded. The carriage halted, and his gaze immediately fell upon Su Liang amidst the crowd, embracing a small child. Her head bowed in a gentle smile as she spoke softly. The child looked up at her, brimming with trust. This is the prescription given to the pillar by the esteemed physician, old Dr. Feng from the capital. Bai Ping held a piece of paper, his expression filled with delight. May I take a look? Su Liang inquired. Bai Peng promptly handed it over, almost forgetting, your grandfather is also a renowned physician from the capital. You can read and understand medicine. Su Liang examined the prescription and felt that the potency of the herbs was too intense for the pillar, and several ingredients were rather expensive. The Bai family could hardly afford them in the long term. Consequently, her regard for old Dr. Feng's medical skills and ethics diminished slightly. Bai Ping, misunderstanding her concern, repeatedly shook his head. We certainly trust you, but we cannot allow you to bear the cost. That would be splendid. Lu expressed her gratitude. We truly know nothing about this. We wouldn't even recognize the wrong medicine. As the carriage came to a stop, Su Liang disembarked. Greeted by a vista of verdant ancient cypress trees, the servants at Qiuming Mountain Villa were well trained, moving swiftly and silently. Upon reaching the Huahua Gate, a tall, slender matron approached to pay her respects, guiding Su Liang and Ning Jing to meet the matriarch. Xing Yuxing was escorted away in another direction by her attendants. Your Grace, that young lady appears to be quite formidable, one of the attendants remarked, recalling how Su Liang had leapt from the moving carriage with remarkable poise. A robust guard hurried forward, exclaiming, "Your Grace, we have obtained the information." After traversing several doors, they entered a serene courtyard. In the center stood an ancient ginkgo tree, its golden leaves a breathtaking sight. As the wind blew, the yellow leaves fluttered down like golden butterflies in flight. "Matriarch, our guests have arrived," announced a maidservant as she parted the curtain at the entrance. Upon entering, Su Liang beheld an elderly woman clad in resplendent attire, her kind eyes sparkling with warmth. "I humbly invite you both here, for I have long wished to meet a truly gifted and delicate soul." "Your praise is excessive, esteemed matriarch," Su Liang thought to herself, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. A maidservant presented warm water for Su Liang and Ning Jing to cleanse their hands, after which a sumptuous meal was served. The matriarch took special care to highlight 2 nourishing medicinal dishes. In that moment, Su Liang realized that the elder, referred to by the innkeeper of Fian restaurant as a family friend, was indeed the very matriarch before her. Following lunch, tea and pastries were offered. While the two were enjoying their tea, the matriarch seized the opportunity to change her attire and encountered Xing Yuxing. "Is that young lady the granddaughter of Su Yuanzhou?" the matriarch inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Does grandmother know Su Yuanzhou?" Xing Yuxing asked. The matriarch shook her head, explaining that she had only heard of him, acknowledging his remarkable medical skills, yet lamenting his misfortune in serving the wrong master, which had brought hardship to his family. It was unexpected to learn that he had a granddaughter still living. That gentleman is the 7th son of the Ning family, a tea merchant from Xuanyang, who, after a misstep last year, was cast out and has taken refuge here. Xing Yuxing sighed softly. The matriarch of the Xing family grasped her hand, recalling Huang Waner. A shadow fell across Xing Yuxing's countenance. His grandmother had seen Huang Waner's embroidered handkerchief and was reminded of her late cousin. Huang Wano had beguiled his grandmother with her sweet words and gained her trust. He accepted her gifts solely to please his grandmother, harboring no genuine affection for her. Shaking his head, his eyes dimmed with sorrow, he murmured, "Grandmother, my days are numbered. Why cause harm to others?" Upon seeing both the matriarch and Xing Yuxing together, Su Liang surmised that the pair had discerned their true identities. The matriarch expressed a desire to see the plum blossom screen. When Su Liang presented it, she embraced it tightly, weeping profusely. Xing Yuxing explained that the matriarch had a beloved granddaughter, his betrothed, who had passed away due to illness. His late cousin was particularly skilled in needlework, and her creations bore a striking resemblance to Su Liang's work. This was the very reason Huang Waner could approach the matriarch. Before her demise, the young lady had expressed her intention to embroider a plum blossom screen as a birthday gift for her grandmother. Regrettably, the blossoms had yet to bloom, and a white-haired person mourns a black-haired one. He wondered if this piece could be relinquished. If 5,000 taels were insufficient, he would gladly offer more. Xing Yuxing proposed purchasing the plum blossom screen. Su Liang hesitated for a moment but ultimately declined, for the deceased was no more. And placing such an item before the matriarch would only deepen her sorrow. Xing Yuxing was momentarily taken aback and gazed at Su Liang intently, realizing, "It is I who am foolish." At that moment, a nurse brought forth a bowl of steaming medicinal soup. "Young master, it is time for your medicine." "Let it be for now," Xing Yuxing frowned. The nurse advised, "It will be of no use if it cools." Su Liang did not forget the purpose of her visit. "I have learned some medical skills from my grandfather. Might I examine the medicine for young Master Xing?" The matron, seemingly unheeding, urged, "Young master, quickly drink the medicine while it is still warm, lest the matriarch worry." Xing Yuxing's expression darkened as he prepared to serve it to Madame Ning. The matron, with a stern countenance, brought the medicine over. Su Liang inhaled the aroma and expressed her desire to see the prescription. "Fetch it," Xing Yuxing commanded. "Allow me to take young Master Xing's pulse." Su Liang thought, having come this far, and since Ning Jing was able to discern the darkening of his brow, he must be a person in need of rescue. Their brief interaction revealed that this grandfather-grandson pair was not unpleasant, so she decided to get straight to the point. Although Xing Yuxing maintained a composed exterior, he was inwardly astonished, for Su Liang had been rather indifferent towards him, and now she suddenly showed concern for his ailment. After taking his pulse, Su Liang obtained the prescription from the esteemed Dr. Feng, brought from the capital for Xing Yuxing, as well as an earlier prescription he had used for quite some time. Xing Yuxing began to cough again, prompting the matron to hastily present the medicine for him to consume. Just as the medicine was about to touch his lips, Su Liang's gaze sharpened. "Wait." The autumn wind howled, and the ginkgo leaves fluttered down in the courtyard. Matriarch Xing wiped away the tears from her eyes and presented the unused medicinal ingredients to Su Liang. The prescriptions were not entirely incorrect, but this particular concoction contained an ingredient not listed in the prescription. After inspecting it, Su Liang felt uncertain and even tasted a small portion. Matriarch Xing's complexion darkened significantly. Was it poisonous? Though not inherently toxic, for young Master Xing's constitution, it could accumulate over time, akin to arsenic. Su Liang sighed softly as she selected several primary medicinal ingredients, all precious and of exceptional quality, yet they were no longer pure. Xing Yuxin was already gravely ill. If he were to consume this medicine, he would undoubtedly succumb within a few days. The medicine itself appeared harmless, devoid of any poison. Should Xing Yuxin pass away, it would merely be attributed to his illness. At that juncture, the questionable herbs could be destroyed, leaving no trace behind. The renowned physician surnamed Feng, who had come specifically for Xing Yuxin, ought not to merely prescribe without overseeing the medication. Su Liang harbored suspicions that he too might be implicated. Lady Xing, in her fury, trembled uncontrollably, realizing why her beloved Yuer, despite receiving the finest remedies, continued to deteriorate. Xing Yuxing's complexion turned ashen, indicating that he had likely identified a suspect. Good girl, you must possess the true legacy of your ancestors. Is there still hope for my Yuer? Lady Xing grasped Su Liang's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with desperation. I shall prescribe a remedy for young Master Xing, supplemented with acupuncture, which may preserve his life, Su Liang declared. Xing Yuxing instructed someone to fetch the 4 treasures of the study. Suddenly, Ning Jing, who had been silent, spoke. You recite, and I shall write. Very well, Su Liang agreed, apprehensive that her own handwriting might falter. Once the prescription was completed, she handed it to Xing Yuxing. After Su Liang performed acupuncture, he felt a slight alleviation of the stagnation in his chest. Please make yourselves comfortable at the villa. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you require. Lady Xing implored Su Liang to stay. However, Su Liang politely declined, stating that she had matters to attend to at home, but would return the following day. I trust you both have household affairs to manage as well. Lady Xing smiled wryly, reflecting on her age and her inability to discern character. Had it not been for your arrival, my Yuer would likely have fallen victim to those with wicked hearts. Upon reaching the doorstep, Qi Jun departed, promising to return the next day to escort Su Liang to Qiuming Villa. Ning Jing unlocked the door, and as they entered, Su Liang inquired, Are you aware of the matters concerning the Northern Tranquil Princess residence? Ning Jing succinctly revealed that the current Northern Tranquil Princess was not the mother of Xing Yuxing. Su Liang sighed, remarking on the formidable nature of the so-called noble families. Ning Jing maintained a composed demeanor, reminding her to keep a respectful distance from Xing Yuxing. Su Liang retorted, It was you who urged me to save him. Ning Jing acquiesced, stating, You practice medicine. I shall collect payment from him. Su Liang requested Ning Jing to draft a new prescription. She took the medicine she had prepared for Zhuzi and set off for the Bai family. This medicine must be quite expensive, I presume? Inquired Madame Bai, her expression troubled. Su Liang candidly disclosed the price, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Bai family. The prescription from old Dr. Feng was flawed, but I have memorized it and asked Ning Jing to rewrite it. Ensure you keep it safe. When you go to the town to procure the medicine, the prices should match. Su Liang handed over the prescription she had prepared for Zhuzi to Bai Peng. It remained uncertain whether old Dr. Feng intended harm towards Xing Yuxing. Should Su Liang explicitly state her disapproval of old Dr. Feng's prescription, insisting that Zhuzi take the medicine she had prescribed, the Bai family might not be amenable. After all, old Dr. Feng was a renowned physician in the capital, while Su Liang's medical prowess was not yet recognized. As long as Zhuzi's health improved, there was no need for further discussion. After instructing Lu Shi on how to prepare the medicine, Su Liang beckoned Bai Xiaohu over, assigning him a task. Bai Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall I go hunting wild boar on the mountain tomorrow? Su Liang shook her head. I will be occupied tomorrow. I will call for you when I am free to go up the mountain. There are more pressing matters at hand. Bai Xiaohu puffed out his small chest, declaring, Whatever you ask of me, Sister Su Liang, I shall accomplish. Su Liang chuckled softly. You shall accompany Zhuzi in exercising. Bai Xiaohu was taken aback. His younger brother could not be exposed to the cold wind. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the Bai family, Su Liang elucidated that Zhuzi had a frail constitution and needed to gradually strengthen himself through exercise. Remaining cooped up at home was not conducive to his health. Old Bai tapped his pipe and concurred, indeed. If we continue to coddle him, he will become as delicate as a young girl and increasingly unable to withstand the elements. As the old adage goes, a child becomes sturdier with each fall. Bai he also endorsed Su Liang's perspective. What should I do? Bai Xiaohu inquired of Su Liang. She then led Bai Xiaohu and Zhuzi outside, directing him towards a level patch of ground, instructing him to take Zhuzi for a daily run. On the first day, run 1 lap. On the second day, increase the distance a bit. Gradually intensify the exercise. If Zhuzi cannot keep up, let him walk instead. Sister, I can do it, Zhuzi declared, his small face earnest. Su Liang cautioned him not to overexert himself, advising him to rest when weary. I will keep a close watch on little brother, ensuring he doesn't slack off or overexert himself, Bai Xiaohu proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently, vowing to fulfill his task. Bai Danyang handed Su Liang the medicine money, which she accepted without hesitation. Upon returning home, Su Liang heard some commotion from the backyard. She approached to find Ning Jing washing clothes by the well. Did you collect the medicine money? Ning Jing inquired, looking up. Su Liang nodded affirmatively. One must assist in emergencies, not to alleviate poverty. Kindness must be measured, Ning Jing remarked. Dinner consisted of red date millet porridge, minced meat eggplant, and wild vegetable pancakes. Do you intend to reside here long-term, occasionally extending a helping hand? Su Liang questioned Ning Jing. Ning Jing nodded, but added, I aim to take the imperial examination. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Was this a sudden decision? I suppose so, Ning Jing replied. When do you plan to take the exam? Su Liang felt a sense of unease at this unexpected revelation. This individual, seemingly untroubled and devoid of desires, has suddenly decided to partake in the imperial examination. In half a month's time, Ning Jing remarked. As far as she understood, the imperial examinations, from ancient times to the modern college entrance examinations, were intricately linked to one's household registration. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Ning Jing had previously mentioned that Su Liang's household registration was not in Su family village, but rather in the capital. This had been confirmed by Uncle Liang with Su Daqiang's family prior to their marriage. Consequently, Su Liang's possessions were seized by the Su clan, which constituted a form of encroachment. Upon informing Su Liang of this matter, Ning Jing noted that the household registration regulations in the Qian kingdom were stringent, disallowing arbitrary transfers. At that moment, Su Liang casually inquired, discovering that Ning Jing's registration was also not in Bei'an County. It is prohibited to take the examination in a different locality. However, if the heir of Prince Beijing were to endorse one's candidacy, then the restrictions on household registration would not apply, Ning Jing explained. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, inquiring if this was the fee for consultation that you intended to charge Xing Yuxing. Ning Jing provided a succinct clarification, and Su Liang grasped the essence. The Qian Kingdom's imperial examination is conducted province by province, with the court imposing strict limits on the number of candidates accepted from each region. Taking the examination in a different locality, thereby encroaching upon the quota, is deemed unfair to local candidates and is strictly prohibited by law. Falsifying household registration to participate in the examination constitutes fraud, punishable by decapitation upon discovery. There are exceptions, however. The court has consistently encouraged noble youths to partake in the examination as a demonstration of their abilities, exempting them from household registration restrictions. Yet, due to their inherent privileges, and even hereditary titles, they do not require this avenue to secure official positions. Thus, their mere participation directly increases the local admissions quota without encroaching upon the opportunities of common candidates. Should they succeed, their rankings are distinctly listed, ensuring no impact on the standings of other candidates. Nevertheless, while one's origins are predetermined, the examination itself remains impartial. Moreover, the Qian Kingdom's imperial examination is exceedingly rigorous, making it quite challenging to engage in deceitful practices. In the past, numerous noble scions failed to succeed in the imperial examinations, not even securing the status of a Xiaocai. Out of concern for their dignity, fewer and fewer noble offspring personally participated, leading to the practice of transferring qualifications. This entailed noble individuals recommending friends or subordinates to partake in the imperial examinations using their special status. The court imposed no restrictions on this practice. Should the recommended candidate succeed, the recommender would earn a reputation for discernment. The Crown Prince of Beijing King naturally held such privileges. Given his precarious health, The prospect of his personal participation in the examinations was nearly non-existent. As long as Xing Yuxing provided a recommendation, Ning Jing could take the examination anywhere. You wish to hold an official position? Su Liang inquired, still puzzled. Ning Jing contemplated for a moment and replied, I shall leave it to fate. Su Liang remarked, so, participating in the imperial examination is a spur-of-the-moment decision, and whether you accept an official position upon passing depends on your mood at that time. You seem rather detached, as if you desire neither to act nor to refrain from action. You have been transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Do you feel confident? Su Liang asked. Ning Jing shook his head slightly. Understanding dawned on Su Liang. Ah, you too are leaving it to fate. Well, the person you wish to save is indeed the one you perceive to have a short time left. This request is not excessive, Su Liang stated. Ning Jing's expression remained calm. The Qin kingdom held filial piety in high regard. Without parental consent, marrying was forbidden, and if one's parents did not acknowledge the union, it would be deemed invalid. Su Liang coughed lightly. Then what does our situation amount to? A runaway? Ning Jing succinctly replied, a clandestine affair. Though Su Liang recognized the seriousness of his words, an inexplicable awkwardness still lingered. The night passed in silence. The following day, Qi Jun arrived to escort them. And Su Liang and Ning Jing once again traveled to Qi Ming Mountain Villa, where the breathtaking scenery remained unchanged. Yet yesterday was tranquil and serene. Today, however, brings a sense of silent turmoil. The number of servants has dwindled, their heads bowed low, their steps lighter. Upon encountering the matriarch, Lady Xing, the weariness upon her visage was unmistakable, and the tall, slender maidservant who once accompanied her was nowhere to be seen. Su Liang refrained from inquiring into the intricacies of the situation. Xing Yuxing had taken great care in her appearance today, seated in a wheelchair as she was wheeled forth. Adorned in a jade crown and splendid attire, her complexion still bore the pallor of ill health. Su Liang first administered an acupuncture treatment. The maidservant soon arrived with the prepared medicine, and Lady Xing gestured for Su Liang to examine it first. After ensuring its safety, she allowed Xing Yuxing to take the medicine. Qi Jun had conveyed Lady Xing's invitation when he came to fetch them, suggesting they stay at Qi Ming Mountain Villa. However, Su Liang graciously declined. Both she and Ning Jing harbored secrets, making it imprudent to grow too close to outsiders. Su Liang was acutely aware of this. They had discussed the matter the previous night, and only with the approval of Ning Jing's parents could Su Liang be regarded as his legitimate wife. Lady Xing, fully aware of Ning Jing's banishment from his family, still inquired out of concern for Su Liang. In due time, Ning Jing assured. Lady Xing clasped Su Liang's hand. Sighing repeatedly, you are indeed unfortunate. Having just reached the age of coming of age, you were married off by those with wicked hearts. You have yet to consummate your marriage, I presume? Su Liang noticed Lady Xing's gaze fixated on a specific spot on her face, perhaps discerning something? Or perhaps, due to her youth, she believed Ning Jing incapable of such beastly behavior? Xing Yuxing paused, her gaze on Su Liang sharpening slightly. Su Liang spoke truthfully, no? Lady Xing's eyes brightened momentarily as she turned her attention to Ning Jing, daring to ask, why, young Master Ning, did you choose to wed here? Ning Jing looked at Xing Yuxing and replied, it was her wish to marry me. Madame Xing furrowed her brow, while Xing Yuxing lowered her gaze. Ning Jing's words held a kernel of truth, which Su Liang did not refute. Their relationship was rather intricate, laden with complexities that were not meant for outsiders to comprehend. Nor was there any necessity to elucidate it to them. She sensed that Madame Xing harbored a subtle inclination to sever the bond between her and Ning Jing, albeit without malevolent intent. From certain perspectives, it was indeed true that Ning Jing was not an ideal match. Before long, Madame Xing proposed an arrangement to recognize Su Liang as her god-granddaughter and inquired if Su Liang would be willing to reside in the North Jingwang mansion. Had the original owner of this body been seated beside Madame Xing at that moment, it would undoubtedly have been a stroke of fortune, a splendid opportunity to escape a life of hardship and stride towards a radiant future. Yet, the current Su Liang was merely here to practice medicine and save lives. She did not seek rescue. I am sincerely grateful for your kind intentions, but I am content with my life here and do not wish to leave at this time. Su Liang gracefully declined. I will dedicate myself to treating young Master Xing, and there is a matter for which I hope young Master Xing could assist. Xing Yuxing immediately inquired, what is it? Su Liang then conveyed Ning Jing's aspiration to participate in the imperial examination in Ban County. I did not expect young Master Ning to have such ambitions. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Xing Yuxing responded. However, she furrowed her brow and turned to Ning Jing. But I have a question that I wish to pose to young Master Ning. Ning Jing nodded, listening intently as Xing Yuxing asked, if you had not encountered me, would you still pursue the examination? Indeed, Ning Jing replied. If you were to hide away in a small village, would your brothers truly let you be? How would you protect her should trouble arise in the future? Xing Yuxing was puzzled by the sudden surge of anger that welled up within her. Originally, Su Liang's sudden concern for his illness yesterday was for Ning Jing. Ning Jing remained composed, requiring no undue worry from young Master Xing. The elder matriarch of the Xing family sighed deeply, urging Liang to reflect on her earlier words with care, without the need for haste in her response. We shall arrange Ning Gongzi's imperial examination matters post-haste. Su Liang smiled, suggesting that this could serve as her fee for treating young Master Xing. She nearly stated outright, I shall provide the healing, and you shall offer assistance as recompense, leaving us even in this transaction, devoid of emotional entanglements. After Su Liang and Ning Jing departed, the elder matriarch of the Xing family wore a look of regret, pondering how fortunate it would have been had she not misidentified the owner of the handkerchief. Xing Yuxing sighed softly, contemplating how much she must adore Ning Jing. Chapter 25. The young woman and the tender eggplant. As the carriage entered the village, they noticed the door of Su Daqiang's house ajar, prompting Su Liang and Ning Jing to alight. Qi Jun drove away, and upon entering, they found Bai He standing by the wall, broom in hand, wearing a disgruntled expression. The sounds of scolding and abuse emanated from next door, filled with foul language that was difficult to endure. A gust of wind had blown in last night, causing many leaves from the pear tree to fall, all swept into a pile. The courtyard appeared tidy, yet the open room was eerily vacant. Bai He tugged at the corner of her mouth, noting that there were plenty of beans and eggplants ready for harvest in the backyard. Just then, a shriek erupted from next door, followed by the venomous voice of an old woman. You shameless wretch! How dare you still weep? Traipsing about all day without a shred of decency. It's unbearably noisy, came the impatient voice of a young man. The voice of the old woman softened suddenly to, Go and read your book. If you want something to eat, just tell your mother, and I shall prepare it for you. The atmosphere next door fell silent, and Su Liang recalled having seen an elderly woman there, perhaps the very same one who had just been scolding. Bai He, gripping the broom with visible tension in her veins, maintained a stern expression as she moved the bluestone slabs. In the backyard, Su Liang picked green beans while Ning Jing meticulously selected ripe eggplants. Hearing a commotion ahead, Su Liang approached with a handful of beans, only to find Bai He standing at the door. Outside stood the neighborly old woman, accompanied by a frail and haggard young woman. Upon seeing Su Liang, the old woman's face momentarily stiffened before breaking into a smile. You are here, that's splendid. Why seek outsiders for family matters? Just tell me. With that, the old woman attempted to push past Bai He to enter, as if they were kin. Bai He remained silent, blocking her way. What brings you here? Su Liang inquired. Isn't your brother going to the county for exams next month? He's been studying day and night lately. So I came to gather some vegetables to stew some meat for him, to nourish his body. The old woman spoke of her son with a twinkle in her eye. Su Liang's expression remained indifferent. This is not your home. When your uncle was alive, he was never this stingy. I provided the seeds. So why can't I gather some vegetables? The old woman retorted, pouting. Logically speaking, you are married now. This house and land should not belong to you. Su Liang replied. The title deeds are held by Su Daming's creditor, who heir from the town, and the village head is well aware of this matter. If you have objections, you may approach him. The old woman shot Su Liang a sidelong glance. Don't try to intimidate me with such talk. May I ask, can this vegetable be picked? No, Su Liang firmly refused. The old woman spat disdainfully, as if I care. Just wait until next month when my juror becomes a scholar. Don't come crawling to curry favor. With that, she turned sharply, giving a fierce twist to the head of the bowed young woman, cursing, Aren't you leaving yet? Trying to entice that man named Bai? You harbinger of misfortune. Bai He fixed his gaze intently on the frail back of the young woman, unable to restrain himself from taking a couple of steps forward, only to abruptly retreat and slam the door shut with a resounding thud. When Su Liang inquired, Bai He explained that there was another family named Su next door, related to Su Daqiang. The elderly matron, Mrs. Niu, was, by lineage, the niece-in-law of Su Daqiang. Mrs. Niu had 3 sons. Her eldest, Su Xingyun, had tragically passed away last year from a sudden illness, leaving behind a young widow. The same Lu Shi who had just been scolded by Mrs. Niu. She hailed from the same village as Baihe's sister-in-law, Lu Shi. Mrs. Niu's youngest son, Su Xingzhe, was currently the only literate individual in the village. He was set to participate in the provincial examination next month, and if successful, he would become a scholar. Before Mrs. Niu could even revel in her son's prospective scholarly status, she was already puffing herself up, looking down upon everyone. Does Lu Huilan have children? Su Liang inquired. Baihe shook his head. No children. She is treated like a servant by her in-laws, receiving scant sustenance while catering to the entire family. If they are displeased, they resort to casual beatings and insults. How could she ever expect freedom? Su Liang's thoughts drifted to the original owner of her body. Were it not for Su Daming's debts and the emergence of Ningjing as a fat lamb ready for slaughter, Su Daqiang's family would never have hastily married off the original owner, allowing her to continue stitching for income, while enjoying the services of a free servant for the household. Observing Baihe's demeanor, Su Liang instinctively sensed that he held a particular interest in the young Lu Shi. However, the words of others can be formidable. Even if he harbors intentions, he can only observe from afar, powerless to intervene. As they crossed the bridge, Ningjing suddenly remarked to Su Liang, "The one named Lu Huilan may be nearing death." Su Liang was taken aback. "You saw it again?" "The dark mist." Ningjing nodded, recalling how he had stood behind Su Liang and caught a glimpse. "How can we save her? We can't just go to her house and keep watch." Su Liang expressed that the situation was rather tricky. However, those who have their fate marked by a darkened brow are destined to die or commit murder within 3 days. Lu Huilan does not strike one as capable of murder. It is far more likely she would fall victim to someone else's malice. Other than keeping a watchful eye, there seemed to be no alternatives. After dinner, Bai Peng arrived, handing over the proceeds from the sale of furniture to Su Liang, a total of 7 taels and 5 coins. According to their agreement, Bai Peng received a fee of 1.5 taels for his efforts. Ningjing set down his pen and remarked, "You are quite suited to assist me." The two then proceeded to Su Daqiang's residence, securing the door from within before making their way to the backyard. A mere wall separated them from the backyard of Su Xingzhe's home. Su Liang gestured for Ningjing to go first. Ningjing sprinted a few steps and gracefully leaped over the wall. Su Liang's eyes brightened. This was the legendary skill of lightness, and she wished to learn it. Though she had yet to master such techniques, a simple low wall posed no challenge. With a run-up, a jump, and a swift vault, she cleared it effortlessly. The yard housed pigs and chickens, exuding an unpleasant odor. "Uncle, while the water is heating, let us wash our feet." Hearing the voice of a young woman, Su Liang and Ningjing silently approached the rear window of a room. "Leave it be. Just give my shoulders a rub." This must be Su Xingzhe, the scholar. How shameless to have a widow massage him. A sound of a water basin being overturned echoed in the air. "Huilan, I am aware of your suffering. Once I pass my examinations and ascend to a position of authority, I shall take you as my concubine after marrying." "What are you doing, uncle? Let go of me." Desperation echoed in the woman's cries. Yet within the same roof, the entire household appeared deaf and mute. It was evident that they tacitly condoned Su Xingzhe's shameless actions, failing to regard Lu Huilan as a human being. Just as Su Liang was about to intervene, Ningjing struck with a palm, creating a resounding crash as a gaping hole suddenly marred the previously intact wall. Su Xingzhe, in panic, shouted, "A ghost! A ghost!" Seizing the moment, Lu Huilan broke free and fled in tears. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the family concluded that Su Xingyun was displeased with Su Xingzhe's attempts to possess Lu Huilan. Believing he was taking action to deter it, Niu clasped her hands together, muttering incantations, "Great fortune, do not blame your brother. It is that shameless woman's fault for seducing him. If you are angered, direct your wrath solely at her." She gritted her teeth, adding, "If she were to come to any harm, I would surely flay that wretched creature alive." Through the hole created by Ningjing, Su Liang listened intently and grasped the situation. Su Xingzhe defiantly declared, "She is the one who deliberately seduced me." Su Liang could only feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Ningjing tugged at Su Liang's sleeve, gesturing toward Lu Huilan's room. Su Liang stealthily approached. Hearing the sound of a chair clattering to the floor, his expression shifting as he burst through the door. The room was engulfed in darkness, and a figure dangled from the beam above. Su Liang drew the knife he carried and severed the ropes. Lu Huilan coughed, curled upon the ground, her eyes reflecting a desolate void of despair. "You will soon be free from here. Just wait a little longer." After whispering something into Lu Huilan's ear, Su Liang swiftly departed, intentionally affecting her voice. Lu Huilan, in a state of bewilderment, failed to discern Su Liang and instead surmised that a deity had manifested, sparing her from the clutches of the king of hell. A series of thunderous rumbles ensued, causing the walls of Su Xingzhe's home to collapse, the pigs to escape, the chickens to scatter, and a fire to erupt in the kitchen. Chapter 26. A scuffle as the sun ascended. Su Liang opened the front door to find Granny Bai approaching with a basket. The Bai family had recently experienced an unexpected windfall, and with the prospect of Zhuzi's recovery, Granny Bai's countenance was noticeably brighter. "Liang girl," she said, "I've just gathered some wild vegetables. Knowing how fond you are of them, I thought I'd bring you some." Su Liang invited Granny Bai inside and took a handful of the fresh vegetables to the kitchen. Granny Bai, observing the kitchen's immaculate state, praised Su Liang's domestic skills. In reality, Su Liang was only responsible for cooking, while Ningjing handled the washing, cleaning, and tidying. As they conversed, Granny Bai brought up the subject of the Su Xingzhe family. "You wouldn't know if you hadn't been out, but a calamity befell the Niu matriarch's household last night." A penchant for gossip seemed inherent in women. Su Liang feigned ignorance, and Granny Bai, sensing her interest, began to speak candidly. That old hag wouldn't let Lu Huilan leave, forcing her to serve the entire family, beating her daily, and spewing such vile words. "If my daughter were treated so cruelly, I'd have my son storm their doorstep. No one should be subjected to such abuse. It's all because they have a scholar in their family, and no one dares to offend them. Can you imagine? Last night, their walls crumbled, the pigs escaped, the chickens flew away, and a fire broke out. Not a soul was to be seen. It is said to be haunted. Aunt Bai cannot be accused of gloating. At the very least, she has vented her frustrations. Bai He originally studied in the town school alongside Su Xingzhe. But after the birth of her son Zhuzi, who was frail and ailing, the Bai family could no longer afford the expenses, forcing Bai He to abandon her studies. Since then, the old woman Niu has relentlessly mocked Aunt Bai, her caustic remarks fueling Aunt Bai's simmering resentment. Aunt Bai has always believed that her younger son, Bai He, possesses a keen intellect and a natural aptitude for learning, yet the family's financial constraints weigh heavily upon her. On several occasions, Niu's sarcastic comments in public almost provoked Aunt Bai to confront her and silence her vitriol. Perhaps there truly are spirits at play. Su Liang, with a serious demeanor, inquired whether there were any Taoists in their village. Aunt Bai shook her head. There were none in the village, but there was one in the town. "Are they effective?" Su Liang asked. Aunt Bai scoffed lightly, dismissing him as merely a money-grabbing charlatan. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Liang, and he contemplated a way to assist Lu Huilan in escaping her dire predicament. One cannot abandon a rescue midway. If Lu Huilan does not leave the old woman's home, the tragedy of the previous night will inevitably repeat itself. Having shared the juiciest gossip from the village, Aunt Bai departed contentedly with her basket in hand. "May I borrow a set of your clothes?" Su Liang requested as she entered, addressing Ningjing. Without questioning her intentions, Ningjing retrieved a blue long gown. Su Liang held it up, finding it too large. "It's a gift for you," Ningjing replied. When Ningjing next encountered Su Liang, she was dressed in male attire, her hair styled in a boyish topknot. At first glance, the youthful girl appeared like a lad of 12 or 13 years. Su Liang also took a straw hat from Ningjing's room, a keepsake from Uncle Liang. "I am heading to the town. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Su Liang inquired. Ningjing shook his head. "No. If Qi Jun were to come for him, he could wait a while." As Su Liang spoke, she briskly stepped out the door. There existed a narrow path from the village to the town, which Bai Peng had previously pointed out to Su Liang. This path was too narrow for carts or burdens, and rarely saw any foot traffic. Su Liang took the shortcut with remarkable speed, soon arriving at Fian Town. After inquiring around, she located the old Taoist who habitually set up his stall at the entrance of an alley. The old Taoist, clad in tattered garments, had a glint of wisdom in his eyes, with her straw hat pulled low, obscuring most of her face except for her pointed chin. Su Liang cut straight to the chase. She informed the Taoist that if someone from Sujia village came to invite him for a ritual, he should tell them that the eldest daughter-in-law, who was in mourning, was incompatible with her younger brother-in-law and needed to maintain a distance. This monk never speaks falsehoods. The old Taoist scoffed lightly. Su Liang produced a piece of silver and insisted, "Taoist, they truly are incompatible." The old Taoist's eyes brightened as he snatched the silver and tucked it into his robe, waving his brush with assurance. "Rest assured, young master. This monk shall take a thorough look." Shortly thereafter, a man hurriedly came to summon the old Taoist, heading towards Sujia village. Before leaving Fian town, a horse-drawn carriage halted beside her. "Miss Su?" Upon hearing Xing Yuxing's voice, Su Liang paused to see Qi Jun driving the carriage, accompanied by another guard, Qi Yan, who bore a striking resemblance to him. The two were brothers. Xing Yuxing sat inside the carriage, astonished to see her. "It truly is Miss Su." Qi Jun chuckled. "Just now, the young master remarked on the resemblance, yet my subordinate failed to recognize you. What brings you here?" Su Liang inquired. "I feel quite remiss for troubling Miss Su to come to my home for treatment. I, too, wish to venture out," Xing Yuxing elucidated. Su Liang nodded and boarded the carriage. "Has Ning Jing not arrived?" Xing Yuxing assessed Su Liang's attire. She was clad in garments reminiscent of Ning Jing's, albeit smaller in size. Upon removing her straw hat, she appeared as a strikingly handsome youth. "He is at home," Su Liang replied. Xing Yuxing noted that the expression on the young Master Xing's face had improved compared to the previous days. "It is all due to your efforts," he stated earnestly. "While it is indeed more convenient for you to traverse the outside world in male attire, one must still exercise caution." Su Liang recognized Xing Yuxing's misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify. Xing Yuxing produced a finely crafted jade token and handed it to Su Liang, informing her that Ning Jing's participation in the imperial examination in Bayan County had been arranged. She need only present his token at the appointed time. Whether he succeeds depends upon his own capabilities. "Thank you," Su Liang accepted it. As the carriage entered the village and passed by Su Xingzhi's home, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Upon seeing Su Liang peering out from behind the curtain, Xing Yuxing inquired, "Is there a celebration at this household today?" Su Liang nodded, affirming, "Yes." A joyous occasion. When the carriage came to a halt, Su Liang was the first to alight, spotting Ning Jing standing at the entrance, their gazes meeting fortuitously. By the time Xing Yuxing was assisted into a wheelchair by Qi Jun and Qi Yan, Su Liang had already made her way toward Ning Jing with a light step, presenting him with the basket and the jade token. This place possesses a simplicity and natural charm that surpasses that of Qiu Ming Mountain Manor. The Ning residence holds no remarkable features, appearing as an ordinary household within the village. Xing Yuxing's visit today stemmed from his genuine curiosity about what could possibly captivate Su Liang so deeply, compelling her to disregard the prospect of becoming the esteemed granddaughter of the matriarch of the northern Jing prince's household and living a life of luxury and grandeur, especially given that she had not been raised here. In addition to the jade pendant, Xing Yuxing brought an array of gifts, including exquisite tea leaves, ginseng, bird's nest, pole bolts of silk and cotton fabric, precious antique vases, an assortment of 8 delicacies, and a basket of grapes that were beyond the reach of ordinary folk, perhaps even unseen by them. Qi Jun pushed Xing Yuxing inside, while Qi Yan took the gifts. "These are all prepared by my grandmother. Please be sure to accept them," Xing Yuxing insisted. Su Liang smiled and replied, "It would be my honor to comply. Please convey my gratitude to the matriarch." Upon entering Ning Jing's room, Su Liang administered acupuncture to Xing Yuxing. Ning Jing sat nearby, attentively observing, which made Xing Yuxing feel somewhat uneasy. He held a profound admiration for Su Liang, having never encountered such a free-spirited and composed young woman, who also possessed genuine skill, independence, and strength. However, with Su Liang now engaged to Ning Jing, Xing Yuxing harbored no improper intentions. Despite the matriarch's repeated expressions of regret over Xing Yuxing's missed opportunity with Su Liang, she genuinely cherished her. Yet, Xing Yuxing was acutely aware that both the deceitful Huang Wanner of the past and the current Su Liang were merely seen by the matriarch as potential concubines for him. He could refuse the family's arrangements and remain unmarried, yet to seek a legitimate marriage, he would undoubtedly have to navigate the family's influence. Even if Su Liang were not to marry Ning Jing, Xing Yuxing did not believe she would consent to be anyone's secondary wife. Moreover, news reached Xing Yuxing yesterday that the Longxin Marquis Gu's family had been punished for treason, resulting in the annulment of the engagement between Gu Ling, the Marquis' heir, and Miss Nian from the Nian family. Xing Yuxing's stepmother, now the Princess of Beijing, sought to arrange a marriage for her biological son with Nian Ruxua. Madame Xing believes that the union between the Northern Tranquil Prince's residence and the esteemed Jiang family, currently basking in the favor of the imperial court, is indeed a fortuitous match. Having previously encountered Nian Ruxua, she holds the conviction that the two families are destined to be bound by marriage, and thus, considerations for Xing Yuxing should be prioritized. The window stood ajar. Just as Su Liang had put away her silver needles, she spotted Ant Bai entering once more, accompanied by Xiaohu and Zhuzi, who rushed in eagerly. Zhuzi's cheeks were flushed from exertion, having just completed a run. Upon noticing guests in the house, Ant Bai hesitated, contemplating whether to take her leave, but Su Liang stepped forward to clarify that it was merely a visit from a friend of Ning Jing. Ant Bai grasped Su Liang's arm, eager to share the latest developments regarding the farcical situation at old Nyang's home. They indeed summoned the old priest from town. We all went to witness it. The priest inspected every nook and cranny of old Nyang's residence and inquired about the zodiac signs of the entire family. Can you guess what transpired next? Ant Bai wore a knowing expression, as if to say you would never guess, urging Su Liang to inquire further. Curiosity piqued. Su Liang asked whether the priest had claimed the presence of a ghost. In broad daylight, surely he could not perceive any specter. Ant Bai shook her head, revealing that the old priest proclaimed a clash between the zodiac signs of Lu Huilan and Su Xingxia. Unless they were to part ways swiftly, misfortune would inevitably besiege Su Xingxia. You should have seen old Nyang's face at that moment. It was as grim as a stone in a foul cesspit. Oh, so that is the case. Does this mean they intend to drive Lu Huilan away? Su Liang inquired. A smile graced her lips, considering it perhaps a blessing in disguise. Who could argue with that? Ant Bai sighed, expressing hope that Lu Huilan would find herself a worthy suitor. Su Liang refrained from disclosing to Ant Bai that her youngest son, Bai He, seemed to harbor an interest in Lu Huilan. Acting discreetly, her intention was to safeguard Lu Huilan's life. As for matters of romance, she had neither interest nor the ability to facilitate such unions. After Xing Yuxing departed, Ning Jing suddenly remarked to Su Liang that had she not rejected old Madame Xing the previous day, the matron would undoubtedly have sought to arrange a union between her and Xing Yuxing as a concubine. Initially, Su Liang was not taken aback, for she had sensed this possibility. However, upon hearing the final two words, she momentarily faltered. The notion of becoming a concubine felt surreal to Su Liang, who had traversed time. Later, Bai Xiaohu clandestinely approached her, sharing tidbits of his own family's gossip. His grandmother had nearly fainted in fury upon learning that his uncle wished to marry a recently widowed woman who had been cast off by her former husband. Human nature is undeniably intricate. From certain perspectives, the lofty old Madame Xing is not so different from Bai Yang. In the absence of personal stakes, they do not hesitate to extend their kindness. Yet, if Su Liang were to leverage her benevolence as a bargaining chip, aspiring to become the crown princess of Beijingshi, old Madame Xing would likely deem her aspirations as fanciful, regardless of her having saved Xing Yuxing's life. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, who sympathized with Lu Huilan and hoped for her to wed a good man, could not bear the thought of the same fate befalling her own son. Su Liang jested that it would be splendid if women could partake in the imperial examinations, allowing her to secure a respectable status, so that if she were to fancy a noble young man, she would not have to resign herself to being a concubine. She did not perceive any significant flaws in old Madame Xing or Bai Yang. Each held their respective positions. Old Madame Xing believed her esteemed lineage warranted her grandson's match with a woman of high standing, while Bai Yang merely wished for her beloved son to marry a virtuous maiden, both of which seemed reasonable. Ning Jing then suggested that she could participate in the martial examinations. Su Liang expressed her astonishment, questioning if women were indeed permitted to enter the martial examinations. In a rival nation, a female general once mocked the women of the Qian kingdom for their sole skill in embroidery. In response, the emperor permitted women to participate in martial examinations, yet to this day, no woman has attained recognition through such tests. Ning Jing remarked, "Shall we fight our way to the capital, step by step?" Su Liang expressed interest. Ning Jing shook his head, "There's no need." Prior to the imperial examination in the literary arena, all participants in the martial examinations gather in the capital for combat selection, with only an age limit of below 30 years. "Are you truly considering participation?" Su Liang casually inquired. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. I shall decide when the time comes." Su Liang noted, "Your martial prowess seems formidable. How about we step outside for a spar?" Chapter 27. Moral Coercion. With the gate securely bolted from within, the two engaged in barehanded combat in the spacious courtyard. Having previously witnessed Su Liang's skills when saving Yen Yu on the street, Ning Jing was now unveiling his own abilities for the first time to Su Liang. Were there spectators, they would surely perceive Su Liang's moves as swift, fierce, and precise, while Ning Jing's seemed leisurely yet effective. embodying the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. One was as sharp as a blade, the other as graceful as the wind. As they simultaneously ceased their strikes, Ning Jing remained composed while Su Liang appeared slightly breathless. "You did not exert your full strength," Su Liang remarked. Ning Jing did not refute this, replying, "Nor did you display your true capability." Constrained by her current frail form, Su Liang could only manifest less than 50% of her past prowess. "I must train diligently," she resolved. "What weapon do you excel in?" Su Liang inquired with curiosity. "The long sword," Ning Jing replied. "Would you be able to teach me swordsmanship and lightness techniques when time permits?" Su Liang asked. "Certainly," Ning Jing nodded. "But you must stay to assist me." Once again, the unresolved question lingered in the air. Su Liang declined, settling instead for a dish of crispy eggplant. The two collaborated, with Su Liang preparing the meal while Ning Jing washed the dishes. However, ordering additional dishes required extra payment, which Ning Jing readily accepted. A knock echoed through the room, prompting him to answer the door. He appeared, his expression less than pleasant, his gaze drifting past Ning Jing to fixate on Su Liang. "I have something to discuss with you," he stated. Ning Jing showed no intention of inviting him inside. Anticipating his purpose, Su Liang refrained from approaching. "I would like you to persuade my parents." He expressed his desire to marry Lu Huilan. Once he finished, Ning Jing shook his head, suggesting he should find a solution on his own. With that, he closed the door. Recently, the two families had been interacting more frequently, and he perhaps believed that Ning Jing and Su Liang might sway by Lao Tu and by Dama's opinions. However, some matters are best left untouched by outsiders. Dama remarked bitterly, "Even outsiders recognize he is being foolish. I cannot be bothered with him. I truly do not understand what Lu Huilan has done to capture his heart." The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu, silently mended a shoe sole. Lu Huilan was her younger sister, with whom she shared a close bond. Yet, in this matter, she too was an outsider, and thus chose to remain silent. For lunch, Su Liang prepared the crispy eggplant that Ning Jing had ordered, along with layered meat pancakes. He cleaned the wild vegetables gifted by Dama, steaming them with a touch of flour and seasoning them to perfection. "If you desire to earn money, you could open a restaurant." Ning Jing praised Su Liang's culinary skills once more. Su Liang nodded, saying, "When I do open a restaurant, I shall hire you as the manager. With you at the helm, young maidens and wives will surely flock to dine, drawn by both the exquisite cuisine and the charming presence." Ning Jing frowned. "Do you consider me merely a decorative piece?" Su Liang smiled. "Is it not acceptable to compliment your looks?" After dinner, Ning Jing took out the treasure chest he had previously shown to Su Liang, allowing her to select 3 items: Yin Yu, Xing Yu Sheng, and Lu Huilan. Although Su Liang had saved people of her own volition, Ning Jing was still bound by their agreement to offer her a reward. "Can I choose this hairpin?" Su Liang inquired, picking up the jade pin that Nian Jin Sheng had placed in her hair on the night of their betrothal. Observing Uncle Liang's reaction at the time, Su Liang speculated that it might have originally belonged to Ning Jing, perhaps even a token he had given to a beloved. Ning Jing shook his head, stating that this particular item was not permissible. Unfazed, Su Liang set the jade pin aside and chose a gold bracelet, a gold pendant adorned with jade, and an emerald ring instead. Ning Jing subsequently collected the remaining items. Su Liang requested a wooden box with a lock, into which she placed the original owner's embroidered pieces along with the 3 selected jewels. The used embroidery had been thoroughly washed, dried, and neatly arranged. Since her arrival in this realm, Su Liang had only encountered and tasted pears. However, today, she was given grapes by Xing Yu Sheng and found them to be exceptionally delightful. As dusk approached, Aunt Bai visited again, refraining from mentioning the matters concerning Bai He and Lu Huilan, but informed Su Liang that the pig belonging to Niu Pazi had been found. Having offended many in her daily life, Niu Pazi was oblivious to who had poisoned her pig with rat poison. Though Aunt Bai held disdain for Niu Pazi, she could not help but sigh at the misfortune. For farmers, pigs represent significant assets, and Niu Pazi's family had suffered a considerable loss. The dead pig had been discovered in the mountains. Rat poison was a common household item, and even if a complaint were lodged at the county office, it was unlikely that the culprit would be uncovered. Su Liang felt a twinge of sympathy solely for the unfortunate pig, with no such sentiments directed towards the Su Xingzhe family. "There is another matter, which I surmise," Aunt Bai, grasping Su Liang's hand, remarked. "You may be unaware, but ever since Su Daqiang's family became laborers, Niu Pozi has set her sights on their house. Now that the walls of Niu Posi's home have crumbled and her dwelling is in disrepair, she may seize the opportunity to encroach upon your property. You must remain vigilant. The residence of Su Daqiang's family is the finest in the village. Over the years, Niu Posi's household has supported Su Xingjia's education, leaving them impoverished and unable to construct a new home, which has fallen into disrepair. Niu Posi even broached this topic in front of Su Liang yesterday. Grateful for Aunt Bai's warning, Su Liang, before departing, mentioned her intention to propose a match for Bai He. Su Liang simply smiled and offered her congratulations. As soon as Aunt Bai left, Su Liang indulged in a few grapes, preparing to continue her calligraphy practice, when a knock at the door interrupted her. It was Ning Jing. A sense of apprehension crept into Su Liang, suspecting Aunt Bai's words might ring true. Ning Jing opened the door to find Li Zheng Su Bai, several clan elders from the Su family, and Niu Posi and her husband, accompanied by 2 grimy children. Where's the girl Liang? We have matters to discuss with her. Niu Posi demanded. She is asleep, Ning Jing replied, his demeanor unyielding. The Ning family enjoys wealth and status. Why not simply give the house to Xingxia? Should he succeed in his studies and attain an official position, he will surely remember your kindness, one of the clan elders interjected. The others nodded in agreement. The implications were clear. If Ning Jing and Su Liang refused, they would be perceived as petty, cruel, and short-sighted. Ning Jing, with his thin lips barely parted, stated, 50 taels. Niu Posi shrieked. This is already Su family's house. How can we not reside here? Do you still demand payment? Su Bai sighed, remarking that the house was purchased by the young girl, Su Liang, from Huer, the proprietor of a gambling den in town, for a substantial sum of 50 taels. He suggested that Xingxia write an IOU, deferring payment until he could pass the imperial examinations and receive a reward from the county office. In truth, the house was a gift from Huer to Su Liang, a fact that Su Bai was well aware of. Yet he deliberately chose to phrase it this way to avoid offending Ning Jing and Su Liang. However, under pressure from the clan elders and fearing that Su Xingxia might indeed succeed, he found himself in the precarious position of mediator. The old woman, Niu Posi, wailed, lamenting that her son had studied for so many years and finally had a chance to excel, yet lacked a place to reside. If he were to fail, it would be their fault. With a heavy heart, she continued, you still force him to write an IOU. How can you be so cruel? This threatens to sever our family's livelihood. The 2 children, sensing the tension, began to cry and rushed towards Ning Jing. Frowning, Ning Jing evaded them, causing the children to tumble to the ground and weep even more fiercely. Observing this, Niu Posi seized the opportunity to play the victim, exclaiming, you all witnessed it. He struck my grandson. How can your clan, the Sus, stand idly by while your children are bullied by outsiders? Su Bai, witnessing Niu Posi's shameless demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and pulled the 2 children up from the ground, insisting, enough of this noise. Xingxia is a scholar. He would never engage in such underhanded dealings. Should he succeed in his studies, he would face scrutiny. For the sake of his future, this IOU must be written. The clan elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, for Su Bai's words held a grain of truth. Yet Niu Posi quickly countered, do not intimidate me. As long as he gifts us the house, what right do you have to refuse? Not a chance, Ning Jing replied, her expression impassive. You must let Su Liang come out. See if she has the heart to watch our family freeze to death outside. The old woman yelled, Su Liang, come out. Come and see your nephew. He may not survive. Irritated, Su Liang set down her pen and stepped outside. Upon seeing her, the old woman intensified her wailing, even pinching her 2 grandsons to elicit louder cries. Su Bai's expression stiffened. It was rather, since you all sympathize with Su Xingxia, valuing him as an educated man with limitless potential, why not take him into your own home to care for him? Once he achieves success, he will surely remember your kindness. Su Liang scoffed, remarking that such a favorable arrangement would undoubtedly please the elders, leaving no chance for a cold-hearted descendant like her to take the lead. Uncle Bai, do you not agree? Su Bai felt rather awkward, caught off guard by Su Liang's sharp sarcasm, and he hesitated to respond. In truth, the old woman's house was not as dilapidated as they claimed. They had deliberately damaged it to seize Su Liang's property. However, she detested moral coercion. A group of elderly people, accompanied by 2 pitiful children, attempting to stir her compassion? Apologies, but she harbored none. In fact, the old woman's house was intentionally ruined by her and Ning Jing, as they had oppressed and humiliated the widow, nearly driving her to despair. This was a clever counterattack, leaving the clan elders and local officials speechless. "We want your house. Your house is the best," shouted the old woman's eldest grandson, unveiling their predatory faade behind the guise of victimhood. This was followed by the old woman's cries and accusations. With the two children wailing in heart-wrenching agony, Su Liang remained as tranquil as still water. It is inconceivable that the family would genuinely write an IOU to purchase a house. Su Xingzhe, driven by his primal instincts, even harasses the widow. What kind of scholar is he? As the two approached their respective doorways, Su Liang suddenly called out to Ning Jing. "What is it?" Ning Jing inquired. Su Liang scoffed lightly. "Aren't you also preparing for the entrance examination? Study diligently, and it would be splendid if the results could infuriate that family to the point of bloodshed." Ning Jing nodded in agreement. "All right. I shall have steamed dishes tomorrow." Su Liang sighed. Deal. Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor. Su Liang is a person of action. After proclaiming her intent to practice martial arts, she arose before dawn to jog in the courtyard. In the morning, she gathered tools and set up rudimentary equipment like parallel bars and sandbags in the yard. Initially, Ning Jing sat indoors reading, but later moved a chair outside to join her. Su Liang, engrossed in her own endeavors, made no effort to enlist his assistance. Had an outsider been present, they would have witnessed a petite girl wielding a large hammer to drive nails into wood, while a certain gentleman observed with folded arms. By the time Xing Yuxing arrived, Su Liang had completed her work and tested the equipment. "What are these?" Xing Yuxing asked, intrigued by the sudden additions to the courtyard. Su Liang, wishing to avoid excessive explanation, seized the book from Ning Jing's hands, pulled him from his chair, and smiled. "They are his toys." Xing Yuxing was taken aback. "Young Master Ning, may I inquire about how these are used?" "Not for you to see," Ning Jing replied, reclaiming his book and turning away, leaving Xing Yuxing with a haughty silhouette. "Please do not take offense, young Master Xing. He has this temperament," Su Liang remarked, unfazed by Ning Jing's aloofness. She acted as if she were quite familiar with Ning Jing, wishing to deter Xing Yuxing from harboring any notions that might cause trouble. Xing Yuxing smiled, remarking that young Master Ning was quite enigmatic. Today he had brought gifts, 2 sets of brand new bedding, 2 plump wild chickens, and a basket filled with vibrant red hawthorn berries. The wild chickens had been captured by Qi Jun the previous day, and the red berries were from the village. Xing Yuxing expressed his gratitude. Su Liang accepted the gifts and proceeded to administer acupuncture to Xing Yuxing. Ning Jing approached to observe, prompting Xing Yuxing to inquire whether he was learning the art of medicine from Su Liang. Ning Jing shook his head, merely wanting to witness the process of needling. Xing Yuxing was taken aback. He harbored no grievances against Ning Jing, finding his peculiar interests rather strange. However, Su Liang perceived that Ning Jing's nonsensical chatter, much like her own, served solely to deflect Xing Yuxing's curiosity about their lives. After the acupuncture treatment, Xing Yuxing suggested a game of chess with Ning Jing, but his proposal was once again declined. Finally realizing his unpopularity, Xing Yuxing relinquished his desire to befriend the couple and departed with his entourage. As they settled into the carriage, Qi Yin wore a displeased expression, feeling that their master's goodwill was not appreciated. Xing Yuxing sighed lightly, feeling his words were too harsh. "Su Liang accepted the items I brought and did not refuse to treat me. How is that ungrateful? It was merely my one-sided intention to befriend them, which was gently declined. A fallen merchant's son truly believes himself to be someone of importance." Qi Yin scoffed. "Do not underestimate him," Xing Yuxing countered. "He is no ordinary individual. His current predicament is but temporary." "On what basis do you say that? Aside from his good looks, what abilities does he possess?" "The one truly capable is Miss Su," Qi Yin remarked. "Why do you think Su Liang is willing to be with Ning Jing?" Xing Yuxing retorted. Qi Jun chuckled. "Perhaps it is simply because the young Master Ning possesses remarkable beauty." Xing Yuxing paused, pondering. "While I do not consider Su Liang to be a superficial person, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility." As the carriage departed from Su family village, Xing Yuxing suddenly inquired, "In terms of appearance, am I significantly inferior to Ning Jing?" Qi Yin shook his head. "The young master is far more handsome." At the same time, Qi Jun candidly remarked, "It is not that much of a difference." Qi Yin playfully struck Qi Jun, asserting, "In my opinion, aside from the former young master Gu of Changxin Marquis, none of the young men in the Qin kingdom can compare to our master." "When did you ever see that young Master Gu?" Qi Jun asked. "When the princess was present. There was an occasion when she sent me to the capital to deliver a gift to young Master Gu. Did I not mention it?" Qi Yin scratched his head. On that day, I heard that the road the Qin family intended to take had suffered a severe landslide, and anyone passing through would surely be buried. It was an orchestrated plot to harm the princess, though for reasons unknown, it was never pursued further. The princess believed that young Master Gu saved her, yet she did not publicize it. She merely had my father secretly send him a birthday gift each year. That year, my father injured his leg, which is why I went instead. At that time, a Jun was accompanying the young master on a journey elsewhere, so he was unaware. Qi Yin elucidated. Why has my mother never mentioned this to me? Xing Yuxing inquired, perplexed. Qi Jun sighed softly. The Changxin Marquis and the prince have a long-standing enmity. The princess merely wished to express her gratitude for young Master Gu's unintentional rescue, and thus could not allow for any further entanglement. Xing Yuxing recalled the incident involving Gu Ling. His stepmother intended to arrange a marriage between her son and Gu Ling's fiancée, Nian Ruxue, while his grandmother believed that Nian Ruxue would fare better as his wife. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him. The last time he heard, Gu Ling had fled the capital. Had he been captured? Qi Yin shook his head, stating that he had not heard of any capture. In the middle of the month, General Nian, acting under imperial orders, had come to this locale in pursuit of young Master Gu. Nian Jincheng? Xing Yuxing's gaze sharpened. It was indeed he. The solitary and aloof young Master Gu was said to have only one friend, that very General Nian. Rumor had it that 2 years prior to the Gu family's downfall, young Master Gu had secluded himself in the Hugui Temple, with no one allowed to see him except for Nian Jincheng. Qi Yin donned a slight smirk, indicating that General Nian was merely a self-serving opportunist. Qi Jun frowned, noting that imperial orders were not to be disobeyed. If he did not comply, the Nian family would find it impossible to distance themselves from the Gu family's treasonous case. This matter does not concern us. Refrain from excessive chatter and guard your words, lest calamity arise from your tongue. Upon finishing, Xing Yuxing lowered the carriage curtain, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Upon learning of his mother's connection to Gu Ling, he resolutely refused to entertain any arrangements by the matriarch regarding Nian Ruxue. After a long pause, a deep sigh escaped him, wishing that Gu Ling was currently residing in some obscure place, living a tranquil and peaceful life. Qi Jun inquired of Qi Yin about young Master Gu's beauty. Xing Yuxing replied, "It is as if he was discovered by chance." After lunch, Ning Jing washed a plate of hawthorn, picked one up, took a bite, grimaced, and set it down. Su Liang, who was reading in the adjoining room, responded, "Isn't the red fruit meant to be eaten raw?" Ning Jing inquired. "Of course, it is possible. As the old saying goes, sour sons and spicy daughters. Unfortunately, pregnant women cannot consume red fruits." Su Liang responded earnestly. Ning Jing continued. Madame Bai has once again brought a bundle of wild vegetables to share with Su Liang while updating her on the latest happenings concerning the Nubozu family. "I heard they came last night demanding your house. How shameless. But what you don't know is that the situation becomes even more disgusting. The wealthy Ma Erwi family in the village, having several vacant houses, eagerly invited them to stay, providing food and drink. Being no kin to them, that family only seeks to exploit, displaying utter lack of decency. And guess what happened? Ma Erwi's daughter, whom you don't know, named Xiaofang, who is usually quite willful, ended up entangled with Su Xingzhe last night. Ma Erwi's wife insists that Su Xingzhe bullied her daughter, creating a commotion that the entire village is now aware of. Nubozu insists that the Ma family drugged Su Xingzhe, accusing Xiaofang of shamelessly seducing him. The two families have become embroiled in a fierce conflict, with Su Xingzhe bearing several scratches on his face. Madame Bai animatedly recounted the tale, while Su Liang listened in astonishment. Initially, she and Ning Jing had only aimed to ensure Lu Huilan's survival, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events. As I went to gather wild vegetables, I saw Nubozu sitting on the ground weeping, and, to my surprise, she began to curse you. She claimed it was all your fault for being heartless. Otherwise, they would not have gone to stay at the Ma family's, nor would such incidents have occurred. Madame Bai exclaimed indignantly. Su Liang remarked that it is quite normal for unpleasant events to unfold among unsavory individuals. If Nubozu has the capability, she should confront her directly, as she felt a bit of pent-up energy. However, as the only educated person in Sujiakan, Su Liang believed that this matter would not escalate too far. The Ma family must harbor ulterior motives, otherwise, they would not be so eager. Su Xingzhe fell into their trap, yet he is not entirely blameless. Later, Su Liang learned that Su Xingzhe had agreed to take Ma Xiaofang as a concubine after achieving academic success and marrying a wife. Ning Jing emerged holding hawthorns. "If you are free, could you assist me in purchasing 2 pairs of shoes in town?" Su Liang inquired. On that occasion, when she bought clothes, she had forgotten to buy shoes. The original owner possessed only 2 pairs, and the embroidered shoes were unsuitable for physical activity. Recently, she had engaged in quite a bit of exercise. This morning, 1 pair was damaged during a run, and just moments ago, the other pair also tore, leaving her unable to go outside. Su Liang had already spent money to enlist Aunt Bai's help in making shoes. She did not seek aesthetics, merely a comfortable and sturdy fit, but it would take time before they were ready to wear. Ning Jing lifted the hawthorns. After receiving the money, he set out alone, taking a small path to the town. Upon entering the clothing store, Ning Jing produced the paper Su Liang had prepared and requested to purchase according to those measurements. The proprietress smiled, praising Ning Jing as a considerate husband, and presented a selection of embroidered shoes for him to choose from. Ning Jing selected the 2 most expensive pairs and also bought 2 pairs for himself. However, he noticed some wooden hairpins nearby, which were rather unrefined in their carving. After inquiring about the price, he chose 4. Upon returning home, he discovered an unexpected guest standing at the door. Ning Jing feigned ignorance, bypassing him to enter the house and presenting the items he had purchased to Su Liang. Su Liang examined the shoes and expressed her trust in Ning Jing's taste, declaring them quite beautiful. "And that person, what is the situation?" Su Liang asked. Shortly after Ning Jing departed, someone knocked on the door, claiming to be from the Ning family in Xuanyang City. Su Liang simply stated that Ning Jing was not at home and instructed him to wait outside. A sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Ning Jing maintained a calm demeanor. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, nearly at death's door, yet still. Ning Jing shook his head. "They came to kill me." Chapter 29, The Unfortunate One. The mushrooms were delightful. I planned to use them for a chicken stew. As for the hawthorn that Ning Jing wished to eat, Su Liang had initially intended to make candied hawthorn skewers, but lacking bamboo sticks, she resolved to create sugar snowballs that did not require them. Ning Jing rolled up his sleeves, following Su Liang's instructions to wash and seed the hawthorn. "What was that person's name?" Su Liang suddenly inquired while stirring the sugar. Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent. "It is of no importance." Su Liang suspected that he was unaware, as he was not the true 7th young master of the Ning family. However, it was indeed of little consequence. The sun began to set. Bai Xiaohu arrived with Zhuzi, and upon seeing the middle-aged man standing outside, he curiously asked, "Who are you?" "Brother, he is looking for Brother Ning," Zhuzi replied. Bai Xiaohu pushed the door open, pulling Zhuzi inside, then closed the door tightly, whispering, "Let us not bother with him. He surely is someone Brother Ning and Sister Su Liang do not favor." The freshly made sugar snowballs, enveloped in a pristine white glaze, rendered the originally vibrant red hawthorn soft and hazy, akin to snow reflecting red plums. A truly exquisite sight. The air was filled with a sweet aroma as Ning Jing delicately pinched one with his slender fingers, placing it into his mouth. Bai Xiaohu and Zhuzi swallowed simultaneously. Su Liang beckoned, "Having just made them, I'm not sure how they taste. Please come and help me try." Bai Xiaohu pulled a handful of sour jujubes from his pocket. "They are from behind my house. 1 branch is ripened, and they are delicious. The round little jujubes are crisp and sweet tart." Noticing Su Liang's delight, Bai Xiaohu remarked that there were plenty more on the mountain behind his home. "On another day, I shall pay a visit," Su Liang remarked with a smile. The 2 children, one for you and one for me, swiftly finished the small bowl of sugar snowballs she had given them. "Thank you, Sister Su Liang," Bai Xiaohu exclaimed as he took the bowl and dashed away, with Zhuzi trailing behind, his steps more steady than in previous days. Having prepared a delightful mushroom chicken stew, the sky darkened, and an enticing aroma wafted through the courtyard. Upon returning the bowl, Bai Xiaohu took another bowl of meat, only to be reprimanded by old Bai upon arriving home. "Whenever you decide to leave, do write me a recipe," Ning Jing said. "I shall be willing to purchase it." Su Liang nodded. "Certainly, no problem. Our funds will not last long. We must devise a plan." Su Liang, being quite frail, needed nourishing food. Ning Jing, who typically ate merely to stave off hunger, found Su Liang's cooking to be an exception. Setting down her chopsticks, Su Liang gazed out the window. Since they had come this far, they could not refuse entry to visitors. The main door creaked open, and a middle-aged man, who had been seated in the corner with his arms crossed, stood up abruptly. "Young master." Upon entering the room, they saw Su Liang languidly seated at the table, a plate of sugar snowballs and a dish of glistening purple grapes beside her. The middle-aged man quickly performed a respectful bow. Is this the esteemed wife of the seventh young master? My apologies, I am Zhao Ming, the fourth steward of the Ning residence. Su Liang retorted, if I were to go to the Xuanyang Ning family, could I truly be regarded as a legitimate young mistress? Zhao Ming was taken aback and smiled apologetically. The master dotes on the seventh young master. Naturally, he would recognize the young mistress. Despite his affection, he still cast him out? Su Liang said with a hint of derision. You must have inquired about my identity, did you not? Su Liang questioned. Zhao Ming nodded, acknowledging that the young madam had indeed grown up in the capital and hailed from a prestigious family. However, one could hardly call it a noble lineage. And times had changed. Upon arriving at the Ning family, given my status, I would at most be relegated to a concubine, enduring scorn from others. In light of this, it would be better not to go at all, Su Liang remarked. As for that young master, Zhao Ming glanced at Ning Jing. He may accompany you, but after I have labored to support him through my embroidery, I cannot end up with nothing to show for it, Su Liang implied. Thank you for your care for my young master, Miss Su, Zhao Ming said, producing a banknote of 100 taels. Su Liang accepted it with a smirk. Indeed, such affluent families carry considerable sums even with a mere steward. Zhao Ming chuckled awkwardly, stating it was merely a precaution for unexpected needs while out and about. Since you are aware of my previous life in the capital, is this trifling amount meant to appease a beggar? Su Liang's demeanor shifted abruptly. She shook her head, declaring, I am a person who only trusts genuine gold and silver. Bring 5,000 taels, and he shall accompany you. Spare me the idle chatter. I do not believe you. Su Liang's expression hardened. You may leave. Without 5,000 taels, there is nothing to discuss. Zhao Ming turned to Ning Jing, young master, this. Shortly thereafter, the hastily dismissed Zhao Ming departed from Su family village. A carriage awaited him at the village entrance, and upon boarding, his countenance darkened, declaring, to the county town. The following day, when Zhao Ming returned, he found Xing Yuxing, who had come seeking medical attention, still present. Noticing the sword adorned with the emblem of the Beijing's King's residence on Qi Yin and Qi Jun, Zhao Ming's expression shifted, and he maintained his distance, waiting outside. Xing Yuxing observed Ning Jing indulging in a sugar snowball and inquired about the delicacy. Upon learning that the red fruit was delivered by him yesterday, curiosity compelled me to taste one, and I showered it with praise. As Xing Yuxing prepared to depart, she caught sight of Zhao Ming. Who could that be? Xing Yuxing's expression turned grave. The serene Madame Ning was the sworn sister of the current heir. If she disapproved, who would dare to act recklessly? Zhao Ming, taken aback, realized too late that Xing Yuxing had already boarded her carriage and departed. Qi Jun jested that Miss Su seemed to have declined the offer to be the heir's sworn sister. From within the carriage, Xing Yuxing's soft voice emerged, expressing her unwavering support for her. Qi Yin sighed, remarking that the young lady was indeed peculiar. Were it anyone else, they would have clung to the heir without relent. Yet she seemed to draw him in instead. Impossible, Xing Yuxing asserted firmly, with a light snort. She added that Su Liang had promised to treat her and had yet to do so. How could she leave? If Madame Ning chose to depart, that would be entirely acceptable. If Miss Su were to be left alone, that would be splendid. We could invite her to the Wang residence as our physician. Qi Yin exclaimed joyfully. Qi Jun cleared his throat, cautioning, Brother, neither the matriarch nor the heir hold such influence. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Zhao Ming produced a stack of banknotes, respectfully presenting them to Su Liang. This amounts to 5,000 taels. A token of gratitude for Miss Su's care of my young master. Su Liang accepted it with feigned surprise, inquiring where such a sum had come from after just one night. I see, she replied with a gentle smile. However, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I sought 5,000 taels of gold. The only legitimate son of the Ning family is of such precious worth. 5,000 taels of silver simply won't suffice. Zhao Ming's expression faltered, and he implored, I beseech you, Miss Su, to show mercy and not to make things difficult for a lowly servant. The master is indeed gravely ill, and that token can only be exchanged for 5,000 taels of silver. Beyond that, there is nothing. It is truly regrettable. I must trouble you to make another trip. Su Liang remained unyielding. Zhao Ming went to see Ning Jing, who was engrossed in his book, not raising his head. I can do it, but I am not interested. I only want the money, Su Liang stated, shaking her head. Zhao Ming, feeling awkward, remarked, Miss Su has acknowledged Lord Xing as her sworn brother. You should not be lacking in funds, right? Su Liang chuckled coldly. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Zhao Ming repeatedly apologized. I dare not. I dare not. I wish to eat grapes, Su Liang declared. Ning Jing silently set down his book, washed his hands, and began to peel the grapes for Su Liang. The emphasis she placed on one particular word caused Zhao Ming's hand to tremble beneath his sleeve. Watching Zhao Ming leave in a dejected manner, Su Liang sighed. So this is the sensation of wielding power through another. With a killer on the loose, he must have come specifically to collect my corpse. Upon realizing I am still alive, he intends to deceive me into leaving and strike on the way. Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent after this incident. They are even more inclined to eliminate you and me. Su Liang shook her head, stating, certain individuals must be removed regardless. Their desire to do so is inconsequential. Ning Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they aim to eliminate me as well, there is no need for concern. I am in peril, and you can foresee it. Su Liang remained composed. In Bayan County, a man stood with his back to Zhao Ming, gazing at the painting on the wall. No wonder. The elder brother spent a fortune to hire Yanshiba. The seventh brother is still alive. It turns out he has found a powerful ally. Zhao Ming bowed and said, the woman accompanying the seventh son is connected to the northern Jing prince's residence. To behold the likes of Lao Qi, and to extort 5,000 taels from us, truly speaks to a nature both lascivious and avaricious, the man scoffed. Yet now, Zhao Ming's countenance darkened. Having come this far, he had intended to personally send Lao Qi on his final journey. However, since he and his woman proved to be so unwise, it was best to let it be. The man sneered, asserting that the eldest brother had offered the highest bid, and according to the rules of Yinyun Tower, failure must be accounted for. Consequently, the master of Yinyun Tower would execute Yanshiba and then personally intervene to continue the unfinished task. The following day, upon encountering Xing Yuxing again, Ning Jing scrutinized him more closely. Is there something on my face? Xing Yuxing pondered with curiosity. Su Liang, recalling something, pulled Ning Jing aside to exchange hushed words. He mused, this unfortunate soul, could it be that the one who previously sought to poison him, upon discovering the plot's exposure, intended to take matters into their own hands and eliminate him directly? I think so as well. Turning back, Su Liang offered a smile to Xing Yuxing, who suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. I must apologize for referring to myself as your sworn brother in front of the Ning family servant yesterday. It was inappropriate. Please do not take offense. Su Liang produced a silver needle, pointing it delicately towards Xing Yuxing's brow. I have heard that Xiuming Mountain Villa boasts hot springs. Might we stay there for a few days? Xing Yuxing cleared his throat. Of course. I thought there was some other matter at hand. A sense of inexplicable trepidation washed over him. That is splendid, Su Liang nodded, as if compelled by some unseen force. Xing Yuxing inquired, what if I choose not to agree? Upon uttering this, he felt an awkwardness and quickly retracted. Su Liang contemplated briefly, if you refuse, then you shall not leave today. Xing Yuxing chuckled, so I may stay? Ning Jing turned a page of the book, her delicate lips parting slightly, immersed in her reading. Chapter 30, Yanshiba. The esteemed heir of the North Jing Wang, naturally, could not be found sleeping in a woodshed. Furthermore, Xing Yuxing was more than willing to invite Su Liang for a visit, with Ning Jing merely accompanying her. Concerned about the possibility of theft at home, Ning Jing and Su Liang each took a trunk with them as they departed. As their carriage rolled out of Su family village, Xing Yuxing inquired of Ning Jing whether the visitors from Xuanyang City had been sent away. A slight twitch at the corner of Xing Yuxing's mouth suggested a hint of sarcasm, as if implying that one might hold Ning Jing captive. If one were truly in possession of such a thing, would they simply let it walk away? Xing Yuxing cleared his throat lightly, stating, if you find yourself in need of money, do not hesitate to speak to me. I do not lack for funds. Extorting the Ning family is merely a source of amusement, Su Liang replied. Xing Yuxing cast a glance at the seemingly indifferent Ning Jing, letting out a long sigh. You are indeed quite kind to him. Su Liang understood that Xing Yuxing's misconception stemmed from the notion that Ning Jing harbored animosity towards the Ning family due to being cast out, when in truth, it was merely a small retaliation against Zhao Mingxian's earlier intent to harm Ning Jing. There was no need for explanation. Throughout their journey, Ning Jing remained engrossed in her book, while Xing Yuxing sought topics to engage Su Liang in conversation. Upon learning of Su Liang's amnesia, and that she had forgotten everything pertaining to the capital, Xing Yuxing was taken aback. Then what of your medical skills? I have merely lost a portion of my memory. I am not an imbecile, Su Liang replied. Xing Yuxing sighed softly. If you wish to uncover the past, I can send someone to the capital to investigate and relay the information to you. That would be splendid. Thank you. Su Liang did not decline. This matter was of great significance. Although she considered herself distinct from the original owner of the memories, aside from Ning Jing, no one else was privy to this knowledge, and it was not something to be shared with others. One must, in their current identity, strive to comprehend as much as possible about the individuals and matters associated with it, so as to avert unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, information that can be uncovered is, by no means, a closely guarded secret. As the carriage jolted forward, Qi Yin spoke up, "Your Grace, shall I make a trip to the capital? I could investigate Miss Su's past, and, in passing, inquire about young Master Gu's whereabouts." Su Liang was taken aback by his words, instinctively glancing at Ning Jing. His expression remained unchanged, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the book in his hands. Qi Jun furrowed his brow, signaling Qi Yin to silence himself. Gu Ling was a fugitive wanted by the court. Qi Yin's casual mention of his name could easily lead one to mistakenly associate Xing Yuxing with Gu Ling, though they were, in truth, strangers. Their only connection stemmed from the late princess of Beijing's, Lady Qin, who had crossed paths with Gu Ling many years prior, prompting Xing Yuxing's interest in Gu Ling's affairs. Although Su Liang had saved Xing Yuxing's life, and she admired her, their bond had not yet reached the point of absolute trust. One must tread carefully in such delicate matters. Qi Yin, known for his forthrightness, soon realized his misstep and refrained from speaking further during the journey. Fearing that further discussion might complicate matters, Xing Yuxing chose not to clarify, feigning weariness and closing her eyes in pretense of slumber. Yet, the mention of young Master Gu lingered in Su Liang's mind, as she sensed a connection to Ning Jing. Upon their arrival at Qiuming Mountain Villa, Xing Yuxing arranged for Su Liang and Ning Jing to reside directly in a tranquil courtyard featuring hot springs. Aware that they had yet to consummate their marriage, she prepared 2 adjacent rooms for them. With the aging matriarch and Xing Yuxing's frail health, the hot springs at the villa were typically unoccupied and required tidying before they could be used. The idea of soaking in the springs was merely a pretext for Su Liang, who was not particularly invested in it. Upon encountering the esteemed matriarch, Madame Xing, once more, she initially presumed that Su Liang had come to change her mind, receiving her with great warmth. However, upon learning that Su Liang's sole intention was to indulge in the hot springs, Madame Xing could not conceal her disappointment. Bidding her to enjoy herself and assuring her that she could ask for anything without hesitation, Xing Yuxing frowned. Su Liang had consented to my investigation into her past, demonstrating her trust in me. I firmly believe that she would not act recklessly regarding the matter you inadvertently revealed today. Yet, there remains the matter of young Master Ning. Qi Yan's expression darkened. Xing Yuxing, though perplexed, could not discern her feelings clearly. However, given Su Liang's evident affection for him, one must trust in his character. Qi Yan timidly suggested, "What if Miss Su is merely captivated by young Master Ning's looks? Did you not say that Ning Jing's appearance pales in comparison to mine?" Xing Yuxing scoffed. Qi Jun promptly kicked Qi Yin to silence him. Regardless of Su Liang's affairs or the information about Gu Ling, it is imperative that we keep these matters discreet. Which of you two? Xing Yuxing glanced at Qi Jun. "Let my brother handle it." Qi Jun interjected swiftly. "He has been to the capital and is adept at gathering information." Qi Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Qi Jun continue. "He will remain to look after you, my lord. I am concerned for your safety." Xing Yuxing sighed in exasperation at the bickering brothers and declared, "I shall deduct 3 months' worth of your allowances." Madame Xing nodded in approval, appreciating their ambition. Your health has not been well over the years, and you have not mingled with outsiders, resulting in a lack of friends. Since Ning Jing intends to pursue the imperial examination and Su Liang possesses such remarkable medical skills, she could be persuaded to assist you." Xing Yuxing sighed softly. "Grandmother, they saved my life first. No matter how I repay them, it can never be deemed excessive. How could I harbor any thoughts of exploitation?" Lady Xing shook her head. "Such sentiments are misplaced. Ning Jing aspires to rise above the ordinary. You may lend him your support, and in turn, he shall assist you. This is mutual fulfillment. Let us not speak of him." "I am afraid I possess nothing that could aid Su Liang," Xing Yuxing replied. "Gathering intelligence is a trivial matter. If she wishes to be with Ning Jing for the long haul, they must be united as one," Lady Xing remarked. Yet, Xing Yuxing remained unconvinced, asserting, Ning Jing's ability to partake in the imperial examinations in a distant land is due to the medical fee that Su Liang provided for saving my life. How can that be considered a favor from me? Should he succeed, it will be solely through his own merit. Xing Yuxing recognized Lady Xing's ulterior motives. Yet he supported the act of gifting books wholeheartedly and chose not to elaborate further. After the evening meal, Su Liang proposed that Ning Jing engage in a few rounds of chess with Xing Yuxing. Given their mutual suspicion that someone intended to assassinate Xing Yuxing, the threat could very well manifest during the night, while their accommodation was a considerable distance from him, rendering protection inconvenient. That sounds splendid, Xing Yuxing readily agreed. However, Ning Jing shook his head. I am fatigued. The truly ailing Xing Yuxing had grown accustomed to Ning Jing's dismissive attitude toward her needs. Are you planning to sneak away? Su Liang asked in a hushed tone. Otherwise, if I were to play chess with him until the midnight hour, should I then claim I wish to remain and share his bed? Ning Jing retorted. Su Liang imagined the scene of Ning Jing and Xing Yuxing sleeping together. Unable to suppress a chuckle. What harm would that entail? Ning Jing halted, furrowing his brow as he regarded Su Liang, who appeared to be quite entertained. Whatever thoughts you are entertaining, cease them at once. In the stillness of the night, a chill breeze whispered through the air. A shadow had barely entered Xiaoming Villa when it was intercepted. Yanshiba? Came a cold, detached male voice. Who are you? Responded a slightly hoarse young woman's voice. Ning Jing. Stepping forth from the shadows and into the moonlight, Ning Jing was met with a narrowed gaze from the cloaked figure. Impossible. Ning Yao must have offered the highest price for my life. You have mistakenly killed the wrong person. According to the rules of Yinyun Tower, your time is drawing near. Ning Jing regarded the figure. I am no longer your target. Killing Xing Yuxing will not save you. You should flee. With that, Ning Jing leapt away, luring the cloaked figure out of the villa. Su Liang set down her pen and yawned. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows as Ning Jing entered through the open window. So soon, have you resolved it? Su Liang inquired. Sort of, Ning Jing replied. What of the assassin? Noticing Ning Jing's torn garments, yet devoid of blood, she escaped. Ning Jing stated. Su Liang frowned. Doesn't that mean she will return? Ning Jing recounted tales of Yinyun Tower and the notorious assassin Yanshiba, who had gained fame in recent years. Su Liang paused. Is she the one who attempted to kill you last time, mistakenly slaying Yin Feng, that iron spike? A woman? Ning Jing nodded. Her mission failed. The next to come for me and Xing Yuxin will be Yin Sui, the master of Yinyun Tower. A flicker of realization crossed Su Liang's mind. You deliberately let Yanshiba go because you expect Yin Sui to eliminate her, hoping they will mutually destroy one another? What if she can persuade Yin Sui to make an exception? Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent. Engaging in emotional negotiations with those who profit from human lives is as absurd as Lady Xing wishing for someone like you to become a concubine. Su Liang coughed lightly, finding the metaphor quite apartment. If Yin Sui were to arrive and you were to eliminate him, would that not allow you to usurp his position as the leader of the assassins? The flickering candlelight illuminated Su Liang's delicate face, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. Ning Jing turned away, suggesting she sleep, for dreams hold infinite possibilities. Chapter 31. Blood Ties Before Dawn. Su Liang awoke. The bedding and pillows at Xiaoming Mountain Villa were excessively soft, leaving her somewhat unsettled. With sleep eluding her, she rose, dressed, and splashed her face with cold water. Upon opening the door, a refreshing chill enveloped her. It was inconvenient to practice her morning routine in someone else's home, so she resolved to ascend the mountain to witness the sunrise. If you wish to depart, you may inform me. I shall not impede you, she said. Su Liang stepped outside, encountering a course maidservant. I am going to the mountaintop to watch the sunrise, she announced, intending to inform them so that old Madame Xing and Xing Yuxin would not worry about her disappearance. Not far behind, Ning Jing glanced at the sky and silently followed. I am leaving. I shall not take even a bundle with me, Su Liang asserted. Ning Jing's visage appeared even more ethereal amidst the misty dawn. I see I have misunderstood. However, you possess 5,000 taels. There is no need for a burden. This sum was sufficient for Su Liang to enjoy several years of financial independence. Do you not wish for me to leave? She inquired. Ning Jing nodded. I wish to employ you for my endeavors. Su Liang remained silent, recognizing the familiar pattern. Although she had no immediate intention of departing, she was reluctant to make any promises too readily. Their conversation meandered. Do you harbor no aversion towards old Madame Xing? Ning Jing questioned. Ning Jing slightly inclined his head. Even blood relations are not without their complexities. Su Liang suddenly halted, contemplating whether to inquire if Ning Jing was the wanted Gu Shixi. However, the words that nearly escaped her lips transformed into a question about the name of the Gu Shixi mentioned by Qi Yin yesterday. Gu Ling. Ning Jing replied with an unperturbed expression. Su Liang repeated the name, chuckling lightly. What a coincidence. It bears the same meaning as my own name. Ning Jing remained silent, and Su Liang refrained from further questioning. Yet, some matters had already been tacitly understood between them. Upon reaching the summit, the sky brightened slightly. To the east, layers of clouds formed a majestic backdrop, through which a dim red light seeped. The sun was on the verge of emerging. However, that solitary ray of light grew increasingly radiant, yet failed to pierce through the clouds. As daylight intensified, the weather shifted from partly cloudy to overcast. Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. It seems I am destined to be estranged from the sunrise. In her past life, she had always enjoyed mountain climbing, having ascended many renowned peaks. Yet, each time she awaited the dawn with hope, despite having checked the weather forecast, it invariably turned out to be overcast or rainy, never aligning with her expectations. As Xing Yuxing arose to freshen up, a servant reported that 2 esteemed guests had ascended the mountain to witness the sunrise. So early? Xing Yuxing was taken aback, then mused. Their relationship must be truly delightful. He envisioned a scene where, before dawn, Ning Jing and Su Liang, hand in hand, or perhaps Ning Jing carrying Su Liang on his back, ascended the mountain together, embracing the breathtaking moment when the sun erupted from the eastern horizon. A truly romantic spectacle. When Xing Yuxing finally encountered Su Liang, he inquired with a smile, I heard that Ning Jing carried you up the mountain this morning. Was the sunrise beautiful? Beside him, Ning Jing continued to sip his tea, maintaining an air of indifference. Su Liang furrowed her brow slightly. Who spread that rumor? Just as Xing Yuxing intended to clarify that it was merely a jest, he was met with Su Liang's earnest declaration. It was I who carried him. Ahem. Ning Jing found herself choked by the tea. Xing Yusheng wore an expression of astonishment, his face clearly revealing his realization that Ning Jing was indeed nurturing a young man, showering him with such affection. Once he collected his thoughts, he perceived that Su Liang was merely jesting and began to tease Ning Jing. However, Ning Jing, leisurely wiping the tea off the table, remarked that the mountain path was treacherous, yet she insisted on carrying him. When one person claims it is a jest, it may be dismissed, but when 2 concur, the truth emerges. Xing Yusheng felt a pang of envy. When Lady Xing once again mentioned arranging a marriage between Xing Yusheng and Yan Rushui, he solemnly declined, reasoning that his health was poor and he required a fiancée capable of carrying him up the mountain to witness the sunrise. Lady Xing's countenance was fraught with worry. Could it be that the poison had not yet dissipated and had seeped into his mind? But that is a tale for another time. Xing Yusheng was oblivious to the events of the previous night. His thoughts were solely focused on properly hosting Ning Jing and Su Liang. Su Liang had suggested enjoying the hot springs, and since the arrangements had been made, it would be discourteous to decline. Yet, Ning Jing refused, stating her desire to play chess instead. Xing Yusheng thought to himself that this young man had indeed been spoiled by Su Liang. Thus, the once eager Xing Yusheng, who had previously proposed a chess match with Ning Jing only to be rebuffed twice, could do nothing but accompany her with a smiling face. Ultimately, the self-proclaimed adept chess player, young Master Xing, was utterly defeated, leaving him quite vexed. After Su Liang finished her time in the hot springs, Xing Yusheng had already departed to take his medicine. Upon changing his clothes and stepping outside, he found Ning Jing seated beneath a tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a book, as colorful leaves fluttered down like dancing butterflies. I shall go administer acupuncture to young Master Xing, Su Liang announced. Ning Jing lifted her gaze and replied, I will go shortly. Su Liang assumed he had something to discuss, so he approached and took a seat. What is the matter? Enjoying the cool breeze? Ning Jing inquired. Su Liang felt rather perplexed. Your face, Ning Jing elucidated, still rather reticent. It then dawned on Su Liang. He touched his face, still warm, likely from the lingering blush induced by the hot springs. Are you worried that Xing Yusheng fancies me? Su Liang grasped 2 leaves, offering one to Ning Jing. Ning Jing accepted, replying, It's not fear. Rather, you two are simply incompatible. Setting aside the matter of being a concubine, in what way are we unsuitable? Su Liang questioned. He is far too foolish, Ning Jing remarked coolly, should you become involved. There's no telling when you might find yourself unable to restrain from ending him. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed. He remains oblivious while being poisoned daily. Had I not encountered you, I would have long since met the king of hell. Observing Ning Jing preparing to tuck the leaves into a book, Su Liang chuckled. Let us have a tug of war. Once Ning Jing had listened to Su Liang's explanation of how to engage in a tug of war using the leaf stems. He discarded the leaf Su Liang had given him, rising to select another. Su Liang had thought Ning Jing would dismiss the activity as childish, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover a competitive spirit within him. When it was time for Xing Yuxing to seek Su Liang for acupuncture, he entered to find the two seated at the table, one tugging at a leaf. Xing Yuxing was bemused. What are you two up to? Once Su Liang finished explaining, he cleared his throat and remarked, quite amusing. Who emerged victorious? I did, Su Liang replied with a light laugh. Xing Yuxing chuckled as well, feeling a sudden sense of equilibrium. No matter how skilled Ning Jing was at chess, he had still lost at tugging with a leaf. Why? Qi Yin was puzzled. He plays chess with our young master without conceding an inch. Qi Jun's expression was earnest, while young master Ning sought to amuse Miss Su. As for the young master, he certainly could not yield an inch. Xing Yuxing remarked, Miss Su has yet to come of age. Must those two display their affection so openly? Ning Jing stated that, according to the sequence of events, if Yin Sui were to take action personally, he would undoubtedly target him first. Subsequently, Xing Yuxing continued to visit Su family village for acupuncture, and Ning Jing did not witness any further dark mist appearing on his brow. Madame Xing was elated. For Xing Yuxing's health improved day by day. He no longer required a wheelchair and could stand unaided. Under the dark sky, a voice, aged and deep, lamented, 18. I had high hopes for you, yet, alas, if the rules of Yin Yun Tower are broken, how can I command the respect of others? After a brief silence, the elder spoke again. But you are my daughter. Though not of my flesh and blood, you are still dear to me, distinct from others. The figure in black raised his head, his eyes glinting with recognition. Thank you, adoptive father, he said, rising to his feet. Bring forth the account book. Let it be entrusted to 17 for the time being, the elder instructed. The figure in black shook his head. Adoptive father, for the sake of caution, I have destroyed the account book. It exists only in my mind. The elder's gaze darkened momentarily, and he chuckled. Very well. Here, take this medicine to treat your wounds. The vial shimmered with a jade luster as the figure in black slowly approached the elder. When the distance between them shrank to merely 1 meter, they both unsheathed their swords simultaneously, aiming for one another. Chapter 32. Using a knife to kill. Using a knife to kill 6th Master. The 7th young master is thriving alongside that one called Su Liang. Just a few days ago, he was a guest at Xiuming Mountain Villa. Today, I learned of a piece of news. The heir of the Northern Quiet King has recommended an individual to participate in the imperial examination in Ban County using his endorsement. The chances are high that this person is the 7th young master. Zhao Ming's expression darkened. The 7th young master has always had a penchant for literary pursuits. 3 years ago, he refrained from taking the examination due to the passing of his mother. If he succeeds this time in obtaining a degree and securing an official position, it would lead to... Zhao Ming sighed repeatedly. Ning Huan remained silent for a long while, a fierce glint intensifying in his eyes. If Yin Shiba could falter, it was not guaranteed that Yin Yun Tower would not encounter further complications. To avoid prolonged troubles, a swift solution must be devised. Does it seem that the 6th master has a plan? Zhao Ming inquired. Ning Huan slowly nodded. Did you not mention that Su Liang has sent all her relatives in Su family village to work in the mines? It is indeed the prodigal son of the Su family who has accrued debts from usury. Yet as long as the 7th young master and Su Liang are willing to lend a hand, they would not suffer such a dire fate. Moreover, that creditor has always maintained a close relationship with Su Liang, Zhao Ming remarked. Ning Huan smirked coldly. Then let us employ a strategy of using another's blade to strike. Yesterday, Hu Er visited Su Liang in the village and encountered the departing Xing Yuxing. Upon learning of his identity, he showed great deference. Following the prescription provided by Su Liang, he has been taking the medicine, which has alleviated his ailments, and his complexion has considerably improved. He came specifically to express his gratitude and to request Su Liang to take his pulse once more. Today marks the 1st day of the month, and the 9th is the examination day. Su Liang asked Ning Jing what subjects would be covered in the imperial examination. Ning Jing replied, I will inform you after I take the exam. As Su Liang immersed herself in her studies late into the night, preparing to retire, she heard a vigorous knock at the door. She and Ning Jing simultaneously approached to open it. The village head, Su Bo, appeared anxious. "Oh no. Your house is on fire. Not this side, but the house over there," Su Bo exclaimed, stamping his feet in distress. "I've already called for help. You should hurry and check it out." With that, he turned and dashed away. Su Liang and Ning Jing stood at the threshold of their home. Witnessing the fierce flames engulfing the house across the way, none other than Su Daqiang's residence. As they crossed the bridge, Aunt Bai and her family rushed over, carrying buckets and basins, also summoned to assist in extinguishing the blaze. In contrast, Su Liang and Ning Jing stood empty-handed, as if leisurely strolling under the moonlight. Who could be so heartless? Aunt Bai fumed. Perhaps it was that old cow, Lu Shi blurted out, hesitating to complete her thought. Su Liang too harbored suspicions that it might have been the old cow's family. After all, Su Liang had withheld the gift of that house from Su Xingjia's family, resulting in a scandalous situation where Su Xingjia, yet unmarried, found himself with a concubine before even taking a wife. Ultimately, he was left to patch up the house and make do. It was common knowledge throughout Sujia village that the old cow harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Liang, vowing that if Su Xingjia failed to pass the scholar's examination, it would be due to the malice of Su Liang's black heart. However, upon arriving at the scene, they discovered that the neighboring old cow's house had also caught fire, leading Su Liang to believe they were not the culprits after all. The entire family had been rescued. Yet the old cow lamented loudly, cursing the flames, while her grandson's cries pierced the air. Su Liang spotted Su Xingjia among the chaos. He was fairer than the other youths in the village, possessing a decent appearance, resembling a frail scholar. Yet, recalling the incident when Su Xingjia had attempted to take advantage of his widow sister-in-law, Su Liang felt that all his education had gone to waste. "Save my house! Save my house!" the old cow cried out. "My house is beyond saving." Su Liang approached Su Bai, who sighed as he directed the villagers in a desperate effort to salvage the house of Su Xingjia. The flames cast an illuminating glow upon the faces of the simple folk. In a hushed tone, Su Liang inquired of Ning Jing, "Is anyone inside exhibiting signs of misfortune?" Ning Jing surveyed the scene and shook his head. "No, mostly young and healthy individuals." Suddenly, a distraught woman, known as Aunt Nyo, rushed over, clutching Su Liang's sleeve tightly. "You have offended someone, and my home has been set ablaze. You must compensate me." Su Liang thought to himself, to be frank, this old hag possesses quite a sharp wit. Before leaving, Lu Shi hurriedly intervened. "Aunt Nyo, that is not how it is. Who can say whether it was your family that offended someone, leading to the destruction of Liang girl's home? The fire originated from your house." Aunt Nyo retorted defiantly. Su Liang pondered. "Could it be that your family's enemies employed a trick to deliberately set my house ablaze first?" Aunt Nyo's expression faltered, only to be pulled away by Lu Shi. "Aunt Nyo, please stop this commotion. Your family's star of literature will soon take the examination and surely achieve the title of scholar. Then you shall have everything you desire." Lu Shi's tone was laced with sarcasm. Though uneducated, she understood the art of veiled insults. Su Xingjia's icy gaze lingered on Lu Shi for a moment before shifting to Su Liang. With an indifferent demeanor, Su Liang stated, "Let us depart." It was evident that someone intended to bring them harm, particularly Ning Jing. Yet, what purpose would it serve to burn an empty house? Recently, Xing Yuxing, who visited daily, deemed Su Liang's courtyard too barren and had gifted her some precious saplings, which had already been planted the day prior. Ning Jing secured the door and turned to enter, glancing at the trees before remarking, "The moonlight is splendid this evening." The moon was thoroughly concealed by dark clouds. Ning Jing uttered 2 words, "Come here." Su Liang remained still, expressing her desire to sleep. "No, you are not tired." Ning Jing shook his head. Su Liang thought, who could enlighten her on this person's peculiar behavior? Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the room behind them. Su Liang's expression sharpened as she immediately approached Ning Jing. They stood side by side in the courtyard, and Ning Jing spoke. "There will always be wretches seeking to harm me. What should we do? Perhaps we could change our location?" Su Liang suggested. "What about here?" Ning Jing inquired. "The houses over there have burned down. Let us set this one ablaze as well. After all, there is nothing of value left." Su Liang replied. "Then, shall we burn it and leave?" Ning Jing asked. Su Liang smiled. "Wonderful. You finally wish to depart from this cursed place. Let us gather some kindling. I shall ignite the fire." Thus, the two of them slowly circled the house several times before halting outside the door. "Light it," Ning Jing commanded. As soon as he spoke, 2 shadowy figures burst from separate rooms. The courtyard had no wood piled for a fire. Instead, Su Liang and Ning Jing each wielded a noose, flawlessly ensnaring the necks of the two figures. When Su Liang lit a candle and discerned the identities of their captives, she could scarcely believe her eyes. One was Su Dafu, the other Su Daming, once robust and corpulent. The father and son had become gaunt and spectral after merely half a month of labor in the mines, their appearances grotesque and malevolent, their gazes fixed on Su Liang, filled with a desire to rend her apart. You. Su Liang's expression was baffled. How did you escape? Huer had mentioned that the mines were under strict government control, heavily guarded. Escaping was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. So did someone buy them out? After all, if people are sold, with sufficient funds, they can naturally be redeemed. Su Liang was initially unconcerned, believing that with Su Yuanzhou's incident, the Su family had no wealthy relatives, not even impoverished ones, with whom they maintained a poor relationship. However, the events of this night were evidently orchestrated. Su Dafu and Su Daming were merely utilized as tools to eliminate Ning Jing and Su Liang. It remains unclear whether someone guided them, but they employed a strategy of distraction, setting a fire to lure Ning Jing and Su Liang away from their home, seizing the opportunity to hide within their quarters, simply awaiting their slumber to strike. If Su Liang were to undertake such an act, she would choose to conceal herself beneath the bed, striking upwards. Although proficient in martial arts, and Ning Jing had not discerned any imminent danger to her life, the uncertainty of the intruders' identities warranted caution. Their threats to ignite a fire indeed compelled the individuals to reveal themselves. You are not Su Liang. You are a ghost. A monster. Su Dafu glared intensely at Su Liang, a chilling smirk on his face. You cannot deceive me. My niece, Su Liang, is dead. We killed her with our own hands. She is no more. She was never that formidable. She possesses no martial skills. Before Su Liang could respond, Ning Jing, with an impassive expression, tightened the rope, swiftly choking Su Dafu to death. He then turned to the terrified Su Daming, stating, "You can reveal who instigated this, or you may follow your father." Chapter 33. Ning Jing is not at home. The words uttered by Su Dafu in his final moments sent a chill through Su Liang's heart. This is a world steeped in superstitions and beliefs in the supernatural. Moreover, the differences in temperament between her and the original owner of this body are strikingly apparent. In the capital, those familiar with the original owner would be astonished by the transformation of Su Liang, interpreting it as a consequence of profound misfortune altering her very essence. After all, it has been a year since she departed from the city. Upon her arrival in the village, Su Liang had no interactions beyond the family of Su Daqiang. However, the latter witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. Su Liang, after a single night, seemed to have resurrected, as if she were an entirely different person. While this may appear to be mere nonsense, many would choose to believe it. Even those in the village who once held amicable relations with Su Liang might now regard her as a malevolent being. When Ning Jing cast his gaze upon Su Liang once more, dark mists had begun to swirl between her brows. It was not the first time he harbored murderous intent towards Su Daqiang's family. He had previously intervened, recognizing that their demise would embroil Su Liang in legal troubles. This time, however, Ning Jing refrained from allowing Su Liang to act. "I wonder, will you truly spare me?" Su Daming asked, his expression fraught with terror. "Indeed," Su Liang affirmed, acknowledging that his previous actions had been hasty. "I have never wished for your deaths. Rather, I desire to witness your enduring suffering." Unbeknownst to Su Daming, the one who had orchestrated their release was a master of disguise, devoid of any distinguishing features. Meanwhile, the other four remained at the mine, awaiting the completion of their task before they could be freed. Ning Jing rose, taking him along. Su Daming, trembling, dragged the lifeless body of Su Dafu behind him, following Ning Jing out the door. Before Su Liang could inquire, Ning Jing, with a rope tethered to Su Daming and the corpse of Su Dafu in tow, proceeded towards the back mountains. The fire at Su Xingjia's residence had been extinguished, while the flames encircling Su Daqiang's home dwindled, nearing extinction. "Why does the girl stand there? Is she unharmed?" the elder bellowed. As for the true perpetrator of the arson, there was no need for such revelations. The household of the old woman Niu remains unscathed. According to Aunt Bai, Su Daming, who indulges in vice and excess, harbors a profound aversion towards Su Xingja, the child from the neighboring family, leading to deep-seated animosity between the two households. Should the Niu family discover the perpetrator, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon Su Liang. Many villagers, having suffered at the hands of the Su Daqiang family, may unjustly cast blame upon Su Yuanzhou, who has consistently provided them with financial support. Indeed, The connection is evident. Awakening from slumber, Su Liang found the day dawned bright. He opened the door to a serene courtyard, where the newly planted cypress trees glistened with a dark green sheen under the sunlight. The tranquil room was empty, with his unfinished book from the previous night resting on the table, accompanied by a ginkgo leaf bookmark he had collected from the courtyard of Old Lady Xing at Xiaoming Mountain Villa. The golden leaf, surrounded by ink-black characters, appeared to float in midair. He heated 2 of the steamed buns from yesterday, having opted not to prepare a full meal. Just as he was enjoying his breakfast, Aunt Bai arrived at his door. It seemed that his home had become uninhabitable, with the fire having wrought such havoc. He would have to seek refuge at Su Erwie's residence once more. Su Liang nodded, acknowledging the situation. It's for the best, I suppose, considering our kinship. Aunt Bai scoffed. What kinship is this? Regardless, it's a shame, such a fine house, reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. I shall hand over the land deed to the village head, so he can assist in selling it, Su Liang remarked. Indeed, it's for the best, as you two have no need for it. Had it not been adjacent to Su Xingzhi's home, our family might have purchased it to build a house for Heir's marriage, Aunt Bai expressed with a hint of regret. Has the marriage been settled? Su Liang inquired with a smile. Aunt Bai sighed repeatedly. Not yet. The young lady I have taken a fancy to is not inclined toward me. Instead, he seems to be fixated on another. Bai Dajiang's voice faltered as she chuckled awkwardly, remarking that such matters cannot be rushed. Su Liang understood Bai Dajiang's subtle disapproval of Bai's association with Lu Huilan, but refrained from expressing it outright. It appeared that Bai had not yet relinquished his pursuit. In response, Su Liang merely offered polite pleasantries. After Bai Dajiang departed, Su Liang made her way to Su Dajiang's residence once more. The furniture had long been sold off, and the walls were charred black. Not long ago, the once fruitful old pear tree now stood reduced to a mere half-burned stump. In the backyard, amidst the debris of a collapsed shed, only a half-burned wooden plank remained, beneath which lay an eggplant, half black and half purple. With a soft sigh, Su Liang was about to turn away when her gaze caught on something. Approaching the spot where the original owner's bed had been, she noticed a hint of purple glimmering through the dark cracks of the bricks, resembling the half-charred eggplant buried beneath. Yet, the hue was not quite right. Picking up a stick, she pried apart the shattered bricks and prodded the earth a few times, revealing a piece of jade pendant. Its surface coated in ash. Once cleaned, it revealed a lustrous and vibrant violet hue, mysterious and exquisite, a genuine artifact of considerable value. This item could not possibly belong to Su Dajiang's family. It must have been concealed by the original owner, buried beneath the bed after recognizing the family's true nature, and had gone undiscovered. Su Liang tucked the jade pendant away, intending to keep it alongside the embroidery left by the original owner, to one day present it to someone who truly cared for her. After surveying the area for any additional items, she took the land deed and the original property contract to the village chief, Su Bai. Upon expressing her intentions, Su Bai remarked that the land was in a prime location, adjacent to Su Xingzhi's property, making it easy to sell. Su Liang, however, shook her head. The gaze of Su Bai reflected a hint of compassion as he sighed. Well, you two should cherish your life together. Su Liang understood that if Ning Jing's parents uttered a single word of disapproval regarding her as their daughter-in-law, her ties with Ning Jing would be severed. Upon inquiring about Xing Yuxing, Su Bai's eyes lit up upon learning that Su Liang possessed medical knowledge. My dear Liang, is there truly nothing you cannot share? Su Bai queried. Our village is small and has lacked a physician for ages. We must travel far for medical care. If you could treat the villagers, that would be splendid. With that, he regarded Su Liang with earnest anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Su Liang nodded in agreement. Very well. Su Bai clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Wonderful. I shall inform everyone. If anyone seeks your medical services, be sure to charge a consultation fee. Su Liang knew that practicing medicine in the village would yield little financial gain, yet the opportunities for experience would be plentiful. The knowledge she had acquired in her previous life did not entirely align with the realities of this world. Upon returning home, Su Liang waited expectantly, but the ever-punctual Xing Yuxing did not arrive. As noon approached, while she was preparing a meal, she heard a knock at the door. It was Qi Jun. Arriving on horseback, his demeanor hurried. My esteemed grandmother and the young master have set off for the capital early this morning, Qi Jun announced. Su Liang was taken aback. What has happened? With a sigh, Qi Jun replied. The emperor is selecting a suitor for his most cherished sixth princess and has summoned the young master to the capital. Observing Qi Jun's grave expression, Su Liang sensed that the princess's suitor selection was merely a pretext. Xing Yuxing had mentioned that his maternal family resided in the capital, yet he had never visited. Su Liang speculated that the emperor was likely attempting to ensnare the prince's son under the guise of a noble reason. I shall prepare a prescription for you to take along. Acupuncture will assist in a swifter recovery, though its absence is not a concern. As Su Liang spoke, she turned and entered the room. Qi Jun had come for two reasons: to inform Su Liang of his visit and to discuss Xing Yuxing's ailment. Su Liang promptly pinned the prescription and handed it to Qi Jun, adding, "In truth, your young master's rapid recovery may not necessarily be a fortunate circumstance." Qi Jun's expression shifted, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Su, for your wise counsel. I shall convey this to the matriarch and the young master. Please advise them to take care." Su Liang offered Qi Jun a few buns for his journey and inquired whether Ning Jing's jade token for the imperial examination would be affected by Xing Yuxing's condition. Qi Jun assured her there would be no impact, allowing them to rest easy. After expressing his thanks once more, Qi Jun hastily mounted his horse and departed. It was only after seeing Qi Jun off that Su Liang recalled Ning Jing's request for her to accompany Xing Yuxing to Qiuming Villa today. She had not anticipated his sudden departure, leaving her without a chance for farewell. As night fell, Su Liang had a simple dinner and sat in her room, perusing a book of miscellaneous writings purchased by Ning Jing. Before long, midnight crept upon her, prompting her to set the book aside and prepare for bed. Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, she was startled by a loud thud from the courtyard. Chapter 34. Come with me. The door was slightly ajar, and the silvery moonlight spilled in, casting a pale glow. Footsteps drew nearer, causing the ground's whiteness to quiver as it was overshadowed by a dark silhouette. The outline revealed a person with an elongated upper body. Su Liang clenched the iron awl tightly, her gaze fixed upon the figure, which remained motionless. After a moment, a faint voice broke the silence. "Ning Jing?" Su Liang felt a twinge of confusion. Could this be a friend of Ning Jing's? "Yin Sui seeks to take my life. And yours as well. Only by joining forces can we hope to survive." The sound of a thud echoed as a flat shadow suddenly took form. The scent of blood gradually permeated the air. Su Liang pressed an iron awl against the person's neck, confirming they were indeed unconscious before letting out a sigh of relief. This very iron awl had pierced Yin Feng's neck within this room. And now, the one who arrived tonight was none other than the owner of the awl, Yin Shiba. Ning Jing had not erred. Yin Shiba intended to discuss matters of the heart with Yin Sui, and now the outcome was laid bare before him. To kill or to save, this was a dilemma. The death of Yin Feng meant little to Su Liang. He had betrayed Yin Yu, the savior, for his own selfish interests, indirectly endangering Ning Jing's life. Yin Shiba chose not to eliminate Ning Jing, yet the likelihood of Yin Sui pursuing him remained substantial. Thus, Yin Shiba's assertion that only by joining forces could they survive was starkly pragmatic. Su Liang lit a lamp. Yin Shiba was wrapped in thick cotton clothing, blood seeping through but not dripping onto the floor. Su Liang surmised that this was an effort to avoid leaving traces and to evade his pursuers. Had Yin Shiba bled profusely while making his way here, Su Liang would have had to flee post-haste. Remaining here was far too perilous. Removing Yin Shiba's mask revealed a face as pale as paper. This notorious assassin, who had gained fame over the past 2 years, appeared no older than 18 or 19. Possessing a softly contoured round face with gentle, dulled features. Lying quietly with closed eyes, he seemed delicate and harmless. As she unfastened Yin Shiba's cotton clothing, the stench of blood intensified. He bore 4 penetrating wounds to his chest. Her hasty attempts to staunch the bleeding had proven futile, as the garments beneath were soaked in blood, rendering their original color unrecognizable. Yin Shiba possessed no weapons like knives or swords, save for a small hammer. Accompanied by the iron awl in Su Liang's hand, she set aside the hammer and the awl, retrieving a straw mat to lay Yin Shiba upon. The remaining medicine and bandages from her earlier rescue of Yin Feng were now put to good use. After cleaning and staunching the bleeding, Su Liang was drenched in sweat. Yin Shiba's injuries were significantly more severe than Yin Feng's. He had managed to find his way to Ning Jing while evading his pursuers, which showcased his formidable willpower. Yet, Yin Shiba was certainly not a friend of Ning Jing. Su Liang speculated that she had come to this place in her direst moment, having witnessed Ning Jing's strength, wagering that he would save her, thus enabling them to join forces against Yin Sui. After all, she was an assassin, untrusting even of her adoptive father, so true allies would be a rare find. As dawn approached, having done all she could, Su Liang wearily seated herself at the table and sipped a cup of cold tea from the previous night. The sound of knocking echoed, and before stepping outside, she glanced at Yin Shiba, who remained with his eyes closed. Upon opening the door, she found Ernyo, who had accompanied by Xiao to pick pears. Ernyo's knees were covered in dirt, as if he had fallen, and his eyes were red-rimmed. Clutching the hem of his garment, he struggled to speak through his sobs. "Don't worry, what has happened?" Su Liang inquired. My grandfather is dying." Ernyo wailed uncontrollably. Su Liang recalled by Xiao mentioning that Ernyo's parents had both passed away, leaving him solely in the care of his grandfather. She pondered whether it was due to the village head's announcement the previous day about seeking her medical assistance, or perhaps by Xiao, who had informed Ernyo of her medical knowledge. At that moment, the sound of the door locking echoed, and Yin Shiba suddenly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. She had assumed that the figure behind the door last night was Ning Jing, only to discover that it was a woman. Ernyo resided with his grandfather in a dilapidated cave halfway up the mountain, lacking even a proper bed. The frail old man lay atop a mound of dry hay, covered with tattered cotton quilts. The occasional cough was the sole testament to his continued existence. "Grandfather, Sister Su Liang has come to treat you." Ernyo knelt beside him, grasping the old man's hand, his face awash with tears. The elderly man struggled to lift his head to gaze at Su Liang, murmuring, "The granddaughter of Yuan Zhou." Ernyo shared the surname Su, and his grandfather was known as Su Daquan. Illness had plunged the family into poverty, and they had sold everything they could. Su Liang referred to him as Daquan Yi, taking his pulse. He was not severely ill, but years of toil and hunger had ravaged his health. Ernyo was robustly built, undoubtedly a testament to his grandfather's relentless labor, as he deprived himself of sustenance to spare for his grandson. Su Liang administered acupuncture to Su Daquan and instructed Ernyo to boil some hot water for him to drink. With tear-filled eyes, Ernyo looked at Su Liang and asked, "My grandfather won't he die, will he?" Su Liang shook her head and continued to encourage Su Daquan, saying, "If you leave this world, Ernyo will be left all alone, vulnerable to the cruelties of life, without anyone to care for him. It would be wonderful to live, to recover, and to see him grow up and marry." Su Daquan embraced Ernyo, weeping profusely. The sun emerged, casting a warm glow. Su Liang and Ernyo carefully moved Su Daquan outside, instructing Ernyo to keep watch while she promised to return shortly. Su Liang mentioned she knew a little about medicine. Upon returning home, she first wrote a prescription and sought out Bai Peng, asking for his assistance in procuring medicine from the town. Coincidentally, Bai Peng planned to gather medicine for Zhu Zi that day and readily agreed, adamantly refusing any payment for his efforts. Xing Yusheng had previously sent a considerable amount of grain, and Su Liang prepared a pot of rice porridge, along with some egg pancakes. She consumed a piece of cake, ladled half of the porridge out, placed several pieces of cake into a basket, and then proceeded to the home of Ernyu. Upon seeing the golden egg pancakes, Ernyu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. "Feed your grandfather some porridge, but let him eat less of the cake," Su Liang instructed Ernyu. Ernyu, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his gaze. "My family has no money." Su Liang patted his shoulder. "Just write an IOU. Once your grandfather recovers, you can both earn money to repay me." "All right, I will repay." Su Daquan looked at Su Liang, his voice weak, yet his gaze resolute. Ernyu nodded earnestly. "Okay." Su Liang understood that the elderly man and his grandson were unwilling to take advantage of others. Otherwise, even in dire straits, they would not be living so miserably. Thus, she sought to provide them with motivation, while also preventing others in the village from expecting the same treatment simply because Su Liang was offering free medical care to Su Daquan. After teaching Ernyu how to prepare medicine, she took her leave, instructing him to call her immediately if anything went awry. Upon returning home, Su Liang entered to find Yin Shiba awake, his gaze fixed upon her. Though his appearance was gentle, his eyes were sharp as a blade. "Awake?" Su Liang inquired with a calm demeanor. Yin Shiba spoke, his voice hoarse. "Where is Ningjing?" "I do not know," Su Liang replied, "but I know who you are. If you seek him, wait here. You possess medical skills?" Yin Shiba stared intently at Su Liang. "Otherwise, you would have already met the king of hell," Su Liang retorted. "Why did you save me?" Yin Shiba questioned coldly. "Your medical skills are quite remarkable," he added, the harshness in his gaze softening slightly. Su Liang remained silent. Yin Shiba continued, "Perhaps you should come with me." "Su Liang, what is going on?" "As long as I recover, there is no need to join forces with Ning Jing," but I am indeed in need of a physician. Yin Shiba's gaze was profound. You, quite remarkable. Su Liang felt an urge to roll her eyes. You require money? I have an abundance. You have an affinity for handsome men. Apart from the first beauty of the capital, Gu Ling, who has gone missing, I can procure any notable beauty you desire for your amusement. Yin Shiba spoke with an audacious tone, yet there was an undeniable conviction in her words, suggesting she could indeed fulfill her promises. Su Liang's heart stirred. Do you know Gu Ling? She was a prior target of my missions, yet I could never locate him. Yin Shiba replied, You are wary of Ning Jing, and in your desperation, you have come seeking him. You believe me to be easily manipulated, hence your new option? Su Liang discerned Yin Shiba's intentions. Astute indeed. I find myself liking you more. Yin Shiba's tone was contemplative, declaring that all men in this world are unreliable. If you walk with me, you shall not regret it. Before Su Liang could respond, a familiar cold male voice echoed from outside. There is no need to save him. Simply kill him. Chapter 35. Who is the employer? Ning Jing stood outside the door, appearing weary from travel. Whoever is searching for you may do as they please. Su Liang stepped outside, momentarily refraining from inquiring about Ning Jing's whereabouts over the past few days. Ning Jing handed her a cloth bundle. Su Liang accepted it and opened it, revealing a dozen golden wild fruits. Though unfamiliar, they appeared delectable. After washing them in the kitchen and placing them in a small bamboo basket, she tasted one. It was soft, juicy, and delightfully sweet and sour. As Su Liang enjoyed the fruits upon entering, she noticed Yin Shiba lying on the ground with a cold expression. Yet she had not been killed. I am hungry, Yin Shiba remarked, glancing at Su Liang. Su Liang referred to as Ning Jing. Your guest is hungry. Will you not feed her? You saved her. It is up to you to decide. Ning Jing's voice echoed from the adjacent room. Su Liang, perplexed, wondered what he had just said. Yin Shiba scoffed lightly, suggesting that she should not harbor any intentions towards him, as though she were vying for his affection. I am who I am. I belong to no one, Su Liang declared, shaking her head. Excellent. Yin Shiba smirked. I initially presumed you had fallen for Ning Jing, but it appears he cannot bear to part with you. In that case, I am even more inclined to take you with me. Su Liang was at a loss for words. What absurd notion of rivalry was this? What did she take him for? Since Ning Jing had chosen not to eliminate Yin Shiba, it implied a desire to save her. Thus, Su Liang could not allow her to starve. She warmed some rice porridge and brought it over, feeding her a bowl. Only then did Yin Shiba learn Su Liang's name, expressing her fondness for it. After finishing the porridge, she consumed another bowl of medicine and drifted back into a deep slumber. When Su Liang next encountered Ning Jing, he had bathed, changed his clothes, and returned to his original demeanor, seated in the kitchen, sipping the remaining porridge. Where have you been? Su Liang inquired. Dealing with that family, Ning Jing replied. That family? Su Liang paused, realizing he had gone to the mines. Only Su Dafu and Su Daming had been redeemed, along with 4 laborers still in the mines. Ning Jing nodded gently. On the night Su Dafu and Su Daming were freed, Su Shi and Su Shaodai perished, Ning Jing continued. The brutal law of the jungle prevailed in the mines, dominated by young men with scarcely any women present, while Su Dafu and Su Daming were there. They could protect Su Shi and Su Shaodai. With their departure, the fate of those 2 women was all too predictable. Su Daqiang and Su Xiaoming, an elderly man and a young boy, were battered nearly to death. Ning Jing disguised himself as a soldier to infiltrate, and, upon finding them, the duo spoke of a monster that had emerged from Sujia village in a bid for self-preservation. Who instigated Su Dafu and Su Daming to kill you? Su Liang inquired. Ning Huan, Xing Lu, Ning Jing replied succinctly. Zhao Ming accompanied him. And them? Su Liang pressed. They are dead, Ning Jing stated with a detached expression. Su Dafu had spoken to Ning Huan about you. This matter must be eradicated at its root, and it cannot be entrusted to others, lest more people become aware of it. Thank you, Su Liang responded. Ning Jing was intent on eliminating those who sought his life. However, had it not been for the secret that Su Liang harbored, such measures would not have been necessary. What about Yin Shibao? Su Liang questioned. Let her remain for now, Ning Jing said. Her martial prowess is formidable. Should you decide to depart one day, she could offer you protection. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Did you not say that developing feelings with an assassin is rather naive? I meant she should not cultivate feelings for Yin Sui. She retains a semblance of innocence. Forge some friendships. They may prove useful in the future, Ning Jing advised. Whether it be Yin Yu, Xing Yuxing, or Yin Shibao. Their connections to Su Liang were all facilitated by Ning Jing. Su Liang understood that Ning Jing's desire to save these individuals stemmed purely from their unique abilities, devoid of any regard for their identities, and he sought neither companionship nor gratitude. Concurrently, he continued to provide Su Liang with opportunities to extend kindness to others. Time and again, he expressed a hope for Su Liang to remain and serve him, while simultaneously paving the way for Su Liang's life after their inevitable parting. Do you not wish for me to stay? You should allow me to become reliant on you. Without support, I can only follow you, Su Liang remarked. Ning Jing replied with a calm demeanor. You may perceive it as a deliberate ploy of seduction. Su Liang retorted. Such a brazen scheme? Truly impressive. Let us discuss further. While Su Liang possessed her own discernment, she chose to set aside the flicker of emotion that had arisen moments before and decided to contemplate the matter anew. She then inquired of Ning Jing whether he was confident in dealing with Yin Sui. Ning Jing explained that Yin Shiba had also inflicted a critical injury on Yin Sui. Thus, he would not be making an appearance for the time being. You must hasten to heal her when the time comes. Let her confront the troubles of Yin Yun Tower herself. This was also one of the reasons for retaining Yin Shiba. She would stand against those who sought to eliminate Ning Jing from Yin Yun Tower. Very well, Su Liang affirmed, expressing her intent to do her utmost. After preparing dinner, Su Liang instructed Ning Jing to deliver food to Ernyo's home. It was then that Ning Jing realized that during his 2-day absence, the entire village had become aware of Su Liang's medical skills, and she had already commenced practicing medicine. Upon reaching Ernyo's home, Ning Jing set down the food. And as he was about to leave, Ernyo called out, Ning de Gu, you must treat Sister Su Liang well. Ning Jing nodded slightly and turned to depart. As he arrived at his doorstep, he encountered Su Liang rushing out. A child in the village had fallen ill and sought her assistance. Ning Jing did not accompany her, but rather savored his meal alone. It was then that he heard Yin Shiba calling for him from next door. After finishing his meal and returning the dishes to the kitchen, he proceeded to Su Liang's room. Yin Shiba's voice was frigid. You and Su Liang are not married. What concern is it of yours? Ning Jing retorted. She suits my temperament well. Once I recover, I intend to take her away. Do not blame me for not informing you in advance. Yin Shiba countered. She will not go with you. Ning Jing asserted. She will. Yin Shiba let out a cold laugh. Well then, let us wait and see. Dinner simmered in the pot, while she had a little for herself, before tending to Yin Shiba, helping her to the backyard for relief. Yin Shiba looked up at the sky. Her pale face was illuminated by the frosty moonlight, rendering her visage ghostly, devoid of any semblance of life. Su Liang paused, her gaze drawn to the moon as well. The crescent moon curved gracefully, unexpectedly recalling memories of her grandmother cradling her in childhood, recounting the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon. The aged yet warm voice lingered in her ears. But since her grandmother's passing, she had known no kin. How absurd. Yin Shiba's face was full of scorn. I raised him myself, and he often spoke of father-daughter affection. Yet when I sought to discuss our feelings, he turned his back on me. Emotion is merely a tool for him to control you. Believe it, and you shall be defeated. Su Liang was reminded of those so-called relatives from her previous life who had morally shackled her. Heartless and ruthless. Yin Shiba was not without strategy. She was gambling, prepared for a potential loss. The previous master of Yin Yun Tower was my father. Yin Sui had sworn to my deceased father to protect me with his life. In retrospect, had it not been for the elders my father had gathered, he would have eliminated me long ago. This failed attempt on Ning Jing has finally provided him with a reason to act against me, but I have been vigilant. The secrets of Yin Yun Tower reside within my mind, and he cannot afford the consequences of their disclosure. Yin Shiba spoke coldly. Su Liang felt a stir within her. Are you implying the information on previous employers? Yin Shiba's gaze deepened as she regarded her. Would you consider collaborating with me? If we eliminate Yin Sui, the position of master will be mine. At that point, you could traverse this world with impunity. Su Liang finally understood that Yin Shiba's extensive discourse was a test, a subtle enticement. To speak frankly, with the future protection of the master of Yin Yun Tower ensuring her safety and the allure of immense wealth, it was indeed tempting. Yet, Su Liang declined, asserting her independence. May you find success. If you do not assist me, you shall reap no benefits in the future. Yin Shiba scoffed, cautioning her not to be deceived by his calm exterior. As a scion cast out from his family, he possessed an astonishingly concealed mastery of martial arts, indicating that his ambitions were far-reaching. His desire to marry you stems from the utility of your medical skills. Be wary, for you may merely become a pawn in his game. If he is as you say, What difference is there between you and him? Su Liang retorted. Yanxiba chuckled. My dear sister, the primary distinction lies in gender. He seeks to ensnare not only your heart, but also your body, ultimately discarding you once he has had his fill. Do not come to me in tears afterwards. Should you choose to align with me, however, I promise you a life of carefree bliss, akin to that of a celestial being. After a moment's contemplation, Su Liang replied, that does sound rather appealing. How about this? Once you have recovered, assist me with a task, and should it succeed, I shall grant you your wish. Yanxiba nodded. Speak your request. I have long admired the renowned Gu Shitsi. Bring him to me, Su Liang stated. Yanxiba paused, surprised. Gu Ling, you are fond of him? I simply wish to see for myself the beauty that the capital speaks of as the first among beauties, Su Liang explained. Yanxiba grinned, finding it intriguing. Then it is settled. Seemingly in jest, Su Liang inquired, by the way, who commissioned Yin Yun Tower to eliminate Gu Ling? Without hesitation, Yanxiba replied. It was Nian Rushua. Su Liang was taken aback. She recognized the name, Gu Ling's fiancée. What grievances could there be? They had agreed that as long as she helped him find Gu Ling, he would leave Ningjing and accompany her. After Yanxiba lay down, he once again sought confirmation from Su Liang. Distracted, she nodded in agreement. However, she was acutely aware that the person next door was very likely the missing Gu Ling, a fact that Yanxiba could never uncover. In the capital of the Qian kingdom, Nian Rushua, clad in white, entered and dismissed the servants with a frigid demeanor, directing her gaze at Nian Jincheng. Second brother, where is my jade hairpin? Nian Jincheng shook his head. It's merely a hairpin. If lost, let it be. You took it. Return it to me. Nian Rushua's face flushed with anger. Nian Jincheng did not deny it further, stating, I could not bear to see you mourn for Gu Ling, so I disposed of it. Nian Rushua unsheathed the sword from the wall, pointing it at Nian Jincheng. Second brother, cease your deceit. You know where he is. Tell me, or I shall perish before you. Nian Jincheng's expression changed dramatically as he observed Nian Rushua twist her wrist, the glinting sword now poised at her own throat. What are you doing? Put it down. With unwavering resolve, Nian Rushua declared, Second brother, father compels me to become a concubine to the crown prince. Can you bear to see me wed to one I do not love? If you tell me where he is, I will seek him out, even if it means wandering the earth. Nian Jincheng seized the sword from Nian Rushua, his voice cold. I do not know. Can you not be more rational? The jade hairpin was a gift from Gu Ling's mother, not from him. His departure signifies his intentions. You may wish to roam the world with him, but do you not realize that he does not share your desire? Stop being foolish. The passage of time seemed to drain all vitality from Nian Rushua, her eyes reddening as she hired someone from Yin Yun Tower to find him, yet she received no news. Nian Jincheng gazed at Nian Rushua in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? You're seeking someone to kill him? Nian Jincheng furrowed his brow intensely. Immediately cancel the task you assigned to Yin Yun Tower. Nian Rushua shook her head resolutely. Unless you tell me where he is, you must know. An image of a frail figure clad in bridal attire surfaced in Nian Jincheng's mind as he expressionlessly remarked, perhaps he is already married and has children. Nian Rushua's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He is married? Impossible. It cannot be true. With his arrogance, no woman could possibly capture his interest. She shook her head incessantly, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 36. Sister Liang, let us sleep together. Sister Liang, with my grievous injuries, how can you bear to see me lying on this cold ground? Sister Liang. Su Liang sat up, her expression one of impatience. Be quiet. Upon hearing this, Yanxiba not only remained unperturbed, but also revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. Sister Liang, your name is so delightful. What harm is there in me calling it? Sister Liang, little Liang or beautiful Liang. Yanxiba continued undeterred, and had he been able to laugh aloud, he would have been in fits of laughter at that moment. Though there was no bed, lying on the ground did not chill her. With 2 new quilts sent by Xing Yuxing, Su Liang laid the freshly cleaned old quilt over her. The following morning, as Su Liang removed the cloth that had muffled her mouth, Yanxiba immediately called out, Sister Liang. Su Liang tossed the cloth over her face and stepped out the door. In the kitchen, Ning Jing was boiling water. Why not let her sleep in your room? Su Liang suggested. Then let her sleep in the woodshed. Su Liang replied. Ning Jing nodded approvingly. After Su Liang fed Yanxiba breakfast and called for her several times, she set down the bowl and lifted her along with the bedding. Yanshiba's expression lit up. Did that mean her sister was taking her out to bask in the sun? However, it was a cloudy day, and Yanshiba did not see the sun, as she was instead carried into the woodshed. The bedding was spread on the wooden planks, and she was placed down beside a pile of firewood. "Sister, do you really dislike me this much? Tell me what you don't like about me, and I will change." Yanshiba feigned sorrow, pinching her voice. Su Liang gazed at the fearsome assassin, who was now playfully pouting at her, and found it utterly terrifying. "You are capable of moving. If you need to relieve yourself, do it yourself," Su Liang remarked. Yanshiba gazed at her wistfully. "Sister, you knew I could move. Since you insisted on carrying me, that means you wanted to, right?" Su Liang rubbed her forehead, wondering why this individual was such a chatterbox. Does this align with the professional ethics of an assassin? "I am going to town. If someone comes, do not pay them any mind," Su Liang declared. "Will Ning Jing accompany you?" "Then I shall go as well," Yanshiba replied. Su Liang left her with a retreating silhouette, allowing her to ponder. In the morning, Ning Jing delivered food to Ernyo's household and brought along some grains, after which Ernyo would manage on his own. Su Dequan appeared somewhat improved compared to the previous day. Just as she was about to leave, the family who had come to call on Su Liang the night before also arrived, reporting that their child's fever had subsided. Ning Jing donned a straw hat and drove the cart across the bridge towards the mines. "Su Liang," he remarked, "to take a life and simultaneously pluck fruit, how leisurely and refined." Along the way, they encountered Su Xingzhe, who was walking to the town. He stepped aside to let them pass, yet Ning Jing had no intention of offering him a ride. Su Xingzhe lowered his gaze to conceal the shadow in his eyes, and when he lifted his head again, he had resumed his gentle scholar demeanor. Upon arriving in Fian town, Ning Jing drove the cart directly to the apothecary. Su Liang, who practiced medicine in the village, required a medicine chest to stock some essential herbs, and today's trip was specifically for procurement. They purchased a considerable amount of items, but the apothecary did not have a medicine chest. The shopkeeper informed them that such an item must be crafted by a carpenter. They had lunch at the Fian Tavern. As soon as Su Liang entered, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed her, only to be disappointed upon learning she was not there to sell vegetable recipes. The two medicinal recipes had indeed attracted considerable business to the tavern. While dining, Su Liang overheard someone mention that County Magistrate Huang had been reassigned shortly after his term ended on the first day of the month, and a new magistrate was expected to assume office in the coming days. Moreover, it was said that on the very day Magistrate Huang was relocated, a gang of robbers had invaded the home of Mr. Huang, seizing a substantial amount of valuables. "Serves him right. Who told Mr. Huang to act with such impunity over the years, committing all manner of misdeeds?" As Su Liang listened, she noticed a familiar face entering the tavern. It was Hu Er. "Young Master Ning, Madam Ning," Hu Er exclaimed, hurrying towards them and performing a respectful bow. The other patrons in the tavern looked on in astonishment, unaware of the significance of Ning Jing and Su Liang, who had garnered such deference from the formidable Hu family's second master. "This meal is on me," Hu Er insisted, promptly beckoning the waiter for more dishes. "No need," Su Liang replied, shaking her head. With a hearty laugh, Hu Er turned to the approaching waiter and instructed, "Inform your master that these two are my friends, henceforth. Any meals they consume at the Fian restaurant shall be charged to my account." The waiter, taken aback, promptly scurried off to find the proprietor. Hu Er then extended an invitation to Su Liang and Ning Jing to visit his home, but Su Liang politely declined, citing prior commitments. Meanwhile, the ailing Yanshiba, left alone at home, sipped on his tepid rice porridge, squinting through the gap in the firewood room door to observe the shifting shadows of the pines and cypresses outside. He muttered darkly to himself, "Sooner or later, I shall rid myself of Ning Jing and abduct that girl." In Bayan County, within the county school, the candidates preparing for the upcoming examination sat upright, attentively listening to the instructions. The stark division between two factions was evident in their attire. One group donned the county school's uniform of blue gowns and white shirts, complemented by blue square caps, while the other wore coarse, patched clothing. The former comprised those who could afford the tuition to study under the venerable teacher at the county school, while the latter were individuals unable to afford such expenses, who had only recently ventured into the school after self-studying at home. Su Xingzhe belonged to the latter group. The chief examiner, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and beard, concluded his remarks and dismissed the assembly. As Su Xingzhe was about to leave, he heard someone call his name. It was the venerable teacher who had sat beside the chief examiner. The gaze of the other candidates shifted, now filled with curiosity and intrigue. With a flutter of apprehension in his heart, Su Xingzhe followed the teacher toward the chief examiner's departure. What was his background? A mere pauper from Su family village. Why would the esteemed examiner wish to see him? Who could say? Other students murmured amongst themselves, lingering nearby, waiting to see when Su Xingzhe would emerge. Upon entering, Su Xingzhe bowed humbly, only to hear the examiner inquire, "Do you reside in Sujia village?" This thought stirred excitement within him. However, the examiner's tone shifted abruptly as he continued. "There is someone named Ning Jing from Sujia village. Do you know him?" Su Xingzhe was taken aback, noticing the examiner's displeasure, and promptly lowered his head, replying, "Yes, I am acquainted with young master Ning Jing. Are you aware of his origins?" The examiner pressed further. Su Xingzhe shook his head, admitting, "There are some rumors, yet unverified. I dare not speak recklessly." "What rumors?" the examiner inquired. "It is said that he is the young master of a noble family, cast out for a transgression, seeking refuge in the village." Su Xingzhe's voice dropped slightly. The examiner let out a sudden chuckle. "The first part is not entirely incorrect. Yet the latter is mere folly. Since you both reside in the same village, do you know that he is also participating in the imperial examination?" Su Xingzhe shook his head, stating, "This matter is unknown to me." Upon hearing the title of the North Quiet Prince's heir, Su Xingzhe felt as if struck by a hammer, recalling the carriage that had frequently visited Ning Jing's residence in recent days. He had instantly recognized its grandeur, yet had never seen its occupants. Could it truly be the prince's heir? Observing Su Xingzhe's daze, the examiner's expression darkened. "Su Xingzhe, did you not hear my words clearly? Or do you choose to remain silent?" Su Xingzhe, in a state of panic, responded, "I shall certainly convey your message." "Furthermore," the examiner said, producing an object wrapped in cloth, "take this to young Master Ning, without any further explanation, and do not open it." Su Xingzhe quickly took the item and placed it into his book box. As he wandered out of the county academy in a daze, someone abruptly pulled him into a nearby alley. A group of scholars clad in county academy uniforms surrounded him, with the leader being a familiar face to Su Xingzhe, the wealthiest young master of the Wang family in the county. "What does the chief examiner want with you? Speak plainly, or else." Young Master Wang scoffed. Someone attempted to seize Su Xingzhe's book box. He instinctively protected it, but outnumbered, he was soon knocked to the ground, and the box fell into young Master Wang's possession. "Just a pile of worthless books, you pauper," young Master Wang said dismissively, letting the box fall to the ground, its contents spilling out. Su Xingzhe recounted the matter of Prince Beijing recommending Ningjing for the examination in Beixian, but firmly insisted that the chief examiner had given him nothing. The items in the cloth bag had been bound to his leg during a trip to the restroom. Who would have thought, in such a small place, there exists a noble? The scholars listened with surprise, but offered no significant reaction. After all, a special candidate like Ningjing would not encroach upon their opportunities. It was the steward from Qiuming Mountain Villa, who mentioned that Matriarch Xing had instructed, before her departure, that all remaining fine ingredients from the villa be gathered and sent over, a full cart, abundant with provisions that could be stored. Su Liang accepted the delivery. Upon entering, she heard Yan Shiba incessantly calling for Sister Liang. After the staff from Qiuming Mountain Villa departed, Su Liang opened the firewood room, where Yan Shiba lamented her hunger, demanding meat and asking to be carried outside for fresh air. Su Liang promptly covered her mouth again, relishing in the ensuing tranquility. Aunt Bai had crafted a pair of shoes for Su Liang and brought them over for her to try on. The shoes fit perfectly. Su Liang expressed her gratitude to Aunt Bai, having already settled the payment earlier, and gifted her a piece of meat from today's cut. Bai Xiao, clutching a few snacks given by Su Liang, was about to depart when he heard Ning Jing calling out to him. "Brother Ning, is there something you need?" Bai Xiaohu inquired. Ning Jing asked, "Is there anyone in the village skilled in carpentry?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaohu replied, "The finest craftsman in our village is Heir Nio's grandfather. However, he is unwell and has sold all his tools, so he cannot work anymore. Then there's Su Erwi's father." Su Liang prepared a pot of lean meat porridge, and Ning Jing delivered 2 bowls to Heir Nio's household. Su Daquan, overwhelmed with gratitude, found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Ning Jing's desire to learn carpentry, he eagerly consented. For dinner, Su Liang set aside a portion next to Yan Shiba before leaving, disregarding any requests for feeding. As night fell, Su Liang set down her book, ready to retire for the evening, when a knock at the door interrupted her. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Yan Shiba in the woodshed began to call out, "Sister Liang, I am thirsty." Su Liang instructed Ning Jing to check who had arrived while she went to fetch water for Yan Shiba. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Su Xingzhe, his face battered and disheveled. Ning Jing, maintaining a neutral expression, asked, "What brings you here?" A moment later, as Su Xingzhe noticed Ning Jing emerging with a burning log, he was momentarily distracted, allowing the cloth bag in his grasp to catch fire. Quickly, he released his hold and stepped back, watching in horror as the bag transformed into a blazing inferno. Do you know what is inside?" Su Xingzhe's face contorted with unease. Ning Jing said nothing and simply closed the door. Su Xingzhe recalled the frantic moments spent poring over the scrolls concealed within his cloth bag at the tea house earlier that day, desperately seeking an excuse for his late return. In a deliberate act of self-sabotage, he had inflicted an injury upon himself, yet what truly mattered to him seemed utterly valueless in Ning Jing's eyes. The papers in question were not the actual examination scripts for the imperial assessment, but rather practice papers issued by the examiner, an act that could hardly be deemed fraudulent. Yet the potential benefits were considerable. The thrill of unexpected discovery was abruptly shattered by the closed door before him and the biting cold wind that assailed him, leaving only a profound sense of inferiority and embarrassment. In the fleeting moment of turning away, he clenched his fists, vowing to rise above his circumstances. Ning Jing spoke simply, while Su Liang pondered whether he might have glimpsed the contents within. A shortcut does not necessarily lead to success. With that, Ning Jing retreated into the room. From the firewood shed came the affected voice of Yan Shiba, "Sister Liang, it's cold. I wish to sleep with you." Chapter 37, Bloodbound Siblings. Initially, the village head went door to door, urging residents to seek Su Liang for medical attention, yet skepticism surrounded her skills. However, after successfully treating several elderly and young patients, word of her proficiency began to spread, and more villagers greeted her warmly as she walked the streets. It was fortunate that her grandfather, Su Yuanzhou, was a renowned physician in the capital. Thus, Su Liang's medical abilities did not raise suspicion. Several individuals, tugging at Niu, inquired whether Su Liang charged his grandfather for treatment. Niu replied honestly, stating that she did charge, but left an IOU indicating that it would need to be repaid later. Behind the scenes, murmurs arose, criticizing Su Liang and Ning Jing for their wealth, lamenting that they would still demand payment from the impoverished for medical care, deeming it rather ungracious. Madame Bai came to seek out Su Liang, exclaiming that her money did not come from the wind, so why should she pay for medical treatment while also losing out? They should take a good look at themselves and understand their own worth. They are merely a group of idle individuals, seeking to take advantage without any shame. Do not take it to heart. If they dare to default, simply inform the village chief. Su Bai is fair-minded and warm-hearted, enjoying considerable respect within the village. Su Liang insisted on collecting consultation fees, having anticipated such circumstances, and remained unfazed upon hearing the complaints. In recent days, Su Liang had added a sleep aid to the medicine brewed for Yan Shiba, causing her to feel exceedingly drowsy after consumption. Yan Shiba harbored a deep suspicion that Su Liang had intentionally drugged her to avoid hearing her call her sister Liang. However, Su Liang firmly asserted that ample rest was crucial for her recovery and urged her not to harbor such petty thoughts. Ning Jing visited the home of Niu daily to deliver meals, sometimes lingering for half a day. Su Liang presumed he was merely out for leisure and focused on her own tasks. A yellow pear-wood 5-drawer cabinet, dismantled from Qiuming Villa, had been transformed into a practical medicine box. Su Liang was unaware of when Ning Jing had moved the cabinet away. The box, modest yet elegant in appearance, featured smooth lines and a strap, allowing it to be carried or slung over the shoulder. Inside, it was divided into 3 distinct compartments, exquisite and functional. Su Liang tested its weight and found it surprisingly light. "Thank you. Today, you may order what you wish," Su Liang smiled and said. "Sister Liang, I want to order too." Yan Shiba immediately sought to make her presence known. "All right, today you may have whatever you desire," Su Liang replied, her mood lifted, even treating Yan Shiba with gentleness. However, Ning Jing interjected, stating that whatever she wished to eat, he had no desire for. Yan Shiba grew indignant, declaring that if he would not eat what he wanted, then Su Liang was not permitted to prepare it either. "I adore everything that Sister Liang prepares." Unlike certain individuals who are overly particular, Yan Shiba, with her sarcastic demeanor, has been disregarded by Ning Jing. Yesterday, Yan Shiba began dining at the same table as Su Liang and Ning Jing, consistently leaning towards Su Liang while casting disdainful glances at Ning Jing. Standing a head taller than Su Liang, she wore Su Liang's attire, which appeared somewhat short on her. With her round face and almond-shaped eyes, she bore no resemblance to a killer. With examinations just 2 days away, Su Liang inquired whether they should relocate to the county town in advance. "What are we testing for?" Yin Shiba asked in confusion. Upon learning that Ning Jing was to take the imperial examination, Yin Shiba scoffed lightly, stating, "I told you he harbors grand ambitions. Once he achieves success and secures an official position, he will surely marry a noble lady and cast you aside. Let us accompany my sister today. I too wish to witness this," Su Liang expressed with curiosity. The civil service examination system of the Qian kingdom bore similarities to the historical examinations she was familiar with, yet there were distinctions. "Then let us go together." Yin Shiba casually included herself in the plan. "You stay behind to take care of the house," Su Liang insisted. A fleeting glimmer crossed Yin Shiba's eyes, as if she contemplated something, and she nodded in agreement. The following afternoon, Ning Jing finally set off with Su Liang from Su family village towards the county town. Along the journey, Su Liang suggested taking the reins, and Ning Jing acquiesced. "You can peruse some books," Su Liang remarked. However, Ning Jing produced a wooden hairpin he had purchased earlier from the tailor shop, delicately carving it. Upon reaching the county town, they discovered that both inns were fully booked. With determination, Su Liang drove the carriage around in search of accommodations until she spotted a property with a rental banner. After a round of haggling, she ultimately spent 300 taels to acquire a small house not far from the county school. The dwelling is immaculate, featuring a water well, a grinding stone, and a gnarled pomegranate tree, its branches weighed down with vibrant red fruit as the mid-autumn festival approaches. Su Liang instructs Ning Jing to tidy up while she rushes to purchase 2 sets of bedding and some culinary necessities. As dusk descends, wisps of smoke rise from the small courtyard, the savory aroma of meat enticing curious glances from the neighbors. "I'll wash the dishes. You may indulge in a book," she suggests, and in that moment, Su Liang feels a maternal concern akin to that of a mother fretting over her child's college entrance examinations. Noticing Su Liang's sudden smile, Ning Jing inquires, "What brings you joy?" With her eyes sparkling, Su Liang replies, "For a fleeting moment, you remind me of my son." As she cleans the dishes, Su Liang discovers an exquisite wooden hairpin left behind in Ning Jing's earlier seat. The wood is commonplace, yet the carved pear blossom at its tip is strikingly lifelike. "You've forgotten your hairpin," she calls out, knocking on the door. "It's for you," comes Ning Jing's cool response. Su Liang is momentarily taken aback, pondering its meaning. "I bought it while picking up shoes, intending to practice my carving," Ning Jing explains. "The craftsmanship is commendable. Thank you," Su Liang praises. Sharing a life together is no trivial matter. Previously, when discussing the medicine cabinet, Ning Jing mentioned his burgeoning interest in woodworking, and the hairpin serves as a tool for honing his carving skills. In summary, Ning Jing has always maintained an interest in all things unexplored. Yet he remains indifferent towards women. The following morning, before dawn breaks, Su Liang rises early to prepare breakfast for Ning Jing, also frying a few meat pancakes for him to take as lunch. Despite a midday break during the examination, no meals are provided to prevent any tampering with the food, necessitating self-sufficiency. "If you achieve the top score, I shall prepare you ribs," Su Liang announces as she stands at the door, handing Ning Jing a basket filled with provisions and stationery. Ning Jing's favorite dish was the braised pork ribs with green beans that Su Liang had prepared previously. As she took the basket and was about to turn away, she heard Su Liang lament, expressing a sentiment akin to sending a son off to an examination. Ning Jing's attractive brows knitted slightly as she glanced back at Su Liang, who, with her lustrous hair framing her delicate features, appeared even more enchanting without any makeup. When she smiled, the misty morning seemed to brighten a few degrees. Silently, Ning Jing carried the basket and ventured into the hazy dawn. Before entering the examination hall, she encountered Su Xingzhe, who, clad in fresh attire, greeted her from amidst the crowd. Su Liang gathered a basket of pomegranates, fed the horse, and tidied the courtyard before heading out. A throng awaited outside the county school, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Su Liang visited the local apothecary to procure some herbs, strolled past a tailor shop, where she bought 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for Yin Shibashi, and 2 sets of men's clothing for herself. Curiosity led her to peek into the blacksmith's shop, where she purchased 2 daggers, a sword, and 2 long swords. The daggers were for her self-defense, one concealed in her sleeve and the other hidden at her calf. One long sword was intended for Ning Jing, while the other was for her own use, as she wished to learn swordsmanship. The knife was meant for Yin Shibashi, for she had discarded her original weapons to evade pursuers. Have you heard? The exam paper belonging to the chief examiner was stolen yesterday by an unknown thief. Would not such a rogue be assured of success among the scholars? Huh. If discovered, it would mean certain doom. Su Liang suddenly recalled the items that the chief examiner had instructed Su Xingzhe to deliver to Ning Jing, which Ning Jing had carelessly burned without a glance. A peculiar thought crossed her mind. There might be an intriguing connection between these two events. Upon sensing the gaze of another, Su Liang turned her head, only to encounter a young gentleman, whose refined features and graceful demeanor were accompanied by a smile and a raised cup in her direction. Su Liang offered a subtle nod before promptly settling her bill and departing. Shortly thereafter, the young man also exited the tavern, heading towards the county office. "Does the master know that young lady?" inquired the attendant. The man shook his head, merely feeling that she was quite extraordinary. Should the individual who pilfered the scroll remain undiscovered, the higher authorities would surely impose penalties for the master's inadequate supervision. The attendant frowned. The man remained composed, assuring, "I have this matter under control." As Ning Jing exited the examination hall, he encountered Su Xingzhe, who appeared relaxed and seemed to have performed well. The results would not be announced for another 5 days, and that same day, Ning Jing and Su Liang departed the county town, having only spent one night at the residence they had acquired. "How did you fare?" Su Liang inquired. "I'm not certain," replied Ning Jing. Su Liang responded, "Well, I suppose we shall see the results in due time." Upon returning to the village, darkness had enveloped the sky. They encountered the village head, Su Bai, who gestured for Ning Jing to halt. "Young Master Ning, Miss Liang, everyone is aware of your situation," Su Bai sighed. Su Liang, perplexed, asked, "What situation?" Su Bai sighed deeply. "It was your sister who revealed the truth to us. Young Master Ning has a promising future. If he cannot bestow a legitimate status upon Miss Liang, it would be best to let her go. She is not like you. Her reputation is tarnished. And how can she marry in the future?" Indeed, it was the mischief of Yan Shiba, who, seizing the absence of Su Liang and Ning Jing, had disclosed their feigned marriage, claiming that they had not truly wed nor consummated their union, but merely sought an excuse for Su Liang to distance herself from the Su family. There is no parental decree, and this hardly qualifies as a casual affair. Ning Jing cast a glance at Su Liang, his expression serene as he remarked, "It is my oversight. We are not husband and wife, merely sworn siblings. I kindly ask Uncle Bai to help clarify this misunderstanding." Chapter 38. Thieves and the Case Head. Yan Shiba departs. The examination results are announced. Out of goodwill, Su Bai, who initially feared being perceived as overly controlling, was taken aback by Ning Jing's candidness, while Su Liang even gifted him a few radiant pomegranates. As he watched the carriage cross the bridge, Su Bai sighed softly. It was evident they were hardly a couple. Otherwise, Ning Jing could have easily suggested waiting until Su Liang came of age before consummating their union, rather than directly stating they had become sworn siblings. This clearly indicated that they were not together and would not be. As the carriage arrived at the entrance, Yan Shiba appeared to have been waiting inside, promptly opening the door upon hearing the commotion and warmly calling out to Sister Liang to come forth. Though her injuries were severe, she had been recovering quite well under Su Liang's medical care and attention. During the past couple of days, she had been enjoying meals at Aunt Bai's, ensuring she was well fed. Su Liang refrained from mentioning the recent encounter with Su Bai. Once the carriage halted and they disembarked, Ning Jing unloaded the pomegranates along with other purchased items. The evening had grown late, yet Su Liang and Ning Jing had yet to dine. Yan Shiba, having already eaten, remarked that she was still hungry. Su Liang washed her hands and prepared 3 bowls of minced meat and egg noodles. Just as she finished, Yan Shiba, adorned in the new attire Su Liang had procured for her, approached with a graceful sway, spreading her arms and twirling around, inquiring if she looked lovely. "It was Ning Jing who bought it," Su Liang replied. Yan Shiba scoffed lightly. "He bought me clothes? He would rather chop me up and complain about the mess I make." Su Liang nodded, displaying a commendable self-awareness regarding the matter at hand. "Sister Liang." Yan Shiba leaned against the kitchen door, observing the industrious Su Liang. In a hushed tone, she suggested, "Following Ning Jing will yield no favorable outcome. How about I take you away tonight for a grand escape?" Su Liang responded with unwavering calmness. "Why don't you take him away instead? To be honest, I prefer to be on my own." Yan Shiba, with a look of disdain, retorted, "In that case, I would rather leave by myself." Thus, the decision was made. Simultaneously, the voices of Su Liang and Ning Jing echoed from within, their words perfectly synchronized. Shiba rolled her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "You both are quite delusional." On the surface, everything appeared harmonious. The three of them sat together, savoring steaming bowls of fragrant noodles. Shiba inquired about various matters, while Su Liang provided perfunctory responses. After finishing their meal and setting down their chopsticks, Shiba produced a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, only for Su Liang to snatch it away. "Is this handkerchief embroidered by you, Sister Liang? It is exquisite. Do gift it to me." Shiba clung to Su Liang's arm, swaying playfully. However, Su Liang's expression grew considerably more serious. "I will not part with it. If you have taken anything else of mine, you must return it." Caught off guard by Su Liang's sudden shift over a mere handkerchief, Shiba's smile widened. "That piece of fabric adorned with plum blossoms is particularly dear to me. How about I purchase it from you for 100,000 taels?" Yet, Su Liang resolutely shook her head, declaring, "I shall not sell it. I have already bought you clothing and weapons. If you find them useful, then keep them. Now, please take your leave." Seeing Su Liang's earnestness, the smile on Shiba's face abruptly vanished. "Sister Liang, what has transpired?" "Nothing much," Su Liang replied. "I saved you, and now that you are well, it is time for you to depart. Have you exposed the matter of your pretended marriage, you mischievous sister?" Shiba remarked, her gaze abruptly shifting to Ning Jing. And she scoffed, "Am I mistaken? Ning Jing, do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. As a man, with a beautiful, sensible, and capable girl like Su Liang attending to you, you must be quite pleased with yourself, right? You are solely focused on your own future. Have you ever considered hers? She saved me once, and I cannot allow her to be harmed by you." Su Liang understood that this was also directed at her. "Shiba, the fact of our feigned marriage is undeniable. I did not mention it earlier because I deemed it inconsequential. You are meddling far too much." Regarding how Su Liang might marry in the future, as discussed by Su Bai and Shiba, she truly felt indifferent. The crux of the matter lay in Ning Jing's pretense of marrying Su Liang to evade the scrutiny of those behind Nian Jincheng. When Su Bai initially brought it up, Su Liang intended to deny it, but Ning Jing preemptively acknowledged it, leaving her with no further comment. Although the likelihood was slim, should there still be eyes from the court watching Ning Jing, the revelation of their fictitious marriage could raise suspicions. After all, a fallen merchant's son has no need for a sham marriage to conceal anything, but a hidden identity of a rebel might indeed require such a ruse. "Do I truly evoke such disdain in you, my dear sister? In your heart, do I not measure up to Ning Jing in the slightest?" Upon first hearing this, one might find it disheartening, yet Shiba's tone was filled solely with confusion and inquiry. She sensed that the relationship between Ning Jing and Su Liang was peculiar. It was devoid of romantic affection, yet it resembled the bond of lifelong friends. Remarkably, they had only been married for less than a month, and even that marriage was but a facade. Su Liang gazed at Shiba with calm and forthright eyes, expressing, "I do not harbor any disdain for you. However, we are not kindred spirits. I have chosen to live alongside Ning Jing, and you too have your own path to tread." To put it succinctly, the three of them had converged for their own purposes, devoid of any emotional ties. Shiba was destined to be sidelined, primarily because she lacked a thorough understanding of Ning Jing and Su Liang. At the onset of their partnership, it had commenced with the exchange of secrets known solely to the two of them. Suddenly, Shiba leaned closer to Su Liang, her demeanor shifting back to that of a lethal assassin, her gaze icy and menacing. "In my lifetime, I have never sought to ingratiate myself with anyone as I have with you. Are you not afraid of inciting my wrath?" Su Liang remained unfazed, countering, "Shiba, how could you possibly seek to ingratiate yourself? You merely find me intriguing and wish to provoke me." At these words, Shiba's eyes narrowed, a cold smile creeping across her face. "Sister Liang, I shall ask you one final time. Will you accompany me?" Ning Jing, who had been silently sipping her soup, nearly choked. Shiba reached out, seizing Su Liang by the neck. Observing her unwavering calmness, she abruptly turned to Ning Jing, stating, "In truth, you are quite eager to see what I might do to her, thus granting you a reason to strike me down." Ning Jing nodded gently, affirming Shiba's inference. With a heavy sigh, Shiba released Su Liang and resigned herself to the situation. Su Liang assumed Shiba was departing, but instead, she retrieved a large pomegranate from a nearby bamboo basket and thrust it into Su Liang's hands, saying, "Peel this pomegranate for me, and then I shall take my leave." Su Liang procured a small knife and a clean bowl, deftly slicing off the top and delicately cutting along the membranes. Soon, She had prepared a bowl filled with exquisite, glistening pomegranate seeds, which she then presented to Yen Shiba. Yen Shiba carried a burden on her back, containing clothes, medicinal supplies, and a knife purchased by Su Liang. In one hand, she held a bowl, eating as she walked outside, her tone melancholic. Sister Liang, if I am fortunate enough to live and see you again in this lifetime, I shall repay your life-saving grace. Su Liang stood in the corridor, waving at Yen Shiba, wishing her well. Yen Sui, no need. Yen Shiba would address the matter herself, or perhaps meet her fate. Ning Jing shook her head. Su Liang did not intend to mention Yen Sui, but seeing Ning Jing's untroubled demeanor made her realize she was overthinking. As for Yen Shiba, her departure seemed inevitable, as it was time to face the reality of life and death, where comfort and indulgence were luxuries she could not afford. The balance of power was crucial. The following day, Su Liang brought pomegranates to the Bai family. Aunt Bai pulled her aside, inquiring about her relationship with Ning Jing. Su Liang replied honestly, stating they were not married. No wonder, I always felt you too. Aunt Bai struggled to articulate her thoughts, and then asked Su Liang about her future plans. If Sister Liang is not to be Brother Ning's wife, then she might as well become the wife of the younger uncle, Bai Xiaohu suddenly suggested. Bai Peng kicked Bai Xiaohu, and Aunt Bai scolded her grandson, telling Su Liang not to take offense, for children often lacked understanding. How could Bai He ever be worthy of you? Before the results of the courtyard examination were announced, Su Liang and Ning Jing had not ventured beyond the village. After purchasing a sword, Su Liang began to learn swordsmanship from Ning Jing, simultaneously increasing her training intensity. Each day, in addition to practicing swordplay, reading, and calligraphy, she attended to the villagers' ailments, even attracting patients from neighboring villages who came seeking her expertise. The reputation of the two in the village had significantly improved since Su Liang became a doctor. With Su Bai's diligent efforts to clarify their relationship, the majority of villagers came to believe and accept that they were not husband and wife, but merely siblings, save for a few who secretly gossiped about them. During this time, Hu Er visited once and was astonished by this revelation. He brought news that the new county magistrate of Bayan County would officially assume office the day after the provincial examination. He was quite young and reportedly came from a distinguished background. What significance could a mere county magistrate hold? Su Yang pondered curiously. Hu Er pointed in a direction, explaining that Bayan County housed the largest iron mine in the Qian Kingdom, indicating that it was no ordinary locale. I've caught wind of some rumors. There are individuals smuggling large quantities of iron ore to the Yin Kingdom. Our new magistrate is a secret envoy sent by the court to investigate these smuggling operations. In this era, iron ore was an immensely valuable resource, fundamental for a nation to forge weapons. Selling iron ore to a hostile nation was not merely smuggling, it was treason. If even we can learn of such clandestine affairs, wouldn't it be perilous if the magistrate is indeed an envoy? Su Liang remarked. Hu Er, however, appeared unconcerned. What you say holds merit, Miss Su. Yet, as a mere commoner, I am not fit to worry about matters of the gentry. I shall simply await the results of the examination and prepare to celebrate with young Master Ning. As for the fate of Su Daqiang's family, Hu Er had mentioned it during his last visit. Although Ning Jing and Su Liang had not spoken of it, he surmised it was connected to them. On the 14th of August, the day of the results, Ning Jing and Su Liang did not go to the county seat. Early in the morning, Su Liang realized that the following day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. She planned to make mooncakes, and after describing her intentions to Ning Jing, she sat beneath the tree in the courtyard, carving the molds. A procession of officials, accompanied by the resounding clang of gongs and drums, made its way towards Sujia village, trailed by a multitude of curious villagers, including the town mayor and the local dignitary. Until today, few were aware of Ningjing's participation in the imperial examination. Upon witnessing the jubilant procession enter Sujia village, they collectively assumed that Su Xingxia had achieved the rank of scholar, a feat that warranted such grandiosity only for the top 3 candidates. Residing at Su Erwi's home, the family of Nepotzi received the joyous news and was overwhelmed with delight, prompting villagers to flock to offer their congratulations. However, Su Xingxia maintained a facade of composure, harboring both anticipation and a tinge of inexplicable unease. The examination paper provided to Ningjing by the chief examiner turned out to be the very questions from the preliminary test. After much contemplation, Su Xingxia concluded that it was likely intended for Ningjing to refer to the standard answers, thus ensuring his ascendance to the top position. The imperial examination mandates specific writing styles, rendering it impossible to identify individual candidates during the grading process, thereby preventing deceit. Su Xingzhe contemplated taking a gamble. After a moment of hesitation, he inscribed the standard answers. After all, he had witnessed Ningjing incinerate his paper, and when the chief examiner reviewed the scripts, his submission would likely be mistaken for Ningjing's exceptional treatment. Once the results were declared, there would be no possibility of alteration, nor would anyone dare to raise a commotion. Indeed, the jubilant procession came to a halt near Su Erwi's residence. Su Bai, beaming with joy, approached, but before he could utter a word, several constables emerged from the throng, shackles in hand, announcing loudly, "On the eve of the preliminary examination, the chief examiner lost a sample paper." Upon investigation, it was discovered that the thief who absconded with the sample paper and cheated is Su Xingzhe. Where is he? All present were rendered speechless. The heavily made-up Nepotzi's eyes widened in disbelief as she shrieked, "Impossible! There must be some mistake." Su Bo gazed at the official before him, who was evidently there to deliver good news, yet he found himself utterly perplexed as to how this had transformed into an arrest. Suddenly, a loud voice proclaimed that there were two candidates who topped the recent examination in Ban County, one of whom was the esteemed young master Ningjing from Sujia village. Where was his residence? Chapter 39. Taken away, Su Xingzhe was residing at the home of Su Erwi, where he had a private chamber. As the sounds of drums and gongs approached, he felt a flutter of anxiety dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming excitement that rendered the commotion outside almost inaudible. He paced a few steps, seated himself, and picked up a book, determined to remain composed when summoned. However, the moment the door swung open, he sprang to his feet, his practiced astonishment appearing overly contrived due to his nervousness. At that instant, the wailing of the old woman burst forth like a torrent of floodwaters into his ears. The word thief drained the color from his cheeks, shifting from crimson to pallid, then swiftly to ashen. The book clattered to the ground. And in that fleeting moment of shock, several burly constables had already shackled him in chains. He was virtually hoisted off the ground, his feet dangling as he was ushered through the crowd and out into the open. The cries of the old woman, the curses of Su Erwi, and the mocking gestures of the villagers intertwined in a cacophony, yet Su Xingzhe could hear nothing. It was as if he had slipped into a silent realm. The sky had fallen, and he could do nothing but stare blankly, utterly powerless. Are you Su Xingzhe?" The head constable barked. Su Xingzhe had audaciously dared to steal the examination papers from the chief examiner on the eve of the examination, and the evidence was irrefutable. "Take him away." The captain raised his hand with decisive authority, akin to the guillotine that severed Su Xingzhe's life. "Injustice! Injustice!" The old woman fainted in despair. Su Xingzhe's father and brothers rushed forward to intervene, asserting that he had remained at home during the recent examination, and they could all testify to that. Yet, the captain scoffed disdainfully, declaring that a family could not serve as credible witnesses. Initially, Su Erwi, who had eagerly orchestrated Su Xingzhe's marriage to his daughter, now felt nothing but ill fortune as he hurled Su Xingzhe's belongings outside, while vocally disavowing any connection, claiming they had merely taken him in out of kindness. Knowing nothing else, Su Bai contemplated stepping forward to speak, but the captain's assertion of irrefutable evidence made him hesitate repeatedly before ultimately deciding against it. The crime of cheating in the imperial examination was a matter that could cost one their head. As a mere village official, and without a grasp of the truth, what could he possibly say? The captain's heavy hand struck Su Xingzhe's face with force, proclaiming, "Go and report this to the magistrate. Young Master Ning. He has legitimately achieved the top score." A thunderclap reverberated in Su Xingzhe's mind, leaving him stunned and deranged. It was Ningjing. He had conspired against me. He colluded with the examiner to frame me. Su Xingzhe shouted hoarsely. The captain retaliated with a flurry of slaps, leaving Su Xingzhe dazed, blood trickling from his mouth, unable to articulate a word. "Young Master Ning is a friend of the Crown Prince of Beijing. Frame you? What are you even worth? Daring to slander the examiner? Your crimes multiply." The events of that day replayed vividly in Su Xingzhe's mind as he pondered. What reason could Ningjing have to ensnare him? Oh, his mother had a conflict with Su Liang. Their family had previously attempted to seize Su Liang's property. It must be so. Before Su Xingzhe could utter a word of defense, the constable struck him with a resounding slap, rendering him unconscious. Su Bai led the jubilant procession to the doorstep of Ningjing's home, followed by a throng of villagers eager to witness the spectacle. The Bai family was taken aback, both astonished and elated. Until this moment, They had no inkling that Ning Jing had participated in the imperial examination, let alone emerged as the top candidate. However, upon learning about Su Xingjia's predicament, Aunt Bai's immediate reaction was not one of schadenfreude, but rather confusion. How could he possibly have the audacity to pilfer from the chief examiner? The door was opened by Su Liang, who wore an apron around his waist, while Ning Jing remained seated beneath a tree in the courtyard, diligently carving mooncake molds. Among the men in the celebratory entourage, one paused, momentarily taken aback as he recognized Su Liang's visage. When Su Bai excitedly proclaimed Ning Jing's achievement as the top scholar, Su Liang displayed no surprise, merely offering a faint smile and expressing gratitude to everyone present. The leader of the group, maintaining a courteous demeanor, remarked that the county magistrate would host a banquet for this year's scholars and urged young Master Ning to attend. Su Liang accepted the reward of 50 taels of silver for the top scholar, yet declined the gifts presented by the local gentry, understanding that their acceptance would imply a desire for camaraderie. After the officials departed, the villagers approached to extend their congratulations, each family offering a token of appreciation. Bai Xiaohu muttered that it was undoubtedly because Su Liang's sister had an abundance of pomegranates that they could not consume. Lu Shi shot a warning glance at her son, admonishing him not to speak such unfiltered truths. Indeed, this was the case. The previous harvest had yielded only a minuscule portion from the solitary pomegranate tree in the county town, and given their modest household, it was impractical for just the two of them to consume much. At last, only the Bai family remained outside, and Su Liang invited them in for a conversation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had Su Xingjia passed the examination? Zhu shook his head, stating that he had been apprehended. Su Liang was taken aback. Apprehended? The two children began to recount to Su Liang the harrowing tale of the Su Xingjia family, a journey from paradise to perdition. After listening, Su Liang grasped the situation entirely. Su Xingjia, bold though he was, could hardly have known where the sample examination papers were concealed. Such an essential item could never be pilfered by a mere country scholar. At that moment, Su Liang harbored suspicions that Su Xingjia might have had the audacity to glance at the papers, and now, the truth lay bare before him. It was not a matter of the chief examiner granting a favor to Ning Jing. Rather, it was an elaborate scheme designed to ensnare Ning Jing, with the avaricious Su Xingjia falling into the trap. Yet, Su Liang was perplexed. The chief examiner of Bayan County bore no animosity towards Ning Jing. Why then this course of action? Was it that the Ning family of Xuanyang wielded such wealth as to influence even the devil? Or was it because Ning Jing had been recommended by the heir of the Beijing Shan prince, thus attracting the ire of the prince's enemies? What a troublesome predicament. Su Liang gazed at Ning Jing, pondering. Ning elder brother, what is this? Bai Xiaohu inquired curiously, observing the mold Ning Jing had carved. Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. There are flowers inside. Su Bai escorted the joyous procession to the village entrance, where one individual inquired about the relationship of the young lady from the Ning family to Master Ning. Su Bai replied solemnly, they are siblings. Su Bai had also heard Su Xingjia incessantly claim that Ning Jing had deliberately set him up, a notion that left many baffled. Surely, it was improbable that Ning Jing had stolen the sample papers and concealed them in his home, yet the officials had directly taken action without conducting a search. Su Bai believed that Ning Jing could never commit such an act. The matters entrusted by the county magistrate had all been handled properly. However, it was unexpected that Ning Jing had managed to avoid the trap. The chief examiner of the imperial examination spoke respectfully. Seated before him was a young gentleman clad in splendid garments, his expression one of amusement. Indeed, to befriend Xing Yuxing demonstrated a certain cunning. I shall meet with him tomorrow. As the door opened, a man entered. The elegantly dressed young gentleman waved his hand, prompting the chief examiner to bow and exit. Have you seen Ning Jing? He inquired. The man nodded, confirming his encounter, and recounted his observations since arriving at Sujia village. He concluded by mentioning that Ning Jing had a sister, the girl he had encountered at the tavern during the examination, whom his lord found rather exceptional. Oh, I am surprised she is Ning Jing's sister? The young gentleman expressed his astonishment. My subordinate inquired and discovered they are not biological siblings but sworn brothers and sisters. That girl is a physician, reputed for her medical skills, and she grew up in the capital. Her grandfather, whom the lord might know, is Su Yuanzhou. The young gentleman's gaze sharpened. Who? Su Yuanzhou, the man reiterated. The young gentleman's expression darkened. Did not the entire family perish? How is it that a granddaughter remains alive? My subordinate found her identity equally perplexing. It is unclear how she escaped. Not a whisper of it has reached the capital. And those here are completely unaware of the offenses attributed to Su Yuanzhou. Chapter 40. Pretentious Purity, How Delightful the Aroma. Bai Xiaohu and Zhuzi gazed longingly at the freshly baked mooncakes, their mouths watering incessantly. Madame Bai and Lu both praised Su Liang for her dexterity, noting that the mooncakes she crafted were so exquisite that one hesitated to consume them. It was Ning Jing who possessed the true skill, having carved the molds. As Su Liang spoke, she placed 2 mooncakes onto a plate and handed it to Bai Xiaohu, cautioning him to wait a while before indulging, as they were still hot. Just then, Bai Xiaohu dashed outside with Zhuzi, and Ning Jing appeared at the kitchen door. Su Liang prepared another plate and offered it to him, reminding him once more to be careful of the heat. Ning Jing paused momentarily, his hands suspended in the air. As he recalled Su Liang's earlier remark that he momentarily resembled her son, it now felt as though she was coaxing a child. He settled at the stone table in the courtyard, where the 2 lively little brothers squeezed together, grinning widely at him. Will Brother Ning become a top scholar in the future? Bai Xiaohu inquired. Ning Jing nodded. I shall give it a try. Isn't Sister Su Liang Brother Ning's wife? Can she marry me instead? I will grow up quickly. That way, there will always be delicious food. Zhuzi's small face was exceedingly earnest. Ning Jing nodded. You should ask her. Zhuzi was about to rush to inquire of Su Liang when Bai Xiaohu seized him. Little brother, that's not possible. By the time you grow up, Sister Su Liang will be old. As Su Liang brought over tea, she was taken aback. Bai Xiaohu continued, Brother Ning, once Sister Su Liang marries someone else, you won't have any delicious food left. Ning Jing furrowed his brow slightly as the 2 little rascals leaned over the plate, eagerly gnawing on the mooncakes. After giving half of the mooncakes to Madame Bai and bidding them farewell, Su Liang turned to Ning Jing and asked, What is your perspective on Su Xingzhi's situation? Who is framing you? Ning Jing shook his head, indicating he did not know. Living here is utterly unsettling. I believe the assassins from Yin Yun Lu and this recent betrayal are merely the beginning. I truly must consider seeking out Yin Yu. Su Liang sighed softly. Ning Jing remained silent for a moment, leaving the menu behind before departing. No problem, Su Liang replied with a decisive nod. But you must first teach me the art of lightness. I shall share half the silver with you when the time comes. Very well. Ning Jing responded with a gentle nod. While he expressed no fear, Su Liang found Ning Jing to be quite troublesome. His suspected dual identity would undoubtedly bring about dual complications. There was one thing to note. Both Ning Jing and Gu Ling had been targeted by assassins from Yin Yun Lu. It was uncertain when Yin Sui might strike. Although Ning Jing was skilled in martial arts, Su Liang was acutely aware of her own limitations. She stood no chance against the true masters of this world. Even if she were to train, it would require time to accumulate skill. Su Liang chose Ning Jing over Yin Shiba, yet she did not necessarily need a companion. As Ning Jing had previously mentioned, now that Su Liang possessed wealth and had gained considerable insight into the circumstances of Qiangua, she could easily relocate and live independently. Her intention to seek out Yin Yu was merely a possibility. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from outside, prompting Su Liang to set down her teacup. The family had come to create a ruckus. Su Xingzhi publicly accused Ning Jing of framing him. Though there was no evidence, his family would not relent easily. Upon opening the door, Su Liang was met with the sight of Niu Pozi, supported by her 2 sons, wailing as they approached. Spotting Su Liang, Niu Pozi's eyes blazed with fury. She pushed her sons aside and lunged forward, shouting, You wretched creature! It is all you're doing that harm my son. Su Liang evaded the conversation, coldly remarking that causing a scene in the village would yield no results. If you truly feel wronged, go to the county office and beat the drums. With that, she slammed the door shut. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Bai reprimanded Su Xingzhi's brothers to quickly take their mother away, then let out a deep sigh. Just a day prior to the imperial examination, had Xingzhi truly remained home? Indeed, he had. The village matriarch, with eyes wide open, swore an oath to the heavens, if I speak falsely, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and be left without descendants. Su Bai was taken aback by the ferocity of the matriarch's vow, stirring doubts within him. The intensity of her declaration suggested that something was amiss, even among those villagers who harbored no fondness for Su Xingzhi. There was a consensus that he lacked both the audacity and the capability to pilfer the examination papers. Su Bai felt a twinge of pity for Su Xingzhi, who had toiled for years in his studies only to face such a fate. Observing his family's relentless pursuit, he remarked, Su Liang makes a valid point. What purpose does this uproar serve? On the day in question, Xingzhe did not leave home, and neither did young Master Ning or Su Liang. I witnessed it myself. So refrain from unfounded accusations. If you intend to go to the county office, let it be known that Xingzhe was indeed at home that day. The matriarch suddenly grasped Su Bai's arm, insisting, "You must testify. Say you saw my son at home that day." Yet, Su Bai had not seen Su Xingzhe that day, and he refused to lie, unwilling to wade into murky waters. After a series of pulls and tugs, the matriarch's family finally departed. As Su Bai was about to leave, the door swung open once more, and Su Liang handed him 2 pounds of mooncakes. This gesture caused Su Bai, who had intended to enlist Ning Jing's assistance in uncovering Su Xingzhe's situation, to ultimately refrain from voicing his request. The following morning, the two departed from the village by car. As they passed the village entrance, they overheard someone mention that Su Xingzhe's family intended to go to the county office to seek justice by beating drums. Although they had mentioned leaving the day before, it was rather premature. She still needed to learn some martial arts from Ning Jing. As for the recipe that Ning Jing desired, it was already in the process of being written. Upon arriving in the county town, they proceeded to the residence they had purchased the previous day. "Would you care for some pomegranate juice?" Su Liang suddenly proposed. It was quite rare for her to consult Ning Jing before preparing a meal, and he, of course, could not decline. Without witnessing her method of preparation, Ning Jing waited for a brief moment until she presented him with a bowl of rose-hued liquid, completely unadulterated. "Give it a taste." "Thank you," Ning Jing replied, lifting the bowl and taking a sip. Although he had long cultivated an unflappable demeanor, akin to a mountain standing firm amid tumult, he could not suppress a wince at the sourness, placing it down and pushing it back towards Su Liang. "You haven't tried it?" Su Liang smiled brightly. "I've had it before in Turkey." Ning Jing sipped a glass of plain water. Yet the tanginess in his throat persisted, and he remarked, "You did that on purpose. Don't you enjoy experiencing life? A touch of honey would suffice." Su Liang was aware that honey existed in this world, albeit rarely, expensively, and unavailable in small towns. As the time drew near, Ning Jing stepped out and made his way to the restaurant where the county magistrate was hosting a banquet. Upon entering the establishment, a person promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Young Master Ning, we have been awaiting your arrival." Following this individual upstairs, Ning Jing encountered all the scholars of the current Bain County, along with the newly appointed magistrate. Musi. All eyes were fixed upon Ning Jing as he respectfully clasped his hands and addressed Musi, "My lord. Young Master Ning is both talented and handsome, which explains why he has caught the eye of the Crown Prince of Beijing." Musi's lips curled into a faint smile. He should have been the top scholar of Bain County, yet the gaze directed at Ning Jing concealed a subtle animosity. After Ning Jing took his seat, the banquet commenced. After sampling a few dishes, Musi set down his chopsticks. Sipping tea, he frowned and discreetly expelled the contents into his handkerchief. Initially, he exchanged a few pleasantries, but his expression gradually faded. The feast soon came to an end. Just as Ning Jing was about to leave, the attendant who had ushered him upstairs halted him, saying that Musi invited him to the Mingxiang Pavilion for tea. Upon entering the elegant private room of the Mingxiang Pavilion, Ning Jing found that Musi had changed into his splendid robe. The air was infused with the refreshing and delightful aroma of tea, which was not the establishment's most expensive brew, but rather Musi's own selection. "Young Master Ning, please take a seat," Musi gestured, dismissing the attendants. Ning Jing sat down without touching the tea before him. "What instructions do you have, Sir Mo?" "You need not be anxious, young Master Ning. I hold you in high regard and am quite curious about your relationship with the Crown Prince of Beijing. We are merely acquaintances." "Prince Xing has offered his assistance out of goodwill," Ning Jing replied. "Ah," Musi shifted the conversation. "I hear your younger sister is a doctor? Are you referring to the 8th Miss of the Ning family?" Ning Jing countered. Musi shook his head. "No, I mean Su Liang, Miss Su. She is indeed a physician." "Are you aware of her past?" Musi inquired. "She herself is unaware of it," Ning Jing responded. Musi narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" "Before I met her, she was gravely injured and lost her memory," Ning Jing explained. Musi scoffed lightly. "Can someone with amnesia still practice medicine?" "She has merely forgotten her past. She is not foolish," Ning Jing asserted. "These are the original words spoken by Su Liang when she confronted Xing Yuxing. Do you believe it?" Musi inquired with a smile. Ning Jing nodded affirmatively. "So, you are entirely unaware of her affairs in the capital? That is fortunate. Her culpability will not implicate you," Musi remarked, scrutinizing Ning Jing's expression, which remained unchanged. "What culpability?" Ning Jing questioned. "Her grandfather, Su Yuanzhou, treated the second prince's consort but inadvertently caused her demise. Fearing the consequences, he took his own life along with his descendants, yet surprisingly, there exists a granddaughter who values her life and has fled discreetly, Mu Si scoffed. Ning Jing shook his head, asserting that the fault did not lie with her. There has been no trial, no conviction, no punishment. She merely refused to succumb to coerced suicide. I see no impropriety in that. Does Lord Mu believe that Su Yuanzhou's crimes warrant the punishment of his entire lineage? Mu Si's expression darkened. After all, this involves the second prince's consort, as well as the legitimate granddaughter of Prime Minister Xiao, who perished due to Su Yuanzhou's actions. What does it matter if the decree calls for the eradication of an entire clan? If there were a royal edict to punish 9 generations, Su Liang would become a fugitive. This is one perspective. As it stands, there is no definitive conclusion. Lord Mu, what do you intend to do? Ning Jing countered. Young Master Ning, should Su Liang be discovered by certain individuals in the capital, her demise is inevitable, and it would adversely affect your future. Do you wish to continue defending her? Mu Si inquired, fixing his gaze on Ning Jing. Ning Jing shook his head, stating that he was not defending her. He was merely responding to Lord Mu's inquiries. Yet, I still do not comprehend, Lord Mu, what your intentions are. Mu Si smiled, explaining that he had a distant familial connection to the Xiao family, thus being privy to the underlying circumstances. His advice was offered with good intentions. This matter must not be made public. This is a sedative. If you hand Su Liang over to me, I can facilitate your dealings and ensure a smoother path ahead for you. Agreed. Ning Jing nodded in agreement. Mu Si looked at Ning Jing as he departed, a mocking expression on his face, feigning superiority. After completing a set of sword techniques fluidly, Su Liang inquired, "How was it?" Ning Jing shook his head, declaring it too slow. Indeed, Su Liang concurred, feeling the need for further practice. What about the new county magistrate? Ning Jing retrieved the sedative Mu Si had given him, stating, "He sent this for you." Confused, Su Liang asked, "What is it?" "He instructed me to incapacitate you and send you to the capital for execution," Ning Jing replied. Su Liang paused, pondering, "Did I, in a previous life, slay his entire family?" After Ning Jing recounted the events, Su Liang sensed something amiss. If he is so concerned about the Prime Minister's estate, how could he settle for merely being a county magistrate? Is he truly an imperial envoy from the capital? Ning Jing's lips parted slightly, revealing the 4th prince, Duanmu Chun. Su Liang was taken aback. "Duanmu Si? You know him?" Ning Jing shook his head. "Xiao, the Prime Minister, is his maternal grandfather, and the second prince's consort is his direct cousin." No wonder, Su Liang mused. He likely thinks this small place holds no recognition for him. However, if he is here to investigate iron or smuggling, he shouldn't be targeting someone as insignificant as I. "Are you still leaving?" Ning Jing asked. Su Liang sighed. "I thought you were troublesome, but it seems my troubles are far greater. What shall we do about this sedative?" "There is no rush," Ning Jing replied. His brow darkens. He is fated for a calamity. If he were to perish within 3 days, he would no longer pose a threat to you. Chapter 41. The Witness. The Witness. What if Messi intends to commit murder within 3 days? Given your ability to discern his darkened brow, you ought to intervene. Su Liang remarked. This is a different matter altogether. Concerning the events that transpired in the capital, I have always felt something amiss. Su Liang pondered thoughtfully. The esteemed second prince's consort has fallen ill. One would expect the imperial physician to be summoned, yet they called upon Su Yuanzhou instead. How could it be that after her demise, the blame is placed upon Su Yuanzhou? Without a conclusive verdict, he took the drastic step of ending his own life? If he chose to take his own life, how could he possibly compel his descendants to do the same? Su Liang retreated to Su family village, and astonishingly, no one sought him out. If Mu Si truly believed that the entire Su family owed retribution for his cousin, the second prince's consort, he could have easily taken matters into his own hands. He appears as a county magistrate, yet in truth, he is a prince. What difficulty would there be in eliminating someone? Should he wish to keep the matter discreet, there are countless ways to act covertly. Is it truly necessary? The absence of necessity suggests something is amiss. Ning Jing maintained a calm demeanor. The second prince and the 4th prince are not full-blooded brothers. Their cordiality is merely superficial. Su Liang inquired earnestly, "What do you know about Su Yuanzhou's case?" Ning Jing shook his head. "I am not privy to that matter. I believe there is another culprit behind the harm done to the second prince's consort, who has scapegoated Su Yuanzhou and orchestrated a situation where he cannot defend himself." Su Liang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Surely you do not think Mu Si is oblivious to these discrepancies?" Are you suggesting that the death of the second prince's consort is linked to the second prince? Su Liang asked. Ningjing replied. The second prince remarried in the month following his first wife's death, and 6 months later, he was blessed with a son. 6 months, a preterm birth would not suffice. Yet, he is a prince. How could the discerning not perceive the hidden intricacies? The second prince's consort is deceased, and Su Yuanzhou's suicide equates to an admission of guilt. If this is the case, we must keep a watchful eye on Mu Si to see what actions he will take in the next 3 days. Su Liang sighed softly. If the original owner's family was indeed wrongfully harmed, she must thoroughly investigate her circumstances and ascertain what actions can be taken. If Mu Si is truly devoid of intellect, she would have already gone to confront Su Liang. If our assumptions hold true, Mu Si could discreetly seek a conversation with me. Su Liang furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of handing herself over to him, severing ties with me, and relying solely on him to follow his commands. Ningjing had evidently discerned the essence of the situation, using it as an opportunity to probe my intentions. In their eyes, I was affiliated with the northern Jing Wangfu. In front of Ningjing, I expressed my outrage, insisting that Su Yuanzhou deserved punishment for his entire clan, and that Su Liang should not survive as the fourth prince of the Qian kingdom. Every step and utterance was meticulously calculated. Su Liang could not help but marvel. Indeed, he was a prince, well-versed in the art of survival. You have already informed him of my amnesia. Should you hand me over to him, it would imply I possess no evidence, and he would fabricate whatever proof he desired. My status as the victim is likely the only asset of value, she mused. Not entirely foolish, Ningjing acknowledged with a nod. Su Liang harbored deep suspicions that Ningjing had seen through everything but chose not to articulate it, insisting that she come to her conclusions gradually. If I truly believed Mu Si intended to kill me, and you subsequently ceased to involve yourself in his fate, would you reconsider your stance on having me undertake tasks for you? Su Liang queried. She firmly believed in the validity of her thoughts, especially regarding the capital. Ningjing concluded the discussion about Mu Si, stating, I am hungry. The dishes I saved for you are in the pot. Su Liang gestured towards the kitchen, then moved to sit beside the stone table in the courtyard, letting out a sigh. If only I had the original owner's memories, I would not be so bewildered in the face of these sudden adversaries. Once again, I am reminded of the moment when the venerable Lady Xing contemplated making Xing Yuxing her concubine. Was she truly oblivious to the plight of Su Yuanzhou's family? Or was it that someone of her stature had long since grown accustomed to knowing yet remaining silent? The northern Jing prince's residence could easily protect a young girl who had not yet been convicted. After all, Su Liang was primarily valued for her medical skills and could be considered the savior of Xing Yuxing. Ningjing brought forth warm, nourishing dishes and sat across from Su Liang, eating at a leisurely pace. Su Liang cradled her face in her hands, gazing up at the azure sky. And for the first time since coming to this world, she found herself yearning for her past life. At least in that world, there was a lack of deceit and treachery. Just as Ningjing was finishing his meal, a knock resonated at the door. Su Liang answered, revealing a group of officials. The magistrate was convening a court session to hear the case against Su Xingzhe for theft and examination fraud, summoning young Master Ning to testify. Ningjing set down his chopsticks, wiped his hands, and rose, having dressed in male attire for convenience that morning. He did not change and accompanied Su Liang as she locked the door behind them, heading towards the county office. Half an hour earlier, the area outside the office was teeming with curious onlookers. Examination fraud is a grave offense, compounded by theft, and the news had spread like wildfire throughout the county in recent days. Su Xingzhe's elder brother, Su Xingxing, was beating the drum of injustice, kneeling in the courtroom, resolutely swearing that there must have been a mistake, asserting that his brother had not left their home even a day before the examination, thus could not have committed theft. Su Xingzhe, shackled, was brought forth. In just 2 days, he appeared as if he had shed a layer of skin. His hair was disheveled like withered grass, and his eyes were vacant as he was forced to kneel beside Su Xingxing. Mu Si's complexion was pale as he inquired, Su Xingzhe, aside from your family, are there any other witnesses to your claim of not having left your residence the day before the examination? Su Xingzhe slowly raised his head, sidestepping the question. The examination papers were not stolen by me. They were given to me by the chief examiner. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Unfazed, Mu Si pressed on. What evidence do you possess? Su Xingzhe lowered his gaze. 5 days prior to the examination, at the county academy, the chief examiner met with me privately. My classmates were present and can attest to this. A tremor ran through Su Xingzhe's body as he lapsed into silence. Outside the hall, townsfolk murmured among themselves. believing Su Xingzhe to be in a state of hysteria, fabricating nonsense to evade culpability. Suddenly, Su Xingzhe lifted his head, raising his voice. "There is someone who can vouch for me. The top candidate of this session, Ning Jing from my village." Mu Si's eyes flickered with interest. "Are you implying he witnessed it firsthand?" "Indeed. Please summon Ning Jing. He will affirm my innocence." Su Xingzhe's voice grew resolute. "Bring him in." Mu Si instructed with a nod. "Be courteous. He is a close friend of the Prince of Beijing." This last remark, made in public, carried significant weight. While awaiting Ning Jing's arrival, Mu Si queried Su Xingzhe. "You assert that the chief examiner gifted you the examination papers? What did he say at that time? Prior to this, what interactions did you have with the chief examiner?" This question provoked laughter throughout the hall. Spectators outside mocked Su Xingzhe, deriding him as a frog dreaming of swan meat, imagining the impossible, spouting absurdities, and lacking any sense of shame. Even Su Xingxing was left dumbfounded by Su Xingzhe's declarations. Only Mu Si, gazing at Su Xingzhe, found his expression suddenly deepening with intrigue. Understanding the circumstances, Su Xingzhe endeavored to defend himself, yet his words did not convey the truth. The chief examiner entrusted him with the examination papers meant for Ning Jing, which, in Su Xingzhe's account, morphed into a gift bestowed upon him by the examiner. The essence of the situation was inherently different. In the former, Su Xingzhe remained implicated in theft, whereas in the latter, his acquisition of the sample paper was entirely passive. It was a cunning maneuver that also ensnared the chief examiner. However, mere assertions hold no weight. Evidence or witnesses are imperative. The crux of the matter lay in Su Xingzhe's need to summon Ning Jing as a witness on his behalf. According to Mu Si, the Su family harbored deep-seated animosity towards Ning Jing and Su Liang, and having tested the waters that day, it was evident that Ning Jing was merely a pretender to nobility, primarily concerned with his future, rendering the possibility of him assisting Su Xingzhe exceedingly slim. The witness has arrived. The crowd parted to reveal two figures approaching side by side, silhouetted against the light, their faces obscured. As they neared the courthouse, Mu Si's gaze drifted past Ning Jing and settled on Su Liang. Su Liang, too, was observing Mu Si, recalling having seen her a few days prior. Although at that time, Mu Si had unmistakably failed to recognize her. This was entirely understandable, as the original owner of this identity was merely a lowly commoner in the capital, lacking the opportunity to become acquainted with a noble prince. No matter, Ning Jing positioned himself not far from Su Xingzhe. Mu Si narrowed her eyes, striking the gavel to silence the onlookers outside the courtroom. She turned her attention to Ning Jing, but could discern no trace of his emotions. "Young Master Ning, I am wronged. The examiner indeed bestowed it upon me. I only discovered during the courtyard examination that it was identical to the exam questions. The answers from the sample paper influenced me so profoundly that I could not conceive of any alternative responses during the test." Su Xingzhe lamented, tears streaming down his face. Akin to composing poetry, once one has encountered the finest, one finds it impossible to create anything of their own. Remain silent. Only the mournful and indignant voice of Su Xingzhe could be heard. "It was only after I was captured that I came to realize how elusive good fortune truly is. What am I? This entire scheme was orchestrated to ensnare young Master Ning. The chief examiner was bribed, using me as a pawn to implicate young Master Ning. Yet, young Master Ning, with his astuteness, managed to evade the trap, while I, a mere insignificant piece on the chessboard, am destined to ruin my life and lose my very existence. How profoundly unjust. After striving diligently for over a decade, I find myself nothing more than a worm trampled underfoot. I yearn to question the heavens. What wrong have I committed?" Su Xingzhe collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. The crowd had fallen silent, exchanging glances with one another. Su Liang observed that Su Xingzhe was indeed a person of talent, quick-witted. While not every word he spoke was the absolute truth, they were certainly advantageous to him. The reality, however, was that someone sought to frame Ning Jing, and he had narrowly escaped the trap. Su Xingzhe was indeed being manipulated, though he was not entirely blameless. "Young Master Ning, what say you?" Mu Si sat upright, his gaze piercing as he turned to Ning Jing. All eyes converged upon Ning Jing, who, with a calm demeanor, acknowledged, "There is indeed a truth in what he has said concerning me." Su Xingzhe trembled, his cries growing even more mournful. Outside the court, Su Xingzhe's family also began to wail loudly, crying out in protest of the injustice. The crowd stirred in surprise. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Ning Jing was the prime suspect, and Mu Si had recently declared publicly that he was a friend of the Prince of Beijingshan, lending weight to his words. Su Xingzhe lifted his head once more, choking on his tears as he implored, "Your Honor, you may verify whether I was indeed at the tea house in Fiantown that day. There must be witnesses who saw me. The chief examiner summoned me for a conversation, and my classmates from the county school can attest to this." Mu Si, with a composed demeanor, struck the gavel once more, commanding silence. "Ning Jing, you assert that you are aware the chief examiner sent you and Su Xingzhe the examination papers, and that you witnessed those papers with your own eyes? Why did you remain silent when Su Xingzhe was apprehended yesterday?" Ning Jing's expression remained serene as he replied. "He handed them to me. I have seen them, but I did not open them before incinerating them. Thus I am unaware of their contents. What I discussed with Su Xingzhe aligns perfectly. Do you also believe that the chief examiner has been bribed, deliberately framing you?" Mu Si queried in a cold tone. Ning Jing maintained his calm demeanor, asserting that this matter requires thorough investigation by the authorities. Su Liang was not taken aback by Ning Jing's decision. He was not attempting to save Su Xingzhe, but rather aimed to unearth the true mastermind behind this scheme. Losing the opportunity for this imperial examination and ending up in prison was the price Su Xingzhe paid for his greed. Should Ning Jing point out any inconsistencies in Su Xingzhe's statements, even if it were but a fragment of falsehood, he would have no chance for defense. And this affair would swiftly culminate in Su Xingzhe's demise. Moreover, if Ning Jing were to reveal a truth that diverged from Su Xingzhe's account, it would remain merely his word against another's, with no witnesses to substantiate his claims. In discussing the matter at hand, it is evident that the one most deserving of condemnation is not Su Xingzhe. Alas, it appears the chief examiner has engaged in malpractice, causing harm. He must have been bribed. It is said that young Master Ning hails from one of the 4 great merchant families of the Qian Kingdom, the Ning family, but was disowned and has sought refuge here. Perhaps members of the Ning family wish to see him harmed. Su Xingzhe is truly pitiable. He has done no wrong. Public opinion has turned, and the onlookers have begun to advocate for Su Xingzhe, having entirely forgotten their previous mockery and derision, eagerly anticipating his execution. "Bring him in," Mu Si commanded sharply, referring to Zhao Qingsong, the chief examiner. "Adjourn the court. We shall reconvene tomorrow." With that, Mu Si rose and departed. Su Xingzhe was once again taken away by the bailiffs. He did not glance at Ning Jing, nor did he utter a word, fearing that others might suspect a clandestine rapport between them. Su Xingzhe was wagering that Ning Jing would not abandon him to his fate, betting that he was more curious about the identity of the one who had instigated the chief examiner. He won the gamble. Ning Jing emerged, and Su Liang chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems someone wishes to enlist me as a witness. You have had a taste of that experience. How does it feel?" Ning Jing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment. "I have spoken too much today. It is exhausting." Chapter 42. "Of course, then perhaps you should try being mute tomorrow," Su Liang quipped casually. This individual typically spoke very little, and although he had engaged in more conversation today, it remained far below the average person's standard. What was there to be weary of? Ning Jing nodded gently, "Very well." Upon returning home in the county town, just as he was about to close the door, Su Xingzhe's family rushed over, wailing and pleading to kneel before Ning Jing and Su Liang. Passers-by in the vicinity turned to observe the commotion. Su Liang's expression darkened. "Get up." The matron, frightened by Su Liang's stern gaze, trembled, her legs shaking as she leaned against her son to avoid collapsing. Ning Jing was merely offering testimony, stating the truth without any intention to rescue Su Xingzhe. "Are you not concerned that the magistrate might suspect us of being relatives, having some private connection, and deem Ning Jing's testimony invalid?" Su Liang said coldly. Su Xingzhe, taken aback, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, hoisting the old woman and turning to leave. "That wretched creature, what exactly is she?" The old woman began to berate Su Liang once more. Su Xingzhe quickly covered her mouth, exasperated, stamping his foot. "Mother, please be quiet. Can't you see that Su Liang and Ning Jing are trying to save our third brother? She only urged us to leave for his sake." The old woman stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. After a long pause, she ground her teeth and spat. "You foolish pigs. Do you truly believe they are acting out of kindness? It was Ning Jing who brought disaster upon Zhe. Zhe suffered misfortune for him. If Su Xingzhe ultimately emerges unscathed, I doubt he will feel grateful to you. Rather, he will attribute all misfortunes to you and me." Su Liang sighed softly. "Do you wish to kill him?" Ning Jing retorted, glancing at the furrow in Su Liang's brow. Su Liang shook her head. "No. To slay Su Xingzhe And what of his entire family, who harbor grievances against us and might seek revenge? Must we eliminate them all? The Su Dechang family deserves death for they conspired to bring about my demise. As she uttered the final word, Su Liang felt a peculiar sensation, concluding the topic. Let us await the outcome of this case tomorrow. In the evening, as Su Liang instructed Ning Jing to kindle the fire in preparation for dinner, she discovered he was absent from home. She had not perceived when he had left. Have you gone to protect Mu Si, or are you investigating Chief Examiner Zhao? Su Liang lifted the pot lid, the warm, fragrant steam wafting into the air. Ning Jing entered the kitchen and presented a delicate jar to Su Liang. What is this? Su Liang inquired as she accepted it, opening the lid to inhale a long-forgotten sweet fragrance. It was the honey she had casually mentioned earlier while inviting Ning Jing to enjoy some all-natural pomegranate juice. Where did you acquire this? Su Liang asked, astonished. From the county office, Ning Jing replied. Su Liang understood. This must belong to Mu Si, for he was no ordinary county magistrate but the fourth prince of the Qian kingdom. Even while disguising his identity, he would not conform to the local customs in terms of his attire and provisions. This honey could not have been a gift from Mu Si to Ning Jing. It was certainly pilfered from him. I shall prepare another bowl of pomegranate juice for you shortly, and I assure you it will be delightful, Su Liang said. Setting down the honey, Ning Jing effortlessly settled down to tend the fire. Zhao Qing's song has died. Su Liang frowned. What happened? When they arrived to apprehend him, he had already hanged himself. His body was still warm, Ning Jing stated. This reminded Su Liang of the Su Yuanzhou family, who had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. She suspected Zhao Qing's song was involved in something nefarious. Yet whether it was truly suicide or a silencing act remained uncertain. The officers had discovered a plethora of unidentified valuables in Zhao Qing's song's residence. A young waiter stepped forward, recalling that a mysterious young gentleman had arranged to meet Zhao Qing's song at the tavern a few days prior. The flickering firelight cast an erratic glow upon Ning Jing's cold visage. Su Liang paused. Was it Ning Huan, the one you killed? Did he conspire to frame you? The timeline seemed to align. At that time, though your recommendation for the imperial exam by Xing Yuxing had not been made public, Ning Huan had ample funds to investigate you, should he choose to do so. She initially believed that the Ning family would take action upon learning of Ning Jing's intention to participate in the imperial examination, but time was simply insufficient. However, she overlooked the fact that Ning Yao had dispatched the sixth son of the Ning family, Ning Huan, to personally deal with Ning Jing, and he had stayed in Bain County for several days. Ning Huan, fully aware of his impending doom, could not possibly reveal the malevolent deeds he had committed, thus leaving Ning Jing unprepared. Consequently, the truth seemed to become glaringly apparent. So, does this imply that Zhao Qingsong truly committed suicide out of fear of retribution? After all, both Ning Huan and his subordinates have been dealt with, Su Liang remarked. Ning Jing gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth, falling into a deep silence. At the county office, Mu Si was informed that the honey he had brought from the capital had gone missing. His attendant, Chang'an, was about to investigate but was thwarted. To his astonishment, Zhao Qingsong had first accepted payment from the Ning family and then pretended to obey his master. A rather cunning maneuver. Chang'an snorted coldly. Even without his master's orders, he had already been bribed to commit fraud. If he does not take his own life, I shall be forced to execute him. Mu Si narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it merely a coincidence? One could only assert that the Ning family of Xuanyang had never intended to relent in their pursuit of Ning Jing. Nor would they allow him to rise above his station. Mu Si offered a sardonic smile. How can you be sure they have not made any overtures? Do you truly believe that Ning Jing has survived to this day, having obtained the jade tablet of the Crown Prince of Beijing to participate in the examination? Solely by sheer luck? Or perhaps his elder brother's benevolence? His subordinate, perplexed, commented that since he had been cast out of his family, he was no longer associated with the Ning family. Why then would the Ning family resort to such ruthless measures? Chang'an furrowed his brow and questioned. You do not comprehend the underlying reasons, which is why you think this way. Ning Jing's mother also bears the surname Ning, Mu Si replied. Chang'an stood in stunned silence. The previous head of the Ning family was Ning Jingxian, the maternal grandfather of Ning Jing. His sons had all perished, leaving only a single daughter who grew to maturity. It was expected that she would adopt her nephew to inherit the family business, yet this did not transpire. Mu Si remarked that the current head of the Ning family, Ning Zhong, was merely a son-in-law bearing his wife's surname. Had Ning Jingxian not met an early demise, the Ning family would not find itself in such a predicament. The offspring of Ning Zhong, aside from Ning Jing, were not even of the legitimate Xuanyang Ning lineage, but rather mere outsiders. As long as Ning Jing remained alive, they would forever be deemed illegitimate. Chang'an was greatly astonished. How could a mere son-in-law father so many siblings for Ning Jing? The notion of them expelling Ning Jing from the family was nothing short of absurd. Mu Si scoffed lightly, revealing that the emperor planned to eliminate Prince Beijing's. My intention in testing Ning Jing through Zhao Qingsong was to gauge his character and capabilities. Should any issues arise, he would be promptly discarded. If he proved worthy, I could align with him to reclaim the Ning family. Today, in testing him with Su Liang, he took the drug but failed to act appropriately as a witness. In your opinion, what sort of individual is he? Chang'an shook his head, admitting that he could not discern the truth. However, regarding his testimony today, his conduct appeared unremarkable. He was aware that someone sought to harm him, yet he was oblivious to the connection with his master, merely trying to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. Mu Si's gaze grew profound. Let us observe whether he will indeed surrender Su Liang to me. What if he merely feigned compliance, unwilling to relinquish Su Liang? After all, he possesses a powerful ally, and the influence of the Beijing's royal residence remains formidable, yet to fall. Chang'an inquired. Mu Si appeared to be lost in thought. Their decision to be siblings rather than a couple indicated that there was no romantic affection between them. Ning Jing's feelings towards Su Liang might not be devoid of ulterior motives. Should he fail to recognize the nuances, I shall personally engage Su Liang in conversation. Do you believe she would choose to accompany me? Chang'an nodded immediately, of course. Chapter 43. Assassination upon the red camelot table. There were 4 delicacies. A plate of mooncakes, for pomegranates, and a pot of wine. After the ceremonial offerings, Su Liang halved a mooncake to share with Ning Jing. Do you believe in the existence of Chang'e and the Moon Palace? Su Liang gazed up at the night sky. Ning Jing countered. Why does the moon only shine at night? As the time traveler Su Liang posed questions rooted in mythology, the authentic ancient man Ning Jing began to delve into scientific principles. Su Liang chuckled lightly. It's rather complex. I would like to hear more, Ning Jing replied, aware that Su Liang possessed knowledge far beyond what most in this world could fathom. The moon itself does not emit light. The light we perceive is merely the reflection of sunlight off its surface, Su Liang explained. Ning Jing furrowed his brow slightly, listening as Su Liang spoke of the universe, the Milky Way, stars, and planets, topics that seemed almost fantastical. After a prolonged discourse, Su Liang stifled a yawn. Do you think I'm rambling nonsense? Ning Jing shook his head. Would you be able to write down everything you have learned and know for me to see? Su Liang paused, then shook her head. It's not that I am unwilling. It's simply too vast. Ning Jing nodded faintly. Then that shall suffice. If you have queries, feel free to ask me. I will share everything I know. Very well, Su Liang responded. Ning Jing rose, recalling that Su Liang had promised to prepare pomegranate juice for him. A promise she had inadvertently neglected. Perhaps tomorrow, as consuming it so late would be detrimental to one's health, Su Liang thought. The following morning, the county office was besieged, bustling with an overwhelming crowd. News of the previous day's trial had spread like wildfire, and the unforeseen turn of events had caught many off guard. Moreover, the suicide of Zhao Qingsong, driven by guilt, had become common knowledge. Su Liang intended to venture out for breakfast and inquired if Ning Jing would accompany her. He merely nodded in response. The magistrate will likely send someone to summon you for further questioning, Su Liang remarked, to which Ning Jing nodded again. The accusations against Su Xingzhe concerning the examination were indeed of plagiarism. His defense, claiming he had seen the standard answers and could not conceive of anything superior, bore a semblance of reason, yet it was ultimately a mere sophistry. He was acutely aware that Zhao Qingsong would recognize those answers and could have made appropriate modifications based on their essence. Su Liang stated, and Ning Jing nodded once more. She paused to regard him, asking, Are you truly resolved not to speak today? Ning Jing nodded again. Su Liang sighed and acquiesced. Just as they finished their breakfast, the constables arrived. Upon reaching the county office, they found the entire family of the cowherd kneeling in the hall, the matriarch lamenting with heart-wrenching cries of injustice. Mu Si, with a solemn countenance, struck the gavel heavily, demanding silence. The constables presented the wealth amassed by Zhao Qingsong, alongside a portrait crafted by an artist based on the recollections of a tavern attendant, inviting Ning Jing to identify the figure depicted. Ning Jing, do you recognize the person in the painting? Mu Si inquired. Ning Jing shook his head. Su Liang swiftly stepped forward to clarify, my lord. He has taken the wrong medicine. injuring his throat, and is temporarily unable to speak. Musi stared in astonishment at Su Liang, who was clad in a delicate light blue dress. Upon hearing her words, his lips twitched slightly. "Why does Ningjing need to take medicine?" he inquired. Knowing his health had always been fragile. "It's merely a casual remark," Su Liang replied. Musi narrowed his eyes. "And who exactly are you to Ningjing?" "I am his sworn sister," Su Liang stated. Musi turned his attention back to Ningjing. "You just shook your head, indicating you do not recognize the person in the portrait?" Ningjing nodded. Musi then questioned Su Xingzhe. "Do you have any further additions to your testimony from yesterday?" Su Xingzhe replied solemnly, "My lord, I am truly wronged. I beseech you to uphold justice and restore my innocence." His family and the onlookers began to stir. Yet Musi merely snorted coldly. The truth of this case has been unveiled. Chief Examiner Zhao Qingsong accepted bribes and conspired against Su Xingzhe and Ningjing. Su Xingzhe committed examination fraud. Ningjing bears no culpability. Upon hearing this, Su Xingzhe turned pale. "My lord, it is Ningjing whom the chief examiner seeks to incriminate. Not me. I was merely a pawn. I did not cheat. The source of Zhao Qingsong's bribes is no longer traceable, as he is deceased. I cannot simply conclude that the funds came from the Ning family due to their wealth. After all, Zhao Qingsong approached you first. It may very well have been orchestrated by your enemies," Musi stated coldly. A sharp voice interjected, "That's impossible. It was my son who shielded Ningjing from misfortune." "Silence," Musi commanded, his expression icy. The defendant, Su Xingzhe, claimed yesterday that upon seeing the sample answers, he could not conceive a better response. Yet your answers mirror the sample verbatim, which is irrefutable plagiarism. After years of study, can you truly not pen a single word of your own? The onlookers resumed their murmurs. Indeed, how could one possibly write it identically? That would be mere plagiarism. He feigns innocence. Did he not himself say yesterday that he believed Zhao Qingsong intended to marry his granddaughter to him? Surely he thought that if he copied well, Zhao Qingsong would recognize his work and award him the top position. Although I did not succeed in the examination, I would never resort to copying another's answers. Unable to write a single word on my own. Nonsense. Zhao Qingsong voluntarily provided you with a sample paper. Even if the initial fault did not lie with you, on the day of the examination, once you discovered the issue, you chose to copy it verbatim, which constitutes willful misconduct. Tell me, is this not cheating? Musi coldly inquired. Su Xingzhe wished to articulate a response, but as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. His body weakened, and he fainted. Zhao Qingsong, fearing the consequences, committed suicide, and the bribes he received were confiscated. The evidence of Su Xingzhe's cheating in the examination is irrefutable, a capital offense. Court dismissed. With that, Musi rose and departed. Su Xingzhe was dragged away by two bailiffs, while the old woman had already fainted. Following yesterday's hearings, many believed Su Xingzhe would surely be acquitted, with some even asserting he deserved compensation for losing the opportunity to participate in the examination, as he would have to wait another 3 years to re-enter the imperial examination. However, to everyone's astonishment, Musi resolutely pronounced Su Xingzhe's death sentence. The penalties for examination fraud in the Chang nation are exceedingly severe. Legally speaking, the verdict is sound. Su Xingzhe possessed the awareness of cheating and objectively committed the act, deserving of his fate, while claims of being implicated by Ningjing were made. It must be noted that the original paper was not intended for Su Xingzhe. Zhao Qingsong had explicitly instructed him not to open it. If Su Xingzhe possessed even a modicum of integrity, he would neither gaze upon nor consider imitation. Little did he anticipate that what he seized was akin to a death warrant. This situation mirrors one where an individual brandishes a golden fan, claiming to seek Ningjing. Upon witnessing the allure of gold, Su Xingzhe, consumed by greed, impersonates Ningjing with intentions of usurpation, only to discover that the golden fan transforms before him into a razor-sharp blade. Su Liang still regards Su Xingzhe as an astute individual, albeit with dubious morals. Initially, when he sought to violate his brother's widow, neither Ningjing nor Su Liang took his life. Ultimately, he has chosen the path to his own demise. Upon exiting the county office, Su Liang quietly inquires of Ningjing regarding the dark cloud lingering in Musi's heart. Ningjing affirms its presence. He had come to the county specifically concerning Su Xingzhe's predicament, and prior to today's proceedings, he believed Su Xingzhe would emerge unscathed, yet fate had other designs. Su Bai sighs, expressing his sorrow. I have watched that child grow, always believing he would achieve great things. Yet, despite his extensive studies of the sages, He has failed to learn the essence of humanity. Though the new county magistrate is youthful, his intellect is remarkably astute. Uncle Bai, do you seek us for another matter? Su Liang queries. Su Bai nods, indeed. The top 3 candidates from the county examination may attend Qianshan Academy in the provincial city, with the county covering the expenses. Once Master Ning departs, Liang girl, you shall not accompany him, will you? Su Liang is taken aback and glances at Ning Jing, who shakes his head in uncertainty. You are unaware? Su Bai expresses surprise. It has always been this way. Qianshan Academy is prestigious, and the admission slots are exceedingly rare. It would be a pity for Master Ning not to attend. However, as a young lady, you would not be permitted to enter the academy. It would be wiser to remain in the village, where you have kin to look after you. Will you go? Su Liang asks Ning Jing. Ning Jing shakes his head. I shall not. As Su Bo departed, he took with him a large basket of pomegranates. Su Liang had intended to inquire with Ning Jing about the matters concerning Qianshan Academy, yet today he seemed disinclined to converse, so she let it pass. Chang'an knocked on the door, and, after a brief wait, footsteps could be heard approaching. The door opened, and Su Liang asked, Is the county magistrate seeking Ning Jing? Chang'an, with a courteous bow, replied, My master is unwell and wishes to request Miss Su's assistance in diagnosing his condition. Understanding that Mu San's sudden request for her medical expertise must harbor ulterior motives, Su Liang declined, stating, My skills in medicine are inadequate. You should seek a more competent practitioner. Chang'an prevented Su Liang from closing the door, saying, Miss Su, please accompany me for a moment. This further confirmed Su Liang's suspicions that something was amiss. Where's my master? She inquired. In Lingshan Temple. Chang'an responded, The carriage is prepared. Su Liang was familiar with Lingshan Temple, the most renowned temple in Bayan County, located on the outskirts of the county seat. She had planned to visit it at some point. Very well, please wait outside for a moment, she instructed before shutting the door. After a brief interval, Su Liang changed her attire and emerged with her medical kit, followed closely by Ning Jing. Chang'an chuckled, Isn't young Master Ning unwell? Why isn't he resting at home? Chang'an. The autumn scenery at Lingshan Temple was breathtaking. As Su Liang alighted from the carriage, she admired the vibrant colors of the forest surrounding the ancient temple, with Ning Jing silently trailing behind her. The purpose of their visit was indeed related to Ning Jing's observation of Mu San's darkened complexion. My master is inside. Please, Miss Su, Chang'an said with utmost politeness. Su Liang harbored doubts that Mu San intended to confront her directly. After all, the sedative had been in Ning Jing's possession for 2 days, and he had taken no action. Upon entering the tranquil courtyard, a crimson maple stood resplendent, akin to the colorful clouds at dusk. Mu Si emerged, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he approached the maple tree, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From the lush branches of the maple, a figure clad in vibrant attire, with a red sash, surged forth, merging seamlessly with the tree. With a downward thrust, a long sword aimed directly at Mu Si's head. Chapter 44. I am willing, master. Be careful, Chang'an exclaimed, his expression filled with alarm as he drew his sword and rushed forward. Simultaneously, 4 skilled fighters emerged from the shadows. Observing Mu Si evade the fatal blow, Su Liang quietly pulled Ning Jing back to a safer distance. Though Mu Si had suffered a sword wound to his left shoulder, he was swiftly rescued and taken away from the perilous area. Su Liang initially believed that his life was in grave danger and that Ning Jing would need to intervene. It was only then that she realized the darkness gathering between Mu Si's brows indicated his intent to kill, while Ning Jing sought to thwart him. Fixing her gaze upon the colorful-clad assassin, Su Liang softly inquired, Could it be that fate has decreed we are to save her? Ning Jing nodded, affirming Su Liang's insight. The woman in vibrant attire had her face concealed, rendering her features invisible, yet her eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred. She bore little resemblance to a professional assassin. Unlike the likes of Yen Shiba, who would kill without emotional turmoil for the sake of remuneration. Chang'an stepped back to Mu Si's side, observing his bleeding shoulder with a worried countenance, before turning to Su Liang. I beg of you, Miss Su, to tend to my master's wounds. Su Liang navigated around the battlefield to approach, with Ning Jing shadowing her, carrying a medical kit. The woman in colorful garb exhibited commendable martial prowess. Yet the hidden guards surrounding Mu Si were formidable in their own right, and their numbers were advantageous. As her defeat became apparent, she sought to flee. Yet she was already injured. Mu Si observed the colorful-clad woman, who had been wounded once more, with an air of detachment. There was no rush. She would not perish. Su Liang, too, remained unhurried, her attention now fixated on the assassin. A quarter of an hour later, the woman in vibrant attire was forcefully brought before Mu Si, kneeling under the watchful gaze of the shadow guards. As the cloth mask was removed, it revealed a scarred cheek marred by burns. She was youthful, her eyes devoid of fear, only brimming with profound hatred. Su Liang turned her gaze towards Ning Jing, who shook his head in acknowledgement of her unfamiliarity. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Mu Si inquired, his countenance icy. The woman spat defiantly, a derisive smirk gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. Chang'an delivered a swift kick to her chest, causing her to spew blood and collapse. Yet she continued to smile, a fearless expression that seemed to disregard the gravity of life and death. "My lord, she appears to be a death soldier," Chang'an remarked. His brow furrowed. Assassins could be swayed by monetary gain, but those devoted to their beliefs showed no fear of death. A thorough search yielded no clues to her identity. And with an impassive demeanor, Mu Si declared, "Let her be killed." Ning Jing nudged Su Liang, prompting her to unexpectedly position herself between Mu Si and the woman. Mu Si narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What is Miss Su attempting to accomplish? Lord Mu, is it appropriate to execute someone within the serene grounds of the Buddhist temple?" Su Liang expressed her discontent, wishing to reprimand Ning Jing. Mu Si scoffed, retorting that it was the woman who had initiated the violence. "Very well. Let Chang'an take her out of Ling Mountain Temple and eliminate her. Miss Su has no objections, I presume?" With a soft sigh, Su Liang implored. "Heaven cherishes all living beings. Might Lord Mu grant her a chance at life?" Not only Mu Si but also the woman on the ground turned their gaze towards Su Liang. "Miss Su, your words lead me to suspect that you are in league with her." Mu Si gazed at Su Liang's brow and eyes, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him, as if they had once brushed past each other on the bustling streets of the capital. Having suffered an injury that led to amnesia, he had forgotten much of his past, yet a deep-seated desire to save her stirred within him, the reason for which eluded him. Su Liang's words were audacious, yet she was acutely aware of Mu Si's background and his intentions for seeking her out. Her deliberate choice of words served as a reminder that if one wished to exploit another, it was only fair to offer some form of benefit in return. Mu Si fell into contemplative silence, weighing the worth of her proposition. Moments later, he scoffed, conceding, "Then let us grant Miss Su a favor. However, should you dare to attempt assassination again, I shall not hold back. Master, your recovery is paramount." Chang'an interjected, urging Mu Si. Su Liang pulled the woman in colorful garments to her feet and whispered, "I do not know you. My act of saving you was but a fleeting impulse, and there is no need for gratitude. Leave quickly and refrain from any further reckless actions." The woman in colorful attire stood stunned. Yet Su Liang had already released her and was making her way toward Mu Si's chamber. Throughout the encounter, Ning Jing remained an invisible presence. "My experience in medicine is limited. Are you certain, Lord Mu, that you wish for me to treat you?" Su Liang inquired once more. Mu Si nodded. "I appreciate your assistance." Having lost considerable blood, his pallor grew increasingly pronounced. "You may all leave," Mu Si directed at Chang'an and Ning Jing. Chang'an furrowed his brow. "It is my duty to ensure the master's safety." His gaze towards Su Liang was laden with suspicion, for she had just rescued an assassin intent on Mu Si's life. Su Liang interjected, "Ning Jing must remain. He is to ensure my safety." Mu Si had intended to discuss a private matter with Su Liang, but the revelation of the shadow guard's presence had exposed him as more than just a mere county magistrate. Coincidentally, he also harbored thoughts of drawing Ning Jing into his fold. Su Liang attended to Mu Si's wounds, and Mu Si directly inquired about Ning Jing, asking where the drug was concealed. Ning Jing remained silent, while Su Liang maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, "I am aware of the circumstances. Would Master Mu care to elucidate?" Mu Si's words were laden with significance as he remarked, "Indeed, you two are quite the trusting siblings. However, in contrast to the enigmatic Master Mu, we naturally place greater trust in one another," Su Liang replied. Mu Si nodded slightly in agreement. "In truth, my name is Duan Mu Chun." Su Liang feigned surprise. "A member of the royal family?" Mu Si turned to Ning Jing, who was engrossed in perusing a Buddhist scripture on the table, his expression inscrutable. "My master is His Highness, the fourth prince," Chang'an interjected. Yet, he did not comprehend why Mu Si would reveal his identity before these two. Why would the fourth prince come to this insignificant place to serve as a county magistrate? Su Liang inquired with a puzzled expression. "Oh, I see. I had heard rumors earlier that an imperial envoy was dispatched to Bayan County to investigate a case of iron or smuggling. Could it be?" It is I, Mu Si replied. Su Liang continued her task, contemplating the fourth prince's esteemed status and questioning the wisdom of conducting a covert investigation. Such actions were perilous. Yet, the assassin's abilities and demeanor did not suggest they were dispatched by a significant figure. Rather, they appeared to harbor a personal vendetta against Mu Si. Su Liang concluded that Mu Si had spared the assailant's life out of consideration, as the individual posed no substantial threat. The events of the past few days had already proven that this fourth prince was quite astute and exercised caution in his undertakings. Subsequently, Mu Si broached the subject of Su Yuanzhou. Su Liang listened intently, noting that Mu Si's account was nearly congruent with what Ning Jing knew. Upon finishing, Su Liang asked, "Does the fourth prince imply that my family has been wrongfully accused?" With a soft sigh, Su Liang realized the truth of the matter. "May I inquire about Miss Su's thoughts?" Mu Si gazed at Su Liang and asked. Su Liang turned to look at Ning Jing. Mu Si's eyes flickered slightly. "Does Miss Su find it difficult to part from young Master Ning?" Ning Jing remained engrossed in his Buddhist scriptures, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. Mu Si was momentarily taken aback. "Are you not sworn siblings?" Su Liang tended to Mu Si's wounds. "You must be aware of the pretense of our marriage, Lord Mu. He saved me out of kindness, and I developed feelings for him. But alas, he regards me merely as a sister. That is the reason for our bond." Ning Jing paused in his reading of the scriptures. Mu Si furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that you harbor feelings for Ning Jing, even though he does not reciprocate? You intend to follow him regardless? Miss Su, what you feel may merely be gratitude, a fleeting infatuation. Such humility is not worthy of your heart," Mu Si remarked. Su Liang shook her head. "I find joy in it." Mu Si replied, "I cannot recall the past clearly, but regarding vengeance, if they were indeed wronged, I sincerely hope to uncover the truth and restore their honor. Once Ning Jing achieves success in the imperial examination and enters the capital, I shall accompany him." Su Liang affirmed, "I shall definitely go, provided Ning Jing succeeds." Mu Si quipped, "Ultimately, you cannot let go of him. It is only a matter of months. Besides, Lord Mu, you likely have pressing matters to attend to and cannot assist me in seeking justice," Su Liang stated. After a moment of silence, Mu Si asked, "Will you truly go to the capital?" Su Liang nodded. "As long as Ning Jing succeeds, I will certainly go." Mu Si blurted out, "What is it that you find so appealing about him?" Su Liang sighed softly, expressing her fondness for those who treat her with indifference, pondering that perhaps one day he might develop an affection for her, only for her to subsequently find it uninteresting and lose her own interest. Ning Jing paused in his reading of the Buddhist scriptures, momentarily distracted. Chang'an's lips twitched uncontrollably, observing Su Liang with an expression that suggested he believed her mind to be somewhat unhinged. Mu Si, utterly speechless, harbored deep suspicions that Su Liang was merely babbling and attempting to deceive him. Chapter 45, The Martial Examination. Su Liang skillfully bandaged Mu Si's wounds, intending to compose a prescription. As she retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from the medicine chest prepared by Ning Jing, he set aside his scriptures and reached for her. Naturally, Su Liang handed him the paper and brush, while explaining to the bewildered Mu Si, "My handwriting is rather unsightly, and he finds it quite distasteful." Mu Si remained silent. Yet, Su Liang had long since deduced the origin of the calligraphy copybook that Ning Jing had once presented to her, as well as the reason he forbade her from writing in front of others. She cherished that copybook and had diligently practiced her calligraphy, achieving a commendable proficiency. However, the papers she had used for practice were now consumed in the flames by Ning Jing. At that moment, had Ning Jing not intervened, she would have altered her style even for her own writing. Su Liang recited the prescription that Ning Jing had written and handed it to Chang'an. "If you remain concerned, you may wish to consult another physician," she advised. The esteemed fourth prince, disguised as a commoner, undoubtedly took ample precautions regarding his safety. Such unforeseen events were impossible to entirely avert. Nonetheless, even if Su Liang had not been present, others would assuredly have come forth to provide medical treatment for Mu Si. Evidently, Mu Si chose to let Su Liang take action. Firstly, his injuries were not severe, and secondly, it provided an opportunity to gauge Su Liang's medical skills and her attitude towards him, while also clarifying the purpose of his visit. Su Liang then politely announced her departure, stating, "If Lord Mu has no further instructions, we shall take our leave. I appreciate Miss Su's efforts. I shall express my gratitude on another occasion. Chang'an, see them off." Mu Si reclined against the bed, smiling and nodding. The weakness resulting from his injuries softened the shrewdness in his gaze. revealing a hint of gentleness and kindness. Through the partially open window, Musi observed Su Liang and Ning Jing walking sequentially to the red maple tree, almost simultaneously coming to a halt. Subsequently, Ning Jing pointed to the brightest red leaf at the top of the tree, and Su Liang silently climbed up. Chang'an was left dumbfounded, wondering, what on earth is happening? Miss Su appears so delicate, yet she can climb a tree? Musi's eyes widened in surprise. After all, she had lived in the mountain village for a year, so her ability to climb trees was not particularly extraordinary. However, there were no fruits on this tree. Watching as Su Liang plucked several maple leaves and handed them to Ning Jing, Chang'an suddenly realized that it was Ning Gongzi who cherished the leaves, and Miss Su had climbed up to gather them for him. They shared an unspoken understanding, able to comprehend each other's intentions without uttering a word. After contemplating for a moment, Chang'an shook his head and said, "My lord, Miss Su resides with Ning Gongzi. Even if he does not speak to her, they are still in close proximity day and night. However, if my lord does not actively seek out Miss Su, she will not have the opportunity to see you, let alone develop feelings for you." Musi's forehead twitched in irritation, perplexed by the woman's nonsensical ramblings. Yet, it seemed she genuinely harbored affection for Ning Jing. "Do you believe she can be of use to me? If Miss Su seeks to avenge her kin, her only opportunity lies in collaborating with her master," Chang'an remarked. "Collaboration?" Musi scoffed. "So soon? You presume she possesses the capability to negotiate with me?" Chang'an furrowed his brow. "That was not my intent, merely." Musi shook his head. "No need for explanation. Since Ning Jing has already informed her about the drug incident, it follows that she will naturally inquire about the Su Yuanzhou family affairs from him." Chang'an was taken aback. Does the master imply that her earlier astonishment was feigned? Musi squinted, casting his gaze out the window, where Su Liang's figure had vanished. "Today, I had indeed invited her, yet upon her decision to attend, she must have anticipated what was to unfold. Perhaps that assassin was someone she deliberately urged me to release. Regarding the assassin, I failed to comprehend." Chang'an was utterly baffled. She surmised that I intended to exploit her against the second prince. She does not know that assassin. Her sudden intervention might be a test of her worth to me. Musi's gaze darkened. Chang'an furrowed her brow. How could I not have perceived the depths of her cunning? Does the master intend to allow her to manipulate the situation? Chang'an inquired. Musi pondered for a moment. It would be better if she were clever in dealing with the second prince. After all, there are matters from which I must remain aloof. We are merely calculating against each other. As she stated, I have more pressing matters to attend to. I cannot afford to focus on the Su family's affairs for the time being. After the new year would suffice. However, even if Ning Jing successfully passes the imperial examination and enters the capital, given the emperor's stance towards the northern Jing prince's mansion, he is likely to be implicated. Chang'an remarked. Musi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. There was nothing amiss in that. If Ning Jing were to be denied a fair opportunity due to the northern tranquil prince's residence, it would present an opportune moment for me to win him over. My lord should exercise caution. I have an unsettling feeling that Ning Jing is profoundly enigmatic, Chang'an expressed. Musi shook his head, reminding, do not forget, Ning Jing is not someone the northern tranquil prince has sought to recruit. He is merely a friend of Xing Yuxing. He initially claimed that their acquaintance was by chance, and it is entirely possible that Xing Yuxing's benevolent assistance is genuine. That frail individual is now ensnared in the capital as a hostage. If Ning Jing wishes to achieve his aims, he must seek another patron. Su Liang and Ning Jing did not hastily depart from Ling Mountain Temple. Having arrived, they indulged in a thorough exploration of the temple. Before leaving, Su Liang ascended to the main hall to offer incense for the original owner and her family. Exiting Ling Mountain Temple, Su Liang sighed softly. Once I reach the capital, I shall find a way to uncover the truth and avenge the Su Yuanzhou family. It is not that I cannot collaborate with Musi, but I must never become a mere pawn in his game. The young Master Xing appears to be in a precarious situation. I cannot fathom why you are pursuing the imperial examination. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to martial training. Should I rise through martial achievements, I will possess the leverage to engage in discourse with certain individuals. Ning Jing nodded slightly. Suddenly, Su Liang broke away from him and swiftly descended the mountain path. The cool breeze greeted her, and amidst the vastness of the mountain forest, there was an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if she were the only soul left in this expansive world. Ning Jing descended the mountain at a measured pace and soon spotted Su Liang seated upon a withered tree at the foot of the mountain, awaiting him. She tilted her head, squinting at the colorful clouds at the horizon. the setting sun's residual glow casting a delicate blush upon her fair profile. Ning Jing approached and gently patted Su Liang's head. Su Liang leaped down from the withered tree, the previous languor vanishing as she clenched her fists and declared, "I shall diligently practice martial arts, and you must teach me earnestly." The notion of participating in the martial examination had been a casual remark, devoid of any genuine intention. However, this time, Su Liang was resolute. She believed that having usurped the body of the original owner, she bore the responsibility to fulfill the obligations that came with this identity. If Su Yuanzhou's family had met with unjust death, then avenging them became her imperative. If her adversary were the second prince, then as a mere commoner with no substantial influence, she possessed little leverage to seek retribution. Aligning herself with the fourth prince, Duan Muqin might not yield the outcome she desired, as his intentions in approaching her could hardly be altruistic in seeking vengeance for the Su family. Moreover, she needed martial skills for self-preservation. Otherwise, as a fragile woman in this rigidly stratified world, she would find herself utterly vulnerable. Ning Jing nodded in agreement. If the Northern Jing Prince's residence were to collapse this year, would it impact your path to the imperial examination? Su Liang inquired of Ning Jing. Ning Jing, having picked up a dry twig, inscribed on the ground, "No problem. By the way, Mu Si's brow." Su Liang suddenly recalled. Ning Jing shook his head, indicating there was nothing more to say. Indeed, it remained uncertain who the assassin we rescued was. If I were to confront her, what do you think my chances of victory would be? Su Liang asked. Ning Jing wrote, 5. Su Liang felt this assessment was quite accurate. Before they reached her doorstep, they were greeted by the familiar sound of wailing. The Niu matriarch and her family knelt in the alley, evidently pleading for assistance in saving Su Xingxia, refusing to rise unless their demands were met. In 2 months, the provincial examination would commence, and the scholars heading to Qianshan Academy would soon set off. In the village of Su Liang rose early to engage in his morning exercises. After breakfast, he invited Ning Jing to be his sparring partner. During a brief respite, Su Liang inquired, "If I train until March of next year, do you believe I have a chance of ranking among the top 3 in the martial arts examination?" Ning Jing nodded, emphasizing the importance of diligence. With a resolute expression, Su Liang responded, "Excellent. I shall count on your guidance." In the capital city of Qian, Nian Jinsheng opened the door to find Nian Ru Shui standing outside, gazing thoughtfully at the ancient pines in the courtyard. "Shui, are you looking for me?" Nian Jinsheng asked. Furrowing his brow, he continued, "Father no longer pressures you to become the prince's consort, but do not entertain thoughts of that person." Nian Jinsheng's demeanor softened as he sighed. "That is good. If the pressure has lifted, it indicates that Yan Yunlu has yet to locate him." Nian Ru Shui replied, "Indeed, but even if you do not enter the prince's residence, your marriage is not a matter to be trifled with." "I understand," Nian Ru Shui said, gently nodding, a fleeting bitter smile gracing her lips. "This is precisely why I sought you out, second brother. I am determined to participate in the martial arts examination, and if I can secure the top position, I will petition the emperor for the freedom to choose my spouse." Nian Jinsheng was taken aback. "The martial arts examination? Your skills are mediocre. It is far too late to train now. But second brother will find a way to help me improve, won't you? You were the champion of the previous examination," she implored, clutching his arm and shaking it gently. "I beseech you, you do not wish for me to be manipulated into marrying a man I do not love, do you?" After a moment of contemplation, Nian Jinsheng nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will do my utmost. Regardless of the outcome of the examination, I will ensure you possess greater self-defense capabilities. However, if you complain of hardship, we shall abandon this endeavor. Rest assured, second brother, I will not," she affirmed, determined to succeed. "I am resolute in my aspiration to become the champion of martial arts." Your Rushue's expression was unwavering. Chapter 46. You should go too. Longan was dispatched to Sujia village, and by the time he arrived, it was already afternoon. The atmosphere outside Su Liang's residence was bustling, crowded with numerous onlookers. As he approached, he noticed a rope tied in a knot hanging from an old elm tree at the entrance, where a tattered old woman was attempting to hang herself by standing on a stone. Several young men and women nearby were grasping her, weeping and pleading, uttering sentiments such as, "Mother, please don't do something foolish. How will we live if you perish?" Yet, despite their efforts, the robust youths were unable to pull the old woman down, who persistently leaned towards the rope without fully committing. Among the villagers watching the scene unfold, some attempted to dissuade her, while others encouraged her to proceed quickly if she truly intended to hang herself, without delaying further. Liang recognized that this was the family of Su Xingzhe, who, unable to seek justice, had come to the Su family's doorstep in despair, engaging in a rather effective form of moral coercion. Meanwhile, the door to the Su residence remained tightly shut, with two small children sitting by the entrance, engrossed in their play with pebbles. Approaching them, Liang was met with a wary gaze from the older child, who inquired, "Who are you?" "I am sent by the county magistrate to find young Master Ning regarding a matter." Liang deliberately lowered his voice. The child glanced to the side, where a cleanly dressed, unassuming elderly woman quickly pulled him aside and urged the other child to do the same, signaling for Liang to knock on the door himself. Perhaps due to the commotion outside, Liang knocked persistently for quite some time, yet no one responded. The child then raised his voice, calling out, "Sister Su Liang." Before long, the door swung open, and Liang swiftly stepped inside, locking the door behind him just before the tumultuous crowd could rush in. However, it was not Su Liang who opened the door, but Ning Jing. Having just finished washing the dishes, the apron still tied around her waist, Chang'an found herself momentarily stunned by the sight of young Master Ning. What could this mean? Ning Jing's expression remained indifferent. "Lord Mu has sent me to deliver a token of gratitude to Miss Su. I initially went to your residence in the county, but found no one there." As Chang'an explained, her gaze wandered around the once empty courtyard, now adorned with trees and some incomprehensible decorations, a makeshift training ground for Su Liang. "Is Miss Su at home?" Chang'an inquired. Su Liang emerged from within the house, dressed comfortably and practically, having changed into an outer garment solely for the sake of receiving guests. "Miss Su, this is a token of appreciation from my master. Please accept it," Chang'an said, placing several gift boxes upon the stone table in the courtyard. Su Liang nodded, acknowledging. "Very well. Is there anything else? Is assistance required regarding the disturbances at home?" Chang'an asked, though this matter did not fall within Mu Si's instructions. Nonetheless, he instinctively broached the subject. In such situations, the wisest course of action was to turn a blind eye. Any acknowledgement would merely squander time. Yet, a flicker of curiosity stirred within Chang'an. If Miss Su truly wished to save Su Xingzhe, perhaps it was not beyond possibility. "Is this what your master wishes to inquire about?" Su Liang countered. Chang'an quickly shook her head. "No, please do not misunderstand, Miss Su. I merely... Do you think I possess a heart of compassion?" Su Liang asked. Chang'an chuckled awkwardly, recalling that Miss Su had once rescued an assassin she did not even know. "I am willing to save that assassin, and I take pleasure in watching Su Xingzhe reap the consequences of his actions. Is there anything wrong with that?" Su Liang queried. "Not at all. It was my impertinence," Chang'an quickly replied with an apologetic smile. Despite Su Liang standing a mere few meters away, his countenance remained tranquil and his tone unruffled. Yet, he had inexplicably sensed a degree of pressure earlier, and at last recalled the matter at hand. He inquired about when young Master Ning would embark on his journey to Qianshan Academy, and whether Miss Su would accompany him to the provincial capital. Su Liang shook his head, asserting, "We shall not go. We consulted a master, and the feng shui here is exceptionally favorable. If we linger a while longer, our futures will undoubtedly be bright." Chang'an's lips twitched slightly as he realized this was the case. "Then I shall not impose further. Should Miss Su require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to find me at the county office." Su Liang nodded in response, stating, "Take care, no need for formalities." Chang'an opened the door, swiftly stepping outside, and promptly pulled the door shut behind him. He only relaxed upon hearing the sound of the latch sliding into place. The farce continued, with the would-be hanged cowherd's wife still not having succeeded in her grim endeavor, causing many onlookers to lose interest and depart. Su Bai had visited, but refrained from persuading Su Xingzhe's family to leave, nor did he disturb Su Liang and Ning Jing. He merely remarked that the fate of Su Xingzhe was sealed and that he would no longer involve himself in matters concerning the cowherd's wife. Separated by a mere wall, Su Liang and Ning Jing remained unaffected. Su Liang practiced martial arts in the morning and spent the afternoon reading and practicing calligraphy. Ning Jing had half finished tidying up the firewood room, which he used as his woodworking shop, dedicating considerable time therein without revealing his activities to Su Liang. The men of the household had gone to till the fields, leaving only Aunt Bai and her two children at home, who had taken it upon themselves to guard the entrance ever since the commotion began with the cowherd's family. The token of gratitude sent by Chang'an included not only fabric and pastries, but also a set of silver jewelry, beautifully crafted. However, Su Liang had no intention of wearing it, deeming it a burden, and consequently stored it away in the cabinet. After dinner, as the outside world settled into tranquility, Su Liang carried 2 boxes of delicacies to the Bai family to express her gratitude, while Ning Jing entered the woodshed. "Sister Su Liang, I can now run 3 laps," Zhuzi declared proudly, puffing out his small chest. The once frail and pale face now bore a hint of plumpness, prompting Su Liang to pinch his cheek playfully, praising him for his accomplishments. The boxes of treats had been brought by Yang when she encountered Chang'an earlier that day. They had been a gift from the county magistrate, which Yang had initially declined. However, Su Liang insisted that she and Ning Jing could not finish them alone. Ultimately, they accepted the offering, as Su Liang needed their assistance with an important matter. Uncle Bai remarked, "We reside in the village, and with Ning Jing achieving the top rank in the examination, such a joyous occasion must be celebrated with a feast for our fellow villagers. We are unfamiliar with the customs surrounding this, so we would appreciate your help in organizing it. Rest assured, the remuneration will be adequate." Su Liang responded. Although Ning Jing was not originally from here, he was now considered half a member of Su family village. Producing a top scholar was a momentous event for the entire village, and in other villages, celebratory banquets would have already been arranged. This was no trivial matter. Su Bai was keen to ensure that the younger generation of Su family village would not become entangled with the infamous Su Xingxia, who had faced dire consequences for examination fraud. If there were to be any discussions, they should focus on Ning Jing instead. Old Bai tapped his smoking pipe against the table leg and nodded in agreement. In any household, this would be a matter of great pride and joy, and a feast must be held. "Su Liang, please do not mention payment. We are merely eager to share in this joyous occasion. If next year's harvest is bountiful, we shall send Xiao Hu and Zhuzi to study as well." Lu's expression brightened, as she naturally wished for her son to succeed. They quickly reached an agreement. Su Liang would purchase a large fat pig from the Bai family, with plans to host the banquet the day after tomorrow, inviting the villagers to celebrate. However, what if the Nyopa family came to cause trouble? "It is not fear that I harbor, but rather a sense of discomfort," Bai Dazhang remarked. "I believe Uncle Bai will manage this matter adeptly," Su Liang responded. As she prepared to depart, Bai Xiaohu rushed out, inquiring, "Sister Su Liang, when shall we ascend the mountain to hunt wild boars?" Su Liang smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "I completely forgot. Shall we tentatively schedule it for the day after tomorrow? Weather permitting?" Bai Xiaohu leaped with excitement. "It will surely be splendid weather." At the county office, when Chang'an encountered Mu Si again, the hour was already late. Upon hearing Chang'an recount the events of meeting Su Liang, Mu Si scoffed, "Good feng shui? She is merely spouting nonsense. Miss Su, it is peculiar. She exudes an air of sincerity while often uttering the most irrelevant remarks," Chang'an observed. Mu Si replied with a low tone, "She is genuinely feigning interest, for she has been asked questions that ought not to be posed. For instance, her relationship with Ning Jing, and why she did not rescue Su Xingxia. The former bears no relation to my purpose in seeking her, and the latter is of no concern to you. Thus, even if we discern her fabrications, it shall not hinder any significant affairs." Mu Si pondered this, acknowledging its truth. "Tomorrow, you shall visit Su family village once more and deliver 5,000 taels and silver notes to her. Inform her that it is for her journey to the capital." Chang'an expressed surprise, to which Mu Si added, "She is a person of talent. We must win her over, for should she venture to the capital, she may prove invaluable." Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who had spoken with the children of the cowherd woman, the following morning, the cowherd woman found herself confined within her home, unable to venture outside. When the villagers learned that Ning Jing was hosting a gathering, all who could lend assistance arrived. When Chang'an, once again dispatched by Mu Si, located Su Liang, she was standing alongside Ning Jing, observing the butchering of a pig. As Chang'an overheard Su Liang inquire if Ning Jing wished to attempt pig slaughtering, Ning Jing declined, citing the cacophony of the pig's cries as too distressing. Chang'an, clutching the pork, departed, convinced that his master would be delighted upon seeing it. Initially resistant, Ning Jing acquiesced to taste after observing Su Liang's enjoyment, subsequently informing her that they would share it equally, as she had already consumed a considerable amount. That day merely involved the preparation of the pig, with neither Su Liang nor Ning Jing participating. On the day of the banquet, Su Liang assisted in the culinary endeavors. After the feast commenced, Ning Jing was escorted by Su Bai to toast at each table. Despite his reticence and lack of mirth, he remained unperturbed when someone patted his shoulder. By the day's end, Su Liang felt fatigued, yet found the experience quite enjoyable, having partaken in an authentic ancient banquet. They had scheduled a day to venture into the mountains for wild boar hunting, but rain began to fall. Shortly thereafter, Hu arrived, bearing numerous gifts to congratulate Ning Jing on his recent examination success. He recounted an alarming incident. The wall of the county jail had inexplicably collapsed overnight, resulting in the deaths of 2 jailers and the escape of several condemned prisoners, including Su Xingzhe from their village. Hu sighed, noting that the news had spread quickly through the town, instilling a sense of unease among the populace. He advised them to remain vigilant. Su Liang sensed something amiss. How could a frail scholar like Su Xingzhe manage to escape without being recaptured? It was indeed peculiar. I suspect this is aimed at the new county magistrate. The escape of death row inmates reflects his negligence, and with lives lost, he cannot evade responsibility, Hu speculated. A somberness enveloped Su Liang as she considered Hu's insight. It seemed plausible. Duan Muchun was investigating the smuggling of iron ore, and those orchestrating events behind the scenes would undoubtedly seek to obscure his focus. In the face of immense profit, do either of the conflicting powers truly care for the safety of the common folk? Suddenly breaking his silence, Ning Jing inquired, "Is there a bounty?" Hu was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head before nodding. "I did not witness it before my arrival, but for such a significant matter, a bounty must surely be issued." Ning Jing then picked up a book. Once Hu departed, Ning Jing set the book aside and remarked to Su Liang about the opportunity to earn money. "Are you going to capture the fugitive?" Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing nodded in affirmation. "You should join. You handle the fighting." Chapter 47. Aren't you going? The breeze was chilling, and the rain fell incessantly. Mu Si stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression darker than the overcast sky. Last night, Mu Si had informed Chang'an of his intention to visit Sujiao village today to observe the exceptional feng shui that kept Ning Jing and Su Liang reluctant to depart. The key was that, considering the reward of 5,000 taels, Su Liang would surely spare a meal for him. However, he had not anticipated that a grave incident would transpire in the county jail. While Mu Si publicly served as the county magistrate, he was discreetly investigating the smuggling of iron ore, which had recently yielded significant leads, indicating that someone was becoming anxious. The wall of the jail had been deliberately collapsed, and the condemned prisoners who had escaped were clearly aided by someone. Su Liang's assertion to Hu that Su Xingzhe was physically weak and thus could neither flee nor go far was not the crux of the issue. Even if the wall had fallen, the prisoners bound by iron chains would have remained imprisoned. The reality was that, regardless of whether those condemned wished to escape or could do so, assistance would invariably be offered to them. The most troubling aspect was what further plans the unseen orchestrator had for these condemned souls. Chang'an hurriedly entered to report, "Master, another household in the southern part of the city has filed a complaint. Before dawn, someone scaled the wall and stole money, killing 2 people in the process." The chill in Mu Si's eyes intensified. "Has the bounty been issued?" "In Bayan County, it is indeed a rare and substantial reward." However, Mu Si shook his head, harboring a sense of pessimism. Although the rain was light during the day, every household in Bayan County and its surrounding villages had tightly shut their doors upon hearing the news. Most shops in the streets remained closed, and no one ventured outside. The posted bounties were seen by but a few. The officials divided into several groups, conducting house-to-house inquiries while verbally informing the public of the generous reward. Yet, after half a day, not a single death row inmate, who should have been too weak to escape far after enduring severe punishment in prison, could be found. Meanwhile, from last night until noon today, 5 murders had occurred in the county, all committed for robbery, at 5 distinct locations. The number of incidents matched that of the escaped convicts. The uninformed populace, encountering such events, could not help but express dissatisfaction with the newly appointed county magistrate. If, in the end, he expended great effort to unravel the iron or smuggling case, only to be criticized for failing to maintain order and resulting in significant casualties among the people under his governance, it would surely drive him to despair. On this rain-soaked day of martial law, the appearance of Su Liang and Ning Jing's carriage at the city gate was rather incongruous. When ordered to halt, the approaching officials were taken aback upon recognizing Ning Jing's face. Was it not young Master Ning? As the top candidate of the recent imperial examination. With an extraordinary appearance and demeanor, many had seen him about the county just days prior. Ning Jing lifted his rain-shielding hat slightly and inquired about the situation. Aware of his esteemed status, the officials dared not offend him and proceeded to explain the matter of the escaped death row inmates and the ensuing murders. They urged him to refrain from wandering outside and to notify the county office should he acquire any leads. Ning Jing nodded, lowering his hat once more as he urged the horse-drawn carriage forward. He and Su Liang had departed from Sujia village for the county town after hearing about the incident from Huer. The rain made it inconvenient to travel on foot or horseback, and their sudden disappearance from the village could easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, so they opted for the carriage. 5 condemned prisoners, 5 cases of robbery and murder, and the criminals had all successfully escaped. This was undoubtedly a well-orchestrated scheme. Not to mention Su Xingsha. What capability did he possess to orchestrate such a plot? From within the carriage, Su Liang's voice emerged. She pondered that those truly responsible for creating the killings and the ensuing panic were likely not the condemned prisoners at all. They were merely tools and decoys manipulated by someone else. Upon encountering the officials entering the town, Ning Jing reported the matter to Chang'an, who later mentioned it when he saw Mu Si again. Mu Si gazed intently, indicating he was about to summon him. "Have my esteemed young master Ning brought here?" Chang'an instructed. "If Su Liang is with him, bring her along as well," Mu Si commanded. When Ning Jing and Su Liang arrived at their residence in the county town and began to plan their next steps, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Young Master Ning, my master requests your presence," Chang'an stated directly. Upon seeing Su Liang appear in the corridor, he raised his voice. "My master also requests that Miss Su join us." Su Liang found this somewhat peculiar. Even if Mu Si were not overwhelmed with urgent matters, he would hardly have the leisure to summon them for trivial discussions. The two followed Chang'an to the county office, where Mu Si resided in the back quarters. As they entered, they were met with the sight of 7 or 8 citizens kneeling in the rain, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Their faces were indistinct, blurred by a mixture of tears and rainwater. The sound of the rain intertwined with their sobs and pleas, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. The door stood ajar, and Mu Si sat in the shadows, clutching a piece of paper dampened by the rain, his expression dark and brooding, akin to the ink that had bled across the page. "My lord, young Master Ning and Miss Su have arrived," Chang'an reported with reverence. Mu Si glanced over, setting the letter aside and gesturing for Chang'an to leave. Once outside, Chang'an secured the doors and windows, frowning at the figure kneeling in the courtyard. He summoned a guard to a corner and inquired softly, "They arrived just after you left. They are the families of the top 3 scholars from this examination. The 3 scholars departed yesterday for Qianshan Academy in the provincial city and have been captured." The guard continued, "Their families received a letter from the kidnappers, penned in the scholars' own hands, complete with bloody fingerprints." Chang'an's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. What did the letter say? The guard's expression darkened as he replied, "It demands the head of your master in exchange for the lives of the 3 scholars." Inside the room, Mu Si shared the letter with Su Liang and Ning Jing, asking for their thoughts. The 3 scholars who set out yesterday, even if they had been slow, could not have been overtaken by the escaped convict last night. Not to mention, they committed a murder in the city before leaving to capture someone, and the letter reached their families early this morning, Su Liang stated. "This is clearly a premeditated scheme. Are you not seeking our assistance, Lord Mu?" Su Liang inquired. Yet Mu Si nodded affirmatively. Su Liang, puzzled, looked to Ning Jing. "Let me ask you once more, your acquisition of Xing Yuxing's token, was it merely coincidental that he happened to be in Beixian County and you two met by chance?" Mu Si frowned. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." "The young Master Xing is gravely ill and recuperating at Xiaoming Mountain Villa. Our acquaintance stems from the connection with the former county magistrate's daughter, Huang Wan'er. I have tended to his ailments, and that token was a token of gratitude." As Su Liang mentioned, it was not an attempt to sever ties with Xing Yuxing. Rather, the truth stands as it is. Mu Si is aware of Huang Wan'er, having instructed Chang'an to investigate Xing Yuxing's activities in Beian County. It was only after Su Liang reported Huang Wan'er to the county office that they began their association with Xiaoming Mountain Villa. Su Liang's narrative aligns perfectly, otherwise. If Ning Jing were indeed affiliated with the northern Jing prince's residence, he would not have registered a month prior to the examination. "I had presumed Ning Jing to be a close friend of Xing Yuxing. It turns out, it was you." Mu Si rubbed his forehead, acknowledging Su Liang's kindness towards Ning Jing. Su Liang surmised that Mu Si sought them out in relation to the iron or smuggling case, likely connected to the northern Jing prince. The disturbances in Beian County since last night must pertain to the smuggling case Mu Si is investigating. If Mu Si suspects Ning Jing has significant ties to the northern Jing prince's residence, Summoning him along with Su Liang indicates a desire for a serious discussion. However, Su Liang refrained from questioning, and Ning Jing remained silent, choosing not to speak. Upon learning the details of their relationship with Xing Yuxing, Mu Si ceased to explain his reasons for summoning them. Is there a solution to the current predicament? Mu Si inquired. Ning Jing rose, stating, No, I take my leave. Su Liang, realizing the situation, quickly stood and said, Lord Mu, we cannot be of assistance. We shall not disturb you further. With that, he hurried after Ning Jing. Mu Si, with a dark expression, observed the two as they departed under an umbrella, seemingly conveying an air of disinterest in any matters, preferring to be left alone. Chang'an entered, asking, Master, what shall we do regarding the 3 scholars? If the top 3 candidates of the Bayan County examination were to be murdered, it would indeed spell trouble. Mu Si spoke coldly. I have dispatched individuals to summon reinforcements, but I fear they may arrive too late. The mastermind behind this knows Mu Si's identity. He cannot sacrifice his life for the sake of 3 scholars. Even if the 3 scholars were still alive, their survival would be fleeting. Upon arriving at Bayan County, Mu Si's covert investigations had not faced significant hindrances. Today, he discovered that the lack of previous findings was due to the mastermind merely observing. Just as he uncovered crucial leads, calamity struck. The connection to Prince Beijing remains unconfirmed for the time being. Mu Si secretly hoped that Ning Jing was a guest of Prince Beijing. Should he sway Ning Jing, he might acquire valuable information. The families of the 3 scholars continued to plead with Mu Si for their rescue, and one woman fainted. Mu Si instructed Chang'an to find a place to accommodate them. As he gazed at the gathering dark clouds, he finally grasped the difficulties inherent in this undertaking. Ning Jing, arriving by carriage, exited the county office and entered the vehicle, instructing Su Liang to drive. As the carriage rolled away, Su Liang quietly inquired, What shall we do? Their mission was to capture death row inmates, yet they could not openly collaborate with Mu Si, for certain secrets must remain hidden from him. Find a discreet location, Ning Jing replied. Su Liang refrained from pressing him, aware that Ning Jing must have discovered something or devised a plan. He discarded the raincoat he had procured from an unknown source into the backyard. Su Liang offered him a cup of hot tea, but before she could ask anything, there was a knock at the door. It was Chang'an. Upon seeing Su Liang quickly open the door, he glanced behind her to find Ning Jing seated by the window, sipping tea. Does Sir Mu have new instructions? Su Liang inquired. Su Liang was astonished. How did you find out? That was perilous. I wonder which valiant hero acted in time, she mused. Deep down, she understood that Chang'an's sudden appearance was surely due to Mu Si suspecting their involvement in the murder of the constable. Indeed, Chang'an nodded. The profits from iron or smuggling are immense. Wealth can corrupt even the purest of hearts. It is likely that the bribed individuals extend beyond just that constable. Recalling the incident, Su Liang advised Chang'an to investigate the jailer who had been on duty last night but miraculously survived the massacre. Chang'an's expression shifted. There were indeed 2 wounded who did not perish. I must take my leave. Without needing to inquire further, she deduced that Ning Jing must have surmised someone in the county office was compromised and involved. At this juncture, those fiends would inevitably resort to murder, and Ning Jing, with his unique abilities, could reveal the assailants. Didn't we agree that I would handle the fighting? You've resolved it yourself. Su Liang remarked as she took a seat. Ning Jing closed his book and revealed a name. Who? I will apprehend them, Su Liang exclaimed, sensing an opportunity. Ning Jing's lips parted slightly. Su Liang was taken aback. You intend to frame yourself, aiming to lead Mu Si to believe the mastermind is from the northern Jing prince's residence? She quickly conjectured. Ning Jing nodded. The 5th house on Yumen Alley in the west of the city, marked by 2 ancient locust trees at the entrance. Proceed with caution. Is it the individual behind the constable? Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing affirmed. Be careful. With determination, Su Liang replied, Understood. I shall assess the situation. Are you not coming? Ning Jing shook his head. I am weary. Shortly thereafter, Ning Jing departed once more, heading westward. Chapter 48. I will watch over you. The rain showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified. The entire city of Bayan exuded an atmosphere of desolation and foreboding, driven by the instinct cultivated from a past life. Su Liang adeptly evaded the patrolling soldiers and approached the 5th house on Yumen Alley, as mentioned by Ning Jing. To the untrained eye, it appeared no different from its neighboring homes. 2 ancient locust trees stood sentinel at the entrance, their branches stripped bare by a recent tempest. while the ground was carpeted with a mosaic of gray and green leaves. Concealed in a shadowy corner, Su Liang contemplated for a moment before advancing, seizing the rusted brass knocker and striking the door with force. After a series of heavy knocks, faint footsteps echoed from within, prompting her to retreat and hide in a nearby nook. When the door swung open, an elderly man peered out, his eyes wide with surprise at the empty alley. After confirming the absence of anyone, he mumbled to himself before closing the door once more. Seizing a stone, Su Liang struck the door with considerable force. After a quarter of an hour passed in silence, she approached again to knock. Yet, when no one emerged, she quietly departed and circled to the back alley. She knocked thrice on the rear door, but received no response. Stepping back, she took a running leap over the modest wall, slipping inside to find a suitable hiding place to assess her surroundings. It resembled an ordinary household. The backyard boasted 2 plots of vegetable garden, a water well, a grinding stone, and beneath a thatched shed, 2 large jars covered with wooden lids, though a foul odor permeated the air. Su Liang scrutinized the scene further. If the jars contained compost, wouldn't the neighbors object? The stench was already overwhelming in the rain. Come sunny days, the entire alley would surely suffer. Moreover, in a county town, such a small vegetable patch would require little fertilizer. At that moment, a tall and burly man angrily barged into the backyard, exclaiming that he was suffocating from the stench of human excrement and had only just managed to fall asleep. The old fool's ears were deaf, making a racket. Su Liang suspected that within, there were death row inmates who had escaped last night. Following the incident, the county town had been placed under martial law, making it exceedingly perilous to transport the living outdoors. Whether alive or dead, concealing anyone was a formidable challenge amidst the rigorous searches. This was the county town, and each household was limited in size. A cellar offered no refuge. The 3 scholars had evaded capture, as they were sheltered in the house of the constable. However, to dismember a body and conceal it with excrement in a large vat required merely a statement that it was for composting. Without rain, it would be swiftly carted away. After all, manure held value in this world. The man pinched his nose and seated himself on a chair beneath the grass shed, fixating on the back door. Su Liang patiently waited until he closed his eyes, and soon, his thunderous snoring filled the air. Avoiding his line of sight, Su Liang stealthily appeared behind him, swiftly drawing a dagger from his sleeve and plunging it violently into his neck. Then retracting the blade and swiftly concealing himself beside the route the man had just traversed from the front yard. The man's piercing scream shattered the tranquility, as he clutched his gushing neck, toppling a large vat, from which emerged a dismembered hand. Su Liang held his breath, attuning his ears to the footsteps from the front yard, discerning only 2 individuals. Ultimately, to masquerade as an ordinary family, the number of people had to be plausible, a calculation Su Liang had meticulously considered. The first person approached, and Su Liang gauged their distance by the sound of their footsteps. This was the moment. With a swift stroke, she thrust the blade forward, striking the man squarely in the head. Her initial intention had been to target his neck. Su Liang had estimated his position based on the height of the man in the courtyard, but this individual was a head shorter, resulting in her dagger piercing straight into his ear. The one assigned to guard the back door was certainly not the leader. It was he who, upon covering his ear, immediately released it and swung his knife at Su Liang. As for the third individual, he was the elderly man stationed at the front door. Typically, this household comprised a father and his 2 unmarried sons. Although Su Liang had previously encountered the lackeys of Hu Er and the henchmen of young Master Huang, those foes were of little consequence to her. Now, however, she faced her first genuine battle. Despite his injuries, the enemy's prowess remained formidable. The old man, who had been hunched over and trembling as he approached the door, suddenly straightened his back, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes, and seized a rusted axe. Charging at her with intent to kill, Su Liang felt no fear, only a burning desire to fight. She sheathed her dagger and drew the longsword hidden behind her back, finally employing her swordsmanship in a real combat scenario. In her previous sparring sessions with Ning Jing, she had always been at a disadvantage. At this moment, she truly experienced the sharpness and finesse of her swordplay. It was a sensation of fluidity in combat, where each move proved to be effective. This was undoubtedly tied to Su Liang's exceptional comprehension, mental fortitude, and adaptability. The old man was first pierced through the chest by her sword, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The strongest adversary, having been ambushed and injured by Su Liang, faltered after a brief skirmish, Realizing the precariousness of his situation and attempting to flee, Su Liang intensified her assault, targeting him with the intent to incapacitate without delivering a fatal blow. A thrust pierced his thigh, causing him to stagger and crash against the wall. Su Liang was about to rush forward to deliver the final blow when she suddenly sensed someone approaching. Her expression shifted, and as she turned, she was seized by the arm. "It's time to leave." Ning Jing, draped in a cloak, revealed only her pair of icy eyes, guiding Su Liang from the backyard to the neighboring area before scaling the wall to escape. When Su Liang took her first victim, the commotion drew the attention of neighbors, who swiftly sought the nearest patrolling soldiers to report the incident. Remarkably, not much time passed, and everything unfolded just right. Throughout the ordeal, Su Liang remained silent, dressed in male attire and masked, unperturbed by the possibility of any witnesses revealing her identity. "Weren't you the one who said not to go?" Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing disregarded her question entirely. "You acted recklessly. You should have assessed how many people were inside before taking action." Su Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed, she realized that given the circumstances, there was no better course of action. She had already tested the waters. Upon encountering that old man at the front door, she had twice created distractions to divert attention, successfully infiltrating through the back door, and only struck when the individuals in the backyard were isolated. However, she was unaware of the presence of several people in the front yard at that time. The estate was not large, leaving little room for concealment. She lacked the agility to scale walls effortlessly, making it perilous to venture into the front yard. Luring them over and ambushing them from the shadows had been the best strategy available at that moment. After all, having ventured forth, she could not return empty-handed. At the very least, she was confident in her ability to escape. Her skills in climbing walls had become quite adept. "What do you think I should have done at that moment?" Su Liang asked earnestly. Su Liang fell silent. "Didn't you say you were tired?" "In truth, notifying Mu Si would have been the best option, but you sent me to act, didn't you? If I were to seek you out again, there would be no need for me to go at all. I can watch over you," Ning Jing replied with a calm demeanor. Su Liang understood his intention. Ever since she resolved to participate in the martial arts examination, Ning Jing had dedicated himself to teaching her combat skills. Whenever she sought to spar with him, he would set aside whatever task he was engaged in. This time, when it came to fighting, she would take the lead, not out of laziness on Ning Jing's part, but rather to allow Su Liang to gain experience. However, Su Liang's skills were not yet sufficient. Ning Jing mentioned that watching over her provided an extra layer of assurance. "Just in case. Did you expect me to plead for your company when you claimed to be tired?" Su Liang found this perplexing. Ning Jing shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of pleading, but rather a request. "Su Liang, must you be so prideful? As it turned out, your absence was acceptable." With a huff, Su Liang turned to enter her room to change clothes. Suddenly, Ning Jing reached out to block her path, insisting on another attempt. Su Liang was taken aback, wondering what he meant. Moments later, with a dagger in hand, she pressed herself against the back wall, holding her breath and focusing intently. Although they had agreed to replicate the recent sparring session, Ning Jing, who had previously pointed out her deficiencies in technique, did not approach from the front yard. Instead, he descended from above, launching an attack towards Su Liang. She was taken by surprise, narrowly evading his strike. Had there been even one more person present, she would surely have been injured. Ning Jing's voice remained calm, his assault unrelenting. Su Liang agreed with him. She had assumed that the individuals in the front yard would take that path, a conclusion that was somewhat presumptuous, judging by the sound of footsteps. If someone chose not to approach from the ground, she would be utterly unprepared. An ambush often presents only a single opportunity. If missed or insufficient, it becomes futile. Ning Jing continued to speak as he fought. Indeed, if she could incapacitate the first opponent with a surprise attack, her chances against the second would significantly improve. Su Liang realized that although Ning Jing wielded a sword, the techniques he employed were those of the most formidable adversary, executed with even greater ferocity. If the elder were to lead, the odds of victory would be utterly non-existent. Ning Jing remarked that Su Liang had squandered her opportunity for a surprise attack on the strongest opponent. Had the old man sustained an injury while at the forefront, the outcome would have been significantly different, especially if the other combatant remained unscathed before facing Su Liang. After several exchanges, Su Liang stood her ground, unharmed but with her attire marred by numerous rips. She understood that Ning Jing had shown her restraint, yet her merciless foes would not exhibit such leniency. Were she to be truly injured, her capacity to endure would be greatly diminished, and her chances of escape would dwindle perilously. After approximately 15 minutes of relentless combat, both were drenched, yet in contrast to Su Liang's disheveled state, Ning Jing appeared as though he had merely endured a light rain. In the final maneuver, Ning Jing executed a cunning angle, placing his sword against Su Liang's throat. Overwhelmed by defeat, Su Liang heard Ning Jing's icy voice declare, "I am aware of your past as a soldier. You possess skill, high perception, diligence, intelligence, and quick reflexes. However, in the face of absolute power, such attributes hold no value." Indeed, Su Liang sighed. "Your ability to emerge unscathed today is merely a stroke of luck. Next time, fortune may not favor you as it has now," Ning Jing cautioned. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement. "Is it permissible for me to refrain from joining you?" Ning Jing countered her words. Su Liang shook her head. "No, it is not." In truth, she had always remained under Ning Jing's protection. His preference for silence allowed her to tackle challenges he deemed manageable, yet this did not diminish the significance of his presence. Gazing at Ning Jing's retreating figure, Su Liang confessed, "Master, I was wrong. Next time, I shall certainly invite you." This was her first encounter with Ning Jing's anger, although it was imperceptible on his face. At that moment, he claimed to be weary, yet he awaited Su Liang to invite him to accompany her, which was also a test of her. She was uncertain of her own martial prowess, as her interactions in this world had been limited. Even if Ning Jing did not need to intervene this time, Su Liang should have invited him to join her. She had neither failed nor been harmed, yet luck had played a considerable role in her success. After boiling water, the two bathed and changed clothes when news from Chang'an arrived. The leader of the thieves who had abducted the death row inmates the previous night had been captured, and his two accomplices were found slain by a mysterious figure, who also revealed several other hidden associates. With the death row inmates gone, their remains were indistinguishable. Half of the constables and prison guards in Bayan County had been bribed, and the investigation was far from thorough. My master has instructed me to inform you both that the leader claims to have been instructed by the Prince of Beijing. The truth remains unverified, but young Master Ning should prepare accordingly." Su Liang smiled, wishing for osmanthus cake, only to discover that a significant event had transpired in the county, preventing the opening of Mingxiang Tower. Chang'an coughed lightly, realizing the situation, and said, "Then I shall not intrude further. I take my leave." Ning Jing cast a glance at her, questioning, "Are you attempting to curry favor with me?" Typically, Su Liang did not allow Ning Jing to dictate the menu. As she was no mere cook, she smiled sweetly. Indeed, opportunities must be seized when they arise. Su Liang then began to ponder what delectable dish to prepare, something that Ning Jing had never tasted before. Luckily, she had brought some ingredients from her village, otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Initially, she had not intended for Ning Jing to come and stoke the fire, yet he appeared precisely when needed. "Is there really no hope for me, given that I rank among the top 3 in martial arts competitions?" Su Liang inquired. Until today, Ning Jing had always held a positive view of Su Liang's martial prowess. In fact, Ning Jing expressed that Su Liang's primary issue was not a deficiency in skill, but rather an excess of confidence and a lack of caution. Su Liang nodded, reassured. "My ultimate goal in practicing martial arts is to defeat you one day. Do you think that is feasible?" Ning Jing paused in his task of adding kindling. "If you were to best me, what would you desire?" Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Naturally, I would choose the dishes, and you would prepare them. I wish to indulge in Buddha jumps over the wall." Ning Jing, puzzled, asked, "Buddha? Jumps over the wall? What sort of dish is that?" "It is quite complex," Su Liang replied. Ning Jing nodded. "Very well. I shall prepare that for you today." Su Liang, given the limited ingredients, it is, of course, impossible to make. Thus, in jest, Su Liang inadvertently owed Ning Jing a meal of Buddha jumps over the wall. Unlike the dreary rain in Bayan County, the capital basked in bright sunshine. With a refreshing autumn breeze, "Miss Qin has sent someone to invite you. The fourth miss has gone to the poetry gathering," said the young maid. Just as she was about to leave, Nian Jincheng suddenly recalled something and asked the maid, "Is the poetry gathering being held at the Qin residence?" Upon hearing the title of the son of the North Jing prince, Nian Jincheng's gaze sharpened, and he strode away. After changing his attire, he mounted his horse and made his way to the Qin residence. Chapter 49. The bounty as a scion of a distinguished family in the kingdom of Qian. Nian Jincheng had risen through the ranks in the military since claiming victory in the martial arts examination last year, earning the court's favor. Yet, he had never been seen at typical noble pastimes such as poetry gatherings or flower admiring events. From a young age, He dedicated himself diligently to both martial arts and academics. Aside from Gu Ling, the heir of the Chongqing marquis, who fled due to family treason, he had no other friends. Thus, when the servants of the Qin residence announced the arrival of the second young master of the Yin family, the previously jovial poetry gathering fell momentarily silent, with astonishment etched on everyone's faces. The sixth princess, Duanmu Qianqian, expressed her surprise, saying, "Schwerer, your martial skills are already quite formidable. Do you intend to become a female general?" Yin Ruxue quickly shook her head. "Please don't jest, Your Highness. It is my second brother who believes my skills are lacking and fears I might be bullied, insisting that I focus on my training." The other young ladies present looked on with envious expressions. Qin Yujin, who had taken the lead in organizing the poetry gathering, adjusted the loose strands of hair from her forehead and pulled Yin Ruxue to sit beside her, beaming as she remarked, "General, Yin is a rare guest. How could you possibly leave so soon? Schwerer, you must stay, and your second brother must remain as well." The sixth princess chimed in eagerly. Xing Yuxing, seated in a wheelchair diagonally across, appeared pale and frail, and gently interjected, "Cousin, Miss Yin has matters to attend to. There is no need to impose." As they spoke, the servants ushered Yin Jincheng into the garden. Clad in a dark brocade robe, he possessed a handsome and resolute demeanor, striding confidently with a distinguished presence that starkly contrasted with the other young gentlemen at the gathering. Qin Yujin gracefully greeted Yin Jincheng, saying, "I was unaware that General Yin had an engagement with Schwerer. I insisted she join us." Yin Ruxue paused momentarily as Yin Jincheng brushed aside her hand and approached Xing Yuxing, cupping his hands in salute. Upon learning that young Master Xing had arrived in the capital, he expressed, "I have long wished to pay my respects. If you have the time today, would you be interested in a few rounds of chess?" The attendees exchanged glances, caught in a moment of intrigue. Is it true that Yin Jincheng has come to seek out Xing Yuxing? Xing Yuxing was equally surprised, having silently observed Yin Jincheng ever since his arrival. Upon noticing this, Qin Yujin promptly instructed her servants to wheel Xing Yuxing to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, inviting Yin Jincheng to join them. Just like his cousin, General Nian, he showed no interest in poetry, preferring instead the strategic game of chess. Thus, she suggested they engage in a match while she continued her conversation. Yin Jincheng placed a piece on the board and spoke directly. "Xing Shitzi, why are you investigating Gu Ling?" Xing Yuxing's hand froze momentarily, yet his expression remained composed. "General Nian, one must not speak carelessly." Yin Jincheng, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "The Emperor has entrusted me with the task of apprehending the fugitive Gu Ling surely. You would not want me to present your subordinate before the Emperor to explain why the North Jing Princess residence is interested in Gu Ling's whereabouts, would you?" Xing Yuxing's expression darkened. "Yin Jincheng, are you threatening me?" After a brief silence, he spoke again, his tone laced with sarcasm, before coming to the capital. "I heard that General Nian's only friend is Gu Ling. Such a profound bond, to the point of ruthlessness, is truly moving." Yin Jincheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I were to relay your words to the Emperor, do you think he might believe you are defending Gu Ling?" Xing Yuxing, however, managed a pale smile. "Indeed. And what of it? Alas, the person sitting across from you is not the North Jing prince, but merely this dying, worthless heir. I am honored by your regard. Yet your threats directed at me bear no weight." Yin Jincheng scoffed. "Are you implying that your father does not care for you?" Xing Yuxing, in a manner detached from the inquiry, responded, "You ask why I am investigating Gu Ling, but alas, I do not know her at all. If we were to speak of any connection, it is merely that my grandmother once wished to arrange a marriage between me and your sister, who was previously Gu Ling's betrothed. Regrettably, upon encountering your sister today, a woman of such mediocre beauty and feigned pretense, it is truly disheartening. One might surmise that all of you with the surname Nian possess such characteristics." Yin Jincheng regarded Xing Yuxing with a cold stare. "In our first meeting, have I offended you, young Master Xing?" Xing Yuxing lowered his gaze to the chessboard, a smile playing at the edges of his lips. "I hail from the countryside, frail in health, lacking in both scholarly and martial skills, so I am of little consequence. Is it wrong to envy your youthful accomplishments? I offer my sincere compliments. No need for gratitude." Silence enveloped them as they resumed their battle over the chessboard. When the game concluded, Yin Jincheng emerged the loser. Qi Jun rushed over, urging Xing Yuxing to depart. Qin Yujin made no effort to retain him, yet Yin Jincheng strode forth with the swiftness of the wind, uttering only, "I have matters to attend to. Farewell," as he passed by Yin Ruxue and Qin Yujin, a young lady who had always had a contentious relationship with Nian Rushua, mockingly remarked, "Shuer, is your second brother not here to fetch you? It seems we were mistaken. Master, Nian Jincheng has discovered us. What should we do?" Qi Jun inquired of Xing Yuxing. Indeed, Qi Jun nodded, but I failed to comprehend his intentions. Is he testing me? Or perhaps issuing a warning? Xing Yuxing's gaze deepened with contemplation. Since he has not apprehended our people, there is no need for alarm. Should anyone else uncover my investigation into Gu Ling, it would spell considerable trouble. Qi Jun's expression hardened. The master indicated that although Nian Jincheng appeared to be merciless towards young Master Gu, in truth, Xing Yuxing's face darkened. Silence. I have said nothing, and you know nothing. When mentioning Su Liang, Xing Yuxing's demeanor softened as he sighed. The capital is truly an irksome place, far less comfortable than residing in Qiuming Mountain Manor. Has the master noticed? It seems both the sixth princess and Miss Qin harbor intentions towards Nian Jincheng, Qi Jun remarked. Xing Yuxing maintained a calm expression. I am aware. My cousin clearly harbors no affection for Nian Rushua, yet insists on her presence solely due to Nian Jincheng. Does the master not mind? Qi Jun inquired timidly. Xing Yuxing paused momentarily. What is there to mind? The sixth princess is unlikely to become my bride. The emperor's call for suitors is merely a pretext to summon me to the capital. As for my cousin, she is wonderful, but merely my sister. And if General Nian were to become your brother-in-law, would the master be agreeable? Qi Jun smiled. Xing Yuxing scoffed lightly. What does it matter whether I agree or not? It is paramount that my cousin marries someone of her own choosing. Conversing with young Master Ning and Miss Su is much more pleasant. If young Master Ning succeeds in his examinations, he will surely come to the capital to compete, Qi Jun added. However, Xing Yuxing frowned. Duan Muqin's investigation into the smuggling of iron may not implicate the Xing family. The truth matters less than the emperor's perspective. The Northern Quiet Prince's residence may soon face significant troubles, and I hope it does not affect Ning Jing. Otherwise, I shall have no face to meet Su Liang again. He instructed the servant to deliver a note to Nian Rushua, which contained but a single sentence. If there is another occasion, you may as well forego the martial examination. In the northern county of Ban, as night descended, the rain finally ceased. Though the storm had calmed, it was merely a superficial tranquility for the common folk. The troubles had seemingly passed. Whispers circulated that the mastermind behind the iron ore smuggling had intentionally sown chaos, victimizing innocent citizens and plotting against the newly appointed county magistrate. Consequently, the ire of the populace shifted towards those who profited from the treachery of smuggling iron. Yet, the identities of these culprits remained shrouded in mystery. Although it was reported that the captured thieves had implicated the Prince of Beijing, Muxi's disseminated information made no mention of him. Su Liang believed the resolution of this matter largely depended on the emperor's disposition. While the bounty posted in the city went unclaimed, the issue was swiftly resolved. The citizens regarded Muxi with admiration for his capabilities, yet he was beset with uncertainty. A mysterious benefactor seemed to aid him, yet he had not glimpsed even a shadow of this person. He harbored suspicions towards Su Liang and Ning Jing, as they were the only two acquaintances he deemed potentially dubious, though he could not ascertain their guilt. Chang'an proposed a feigned assassination to test whether Su Liang and Ning Jing possessed martial prowess. After much contemplation, Muxi chose not to pursue this course of action. Regarding the matter of the Prince of Beijing, Chang'an inquired. Muxi gazed intently, pondering how, if Xing Yan were indeed responsible, he could have been so easily traced. The apparent clarity of the situation suggested a deliberate framing. If my father must tread carefully in dealing with Xing Yan, I cannot afford to act impulsively. One misstep could turn the tide against me. Your reasoning is sound, my lord. I have arranged for individuals to escort the 3 scholars to the provincial capital tomorrow. Shall I also inquire if young Master Ning intends to visit Qianshan Academy? Chang'an asked. When Chang'an arrived, Su Liang was just finishing dinner. Due to her misstep today that angered Ning Jing, she meticulously prepared a feast with the limited ingredients at her disposal, ensuring it was both visually appealing and delectable. When Su Liang mentioned that Ning Jing would not be attending Qianshan Academy, Chang'an awkwardly remarked that his master had not eaten all day, as the food prepared by the county chef did not suit his palate. Su Liang turned to Ning Jing and said, "You decide." To Su Liang's surprise, Ning Jing nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. 1 dish, 500 taels." Chang'an found it peculiar that Ning Jing was suddenly so accommodating, but when he heard Ning Jing's actual words, he was left speechless. Ning Jing confirmed his acceptance, and then instructed Su Liang to set aside 1/3 of each dish. Chang'an, observing the meager portions, could not help but exclaim, "This 500 taels?" Su Liang retorted, "Are you having second thoughts?" Mu Si, glancing at the scant servings that resembled leftovers, darkly stated, "You will pay for this." Chang'an was left speechless. However, once Chang'an clarified that these were not leftovers, but rather freshly prepared dishes by Su Liang, Mu Si began to eat, nodding in approval and praising Su Liang's culinary skills, ultimately finishing every last bite. After receiving his payment, Su Liang cheerfully sent Chang'an away and said to Ning Jing, "This is how it should be. We came to the city to earn the bounty. How could we leave empty-handed?" Chapter 50. Hunting you the next day? Chang'an was tasked with seeking out Su Liang for more ingredients, only to find the door locked. He recalled Su Liang mentioning that they had come to the city because Ning Jing wished to indulge in osmanthus cake, so he decided to visit Mingxiang Tower instead. Ning Jing and Su Liang were not present. The innkeeper informed that they had visited half an hour prior, purchasing 2 boxes of osmanthus cakes before hastening towards the city gate. Upon learning this, Mu Si had no choice but to relent. He needed to concentrate on his investigation. Undistracted, upon returning to the village, Su Liang's life remained busy and fulfilling. Her primary focus was martial arts training, interspersed with moments dedicated to reading and practicing calligraphy. She prepared the daily meals while Ning Jing took charge of tidying up. As the weather grew colder, villagers continued to seek Su Liang's medical assistance without pause. She maintained a ledger, allowing those unable to pay the consultation fee to defer their debts. After several days of labor in the woodshed, Ning Jing constructed a small medicine cabinet for Su Liang, modeled after those found in apothecaries. Some individuals discreetly took the medicinal herbs provided by Su Liang to inquire about prices at the town's pharmacy, only to discover that the town's rates were considerably higher. This wasn't indicative of Su Liang engaging in unprofitable business. Rather, her bulk purchases rendered her supplies more economical. Occasionally, grateful patients would present her with eggs, vegetables, or a piece of meat as tokens of appreciation. Su Liang graciously accepted these offerings, yet they were invariably accounted for in the consultation fees. After all, these were expenses that she and Ning Jing had incurred. On this day, it was time for Su Liang to engage in practice, and Ning Jing called her to the woodshed. Typically, chopping wood and tending the fire were Ning Jing's responsibilities. So it had been quite some time since Su Liang had entered the woodshed. Upon stepping inside, she was pleasantly surprised. The space was immaculately divided into 2 sections, one half neatly stacked with firewood, while the other housed tools and lumber, complete with a small stool for Ning Jing to sit upon. What Ning Jing wished to show Su Liang was the product of his recent efforts, a wooden weapon rack, adorned with a variety of meticulously crafted wooden weapons. While it did not boast the full array of 18, Su Liang counted 10 distinct types, each exquisitely fashioned. She picked up a long whip and inquired about its material. "Leather and sinew, purchased from the town," Ning Jing replied. "Your woodworking skills have truly advanced," Su Liang remarked, swinging the whip playfully. "Is it all for me?" Ning Jing took the whip from her. "It is not for you. It is intended to strike you." Su Liang fell silent. Moments later, armed with a long sword, Su Liang found herself retreating continuously under Ning Jing's expert wielding of the whip, until she was cornered against the wall, exclaiming helplessly, "You appear as if you intend to split me in 2. Ning Jing's expression remained rather composed, yet the whip in his hand was indeed intimidating. Su Liang was not afraid. Rather, it was her first encounter with such a weapon, and she struggled to find an effective counterattack, resorting only to defense. Ning Jing flicked the whip, ensnaring Su Liang's arm and pulling her from the corner. On the martial arts competition stage, your opponent may wield any weapon. In genuine combat, given the opportunity to use a weapon, no one would choose to fight barehanded. Weapons are also a manifestation of strength. Su Liang's demeanor sharpened. Once more, Ning Jing aimed to familiarize Su Liang with various weapon techniques. Although she might not excel in using a whip, she needed to learn how to confront an enemy who did. In truth, Su Liang's initial retreat was solely due to her opponent being Ning Jing. He had set her starting point exceedingly high, far surpassing that of a typical whip wielder. Bai Xiaohu and Zhu Zi pressed against the door, peering through the crack, witnessing Ning Jing brandishing the whip against Su Liang. The 2 little ones were thoroughly frightened and hurriedly knocked on the door, shouting, "Ning brother, please do not strike Sister Su Liang." Su Liang welcomed her younger brother inside, and only after Bai Xiaohu and Zhu Zi confirmed that she was unharmed did they breathe a sigh of relief. Su Liang offered them some snacks. And when Bai Xiaohu inquired about their upcoming hunt for wild boars, she replied that it was tentatively scheduled for the next day, provided the weather was favorable. After bidding farewell to the two little ones, Su Liang took a sip of water before resuming her training. After dinner, Ning Jing presented her with a martial arts training schedule. Each weapon was allocated 3 days of practice time, while Su Liang had the autonomy to adjust the intensity of her other daily training routines. This arrangement suited her well. Su Liang stipulated that if the weather turned unfavorable or if any matters arose, the training could be postponed. Once she completed this round of training, they would set off for the provincial city. Training in other locations would not be as convenient. Purchase a large residence, Ning Jing suggested. To which Su Liang nodded in agreement. If the weather holds tomorrow, will you accompany me to hunt wild boars on the mountain? She inquired. This undertaking had been promised to Bai Xiaohu, and she had yet to truly explore the mountains. What do you think? Ning Jing countered. Su Liang immediately understood and urged him to definitely join her. All right, he finally agreed. Old Bai decisively declared that Bai Peng and Bai He should accompany Su Liang and Ning Jing to serve as guides and assistants. Bai Xiaohu was instructed to stay close and not wander off. Anticipating that they would not descend the mountain until noon, Su Liang prepared some meat pastries to bring along. She donned her old attire, tied her hair back, secured her pant legs, and slung a basket over her shoulder while wielding a sickle. Ning Jing retrieved a bow and arrow set from the woodshed, which had only recently been completed last night. The arrowheads and bowstring were purchased from the county town. A few days prior, wild boars from Liang had injured someone without being captured. Let us head west, Bai He pointed in a direction. Bai Xiaohu exclaimed, Uncle, have you secretly visited Liang again? The expression on Bai He's face stiffened, and upon witnessing his brother's demeanor, Bai Peng grasped the gravity of the situation. Undeterred by the presence of Su Liang and Ning Jing, he sighed and inquired, What are your intentions, exactly? Bai He kicked aside a withered branch on the road, offering a bitter smile. Huilan's family is arranging a marriage for her, with a butcher from town who has killed his wife. She refuses, stating that if my brother and sister-in-law force her to marry, she would rather hang herself. Bai Peng furrowed his brow. Have you met in private? Bai He quickly shook his head. No. I visited Lu family village a few times merely to see how she is faring, without being seen or speaking to her. The villagers are all aware of the butcher's reputation. Did your mother mention this marriage proposal to you? Bai Peng pressed further. Bai He's expression darkened. A lazy glutton with a terrible temper? Absolutely not. Really? Bai He exclaimed, his emotions surging. Elder brother, please do not deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Bai Peng shot him a glare. Meanwhile, Ning Jing and Su Liang, walking behind, absorbed the scenery while listening to the brothers' exchange, refraining from interjecting. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the Bai brothers forged the path ahead, while Bai Xiaohu playfully bounced behind them. Ning Jing gathered leaves, and Su Liang foraged for mushrooms. I recognize them. They are edible. But do not pick them recklessly, Su Liang cautioned Bai Xiaohu. The little boy scampered over to inspect the leaves Ning Jing collected, asking, What will you do with them? Play, Ning Jing replied succinctly. Bai Xiaohu scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom the amusement in that, before darting ahead once more. Following Bai Peng's gesture, Su Liang spotted a gray wild rabbit. Ning Jing silently handed over the bow and arrow. Su Liang found her aim, drew back, and released. At the moment the hare darted away, she struck it down. The Bai family, 2 adults and 1 child, gaped in astonishment. Sister Su Liang is incredible, exclaimed Bai Xiaohu, clapping his small hands in admiration. Su Liang humbly remarked that archery had been her passion in her previous life. Though her hands felt unpracticed, the fundamentals remained. The hare was plump and heavy in her grasp, and Su Liang had already contemplated how to prepare it for a meal. Bai Peng slung the hare over his shoulder, and the group continued their journey westward. They paused for a drink, during which Bai He discovered nearby wild boar tracks. Once Bai Xiaohu finished gnawing on a meat pie, he was instructed to climb a tall tree and was forbidden to descend. The Bai brothers, armed with spears, followed the tracks of the wild boar, and upon hearing a noise, they quickly gestured for Su Liang and Ning Jing to be cautious. Su Liang spotted the wild boar, a formidable creature that seemed quite challenging to confront. She chose a tree to ascend, but when she sought out Ning Jing, she found him missing. The Bai brothers stealthily approached, one in front of the other. Unfortunately, Bai He's spear missed its mark, and Bai Peng's spear went astray as well. The wild boar, enraged, charged after Bai He. Bai He sprinted toward the base of the tree where Su Liang was situated, the boar hot on his heels. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with Bai He, a large stone fell from the heavens, striking the boar squarely on the head. Though the creature was not rendered unconscious, it continued its pursuit. As it neared the tree, Su Liang focused intently, with a swift release. Her arrow pierced the wild boar's skull. It propelled forward due to inertia, crashing into the tree with a thunderous thud before collapsing to the ground. Bai He, still trembling from the close encounter, then saw Ning Jing emerge from behind a tree, his attire undisturbed and demeanor calm. The stone that had slowed the boar had indeed fallen from that very tree. Yet no one witnessed when Ning Jing ascended or how he descended. "You two are quite remarkable. Have you ever been hunting before?" Bai Ping inquired. Su Liang shook her head. "I've forgotten. I do not know him." Bai Xiaohu ran over, joyfully circling the wild boar twice. "I saw it. Uncle was chased away, struck by Sister Su Liang's shot." Bai He chuckled awkwardly. "This fellow is rather intimidating." The group then consumed the provisions they had brought nearby. The Bai brothers, Bai Peng and Bai He, chopped some branches and used ropes to bind the wild boar to the limbs, dragging it down the mountain. During their descent, Su Liang shot 2 wild chickens, gathered several wild eggs, and picked a good number of mushrooms. Ning Jing appeared to be merely enjoying the outing, trailing behind to collect leaves. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, the Bai brothers transported the wild boar to the town to sell, agreeing to split the proceeds evenly among the families. Originally, Su Liang had promised to treat Bai Xiaohu to meat for the wild boar, but having recently slaughtered a pig, Bai Xiaohu, being quite sensible, suggested selling it to provide his uncle with funds for a wife. As dusk approached, the courtyard was filled with the delightful aroma of wild chicken stewed with mushrooms. A horse-drawn carriage crossed the bridge, the sound of hoofbeats echoing from behind. The driver, Chang'an, turned to look and saw a man riding a horse approaching. When the carriage halted in front of Su Liang's home, the rider also drew near. Chang'an dismounted and inquired about Qi Yan's identity. Qi Yan, with a stern expression, retorted with questions regarding Chang'an and Mu Si's identities. Hearing the commotion, Su Liang came to open the door. She first saw Chang'an without any surprise, but upon turning to see Qi Yan, she smiled. "Come in, please." Qi Yan led his horse into the courtyard. While the disembarked Mu Si felt inexplicably displeased and asked Su Liang who that person was. Mu Si felt unwelcome, yet having arrived, he deemed it unreasonable not to enter. Thus he candidly proclaimed his intention to dine here. Su Liang politely declined, stating, "I presumed Lord Mu was occupied with official duties. No matter how busy one may be, one cannot go hungry. Moreover, I have pressing matters to discuss with you," Mu Si replied. "Then please, come in," Su Liang finally acquiesced. Fortunately, there was a set of table and chairs previously gifted by Xing Yuxing, else accommodating so many would have proven difficult. As the dishes were served, a smile just began to grace Mu Si's face when Ning Jing interjected, "This meal costs 5,000 taels." Mu Si's expression stiffened. "What about him?" Referring to Qi Yan. Unaware of Mu Si's identity as the 4th prince, Qi Yan retorted with a scoff, "My master is a friend of Miss Su." Mu Si's gaze flickered slightly. "Are you a subordinate of the Crown Prince of Beijing? And what of it?" Qi Yan countered. Mu Si, noting that Qi Yan only acknowledged Su Liang as a friend of Xing Yuxin without mentioning Ning Jing, further confirmed the veracity of Su Liang's previous words. "Miss Su, I had thought we were friends as well," Mu Si remarked, disregarding Ning Jing's exorbitant demand and turning his attention to Su Liang. As she placed the last dish on the table, Ning Jing declared the final word. "Su Liang," Mu Si said in a somber tone, "perhaps you could simply inform me how much it would cost to be a friend who can dine at your home at any time? I shall pay it all at once to avoid daily exploitation." Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Friends do not charge for meals. Should Lord Mu return, the price remains unchanged, 5,000 taels." Chang'an mused that his master might possess a hint of masochistic tendencies. Were they in the capital, one would have been executed for such disrespect. Yet here, in this small place, he found himself at Su Liang's mercy. Once everyone was seated, Su Liang summoned Chang'an to come in. Chang'an noticed there were still a pair of chopsticks and bowls on the table, and hurriedly declared that he was not hungry. "As a guest, you need not pay," Su Liang remarked. Chang'an sensed that his master's expression darkened further. Despite spending 5,000 taels, Mu Si did not manage to procure the chicken leg he desired, for one belonged to Ning Jing and the other to Su Liang, who graciously offered hers to the arriving Qi Yan. As for the rabbit leg, Su Liang sliced it with the intention of preparing it for the following day. The 2 boxes were medical texts gifted to Su Liang by the matriarch, Madame Xing, and remained untouched. "Is this tea also a gift from Xing Yuxing?" Musi inquired, observing the exquisite celadon teacup in his hand. The hour grows late. If Master Mu has something to say, please feel free to speak candidly, Su Liang prompted, eager to usher the guest away. She was indeed busy and had little desire to entertain this eminent figure. Musi set down his cup and scoffed lightly. You truly are unafraid of offending me. If Master Mu is so easily offended, then future interactions would be unnecessary, Su Liang retorted, sensing the underlying meaning in her words. Musi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Very well, let us speak of business. There is a matter on which I seek your assistance. Chapter 51, Am I not? Without awaiting Musi's explanation, Ning Jing interjected to refuse on Su Liang's behalf. She cannot help you. Musi's expression soured. I am conversing with Su Liang, not soliciting your opinion. Su Liang maintained a calm facade. Given Master Mu's stature, surely you have capable subordinates at your disposal. I truly cannot assist, and am quite pressed for time. Yet Musi continued undeterred. I am investigating iron ore smuggling, and have recently obtained reliable leads. If we can find a ledger, we can determine who is involved. The ledger is likely in the possession of the old guard, Wu Yun, who oversees the mine. He had achieved numerous military accolades, yet due to his advanced age and ailments, he chose to guard the mines, earning a reputation for integrity and righteousness. All of Wu Yun's other sons resided in the capital, save for his youngest, Wu Huayan, who remained by his side. Years ago, Wu Huayan sustained injuries on the battlefield, and despite Wu Yun's exhaustive search for renowned physicians, no remedy could be found. I contemplated sending someone to infiltrate Wu Huayan's residence, yet I could not identify a suitable candidate at the moment. If we were to alert the enemy and the account books were destroyed, it would all be in vain. At this point, Musi paused. Su Liang furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that I approach the father and son duo in the guise of a physician to assist you in locating the account books? Musi nodded. You are the most fitting choice. In recent years, only a physician could gain entry to that household and meet Wu Huayan. But mere entry is insufficient. I must also earn their trust. You mean to suggest I stay there? Su Liang inquired. Musi smiled. I knew you were astute and quick to understand. I comprehend. Yet I cannot undertake this task. Please seek someone else, Su Liang firmly declined. Musi frowned. This matter is of great significance. Failing to capture them all would pose a severe threat to the Qian kingdom. This is a dilemma that requires your expertise, and I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Su Liang acknowledged her limitations. Musi simplified the situation, yet the execution would be fraught with challenges and peril. If it were indeed the seemingly loyal martial father and son to the Qian kingdom, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly vigilant, surrounded by formidable guardians. Such vital account books would not be easily accessible. Su Liang, should you succeed in this endeavor for me, I am open to negotiating anything you desire. Musi expressed his sincerity. Without her, Musi would certainly contemplate alternative methods, even in the matter of apprehending the thief. Su Liang faced criticism from Ning Jing for her overly optimistic and insufficiently cautious approach, especially considering the grave dangers at stake this time. In the presence of Ning Jing, Su Liang perceives her martial skills as mediocre. She is striving to improve, aware of the long road ahead. Should you change your mind? I await your summons at any time, Musi remarked before departing. As he left Su family village, twilight had descended. Master, must I still deliver 5,000 taels of silver notes tomorrow? Chang'an inquired. Musi scoffed. What 5,000 taels? Chang'an timidly replied, Master, you have yet to provide tonight's meal expenses. Have her seek me out to discuss it. If she does not, then it shall remain unpaid. Musi, accustomed to high status, had rarely been treated with such indifference. His genial demeanor had always been purposeful. Now, with plans thwarted, he felt exceedingly displeased. When Ning Jing emerged after tidying the kitchen, she found Su Liang opening a window and organizing the books sent by Qi Yan, her face alight with joy. Are these all medical texts? Ning Jing inquired from outside the window. Su Liang nodded. Indeed, they are precisely what I need at this moment. Ning Jing stepped inside to assist her, flipping through a couple of volumes, noting that they were ancient texts from a bygone dynasty, each a unique edition. Such tomes are akin to antiques, treasured within noble households as heirlooms, rarely seen by ordinary folk and difficult to procure even with wealth. Had it not been for Su Liang's rescue of the precious grandson of the esteemed old Madame Xing, she would not have been so generous. These rare medical texts were also a gesture of goodwill towards Su Liang. I require a bookshelf, Su Liang stated. Ning Jing agreed to undertake this task and simultaneously noted the dishes she wished to have prepared for the following day. After removing all the books, a quaintly carved wooden box lay at the bottom of the trunk. Liang opened it to reveal a set of gold needles for acupuncture. Housed within an intricately embroidered fabric pouch, unmistakably a precious antique. Although she understood that the esteemed matriarch, Madame Xing, offered such generous gifts not merely out of gratitude, it was far more agreeable than Mu Si's condescending inquiry about how much it would take to employ Su Liang as a cook. Despite Mu Si's facade of amiability, the inherent arrogance of her elevated status remained apparent. Such individuals could be engaged in transactions and perhaps even friendships. But Su Liang firmly believed that one should never confide feelings with those of royal lineage. The following day, Su Liang continued her practice of countering a master whip wielder. Unlike the study of swordsmanship, Ning Jing did not impart a set routine. Instead, he encouraged her to explore her own tactics in combat, offering guidance only occasionally. Each time Su Liang believed she could manage, Ning Jing would introduce a new challenge. This method of training required intense concentration and posed a significant test of physical endurance. However, the experience and improvement gained from combat were of high caliber and efficiency, albeit with a steep learning curve. As noon approached, Su Liang was preparing to cook when she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a kindly old man with white hair, accompanied by a carriage nearby. "Is this the residence of Dr. Su Liang?" the old man inquired. Su Liang nodded, affirming, "I am she. My master wishes to invite Dr. Su to our estate to treat his son's leg ailment," the old man said with utmost courtesy. Su Liang suddenly recalled Mu Si's mention of the Wu family father and son the previous night. She refrained from asking further and simply stated that she could not make house calls. "The young master is unwell and cannot come here. We kindly ask you to make an exception, and the consultation fee is negotiable," the old man replied with a smile. "Apologies, but as a fragile woman, I cannot venture into the homes of strangers. Please seek someone more capable." As soon as Su Liang finished speaking, she attempted to close the door. The elderly man stepped forward, stating, "My master is General Wu Yun. Perhaps Dr. Su has heard of him. You need not worry about safety. My medical skills are rather limited, sufficient only to treat the minor ailments of villagers. I am not equipped to attend to the son of General Wu." With that, Su Liang firmly shut the door. The old man, feeling helpless, uttered a few more words, but upon seeing no one respond, he had no choice but to leave. "Do you think the Wu family sent someone to invite me upon hearing of my presence in Su family village, or do they have ulterior motives? Just last night, Mu Si mentioned them, and today, the Wu family has made an appearance. Could it merely be a coincidence?" Su Liang pondered. Ning Jing merely advised her to refrain from getting involved. As the meal was being prepared, Qi Yin arrived. He had traveled day and night to reach this place, scarcely resting, and today he had risen late. "How is your master?" Su Liang inquired. "Is it true that they are selecting a suitor for the sixth princess?" She continued. Qi Yin shook his head. "The sixth princess is quite favored and is unlikely to marry my master. It is said that she has her eyes set on the esteemed General Nian, the second son of the Nian family, named Nian Jincheng." Su Liang had indeed encountered him. On the very night she traversed into this world, Nian Jincheng had come seeking rebels, uttering some nonsensical words and gifting her a jade hairpin. Reflecting on Nian Jincheng's appearance, Su Liang found it quite natural for him to capture the princess's attention. "Is he well?" she asked. Qi Yin paused for a moment. "As a martial general, of course. His health is robust." Su Liang shook her head with a smile. "I meant young Master Xing." "Oh, my master has been following the prescriptions given by Miss Su, and her health has improved significantly, though she has kept it a secret from outsiders," Qi Yin remarked. "That is good," Su Liang nodded. After dinner, Qi Yin began recounting the details he had uncovered about her past during his investigation in the capital. This was the purpose of his special trip. As Su Liang had mentioned her amnesia, the esteemed Su Yuanzhou had 3 sons, and you were the only daughter of the youngest. Your father, Su Hongzhou, was a scholar who once achieved the degree of Jin Shi, yet for reasons unknown, he did not pursue an official position and instead partnered in the herbal medicine business, traveling extensively. You were frail and sickly as a child, rarely venturing outside, hence many were unaware of the presence of such a young lady from the Su family. It remains a mystery how you left the capital and arrived in Bayan County after the misfortunes that befell the Su family." Su Liang recalled the embroidered handkerchief bearing the character for cloud and inquired of Qi Yin if there were any men related to the Su family with the surname Yun or possessing the character cloud in their names. Qi Yin furrowed his brow in contemplation, responding, "I cannot think of anyone fitting that description at the moment." Su Liang smiled lightly. It is of no consequence. Regarding the original owner of this identity, this is all that can currently be ascertained. Though referred to as a young lady in the capital, she was merely a commoner. And given her reclusive nature, very few knew of her existence. Those who did, her family, have long since passed. My master believes that the troubles faced by the Su family were a result of treachery. If Miss Su requires assistance, my master is willing to help investigate leads and gather evidence in the capital to clear her family's name, Ji Yin offered. Su Liang shook her head. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Xing for his kindness, but I must decline his assistance in this matter. She understood that Xing Yuxing was sincerely trying to help, yet he was in a precarious situation himself, and Su Liang did not wish to burden him further. Regarding this matter, she intended to collaborate with the fourth prince, Duan Muchun. In due time, she would uncover the truth and avenge the original owner's family. I have yet to congratulate young Master Ning on his first place. The upcoming provincial examination should pose no difficulty for him. After the new year, will young Master Ning head to the capital for the imperial examination? Will Miss Su accompany him? Qi Yin inquired. Su Liang nodded. I will be going. That is splendid news. My master has been rather bored in the capital. If the two of you were to visit, he would surely be delighted, Qi Yin remarked. Then proceeded to ask how Su Liang and Ning Jing had come to be considered siblings. Su Liang candidly explained that their initial union was merely a pretense, a temporary measure. Ning Jing set down his teacup, his expression unperturbed. You should leave now. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Qi Yin appeared disheartened. But upon hearing the latter half, he quickly nodded. All right. No rush, Miss Su. Take your time writing. He then cast a challenging glance at Ning Jing. In her letter, she expressed gratitude for the gift from old lady Xing and the message delivered by Qi Yin from Xing Yuxing, stating that she and Ning Jing might travel to the capital after the new year. She reassured him that there was no need for Xing Yuxing to concern himself with the affairs of the Su family, as she would conduct her own investigation. Su Liang handed the letter to Qi Yin, also providing him with some buns as sustenance for the journey. You should leave quickly. Take care on the road, she urged, waving him off. Then, she heard Ning Jing from the adjacent room asking, What did you write in the letter to Xing Yuxing? Nothing much, Su Liang replied casually. Do not let him misunderstand that you are open to pursuit, Ning Jing cautioned. Su Liang retorted silently, Am I not? Do you desire to be pursued by Xing Yuxing? Ning Jing countered. Very well, Ning Jing concluded. Chapter 52. The disappearance of Su Liang in the late afternoon, and Bai came for a visit. Try on these newly crafted shoes, she said. Upon noticing that Su Liang was wearing the shoes she had made, a smile spread across Aunt Bai's face. These shoes were custom-made for Su Liang, who had neither the skill nor the time to create them herself. And the embroidered shoes available for purchase were unsuitable for her martial arts training. Su Liang tried on the new shoes, which fit perfectly. As the weather turned colder, Aunt Bai inquired, Would you like me to make a few pairs of cotton shoes? You will be heading to the provincial capital soon, won't you? It will be even colder there. Su Liang nodded with a smile, expressing her delight at the prospect of Aunt Bai helping her if she had the time. I have some materials gifted by friends. Let us see if they can be used. As she spoke, Su Liang produced the fabric that Xing Yuxing had sent her, prompting Aunt Bai to exclaim that it must be quite expensive. In matters of expense, Su Liang was typically generous yet discerning, having established a mutual understanding with Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai then mentioned the matter of Niu Pozi. The villagers believed that Niu Pozi had suffered a severe shock and might be losing her sanity, as there had been signs preceding this. However, to everyone's astonishment, she had been behaving as if nothing had happened in recent days, even appearing more amiable than before. Su Liang simply smiled and remarked, I am not well versed in such matters. Perhaps it all depends on fate. Indeed, my dear Liang, you are still quite young. You will come of age at the end of the year, won't you? By then, you may not be in the village anymore. Young Master Ning is quite a good person, you too. Aunt Bai began, then gently chided herself. Oh dear, I've said too much. Regardless, you are both capable individuals. Wherever you go, you will thrive. May you be blessed by such words, Su Liang replied, smiling sweetly. Madame Bai gazed upon her fair and delicate visage, with exquisitely refined brows and eyes, a dainty nose, and cherry-like lips, unable to restrain her admiration. Remarkably, in just over a month, she had blossomed, becoming increasingly enchanting. Su Liang pinched her own cheek, pondering if her initial slenderness had led to her recent weight gain. Or have you gained weight? You still appear quite slender, Madame Bai chuckled. After taking some materials, Madame Bai departed. and Ning Jing mentioned his intention to visit Erinyo's home to consult with Grandpa Su Daquan, his woodworking mentor. I shall accompany you to check on Grandpa Daquan's health, Su Liang replied, donning a jacket as she stepped outside. As they crossed the bridge, they encountered Niu Posey and her daughter-in-law, each burdened with a bundle of firewood heading home. Upon spotting Su Liang, Niu Posey halted, tugging at the corners of her mouth to form a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, her voice rasping as she called out, "Liang girl." Su Liang nodded, and Niu Posey's daughter-in-law pulled her along. Observing their retreating figures, Su Liang felt an inexplicable unease, sensing something amiss. Then, she overheard Ning Jing utter a familiar phrase, her brow furrowing in concern. Was this a threat to life? Although many bore grudges against Niu Posey, none would go so far as to take her life. She would not resort to suicide, otherwise, she would have perished long ago. On the path to Erinyo's house, Su Liang pondered deeply. If Niu Posey were indeed to commit murder, whom would she target? Both she and Ning Jing were plausible victims, as Niu Posey might believe that Ning Jing was responsible for Su Xingzhi's misfortune. Here comes trouble again, Su Liang sighed. Sister Su Liang, Brother Ning. Upon seeing their arrival, Erinyo cast aside his axe and proceeded to move a small stool. Su Daquan emerged from the cave dwelling, a smile gracing his aged visage at the sight of Liang Yatu. Grandfather Daquan, you appear much better. Is there anywhere that still troubles you? Inquired Su Liang. Leaning against the wall, Su Daquan shook his head and replied, I am well, all is well, and there is no discomfort whatsoever. In a few days, I shall be able to work again. Su Liang felt Su Daquan's pulse, admonishing him to rest for another 10 days to half a month, advising against any exertion. What is this? Erinyo questioned, eyeing the items brought by Ning Jing. Su Daquan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, that cannot be. Debts must be repaid. I have not taught young Master Ning anything. He is simply clever on his own. Yet, no matter how clever he is, he was once a novice. And it was Grandfather Daquan who introduced him to the craft. Su Liang insisted, there is no such thing as learning a skill without expense. I understand. You are doing this for. Su Daquan's eyes glistened with moisture. During his illness, the medicine purchased by Su Liang, along with the food and provisions provided by Ning Jing, had sustained them, ensuring that the two of them could weather the winter ahead. Do not dwell on it too much. Once your health is restored, life will certainly improve, Su Liang reassured him. After Ning Jing consulted Su Daquan about a particular mortise and tenon joint technique, the two took their leave. Later, after dinner, Su Liang inquired about the potential threat posed by the cowwoman. Since he has sensed it, if we do not investigate thoroughly, it may lead to fatalities. I shall go and take a look, Ning Jing replied. That would be prudent. I suspect she may not find sleep easily tonight, and might even speak to herself. Su Liang remarked. Ning Jing tidied the dishes, heated water, donned dark clothing, and quietly departed from the house. Su Liang had meticulously organized the medical texts, and with the first volume in hand, she sat at the table, engrossed in her reading. After a while, however, silence enveloped the room, prompting Su Liang to sense something amiss. Just as she was about to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, and she realized the gravity of her situation. As she drew a dagger from her sleeve, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. In her fading consciousness, she noticed an individual approaching her. Old Lady Niu had procured rat poison, intending to eliminate Lu Huilan and her family, convinced that Lu Huilan had caused the demise of both her sons. It was imperative to rid herself of this harbinger of misfortune. Outside the door, Ning Jing called out, yet when there was no response from Su Liang, his brow furrowed slightly. Su Liang. Still, silence prevailed. Ning Jing's gaze sharpened, and he forcefully pushed open the door to her room. On the table lay an open medical book, and there were no signs of a struggle within the room. A training schedule, arranged by Ning Jing for Su Liang, adorned the wall. The vase on the windowsill, a gift from Xing Yuxing, held vibrant golden wild chrysanthemums, which Shuzi had picked and presented to Su Liang just the day prior. The medicine cabinet was also situated in her chamber. The fragrance of the wild chrysanthemums mingled with various herbal scents, creating a unique aroma. Although Ning Jing did not detect any intoxicating scent, he opened the doors and windows wide. It seemed implausible for Su Liang to have left without reason. Abducting her would not be a simple feat unless poison was involved. The original sense of the room, combined with Su Liang's deep concentration on her reading, would have left her vulnerable to any hidden drug. Ning Jing inspected the backyard and discovered a footprint, distinctly belonging to a man. The cool moonlight cast a silvery glow all around, as Ning Jing stood beneath the eaves, eyes closed, contemplating who might wish harm upon Su Liang. He did not observe any dark mist forming on her brow, indicating that she was not in imminent danger of death for at least 3 days. Musi, he is a shrewd individual, and if he wishes to collaborate with Su Liang, he would not resort to such methods. Could it be a prank orchestrated by Yin Shiba? Yet, Ning Jing believes that addressing the troubles of Yin Yun Tower would not be so expedient. She recalls that earlier in the day, Wu Yun had sent someone to invite Su Liang to attend to Wu Huan's medical needs, but Su Liang had declined under the pretext of not accepting patients. Miss Su, young Master Ning, this is Chang'an. I was sent here late at night by Mu Si, and I fear I may be in for a beating. Ning Jing opened the door with a swiftness that exceeded Chang'an's expectations. His face was shrouded in shadow, rendering it indistinct, yet an inexplicable chill crept down Chang'an's spine. Young Master Ning, it's like this. My master has urgent matters and has sent me to find Miss Su. Is she asleep? Chang'an hurriedly explained. She is asleep. As she informed me, Ning Jing replied in a frigid tone, although Mu Si had instructed him to convey the message directly to Su Liang. Chang'an felt that without informing Ning Jing, he would not gain entry. Thus, he proceeded to state his purpose, which pertained to the matter his master had raised the previous day. Today, during an investigation, his master discovered that in the past 3 years, several young women had gone missing from Bayan County, with a discernible pattern, one disappearance every 6 months, yet no clues had ever surfaced. This peculiar occurrence began after Wu Yun and his son Wu Huan arrived in Bayan County to oversee the mines. Ning Jing remained silent, prompting Chang'an to elaborate. There is a backstory. After sustaining injuries on the battlefield, it became widely rumored in the capital that Wu Huan's wounds extended beyond merely his legs. Shortly after his fiancée called off their engagement, she mysteriously vanished, and thereafter, he accompanied Wu Yun to Bayan County. My master suspects that the disappearances of these young women may be linked to that father and son duo. However, lacking evidence, we cannot act rashly and risk alerting them. My master hopes that Miss Su will reconsider the proposal made earlier. This matter not only pertains to the iron or smuggling case, but is likely connected to the recent disappearances of women in Bayan County. Chang'an's expression was grave. Ning Jing acknowledged softly before closing the door. Chang'an furrowed his brow, gazing at the tightly shut door. Young Master Ning, please ensure that you convey this to Miss Su. The stakes are high. You cannot decide on her behalf. There was no response from within. Chang'an sighed repeatedly and had no choice but to depart. Ning Jing entered Su Liang's chamber, retrieving the hammer and all sent by Yin Shiba, holding them in his hands as he murmured almost inaudibly, Wu Huan. Chapter 53. The grotesque cripple. When Su Liang regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Rather than immediately surveying her surroundings, she lowered her gaze in contemplation, pondering who had inflicted harm upon her. She ruled out Mu Si. Such actions were not characteristic of him, and their genuine collaboration did not concern Bayan County. Perhaps it was a prank by Yin Shiba? Su Liang considered that the peculiar assassin could engage in such antics, yet not at this juncture. It could not be an assassin hired by the Ning family of Xuanyang, for otherwise, she would be dead. Thus, the only individual she could suspect were Wu Yun and his son Wu Huan, who had sought to summon a physician but were rebuffed by her. You're awake? A gentle male voice resonated from nearby. Su Liang, reclining on a luxurious chaise, slowly lifted her gaze. Before her sat a man in a wheelchair, appearing to be in his 20s, with disheveled hair, gaunt features, and pale skin. His tranquil eyes reflected a sense of helplessness and regret, reminiscent of her first encounter with the ailing Xing Yuxing, who had also been confined to a wheelchair. At that time, despite his frailty, Xing Yuxing exuded an air of nobility. Before her stood an individual who, apart from exuding an aura of frailty and weakness, also bore a certain melancholic and despondent demeanor. Su Liang had already surmised the identity of this person. I am Wu Huan. Perhaps you have heard of my name. My father mentioned that you were originally raised in the capital. Wu Huan sighed deeply, expressing regret. I apologize for summoning you in such an impolite manner. It was never my intention. Su Liang discreetly surveyed her surroundings. This was a study, filled with an abundance of books upon the shelves, and adorned with numerous calligraphies and paintings upon the walls, all imbued with the fragrance of ink. Clad in white, Wu Huan bore a few ink stains upon his front, yet his demeanor was kind. Noticing Su Liang's guarded gaze, he appeared pensive. In my youth, I fervently accompanied my father to the battlefield, only to suffer grave injuries. My father, burdened by guilt for failing to protect me, has relentlessly sought healing on my behalf. Upon learning of your presence in Su family village, he dispatched someone to invite you. When you refused to see him, he resorted to bringing you here by force. Had I known he would act in such a manner, I would have certainly dissuaded him. At this, Su Liang finally spoke, her expression stern. Am I free to leave now? Wu Huayan shook his head with a wry smile. I would dearly wish to grant you your freedom, yet while other matters may be negotiable, my father's obsession with securing your medical assistance is not. If I lack the ability to heal you, does that mean I cannot leave? Su Liang's countenance darkened in anger. She had not anticipated that the reputedly upright General Wu would exhibit such tyrannical behavior. Miss Su, your anger is entirely justified. However, all my father's actions stem from his concern for me, and I wish to avoid further conflict with him. Given the circumstances, I hope you can remain calm. Wu Huayan spoke, casting a glance toward the doorway before lowering his voice. You must feign compliance to allow me to treat you. I shall seek the opportune moment to aid your escape. Really? Do not deceive me, Su Liang replied, her expression tinged with skepticism. Wu Huayan revealed a faint, pallid smile. Rest assured, I shall not permit you to come to any harm. As Su Liang noticed the daylight outside, she inquired about Wu Huayan's circumstances and learned that she had been captured the previous night and had arrived here at dawn. Is this place close to the mine? Su Liang asked. Wu Huayan nodded in affirmation. Not far. He summoned a servant to bring water and sustenance, alongside a fresh set of garments for her. After a brief wash and a light meal, Su Liang was led outdoors to a garden. Surrounding the undulating artificial hills were exquisite chrysanthemums, blooming vibrantly in clusters amid the desolate autumn breeze, a spectacle of brilliance. Wu Huayan was seated in a pavilion, playing the guqin. Upon concluding his piece, he turned his gaze towards Su Liang. I am not versed in the art of the guqin, yet Master Wu's performance is truly enchanting, Su Liang praised. I only learned after coming here, merely to pass the time. It is the first time someone has complimented me, Wu Huayan replied, pouring her a cup of warm tea. Su Liang expressed her desire to take Wu Huayan's pulse and assess his leg ailment. However, he declined her offer. In these years, every renowned physician my father could find has examined me, including your esteemed ancestor, yet none could offer a remedy. It is not that I doubt Miss Su's medical skills. Rather, I have resigned myself to my fate. My father, however, refuses to confront reality. Su Liang sighed softly. In truth, you need not place your faith in my medical abilities. My intention to examine you is merely out of curiosity. I truly am unable to provide treatment. Wu Huayan chuckled lightly. Miss Su, you are overly modest. At such a tender age, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Although it may not have been appropriate to invite you here, I am genuinely delighted to make your acquaintance today. I can hardly recall what friends I had before my injury. I have but one friend, and that is Ning Jing. However, to call him a friend is perhaps a misnomer, for it is a sentiment I have harbored unilaterally, Su Liang remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Is that so? Wu Huayan replied, his expression one of surprise. I have heard something of Miss Su's tribulations. Your journey has not been an easy one. And your connection with young Master Ning. Su Liang's countenance grew despondent. He rescued me from the clutches of my predatory relatives, with his striking looks. It was only natural for me to fall deeply in love and wish for our relationship to blossom into something more profound, perhaps even marriage. Alas, he holds me in no such regard, insisting on clarifying our bond as merely siblings. Ah, I see, Wu Huayan mused, his brow furrowing. A fruit that is forced to ripen is seldom sweet. If young Master Ning remains indifferent, there is no need for you to cling to him. You possess such beauty, along with a kind heart and commendable skills in medicine. If he fails to appreciate your worth, rest assured, others will. Thus, Miss Su need not linger in longing for that individual. I have heard he has formed alliances with the Crown Prince of Beijing's and the newly appointed Magistrate Mo. Suggesting he harbors grand ambitions, Wu Huayan spoke earnestly. Should you require a place to land, I would be more than willing to extend my hospitality. Should you not find it disagreeable? Su Liang gazed at Wu Huayan in astonishment. Are you suggesting? Wu Huayan's smile was gentle. Perhaps Miss Su may find my proposition somewhat forward, but I speak from the depths of my heart. For some reason, despite our recent acquaintance, it feels as though we have known each other for an eternity. I have no friends, and you too seem solitary. If you wish to remain, you would be warmly welcomed. Su Liang lowered her gaze once more, aware that her father would likely disapprove. I shall persuade him to agree, for he would surely be pleased to see me accompanied. Wu Huayan inquired. Do you truly intend to remain here? Wu Huayan's expression brightened, yet before he could respond, Wu Yun arrived. Su Liang narrowed her eyes as Wu Yun approached with purposeful strides, transforming into a shadow in her vision, reminiscent of the figure she had perceived before losing consciousness. Wu Huayan was the youngest son of Wu Yun, who was nearing 60, with graying hair and kind, gentle eyes. Miss Su, is there any hope for my son's leg? Wu Yun directed his gaze at Su Liang, devoid of remorse, though he posed a question. His tone was rather commanding. Wu Huayan discreetly extended a hand behind him, seemingly bidding farewell to Su Liang in the pavilion. Su Liang regarded the guqin before her. Her gaze fixed upon the delicate strings, then glanced outside the pavilion to ensure they were alone, seemingly absent-minded. She nudged the teacup previously used by Wu Huayan with her elbow, crouching to collect the shattered porcelain, cleverly concealing a shard within her sleeve. As the wind stirred, Su Liang severed a string of the guqin, concealing it in her palm while draping the dark red silk cover over the instrument. The subsequent two notes sounded like mere accidents. A young maid with an oval face appeared in the distance, her expression radiant. The young master has instructed that Miss Su may wander freely in the garden until he concludes his conversation with the elder. Su Liang nodded, stepping out of the pavilion to admire the chrysanthemums by the rockery as the maid curtsied and departed. What now? Wu Yun poured a cup of hot tea for Wu Huayan and took a seat beside him. Wu Huayan let out a soft hum, as we anticipated. It was Ning Jing who had befriended Xing Yuxing and Duan Muchun. Su Liang, like the women of the past, made me indulge in fanciful thoughts with a mere beckoning of my finger, leading me to believe that I had developed an affection for them. Wu Yun pondered thoughtfully. Would Ning Jing and Duan Muchun suspect her presence here? But even if they did, what of it? Duan Muchun would not stoop to concern himself over such an inconsequential woman. Wu Huayan scoffed, regarding Ning Jing, who was solely focused on climbing the social ladder. How could she possibly care for a mere village girl? If they truly cared, wouldn't it be more amusing for them to seek her out? After all, she was firmly within our grasp, unable to escape our clutches. Duan Muchun had begun to harbor suspicions towards me. Caution was paramount to avoid giving him any leverage. Wu Yun advised. Wu Huayan nodded, assuring his father not to worry excessively. Without evidence, he would not act rashly. And what of that Su Liang? Wu Yun inquired. A wicked smile crept across Wu Huayan's face as he remarked, observing her demeanor, she appeared utterly lacking in intellect, merely seeking a supporter for a comfortable and affluent life, even daring to ask for a promise of legitimacy from me. Truly laughable. Father brought her here not for her medical skills, but rather to provide me with a pleasing new diversion. Having first sent someone to ascertain whether she was affiliated with Duan Muchun, I had long grown weary of the previous woman. Su Liang was pleasant to behold, and I intended to take her to the secret chamber tonight. Wu Yun rose to his feet, cautioning against excessive indulgence and to take care of his health. Rest assured. Father, I know my limits, Wu Huayan replied, licking the corner of his lips, his face alight with anticipation. After Wu Yun departed, Wu Huayan instructed a servant to bring Su Liang over. As soon as Su Liang entered, Wu Huayan inquired with genuine concern about her culinary preferences, sending someone to make the necessary preparations. Young Master Wu, what did your father say? Su Liang asked, her expression fraught with anxiety. Wu Huayan gestured for the servants to leave, then extended his hand to Su Liang with a gentle smile, beckoning her to come closer. Su Liang lowered her gaze, gradually approaching, appearing shy and demure from Wu Huayan's perspective. He swallowed hard, his gaze darkening slightly. As Su Liang drew near, Wu Huayan smiled and reached for her hand, saying, My father is delighted that I have found a girl I admire. I believe this is our destiny. Just as Wu Huayan was about to make contact with Su Liang, she suddenly darted to his side, leaving him taken aback by her unexpected movement. Wu Huayan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but the next moment, he felt a cold, slender thread encircle his neck, tightening abruptly. Chapter 54. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger to say Wu Huayan is unattractive is merely a comparison to Ning Jing. Objectively speaking, he is not ugly. Yet the feigned refinement and gentleness he displays seem rather contrived to someone like Su Liang, who has lived for 2 lifetimes. In truth, Wu Huayan is quite adept at acting, but throughout their interactions, his identity and demeanor appear discordant to Su Liang. Previously, Mu Si had grasped concrete clues regarding Wu Yun's involvement in the iron or smuggling case, casting significant suspicion on the loyal general for treasonous profit. Following the incident where Wu Yun abducted Su Liang under the influence of a drug, she became increasingly convinced of Mu Si's assessment. Wu Yun is a person utterly devoid of integrity. If one can justify inflicting harm upon others in the name of protecting their own child, it is indeed shameless. From Wu Huayan's words, Su Liang discerned that even he was aware of Ning Jing's connection with Mu Si. It was evident that Mu Si was investigating the Wu family, while the Wu father and son were equally vigilant of his every move. Consequently, they must have known that Mu Si was acquainted with Su Liang. After Su Liang awoke, as a person secretly abducted as a hostage, her most lucid understanding of her predicament was that Wu Yun, who had captured her, would never allow her to leave alive or to interact with outsiders, particularly Mu Si. After all, if even Ning Jing could recognize the fourth prince, how could Wu Yun be oblivious to Mu Si's true identity? The more a hypocritical figure poses as virtuous, the more they are concerned with their reputation. Engaging in sordid deeds that remain hidden will inevitably lead to desperate attempts at concealment. In short, she was a hostage who had seen the true face of her captor, and the likelihood of her being silenced was considerable. Su Liang never entertained the notion that she was invited due to her medical skills. Wu Huayan's claim that Wu Yun had summoned Su Liang for treatment was utterly implausible. It would be one thing to seek someone out normally, but after being rebuffed, resorting to abduction and acting as if Su Liang was indispensable for Wu Huayan's recovery was absurd. From the moment she opened her eyes, Su Liang had been feigning ignorance, crafting a facade of a vain village girl in line with Wu Huayan's demeanor. Su Liang was deceiving Wu Huayan, while he was intentionally enticing the beautiful village girl he had captured. Su Liang's act was deliberate, for she was fully aware that Wu Huayan was also playing a role. A noble young man, rumored to hail from a family of martial heroes, once bravely faced the battlefield but became disabled due to injuries. Now spending his days in the company of his elderly father. It is not that he is incapable of feeling loneliness, nor is he devoid of kindness. However, his infatuation with a shallow, vain village girl is hard to believe. Wu Huayan has crafted for himself an image of a gentle scholar who, having forsaken martial pursuits due to his injuries, finds solace in music, embodying a serene demeanor despite life's injustices. Yet, if he truly possessed such depth, he would not be enamored by Su Liang, uttering ambiguous sentiments of familiarity upon their first meeting, enticing her to remain by his side, addressing her as Sister Liang, and grasping her hand. This behavior does not reflect the refined and courteous noble he pretends to be. Rather, it reveals a lascivious nature, one attempting to masquerade as a romantic saint. Su Liang harbors no belief that Wu Yun is oblivious to Wu Huayan's actions, while Wu Yun commits his misdeeds. Wu Huayan emerges as a seemingly pure figure. Su Liang understands the source of Wu Huayan's confidence, his noble lineage, the facade he maintains, and the humble origins, shallow insights, and aspirations for wealth and status of those around him. Thus, had it not been Su Liang who was captured today, but a truly naive girl raised in a small place with limited experience, the likelihood of her being captivated by Wu Huayan would have been considerably high. This is also why Su Liang's disguise did not raise any suspicions in Wu Huayan. Her behavior was entirely plausible. At this moment, Su Liang even begins to suspect that her abduction was merely Wu Huayan's ploy to toy with women. After a brief moment of panic, Wu Huayan regains his composure, his expression tinged with hurt. Sister Liang, what are you doing? I know it was wrong for my father to capture you, but I assure you, my intentions are pure. I believed you understood me. Su Liang let out a cold snort. I am aware. Unfortunately, you are too unappealing. After encountering you, I find it even more difficult to forget the handsome gentleman at home. Now, it is time for you to escort me away. Liang sister you. Wu Huayan's eyes darkened. His voice sank, as if he had suffered a grave blow. Enough of the nonsense. Move, Su Liang declared, her hand deftly controlling the strings of the instrument, tightening around Wu Huayan's neck, while with the other hand, she yanked him from his wheelchair. Rumors had it that Wu Huayan was paralyzed from the waist down, yet in truth, he was only severely impaired in one leg. Instinctively, he stood on one leg, making it unnecessary for Su Liang to exert much effort, with the threat of having his throat slit at any moment. Wu Huayan limped as Su Liang guided him out of the door. A young maid, who had come to serve tea, screamed, "Quick, someone help. You cannot leave like this." Wu Huayan murmured. Su Liang retorted, "Did you not say that your father harbors no ill intentions? How could the honorable General Wu possibly harm me?" Wu Huayan's expression stiffened. "Su Liang, I advise you not to take unnecessary risks. This will not bode well for you. You might as well tell me what you originally intended to do." Su Liang countered again. Wu Huayan fell silent, suddenly feeling his wrist captured by Su Liang, twisted brutally. He cried out, cold sweat beading on his forehead. And in an instant, his other hand was also seized and rendered useless. At that moment, Wu Huayan belatedly realized that he had gravely underestimated Su Liang. As Su Liang held Wu Huayan hostage, her pace was deliberate. Wu Yun appeared ahead. His expression darkened. "Release my son, and I shall spare your life." Su Liang's expression was devoid of warmth. "Do not concern yourselves with my life or death. Be cautious. My hand may tremble, yet my grip is strong. Should you dare to make any sudden moves that startle me, I cannot guarantee the extent of the wound I might inflict upon Wu Huayan's neck." With Wu Huayan held firmly in her grasp, Su Liang advanced, while Wu Yun retreated slowly, his aged eyes fixed on her, as if attempting to pierce her with a gaze so intense it could draw blood. Su Liang had previously engaged in street fights, so she did not feign frailty. In fact, she even took the initiative to inform Wu Huayan that she possessed some skills in martial arts. She acknowledged her abilities without fully conceding her strength. Su Liang undertook every action necessary to lower Wu Huayan's guard, thereby creating an opportunity to alter the situation. Even at this moment, neither Wu Yun nor Wu Huayan grasped the true extent of Su Liang's capabilities. Should a confrontation arise, she would not shy away from it. She suspected that the Wu father-son duo would not allow her to leave alive, yet she was assured that, at least for the next 3 days, her life was not in immediate danger. Otherwise, Ning Jing would have sensed it. However, the notion of temporary safety did not equate to being free from peril. When she speculated that Wu Huayan might possess lecherous tendencies, she realized the urgency of her departure. Her understanding of the toxic arts in this world was limited. She had been ensnared after being drugged. The longer she lingered, the greater the risk of being subjected to another dose, perhaps even an aphrodisiac. Thus, even upon entering the Wu household, Su Liang never contemplated the folly of playing along to assist Mu Si in locating the ledger. That would be an act of sheer folly. "Su Liang, there is no need for such reluctance. I simply have feelings for you. Would it not be advantageous for you to remain with me?" Wu Huayan persisted in his attempts to persuade her, yet admitting his true intentions was out of the question. Su Liang chose to disregard him. She was surrounded by watchful eyes, leaving no room for distraction. Idle chatter was unwelcome. "Release my son, and you may depart," Wu Yun coldly stated, halting within the doorway as he gazed at Su Liang. "Open the door." Su Liang's response was succinct. Wu Yun commanded his subordinates to open the gate, and sunlight, previously obstructed by the high walls, poured in, illuminating the dim interior. Su Liang stepped outside, reassured by the presence of so many witnesses. "With so many of you watching, how could I possibly escape?" Wu Yun maintained a stern expression as he retreated beyond the threshold, observing Su Liang escorting Wu Huayan out of the Wu family residence. The location was not far from the mines, characterized by flat terrain and wide open spaces, devoid of nearby dwellings. For Su Liang, this was advantageous. It would be considerably more challenging for anyone to launch a surprise attack from behind. Their previous hesitation to act was likely due to concerns for Wu Huayan's safety. "Release my son. I shall not trouble you further." Wu Yun's voice was laced with urgency. Su Liang nodded. "First, swear a toxic oath." Wu Yun scoffed. "Do not put your luck." Su Liang tightened the string of her instrument, and a faint line of blood appeared on Wu Huayan's neck. Her demeanor remained unnervingly calm. "Or perhaps I should take a slice first and see if your son can survive." Wu Yun's face darkened with rage. "Fine. I swear. As long as you release my son, I will not cause you any trouble. I require a toxic oath. If you trouble me again, may you be cut off from your lineage," Su Liang retorted defiantly. Wu Huayan could no longer maintain his facade, revealing his true nature. "Don't push your luck. You are courting death." Su Liang tightened the strings of her instrument, akin to honing a sharp blade against the flesh upon a chopping board, weighing where to make the incision. The pain was incessant, neither profound nor heavy. Yet the looming dread of a potential demise rendered Wu Huayan's trembling legs incapable of standing firm, silencing him entirely. "General Wu, have you made your decision?" Su Liang inquired coldly. Wu Yun raised his hand, declaring, "I shall trouble you later, for the sake of severing your lineage." "Very well, but I find that hard to believe," Su Liang replied with a somber tone. Upon hearing this, both Wu Yun and Wu Huayan furrowed their brows tightly. Momentarily uncertain whether Su Liang sought Mu Si merely for a safe escape, or if she had prior arrangements with him. "Why not summon Ning Jing to fetch you?" Wu Huayan questioned. Su Liang scoffed lightly, asserting, "Such a perilous endeavor certainly cannot involve him." "That is reasonable," Su Liang nodded. "However, this matter is non-negotiable. When Lord Mu arrives, I shall release the captive. Should he fail to appear, you may test how long your son's blood can flow." Chapter 55. I am here today. There is a market in Fian Town. Yesterday, Aunt Bai inquired about delivering shoes to Su Liang, and, upon learning they would not attend the market, refrained from extending an invitation. The town buzzed with activity as two soldiers shouted for people to clear the way while galloping past, causing a brief commotion before calmness was restored. Within the county office, a stack of case files lay before Mu Si, detailing several recent cases of missing young girls in Ban County. After dispatching Chang'an to locate Su Liang the previous night, he meticulously reviewed the files once more. The intention was to uncover the secrets of the Wu family and their progeny. The more I pondered, the stronger the conviction grew that those cases were inextricably linked to Wu Yun and Wu Huayan. At that moment, Master Ning mentioned that Miss Su had retired for the night, and I dared not intrude. The matter was of grave significance. Surely he would not conceal anything from Miss Su, would he? Chang'an frowned. Mu Si appeared contemplative. During the day, Wu Yun had dispatched someone to summon Su Liang to treat his son, after which he mysteriously vanished. Ning Jing filed a report, while I conducted my duties with due diligence, leading a team to search the Wu residence. Chang'an was taken aback. Miss Su is missing? When did this occur? Mu Si shook his head, assuring him that she was unharmed. This was a new plan I devised. She simply needed to remain hidden for the time being. Coupled with the genuine cases of women going missing, I believe she will not refuse. Chang'an understood. The master suggested making Miss Su disappear, while Master Ning would report that the Wu family had significant suspicions against them, allowing us to investigate further. Indeed, Mu Si nodded. However, would this not alert the snake while attempting to strike the grass? Chang'an inquired. Mu Si scoffed lightly, asserting that concealing something as crucial as the ledger was remarkably simple. Initially, I intended for Su Liang to infiltrate the Wu family under the pretext of treating Wu Huayan, but that approach bore considerable risk and was nearly impossible to succeed. Her refusal was justified. The Wu family harbored more than just illicit iron or smuggling. Procuring evidence before taking action against them would be exceedingly challenging. It would be more prudent to apprehend the individuals first. The ledger served as leverage against their conspirators and would not be easily destroyed. With that, Mu Si took up his pen and composed a letter, entrusting it to Chang'an for delivery to Su Liang. Do not reveal yourself. Find another to carry it. As Chang'an stepped out with the letter in hand, a guard approached to deliver a report. General Wu had sent someone. Mu Si sensed trouble. Otherwise, Wu Yun would not have sought him out so readily. It was a matter of utmost urgency, and he was implored to immediately proceed to the Wu residence. Mu Si's gaze flickered. With the old general's summons, he could not afford to delay. However, burdened by pressing duties, he found it challenging to break away, especially without knowing the nature of the situation, making it unwise to approach hastily. After exchanging glances, one of the two visitors spoke. Someone has kidnapped our young master. Mu Si's expression turned to one of astonishment. In broad daylight, such an audacious act had occurred? Who was responsible? How brazen? You will understand once you arrive, Sir Mu, came the reply. As Mu Si noted the visitor's evasive demeanor, he felt less urgency. Was it a man or a woman? He inquired. Perhaps it was a suspect from an old case I am investigating. A woman, was the response. Mu Si's heart stirred, yet he feigned righteous indignation. How audacious to dare to abduct the son of General Wu. What was their intention? I shall accompany you at once. The sun had reached its zenith. Wu Yun and Su Liang had been at a standoff for nearly 2 hours, although the wound on Wu Huayan's neck was not deep. A thin stream of blood continued to seep. His health had always been frail, and now he appeared pallid, barely able to stand. Wu Yun had arranged for a wheelchair for Wu Huayan, brought hemostatic medicine, and offered water and food. Su Liang, however, categorically refused, forbidding anyone from approaching her. While poison was Su Liang's Achilles heel, she was unafraid when it came to endurance and willpower. Wu Yun remained fixed on Su Liang, waiting for the moment she would tire and lose focus, so he might strike back and rescue Wu Huayan. As time passed, Wu Yun was profoundly astonished, for he discerned that Su Liang's eyes had grown increasingly lucid. As a seasoned veteran, he understood the enormity of such a feat. This woman was certainly no ordinary individual. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Lord Mu has arrived. Upon hearing the exclamation, Su Liang refrained from immediately turning her gaze. She was acutely aware that a moment's lapse could result in her being struck down by the hidden master arranged by Wu Yun. Riding in on horseback, Mu Si spotted a slender figure from afar, one that was not unfamiliar to him. Although the individuals dispatched by Wu Yun had been vague and did not disclose the identity of the person who had taken Wu Huayan, Mu Si had formed his suspicions. Upon sighting her, His conjectures were indeed confirmed. Coincidentally, the very occurrence before him was precisely what Mu Si had anticipated. The astonishment etched on Chang'an's face was impossible to conceal. Last night, Ning Jing had clearly stated that Su Liang was asleep. How could she have ventured alone to the Wu residence and seized Wu Huayan? Mu Si had previously asserted that the Wu household was akin to a fortress, heavily guarded. How had Su Liang achieved this? And what could possibly motivate her actions? Miss Su? Upon beholding Su Liang's countenance, Mu Si exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be you? Su Liang retorted coldly. At last, Lord Mu has arrived. I was perfectly well at home last night, yet inexplicably fell into a stupor. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in the Wu household. In name, they were merely an old general and a humble county magistrate. Yet Wu Yun was well aware that Mu Si was none other than the fourth prince, Duan Muqin. Likewise, Mu Si understood that Wu Yun recognized his true identity. While Mu Si's status could not be openly acknowledged, there was no necessity for him to feign subservience. Thus, before Wu Yun, Mu Si exhibited no trace of inferiority, only a veneer of politeness. Wyn, naturally, did not dare to act arrogantly in front of MS. Rather, he took great care to avoid allowing matters to spiral into an uncontrollable situation. He sighed deeply and said, "My Lord M, this is all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing of a remarkable young lady with exceptional medical skills in SG Village, I sought her assistance to treat my son, Hu In's leg ailment. I sent someone to invite her, but she refused to come. Acting impulsively in my desperation for my son, I thought to summon her first and apologize later, believing that her kind heart would surely understand a father's love for his son. However, I never anticipated that she would possess such a fiery temperament." Refusing to listen no matter how I tried to explain, Ing was utterly taken aback. The plans of MS had unfolded prematurely. With a grave expression, MS inquired, "General W, are you suggesting that without Liang's consent, you administered a narcotic to her and abducted her from her home?" Wyn sighed repeatedly, asserting, "I had no malicious intent and did not harm her in any way. I merely wished for her to treat my son. My Lord M, please persuade her to release my child." Hearing this, Liang let out a cold laugh. General W's words sound so grand. Yet it appears as though I am the one being unreasonable and making a fuss. You sent someone to seek my medical assistance. Have I ever refused? I merely stated that I was unavailable for consultations. If General W holds my medical skills in such high regard and is so devoted to his son, why could he not bring his child to SG Village to seek my help? Wyn's expression darkened. Hu In's condition does not permit him to travel. He retorted, "It sounds as though your son is bedridden and on the verge of death. Yet, is he not already outside? He can stand without a wheelchair." Liang coldly scoffed. "General Wu evaded my inquiries, so how could Lord Mu possibly trust your words?" Su Liang showed no intention of releasing Wu Huayan. It was now my turn to speak. "Miss Su, feel free to express your thoughts. I shall certainly advocate on your behalf," Mu Si stated earnestly, "but do exercise caution. And do not inadvertently harm young Master Wu." Su Liang's voice was clear and frigid as she continued, "It was General Wu who abducted me. A fact I witnessed with my own eyes. Upon awakening, I voluntarily offered to treat young Master Wu's ailments, only to have him refuse my assistance, claiming that even the most renowned physicians could do nothing, and what could a mere girl of my youth accomplish? The reason I was captured was due to this doting father's desire to alleviate his son's solitude, carefully selecting beautiful women within the borders of Bayan County for his son's amusement. My selection was based not on my medical skills, but solely on my appearance. If I wished to survive, I had no choice but to obediently serve him and submit to his whims." Her words resonated chillingly in the ears of all present. Wu Yun, in a fit of rage, attempted to interrupt, but could not prevent Su Liang from completing her statement. He tried to rush forward, but was restrained by Chang'an. Meanwhile, Wu Huayan, barely conscious, stirred his lips in a futile attempt to contest her claims. Mu Si, astonished, inquired, "Miss Su, are you accusing General Wu and young Master Wu of forcibly seizing a woman?" Su Liang replied coldly, "Is it not evident that General Wu has already confessed to this matter with his own words? I stand here as the most direct evidence. Since General Wu has stated he invited me to practice medicine and I was ignored when I sought clarification, I ask you to explain, Lord Mu, how you could possibly allow Wu Huayan to be alone with me in a room. Otherwise, how could I have had the opportunity to take him captive and emerge from within?" Mu Si's expression turned stern as she gazed at the furious General Wu Yun. "Is her statement to be taken seriously?" He exclaimed, "Nonsense. It is my error for bringing her here. However, what she claims is entirely untrue. She slanders not only me but also Huayan. Such baseless accusations. Wu Yun shouted in anger. How could young Master Wu fall into her hands? Mu Si inquired coldly. She then turned to Su Liang. You both maintain opposing accounts, and I am uncertain whom to believe. Perhaps it would be prudent to release young Master Wu first. I assure you that I will thoroughly investigate and seek justice. Chang'an paused momentarily, then realized that Mu Si was deliberately positioning herself in favor of Wu Yun and Huai and to facilitate the subsequent proceedings. Su Liang scoffed. General Wu believes I am making a mountain out of a molehill, which is not entirely unfounded. The reason I sought your presence, Lord Mu, is to inquire if you are aware of the mysterious disappearances of several young women in Bayan County in recent years. Wu Huayan, who had yet to succumb to unconsciousness, visibly trembled, while Wu Yun's expression darkened significantly. Mu Si's heart swelled with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. She believed that it was after Chang'an's visit last night that Su Liang learned of the missing girls and subsequently kidnapped by Wu Yun. However, in truth, Su Liang was aware of the disappearances long before last night. This matter was not a secret in Bayan County. Last year, a 15-year-old girl from Lu Village, adjacent to Su family village, had gone missing, and this girl had some familial connection to Bai Xiaohu's grandmother. After Su Liang and Ning Jing transitioned from spouses to siblings, Bai Peng's wife, Lu, specifically warned her about that incident, advising her not to venture out alone and to be cautious of strangers. Li Zhengsu Bai had specifically mentioned to Su Liang that the missing girls were the most beautiful in the village, making her an easy target for attention. However, Lu Shi, Su Bai, and others aware of the case believed that a trafficking ring in Bayan County was behind the disappearances. Initially, Su Liang shared this belief until she found herself captured by the Wu family and encountered Wu Huayan. His demeanor led Su Liang to suspect that her abduction was motivated by his desire to exploit women. Consequently, she recalled the mysterious disappearances of young girls. Yet, the Wu family, comprising Wu Yun and his son Wu Huayan, possessed everything. This reminded Su Liang of a news story from her previous life about a high-ranking foreign officer who, to satisfy his perverse desires, committed heinous acts against women in the vicinity of his station without raising any suspicion for an extended period. Who would suspect Wu Yun and Wu Huayan? One was a battle-hardened veteran, and the other a young general who had been wounded for his country, both held in high esteem. Yet, should such individuals harbor nefarious intentions, their malevolence would be far more insidious and appalling than that of overt villains. Though Su Liang could have summoned Mu Si to assist in her escape, she had no intention of leaving so easily. Her motives extended beyond her own safety. She sought justice for the girls who may have already met a tragic fate. If she did not bring an end to this father-son duo, she would not bear the surname Su. Mu Si's expression shifted. He was currently investigating the mysterious disappearances of those women. I have reason to suspect that these incidents involve General Wu and Wu Huayan. I am but one of their thwarted victims, Su Liang declared. Now that you, my Lord Mu, are here, I implore you to search the Wu residence. Mu Si cast a glance at Wu Yun, stating, I certainly do not believe that General Wu would commit such an act. However, Su Liang is the victim. If I do not conduct a search, this dirty water will be splashed onto General Wu's head. Wu Yun's expression shifted dramatically, asserting, I have acted with integrity and have done nothing wrong. If Master Mu wishes to search, then so be it. Mu Si nodded, responding, very well. With those words, he glanced at Chang'an. Chang'an shouted, and moments later, a fully armed battalion of soldiers galloped in, instantly overshadowing the Wu family. Wu Yun's hand trembled slightly. He had assumed that Mu Si had only brought a couple of attendants. Mu Si reassured him, General Wu, please do not take this to heart. These soldiers were dispatched specifically to rescue young Master Wu after I learned of his abduction. They are here to assist with the search, and the sooner we conclude it, the sooner young Master Wu will be safe. Beads of sweat began to form on Wu Yun's forehead, his complexion paling. Su Liang had been captured at Wu Yun's own behest. Neither he nor Mu Si could have anticipated this turn of events. However, the subsequent occurrences seemed as if Su Liang and Mu Si had conspired together, yet they had never had the opportunity to confer. Before Mu Si's arrival, Su Liang had not mentioned the case of the missing girl, and now she had caught Wu Yun completely off guard. He had thought that once he explained the situation to Mu Si, it would be resolved, and there would be no possibility of Mu Si entering the premises. But now, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Mu Si continued, I asked that General Wu summon everyone from the residence to prevent any conflict. Wu Yun instinctively nodded. Intending to go himself, but finding it odd, so he instructed the steward instead. Chang'an, please lead the way to assist. Mu Si commanded. The steward of the Wu residence entered, followed closely by Chang'an and a contingent of soldiers. Before long, servants began to emerge from the estate one by one. While they awaited developments, Mu Si proposed once again that Su Liang release Wu Huayan, yet Su Liang remained steadfast in her refusal. Mu Si, with an expression of resigned sympathy, reassured Wu Yun, "Do not be anxious, General Wu. Once the search is concluded, she will have no further objections." Su Liang reminded Mu Si, "Sir Mu, you must conduct a thorough search. Young Master Wu himself informed me that he intends to take me to a remarkable place tonight. I suspect the Wu family harbors secret chambers and hidden passages." Mu Si nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall investigate diligently and will not allow you to defame the loyal subjects of the Qin Kingdom. Master, the servants of the Wu family have all come out." Chang'an reported. "Very well. Let the search commence without overlooking any corner. Be vigilant for any concealed mechanisms or hidden rooms. Otherwise, Miss Su will not relent." Mu Si sighed, adding, "But exercise caution. Do not damage any of the old general's belongings, for I shall be held liable." "Understood." Chang'an complied, and with a commanding shout, he led the elite troops into the Wu residence. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were the finest that Mu Si had brought from the capital. Chang'an was acutely aware of the objective of their search. Mu Si did not enter, remaining outside with a guard. Wu Huayan's wheelchair stood nearby, and Mu Si inquired of Wu Yun, "Having not ridden in quite some time, I find myself somewhat fatigued. May I take a seat?" Wu Yun, his expression dark, nodded in acquiescence. Mu Si then settled into the wheelchair and engaged Su Liang in conversation. "Your disappearance must have left young Master Ning in a state of great distress. Would you like me to send someone to inform him that you are here?" Su Liang shook her head. "No need." In truth, she too found the situation rather perplexing. Ning Jing should have been able to deduce that her predicament was linked to the Wu family. She had anticipated Ning Jing's arrival, yet not even a trace of him appeared. However, Su Liang did not rely on Ning Jing for rescue. The drug she had been administered was a vulnerability she needed to rectify. Other matters, she felt capable of handling herself. "Do you comprehend the consequences of defaming a court official?" Mu Si inquired. Su Liang maintained her composure, replying, "I am the aggrieved party. And the elder General Wu and his son indeed have their suspicions. Otherwise, Lord Mu would not have undertaken an investigation. How can this be considered defamation?" Mu Si sighed. "I did not anticipate your audacity. There were many things Lord Mu had not foreseen, such as the true nature of Elder General Wu and his son, beasts in human guise." Su Liang scoffed coldly. Mu Si shook his head with a long sigh, choosing to remain silent. It seemed that Su Liang was relentlessly aggressive, while Mu Si was persistently attempting to mediate, with the investigation being compelled by Su Liang's pressure. "Why does the Elder General Wu appear to be sweating? The weather is not even hot today." Su Liang's expression turned serious. Wu Yun remained silent, his face stern. Behind Wu Yun's back, Mu Si cast a look of admiration at Su Liang, recognizing her remarkable intelligence. Su Liang's relentless grip on Wu Huayan was a means of ensuring her own safety and preventing Wu Yun from resorting to violence to silence her. An old general killing a civilian would not incur severe repercussions. He could simply fabricate an excuse, such as claiming Su Liang intended to harm his son. However, should Mu Si uncover the sordid dealings behind the scenes, it would spell disaster. By holding Wu Huayan's life in her hands, she was simultaneously safeguarding Mu Si. Should Wu Yun act out of desperation, he might even turn against Mu Si. "Isn't this exhausting? Release young Master Wu, won't you?" Mu Si reiterated his plea for Wu Huayan's release for the nth time. Su Liang remained cold-faced, unyielding in her stance. She was aware that Mu Si was merely putting on a performance for Wu Yun, a ruse to facilitate their forthcoming endeavors. At this juncture, the crux lay in whether they could unearth other abducted girls from the Wu family, or perhaps a corpse, or the ledger pertaining to iron or smuggling. Any one of these could suffice to implicate the father and son of the Wu family. Yet, should they find nothing, relying solely on Su Liang's accusations, the Wu father and son could easily evade culpability. Su Liang held a firm belief that the Wu family harbored unspeakable secrets. However, observing Wu Yun's apparent calmness, she feared it would be a formidable challenge to locate the hidden chamber of the Wu family. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Chang'an hurriedly emerged. Mu Si promptly rose to greet him, and upon hearing a few whispered words in his ear, his expression shifted dramatically. "The intruder is here. Capture Wu Yun." Su Liang felt a wave of relief. It seemed they had indeed found something. The assailants were Mu Si's shadowy guards, his most formidable allies, tasked with preventing Wu Yun's escape. Naturally, Wu Yun was reluctant to surrender, but stationed here with troops guarding the mines, his forces were scant. After a fierce altercation, Wu Yun was subdued and brought to his knees before Mu Si, his face a mask of defiance. Regardless of what you claim to have found, it is all a fabrication. Mu Si's countenance was as cold as ice. This official has solved 6 cases of missing women in Bayan County over the past 3 years, with irrefutable evidence. Today, I shall present this to His Majesty. Your Highness, the 4th Prince. I am being framed along with Huayan. This incident is nothing but a conspiracy, Wu Yun declared, his voice low and heavy. At this point, he was compelled to reveal Mu Si's true identity. Hearing this, Wu Yun collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. Su Liang was taken aback. Given the sordid and unscrupulous actions of Wu Yun and Wu Huayan, one would expect them to be deeply concealed. Otherwise, Wu Yun would have fled long ago. It did not take long for Mu Si's subordinates to uncover witnesses and evidence scattered in various locations. As precise as if the Wu family had an insider. Su Liang did not inquire further, upon noticing Mu Si's gaze upon her. She finally released the strings of the zither, causing Wu Huayan to collapse in response. May I take my leave? Su Liang asked gratefully. Thank you, Lord Mu, she expressed. She believed that after Mu Si's intervention, Wu Yun and his son Wu Huayan would have no chance of survival, and whatever transpired next would no longer concern her. See Miss Su off, Mu Si instructed Chang'an in a low voice, asking him to check if Ning Jing was at home. Chang'an understood and summoned a carriage for Su Liang. Mu Si watched them depart, then turned his icy gaze towards the plaque of the Wu family. Wu Yun, if there is anything else, confess promptly. Perhaps you can avoid the fate of extinction. After a brief slumber, Su Liang awakened to find the carriage had come to a stop. They had arrived home. Chang'an knocked on the door, and after a moment, Ning Jing appeared. Cool and indifferent, as always. Su Liang did not expect Ning Jing to rescue her, but must she be so aloof? Were they not at least friends? Not even a single inquiry? Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Where have you been? She asked. Realization dawned upon her. It was no wonder they had found irrefutable evidence so swiftly. It was you who had discovered it first and deliberately exposed it for them to uncover. I told you. Before you leave, I will be watching you. Ning Jing's gaze fell upon Su Liang's injured fingers, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. Su Liang smirked, bowing in respect. Great one. Allow me to pay my respects. Chapter 56. Regret is futile. Part 1. What would you like to eat? Your hand. As the two individuals spoke simultaneously, Su Liang raised her hands before her, observing the fingers wounded by the strings of the zither. With a light chuckle, she remarked, it's merely a superficial injury. After a visit to the Wu family, she felt as though she had been tainted by misfortune. I have boiled some water, Ning Jing announced. Su Liang glanced towards the kitchen, where the flames danced vigorously in the hearth, releasing a comforting warmth into the air. As Ning Jing added more firewood, Su Liang leaned against the kitchen door, engaging him in conversation while awaiting the water to boil for her bath. Is there a living girl in Wu Huayan's secret chamber? Su Liang inquired. Ning Jing nodded slightly, affirming her question. Su Liang sighed, reflecting on the ordeal the girl must face upon her rescue, utterly unaware of what lay ahead. That girl was an innocent and tragic victim. Such experiences would cast a shadow over her entire life, rendering her unaccepted by society. How did you discover the bones in the back garden? Su Liang asked, her curiosity piqued. There are 6 willow trees planted side by side, varying in size and arranged in order, Ning Jing replied. Su Liang's gaze sharpened. In this realm, willow trees held the significance of warding off evil spirits, and it was rare for anyone to plant them at home. Over 3 years, 6 instances of young girls going missing occurred, with Wu Yun capturing one girl every 6 months for Wu Huayan. When Wu Huayan grew weary of one, he would capture another, leading to the demise of the former. Buried beneath the willow trees in the back garden, for every girl that perished, a willow tree was planted. The height and thickness of the earliest willow tree diminished in comparison to the last one planted over time. That's not right, Su Liang frowned. Realizing that including the girl who had survived in the secret chamber, there were 7 in total. Mu Si stated there have been 6 cases of disappearance. It is not to imply that only these 6 young women have gone missing in Bayan County over the past 3 years. Rather, these 6 cases have been categorized together due to their similarities, evolving into a significant unsolved mystery. The common characteristic among the missing girls is that they were all village beauties, aged around 15 or 16, unmarried maidens, who vanished from their homes in the dead of night, leaving no signs of struggle or any clues behind. with one disappearance occurring every 6 months. Su Liang pondered the possibility that there might be a family that had lost a daughter without reporting it, or perhaps the county office had failed to notice. It was then that Ning Jing interjected, stating there were actually 7 cases. The earliest of these was not even from Ban County. She was purportedly Wu Huayan's fiancée from the capital. After his injury, the engagement was annulled, and the young lady mysteriously disappeared. Su Liang couldn't help but utter a curse, calling it a heinous act. Ning Jing continued, clarifying that it was indeed Wu Huayan who insisted on the dissolution of the engagement, but due to his injury, his fiancée acquiesced to the annulment, not insisting on marrying him and remaining a widow. This led to rumors portraying her as someone who despised Wu Huayan's disability and abandoned him. Wu Huayan's fiancée, who did not conform to societal expectations by selflessly marrying him in a state of mourning, was unjustly slandered, becoming the target of disdainful gossip. She was clandestinely brought to Ban County, where she presumably endured countless torments, dying with resentment. Merely contemplating this is infuriating. Had this scandal not been exposed, it is conceivable that countless other women would have fallen victim thereafter. Meanwhile, that father and son continued to live freely and recklessly in Ban County, far removed from the capital. Su Liang took a deep breath to calm herself and inquired if the account books had been located. Ning Jing shook his head, indicating they had not. That item may not necessarily be hidden within the Wu residence, Su Liang remarked. The water had been boiled, and Ning Jing delivered the hot water to Su Liang's room. Unlike on other days, today was different as Su Liang had injured her hand while she was bathing. Someone knocked at the door. Soon after, the voices of Aunt Bai and Bai Xiao could be heard. Is Miss Liang home? We are heading to the market. There's news of great importance. The newly appointed county magistrate, Lord Mu, has solved a case that has remained unsolved for years, the case of the missing young women. Can you guess who was responsible? Aunt Bai's eyes widened, her face still bearing traces of the shock she had felt upon hearing the news. Ning Jing calmly shook his head in response, indicating he did not know. Inside the room, Su Liang listened intently, imagining that Aunt Bai would soon exclaim in surprise. You would never believe it. It was. In the courtyard, Aunt Bai's reaction was exactly as Su Liang had anticipated, her words mirroring her expectations. You would never guess. It was General Wu and his son. Truly despicable. Brother Ning, do you know those 2 scoundrels? Bai Xiaohu asked. Ning Jing shook his head once more, indicating he did not know them. Bai Xiaohu clenched his little fist, declaring they must be exceedingly ugly. They are all wicked villains. Ning Jing nodded slightly, affirming, you are right. Su Liang, overhearing their conversation, began to suspect that Mu Si had deliberately spread this news. Otherwise, it would not have circulated so swiftly, especially since the incident had only just occurred and the number of those aware of it was quite limited. The illustrious reputations that Wu Yun and Wu Huayan once enjoyed would now rebound upon them, doubling the disdain and hatred directed towards them. After sharing the news, Aunt Bai departed with her grandson. There was initially a matter that Su Liang wished to discuss, but Ning Jing mentioned that she was feeling drowsy from reading and had since fallen asleep. After taking a shower and donning clean attire, Su Liang applied some ointment to her fingers, feeling refreshed as she stepped outside, just as the sun was beginning to set. At this moment, the town of Fian was bustling with people, all gazing in one direction as 2 prison carts slowly made their approach. Among the crowd were the relatives of the victimized young women, but the majority were outraged citizens, hurling rotten vegetables and foul eggs at the prison carts. Venting their pent-up fury, Wu Yun, disheveled and wild-haired, cried out for justice, proclaiming, unjustly accused. What grounds do they have to charge me? Your Majesty, I am a victim of conspiracy. Wu Huayan remained alert, his eyes tightly shut, when a rotten egg struck his head, shattering and spilling its contents. He abruptly opened his eyes, which glowed crimson as he retched violently. Under normal circumstances, given Wu Yun's status, the magistrate of Ban County should not have jurisdiction over him. While the mines were ostensibly under government control, the local authorities merely provided basic support and manpower for mining operations. The true oversight was conducted by soldiers dispatched directly by the court. Furthermore, Wu Yun had yet to face trial. Yet he was already shackled and placed in a prison cart. However, the citizens were unconcerned with these details, feeling only a sense of vindication. Those who pondered more deeply were inclined to believe the rumors, asserting that Mu Si was not merely a county magistrate, but rather an imperial envoy sent by the court. Mu Si sat in the last cart of the escorting convoy, driven by his trusted aide, Chang'an. Who else could it be but Ning Jing? This was not the first time Mu Si had pondered such questions. Chang'an frowned, recalling the earlier incident with the escape of a condemned prisoner. which had also involved a mysterious benefactor aiding his master. Could it be that the same individual was assisting them once again? Musi nodded, acknowledging the likelihood of the situation. Otherwise, such coincidences would not occur. What do you think of the relationship between Ning Jing and Su Liang? Musi inquired. Chang'an pondered for a moment before responding. It appears rather distant, lacking intimacy, yet there is an undeniable synergy between them. Would Ning Jing remain indifferent to Su Liang's disappearance? Musi asked again. Without hesitation, Chang'an shook his head. Of course not. Leaning against the car wall, Musi's eyes narrowed slightly, concluding, indeed, such coincidences have happened twice. Perhaps they are not coincidences at all. The mysterious figure lurking in the shadows is none other than Ning Jing. However, despite his scholarly appearance, Ning Gongzi did not seem to possess martial prowess. Chang'an remarked. Miss Su once fought openly on the street, yet Ning Gongzi did not intervene. Musi suggested his reluctance to act might stem from an inability in martial arts. Or perhaps he conceals his abilities. If it truly is Ning Gongzi, why would he choose to deceive his master? Wouldn't collaborating with his master be more advantageous for him? Chang'an questioned, perplexed. Musi scoffed lightly, because both he and Su Liang are merely acting in accordance with celestial mandates. Their intentions have never been to assist me. I would welcome collaboration, yet they are disinterested. Chang'an sensed that his master was once again speaking in riddles, and wisely chose to remain silent. After a lengthy pause, Musi suddenly spoke. It would be best to bring down the Beijing Wang Fu this time, rendering Ning Jing incapable of relying on Xing Yusheng's influence. At that point, they would seek me out willingly. Chang'an suggested once more, should we test Ning Jing? Musi still declined, asserting, there is no need for testing. It is indeed him, and no one else. Yet, I failed to comprehend. If he possesses such remarkable abilities, how could he have been expelled from the Ning family? It is quite puzzling. Upon returning to the county office, Musi temporarily set aside his inquiries into Su Liang and Ning Jing, turning his attention instead to the case involving Wu Yun and Wu Huayan. Utilizing his official position, he apprehended the father and son of the Wu family. However, any further action against them necessitated the emperor's approval. He intended to amplify the situation, ideally making it widely known in order to draw out the individuals lurking behind Wu Yun. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey. Solving the case of the missing girl was an unexpected boon that would greatly enhance his reputation, yet it was the iron or smuggling case that demanded his utmost focus. Although Wu Yun and Wu Huayan appeared to be confined within the county jail, this was merely a ruse. The prisoners in the cell were, in fact, two skilled subordinates of Musi masquerading as criminals. He anticipated that an attempt to rescue them or silence witnesses would soon occur. The true whereabouts of Wu Yun and Wu Huayan were known only to Musi and Chang'an. During dinner, Su Liang prepared two of Ning Jing's favorite dishes as a gesture of gratitude for his care. As they dined, Su Liang's hand suddenly froze. Oh no. Last night's abduction was indeed linked to her fixation on the old cowherd woman. How could she have forgotten about her? Wu Yun would never suspect that Su Liang's capture was rooted in the actions of the cowherd woman. It was the previous day that Ning Jing had encountered the cowherd woman, noticing a dark mist upon her brow, which led him to suspect her malevolent intentions. He had then ventured out that night to investigate, leaving Su Liang alone at home. So much had transpired within the span of a day and night that Su Liang had completely forgotten about the cowherd woman until now. If the cowherd woman had harmed someone today and they had failed to intervene, the consequences would be dire. Ning Jing's expression remained serene as she procured rat poison, intending to administer it to the well of Lu Huilan's family while they were away at the market. It was unlikely that the young widow, Lu Huilan, would venture out. Thus, Ning Jing could easily visit her home, avoiding the old woman who typically shunned visitors due to past grievances. Should she succeed, it would spell doom for Lu Huilan's entire family. A deranged old woman could commit any act of madness. Observing Ning Jing's demeanor, Su Liang sighed in relief, realizing that she had not forgotten. What have you done? She inquired. I gave her a light tap. Ning Jing responded nonchalantly. Su Liang coughed lightly. Is that all? She must be rather foolish. Ning Jing revealed that her initial plan for dealing with the old woman had not been so straightforward. However, upon Su Liang's sudden abduction, she had felt pressed for time and, while seeking Su Liang, had taken a detour to the old woman's abode, striking her on the head with a stick and seizing the rat poison. That's reassuring, Su Liang nodded, noting that another day had been wasted. They would need to focus on their martial training the next day. The following morning, before dawn, Su Liang rose early to practice her running and martial skills. Ning Jing prepared hot water, and after they attended to their morning routines, Su Liang made breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Ning Jing tidied the kitchen while Su Liang utilized the laundry time to digest her food, hanging the clothes in the backyard as the sun began to rise. According to their schedule, they were to practice with the whip that day. Just as they were about to begin, a knock echoed at the door. Su Liang opened it to find Chang'an standing outside, his expression one of impatience. "What is it?" she inquired. Chang'an responded politely. "Regarding the cases of Wu Yun and Wu Huayan, the master requests Miss Su to visit the county office to record witness testimonies. Does the county office have special paper for recording testimonies?" Su Liang posed a rather peculiar question. Chang'an paused for a moment, shaking his head in denial. He felt somewhat puzzled and decided to wait outside. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Su Liang approached him, holding 2 sheets of paper. "My testimony," she announced. Chang'an took the papers, recognizing the handwriting as familiar, and blurted out, "Is this written by young Master Ning?" Su Liang shook her head, replying, "I wrote it." Chang'an was surprised to discover that Su Liang's handwriting resembled that of Ning Jing. After a brief glance, he noted that both pages were filled with clear, well-organized statements that articulated the facts distinctly. In the end, Su Liang signed her name and pressed her fingerprint. Thus, Chang'an felt it inappropriate to insist that Su Liang go to the county office. Musi had instructed him to avoid offending her at all costs. Chang'an tucked away Su Liang's testimony, smiling somewhat awkwardly. "I wonder if Miss Su has any food at home?" he inquired. "There are buns," Su Liang replied. Chang'an's eyes lit up. Then, Su Liang interjected with a light scoff. "If I recall correctly, your master still owes 5,000 taels for the last meal. Surely, you haven't forgotten?" Chang'an's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been too busy these past few days to think about it. Su Liang wrapped up the 2 leftover buns from breakfast and handed them to Chang'an, saying, "1 bun is worth 100 taels. We can settle it together next time." Chang'an held the 2 buns, which were merely the size of his fist and had grown cold, feeling somewhat speechless. Musi intended to collaborate with Su Liang and Ning Jing, yet Su Liang seemed solely focused on extorting him. What a predicament. Unbeknownst to Chang'an, as Su Liang closed the door and turned around, she smiled at Ning Jing and said, "The buns are gone. We shall have dumplings for lunch." Ning Jing, perplexed, asked, "Dumplings? What are those?" "You will find out in due time," she replied. Su Liang kept them in suspense. Chang'an took out 2 buns from his pocket and handed them to Musi, a gesture from Miss Su. Musi opened one, inhaled its aroma, and a slight smile graced his lips. It appeared their collaboration yesterday had been quite pleasant, and it was rare for her to treat him. Reflecting on it now, their synergy had indeed been remarkable. Chang'an timidly remarked, "Miss Su mentioned that each bun cost 100 taels, to be settled with the 5,000 taels for the meal from last time." Musi's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "How outrageous! What does she need such a sum for?" Chang'an blurted out, "To support young Master Ning." "Musi." He handed the buns to a maid to be heated, and then inquired about serious matters. Chang'an promptly presented Su Liang's testimony to him. Upon seeing the handwriting, he was momentarily taken aback. "Is her script modeled after Ning Jing's?" he questioned. "Perhaps their original handwriting is quite similar," Chang'an suggested. Musi shook his head. "They only became acquainted this year. How could their scripts resemble each other so closely? She must have deliberately imitated Ning Jing's handwriting." Chang'an sighed. "Miss Su truly has deep feelings for young Master Ning, to go so far as to learn his writing and to do so with such precision. It must have taken considerable effort. What is she doing at home? Why won't she come?" Musi asked. "I am unsure." Miss Su seemed unwelcoming, and her subordinates did not enter. "Perhaps she wishes to be alone with young Master Ning and does not want to be disturbed," Chang'an speculated. Musi set aside the testimony, declaring, "Her writing is quite clear. That suffices. Her absence is of no consequence. I have submitted another memorial, requesting the emperor to appoint someone to take over Wu Yun's position, overseeing the mines. I have recommended a candidate." Chang'an, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is the esteemed general?" In the kingdom of Qian, 2 mines flank the north and south, traditionally guarded by seasoned generals. This was a matter of great significance, a challenging task that bore little promise of glory, making it unsuitable for young commanders. A cold smile crept onto Musi's face as he mentioned Nian Jinsheng. Chang'an was taken aback. The emperor held General Nian in high regard, and his future seemed bright. Surely he would not be assigned to oversee the mines? "I informed my father that the situation here is intricate and requires a versatile talent to assist me in purging Bayan County," Musi stated. If General Nian were indeed to arrive, it would not be for long, and he might even overshadow the merits of our lord. Chang'an nodded in understanding. He is ostensibly here to assume Wu Yun's position. Although he was last year's martial champion, he lacks combat experience. This is an excellent opportunity for training. If the crown prince were to obstruct him, it would reflect poorly on his judgment. Chang'an pondered this. Perhaps Mu Si's deliberate mention of Nian Jincheng was a strategic move, anticipating the crown prince's intervention, which would displease the emperor. The arrival of General Nian might not genuinely benefit their lord and could, in fact, prove detrimental. Mu Si's smile was enigmatic. You underestimate Nian Jincheng. His family aligns with the crown prince. Following the incident with the Gu family, they intended to position Nian Rushui as a concubine within the crown prince's residence, though this matter ultimately fell through. Both the crown prince and the second prince are sons of the empress, while Duanmu Chun, born of a favored concubine, has long engaged in a subtle rivalry with his two elder brothers. His voluntary request to investigate the iron ore smuggling case in Bayan County is a calculated move to secure his own future. Ningjing imitated Su Liang's method and attempted to make dumplings. However, he overfilled the filling, causing the dumpling to burst. Undeterred, he tried again and soon mastered the technique, becoming even faster and more adept than Su Liang. Is this the only way to make them? Ningjing inquired. Su Liang shook his head. There are various methods, which I am aware of, though I have yet to try them. Ningjing, always eager to embrace new experiences, took Su Liang's simple descriptions to heart and began experimenting with different shapes, his focused demeanor reminiscent of an artist at work. Ultimately, Su Liang remained proficient only in crafting traditional crescent-shaped dumplings, while Ningjing, through self-education, successfully created every shape Su Liang was familiar with. As the dumplings boiled, they bobbed to the surface, plump and round. Su Liang prepared a dipping sauce just as the dumplings were ready to be served. Under the warm midday sun, the two sat across from each other at a stone table in the courtyard, with 2 plates of dumplings and a cold dish between them. Ningjing fetched a small jar of wine from the house. Su Liang took a sip, savoring its rich and crisp flavor. Is this the same wine given to Nian Jincheng on the night of your wedding? Su Liang asked. Ningjing nodded. Uncle Liang brewed it himself. It is also my first time tasting it. The dumplings were exquisite, and as they reached the end of their meal, Su Liang filled her cup with wine, raised it, and looked at Ningjing earnestly. Regarding that matter, ask me again. Ningjing poured himself some wine, his voice calm. Su Liang, would you be willing to stay and work for me? Su Liang clinked her cup with Ningjing's and replied, yes, I accept. In light of recent events, Su Liang had come to a clear understanding of her own shortcomings and felt an increasing admiration for Ningjing. The night before, as she lay in bed, she had contemplated her situation. She had nowhere else to go, and interactions with others required her to conceal her true self, whereas with Ningjing, she felt completely at ease. Su Liang decided to follow Ningjing from now on, although she had not initially planned to leave. Her lack of commitment to work for Ningjing meant she could depart at any moment. However, now that she had made a formal pledge, the situation was distinctly altered. Setting down her wine cup, Su Liang chuckled lightly, expressing her hope that she would not be led astray. Ningjing shook his head, unable to provide such assurance. Su Liang cleared her throat, inquiring whether she could retract her commitment. Ningjing again shook his head, affirming his trust in her character. Having made a promise, retraction was futile. As Su Liang gazed at Ningjing, an overwhelming sense washed over her, as if in a moment of impulse she had inadvertently sold herself. Chapter 57. Retrieving the 500 Taels, Part 2. Mu Si instructed his men to collect and enter the 6 corpses unearthed from the Wu family, placing them into coffins. Notably, the individual rescued from the secret chamber was not the last girl captured by Wu Huayan before Su Liang's own abduction, but rather Lu Xiaoya from Lu Village, who had gone missing last year. She had survived the longest under Wu Huayan's captivity, while the 2 girls captured after her had met tragic ends. Mu Si was always meticulous about his reputation, ensuring every detail was attended to. On this day, as he prepared to interrogate Wu Yun and Wu Huayan further, Chang'an reported that Lu Xiaoya's elder brother had come to the county office, questioning why other families received compensation while his sister did not. Chang'an, feeling indignant, relayed that the brother claimed his sister was ill and had little time left to live, insisting that she deserved the same compensation and burial expenses as others. Regardless of whether they grant compensation, that girl will not survive. Mu Si had initially considered offering some money to dismiss the brother. Given the circumstances, Lu Xiaoya's life was irrevocably marred. Though he felt sympathy, he was reluctant to become overly involved. However, just as the words were on the tip of Mu Si's tongue, he suddenly changed his mind. You shall go to Sujia village and invite Su Liang to treat that Miss Lu. Just say this is a matter for the authorities. But without a female doctor, it becomes inconvenient, and we can only trouble her. The consultation and medicine fees will be covered by the government. Understood, Chang'an replied. As for the 5,200 taels of silver, Musi momentarily found himself at a loss. What? Owing Miss Su money and seeking her again. Of course, I must pay her. Otherwise, she certainly will not pay me any heed. Last time, she wouldn't even let me through the door. And this time I fear she may not open it at all, Chang'an said weakly. Musi slammed the table. Give it. I must have owed her a mountain of gold in my past life. A trip to Bayan County has nearly emptied my pockets. The man, believing someone would deliver the money to his home, left in high spirits. Su Liang, absorbed in her medical texts, paid no attention to the knocking at the door. Ning Jing opened it, and Chang'an first presented the banknote before stating their purpose. Upon learning that they sought her assistance for the only survivor, Lu Xiaoya, Su Liang set aside her book, changed her attire, and emerged with her medical kit. Seeing this, Chang'an smiled and clasped his hands. My lord said that Miss Su is kind-hearted and will surely not refuse. Ning Jing took Su Liang's medical kit, indicating she would accompany them. As they departed Sujia village, Su Liang inquired of Chang'an whether Wu Yun and Wu Huayan had provided any information. Chang'an's anger flared at the mere mention. The calamity they brought upon so many young women is undeniable, yet they stubbornly refuse to admit it, insisting they are victims of a frame-up. They claim ignorance of the events in the secret chamber and the remains beneath the willow tree, utterly shameless. Who else could be responsible for the incident involving Miss Mei in the capital, if not Wu Huayan? Not only Miss Su, but also Lu Xiaoya, are still alive, and yet they dare to deny it. Not to mention the matter of iron or smuggling. Is there still someone from the Wu family in the capital? Su Liang inquired. As long as Wu Yun and Wu Huayan do not confess, there remains a glimmer of hope for them to distort the truth. Chang'an nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wu Yun has 2 sons, both residing in the capital. Unless concrete evidence of the iron or smuggling is uncovered, he will not admit to anything. Once established, it could lead to the extermination of his entire clan. Su Liang remarked. I wonder if Miss Su and young Master Ning have any clever strategies to extract their confessions? Our master is quite troubled by this matter. Chang'an stated. We are not well versed in such affairs, replied Su Liang. Chang'an contemplated that Ning Jing's participation in the imperial examinations undoubtedly aimed at achieving prominence. Yet with such a significant merit, should Mu Si report it to the court? Ning Jing could secure an official position without having to take the exams, yet he chooses to remain silent. It's truly perplexing. As the carriage entered Lu's village, Su Liang lifted the curtain to gaze outside. A group of children chased after the carriage, and a sturdy, short man, leading a small boy and carrying a burden, was welcomed into a household. She caught a glimpse of a slender figure inside the door, reminiscent of Lu Huilan. The carriage came to a halt, and before Su Liang could alight, a piercing cry rang out. Oh, my unfortunate daughter, how will you manage for the rest of your life? Su Liang recalled the old woman. The carriage moved slowly. If this woman had been wailing so loudly prior, it was impossible she hadn't heard it. Clearly, upon seeing someone arrive, she began her lament. Su Liang and Ning Jing disembarked, only to be surrounded by a throng of individuals, old and young, a dozen or more, some smiling, some weeping openly, while others stood vacantly, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Chang'an spoke aloud. Master Mu, upon learning of Miss Lu's ailment, has made a special trip from Sujia village to summon a female doctor for her treatment. As for Miss Lu, in an instant, the eager expressions on the faces of her family were extinguished like embers doused with cold water, leaving behind only a fleeting disappointment that dissipated like wisps of smoke. Su Liang observed coldly. This family, comprising 3 or 4 able-bodied men, relied solely on the bride price for Lu Xiaoya to sustain themselves. The disappearance of Lu Xiaoya led to the return of the bride price, and it seemed as though Lu Xiaoya had wronged them. This inevitably reminded Su Liang of the Su Daqiang family. What do you understand? Lu Dawei said, his face adorned with a forced smile. Master Mu possesses a heart of compassion. He will ensure that the expenses for treating our sister will not be lacking. While speaking, he scrutinized Chang'an's expression. Chang'an felt a surge of disgust within, though he concealed it on his face, and inquired once more, where is Miss Lu? Upon entering the Lu household, the surroundings were dilapidated. Lu Dawei led them toward the backyard, explaining that with so many family members, there was hardly room to accommodate everyone. Thus they had made do with letting the sister stay in the backyard for a few days. Su Liang's blood pressure soared upon witnessing Lu Xiaoya's condition. The original owner had once resided in a ramshackle shed in the backyard of Su Daqiang's home, constructed from planks. Although it was drafty in winter, it sufficed as a place to stay. Furthermore, since the Su Daqiang family had never faced hardship in terms of food and clothing and were rather lazy, they had not raised livestock, keeping the place relatively clean. In contrast, the Lu family's backyard housed pigs and chickens, rendering the area filthy and nearly unwalkable. Lu Xiaoya was relegated to a cramped corner beneath a firewood shed, curled up tightly, so much so that one might overlook her entirely if not paying close attention. It seemed to him that he was indeed a good brother, although Su Liang was aware that Lu Xiaoya had endured such tribulations, inevitably attracting a flurry of gossip and hardship. Her heart seethed with indignation upon witnessing her own kin relegating her to a heap of despair while shamelessly seeking to profit from her misfortune. This unfortunate girl, throughout those dark days, must have yearned fervently for her family to rescue her from her plight. Yet, upon her salvation, she was met with an even more harrowing desolation. As Su Liang approached, Lu Xiaoya trembled violently, burying her head in despair, the chattering of her teeth audible amidst the oppressive silence. The surrounding atmosphere was unbearably harsh, leaving Lu Xiaoya momentarily unable to regain her composure. Su Liang glanced towards Chang'an, who hastily approached, inquiring if there was anything he could assist with. In a hushed tone, Su Liang expressed her desire to take Lu Xiaoya away. Chang'an, taken aback, asked if she meant to purchase her. While that was not her original intention, she felt compelled to acquiesce in the moment. Chang'an declared that Su Liang's heart was truly kind, asserting that Lu Xiaoya would fare far better as her maid than remaining in her current circumstances. With a serious demeanor, he promised to handle the matter. He turned and called Lu Dawei aside for a discussion. What? You want me to sell my sister to you? She is the most beautiful girl in our village. When Mr. Huang sought her as a concubine, he offered 50 taels of silver. Chang'an, suppressing his anger, pressed for the price they sought. Lu Dawei claimed he needed to consult with his family before fleeing the scene. Su Liang squatted beside Lu Xiaoya, speaking softly to her. I am Su Liang from Sujia village. My neighbor, an aunt surnamed Lu, is named Lu Tsuiji. You must know her, right? I am unaware of the trials you have endured, but they are not your fault. If you are willing, I can take you away from here. Once you regain your strength, you may choose a new place to reside. Lu Xiaoya did not raise her head, but tears began to stream down her face. Su Liang felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She recalled that the original owner had been confined at home, never venturing outside. Perhaps Wu Yun and Wu Huayan were unaware of such a girl in Sujia village, which spared her from their clutches. Otherwise, she would likely have fallen victim to their malice. The Lu family deliberated and concluded that since Lu Xiaoya was unlikely to marry and would not bring in any wealth, they might as well seize this opportunity to demand an exorbitant sum from Chang'an, 500 taels of silver. She is my only sister. I cherish her above all. Since childhood, she has received all the best treats and never had to lift a finger. If the adults deem the amount excessive, then so be it. I shall not sell her. Even if she were to perish, she remains a member of my family. Chang'an gritted his teeth, unwilling to engage further with these scoundrels, and nodded. Very well. 500 taels it is. Lu Dawei noticed that Chang'an did not haggle and accepted the sum, yet a look of regret crossed his face, feeling it was insufficient. Chang'an, lacking the funds, turned to Ning Jing. He had previously seen Ning Jing place over 5,000 taels of silver notes into Su Liang's medicine box. Ning Jing remained silent, producing 500 taels in silver notes for him. Thank you, young Master Ning. I shall report back to the Lord afterward and return the amount to you, Chang'an remarked. Upon hearing these words, Lu Dawei widened his eyes and craned his neck, inquiring, Is it Lord Mu who wishes to buy my sister? What a stroke of fortune for her, to be favored by Lord Mu. She shall surely enjoy a prosperous life henceforth. Lu Dawei recoiled slightly, exclaiming, You mentioned money. Is it Lord Mu who is providing? Why do you concern yourself with who pays? I have no desire for it. Chang'an, suppressing his urge to strike, retorted angrily. Frequent visits to Su family village made Chang'an skeptical of the adage that poverty breeds malice, yet upon encountering this family, he realized how naive he had been. Su Liang engaged in further conversation with Lu Xiaoya, gently grasping her hand. She shuddered and began to struggle. Su Liang instructed Ningjing to fetch the medicine box, retrieving a golden needle to administer several acupuncture treatments to Lu Xiaoya, who then fell into a deep slumber. What have you done to my sister? Lu Dawei shouted hoarsely. Su Liang, stowing away the golden needle, furrowed his brow and looked at Chang'an. What about the deed of sale? Chang'an smacked his forehead, realizing he had been utterly flustered. Without the deed, given this family's temperament, they would undoubtedly deny it later. Chang'an borrowed paper and ink from Su Liang, drafted the deed of sale, and had Lu Xiaoya, along with her parents and elder brother, affix their thumbprints before handing it over to Su Liang. Carrying Lu Xiaoya, Su Liang exited the Lu household amidst a throng of onlookers. Lu Dawei drew closer. So my sister will reside in Su family village from now on? So near. We shall visit her in a few days. Chang'an, unable to contain himself any longer, kicked Lu Dawei to the ground and coldly declared, "This is the maidservant purchased by the county magistrate for Dr. Su. You have received 500 taels. Should you dare to persist, you shall all be arrested." The crowd gasped in shock at this revelation. To my astonishment, the Lu family swiftly sold Lu Xiaoya. Even more surprising was the fact that there were still buyers for Lu Xiaoya despite her condition. And who could have imagined that she would fetch 500 taels? As Chang'an departed in a carriage, the Lu family beamed with joy over their newfound wealth, claiming it was for Lu Xiaoya's benefit, to send her off to a better life. Among the onlookers, envy and jealousy were palpable. On the journey back, Ning Jing chose not to enter the carriage, opting instead to sit beside Chang'an. Su Liang examined Lu Xiaoya's pulse. Her physical condition appeared relatively stable, though her spirit had been severely affected. However, when Su Liang unfastened Lu Xiaoya's clothing and beheld the myriad scars upon her body, she inferred the torment inflicted by Wu Huayan and could not suppress her exclamations. Calling him a vile pervert, Chang'an immediately inquired, "What did Miss Su say?" Ning Jing replied with a calm demeanor, "She is praising your master, commending his generosity." Chang'an, rendered speechless, gazed skyward, wondering if it could truly be considered generosity, given the constant extortion they faced. Upon returning to Sujia village, Chang'an mentioned that once Lu Xiaoya was able to speak, they would inform the county office to record her testimony. After Chang'an's departure, Su Liang asked Ning Jing to fetch Lu Shi from the Bai family. Lu Shi, Lu Xiaoya's elder sister, wept upon seeing her in such a state. When Su Liang requested her assistance in caring for Lu Xiaoya, she readily agreed. Su Liang was overwhelmed with responsibilities, and Lu Xiaoya, having experienced such trauma, would benefit from the presence of someone she trusted. Su Liang had previously heard from Lu Shi that before her marriage, Lu Xiaoya was just a small girl, often subjected to beatings and forced to work hard without proper nourishment. Lu Shi's family, though modest, at least ensured they had enough to eat, and she would secretly ration her own meals to share with Lu Xiaoya. Madame Bai has also arrived. Upon hearing the account of events from Su Liang, she vehemently condemned that family, cautioning Su Liang to be wary of their future entanglements. However, Su Liang remained unperturbed. Her sole concern was to rescue Lu Xiaoya. Otherwise, the latter would soon meet her demise. As for where Lu Xiaoya would go or what she would do thereafter, Su Liang intended to allow her to make her own decisions once she had regained her normalcy. Even if that choice were to be self-destruction, it would still be a form of liberation. Yet, it seemed that this young woman possessed remarkable fortitude, as she exhibited no inclination towards suicide. Had she harbored such thoughts, she would have succumbed long ago. Although Su Liang was quite occupied, she did not require the assistance of a maidservant. Furthermore, both she and Ning Jing harbored secrets, making it imprudent to grow too close to others. Additionally, Su Liang felt a sense of curiosity towards Lu Xiaoya, pondering why she had managed to survive until the end. Surely, there must be a reason behind it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Liang was engaged in cooking when Ning Jing announced his intention to step out. "Where are you headed?" Su Liang inquired casually, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Very well, had you not planned to go, I intended to venture out myself tonight." Chapter 58. A letter from Yinyu, sending Xiaoya away. First update, Lu Shi emerged from Su Liang's room, carrying a wooden basin, and turned into the kitchen. Her eyes red-rimmed as she sighed repeatedly, lamenting the cruelty of fate. Su Liang paused in her chopping, surprised that Lu Shi had finally spoken. "Indeed." Su Liang replied with a sigh. Lu Shi washed the basin and the cloth within it, then said to Su Liang, "She had a bit of chicken soup, but could not eat anything else and has since fallen asleep. To be able to follow you in the future is a blessing for her. Had you not taken her away from that vile family, she would have surely been ground to dust by their mercilessness. As for what comes next, we shall discuss it once she recovers," Su Liang asserted. Lu nodded and mentioned that her younger uncle remained unmarried, fearing gossip. Otherwise, she would have taken her in to care for her. With much to attend to, she sighed as she spoke of Bai He, then recounted another matter. I sensed that the situation was nearly resolved. If her uncle merely proposed to Gu Ling, her family would undoubtedly acquiesce. On market day, I fortuitously encountered Gu Ling's mother in town. Without broaching the subject of my uncle, I inquired about their plans regarding Gu Ling. To my astonishment, I learned that the butcher, infamous for having killed his wife, was not suitable for Gu Ling. The very next day, a suitor came to their door. He was a carpenter from the same village, a man of integrity and diligence, who had lost his wife during childbirth, leaving him with merely an elderly father and a 4-year-old son. He had set his sights on Gu Ling. Upon hearing this, Liang recalled her journey to Lu's village that day, where she had seen a man carrying goods alongside a small child, likely heading to Gu Ling's home. Lu sighed heavily, confessing that she had been at a loss for words upon hearing the news. While her uncle might have been a better match than the carpenter, their opinions mattered little. Perhaps Gu Ling had no desire to marry into Su's village again. Thus, I approached Gu Ling, who was taken aback to learn of her uncle's interest. However, she insisted that she was unworthy of him and considered marrying the carpenter as a suitable option. Appreciating the simplicity of his family, she was unafraid of becoming a stepmother or enduring hardship, but she longed to avoid further distress. Liang was also somewhat surprised by this outcome, but upon reflection, she realized that even if the Bai family had proposed early on, given Gu Ling's temperament, she would likely have been reluctant to accept Bai's hand in marriage. It is not that Bai himself is lacking in merit, but rather that, when compared to the carpenter, the latter is more suited to Gu Ling. Should she marry into the Bai family, she would inevitably bear a heavy burden. Lu's heart ached as she recalled Gu Ling's plight, stating that she had been so tormented by the Niu family that she had nearly taken her own life one fateful night. Just as she was about to hang herself, the rope inexplicably broke, and it seemed as though she heard a voice urging her to persevere. The following day, she was expelled, and her heart overflowed with joy. At last, after enduring much suffering, fortune had smiled upon her. Liang smiled in silence. It was she and Ning Jing who had rescued Gu Ling. Now, Niu Pozi had been rendered senseless by Ning Jing's strike, and Su Xingxia, who had nearly violated Gu Ling, had met his demise. Gu Ling had finally found the solace she desired, and all was well. As for Bai He, fate had yet to align. He would eventually encounter a girl who suited him. When Ning Jing heard Liang mention Bai He and Gu Ling, he calmly remarked that their union was never meant to be, much like your unfit pairing with Xing Yuxing. Liang was tempted to hurl a golden brown, steaming dumpling at Ning Jing's face, indignantly retorting that she had no intention of marrying Xing Yuxing, questioning the validity of his example. Ning Jing, observing that the dumplings were nearly done, ladled out chicken soup in preparation for their meal. Musi set down his chopsticks, frowning as he declared that nothing was particularly appetizing. Chang'an suggested that perhaps Miss Su could compile her recipes into a cookbook for the master to purchase. Musi scoffed, remarking that a mere bun would cost him 100 taels. What do you think she would charge for her cookbook? Chang'an coughed lightly. Acknowledging his oversight, it seems the master might not be able to afford Miss Su's cookbook. Today, I purchased 500 taels for Miss Lu. And when I next encounter Miss Su, I must return the favor. Musi cast a cool glance at Chang'an, pondering why Liang wished to acquire Lu Xiaoya as a maid. Yet it was I who was to bear the expense. Chang'an, feeling perplexed, recalled that the master had mentioned the government would cover all costs associated with calling upon Miss Lu for treatment. Uncertain of Musi's abrupt change of heart, she listened as Musi articulated her thoughts. Having Lu Xiaoya serve as her maid would surely allow her to master my culinary skills, and in due course, I would reclaim Lu Xiaoya to serve as my cook. After all, I am the one financing this, and thus the maid ought to belong to me. What do you think? Chang'an raised her thumb in admiration, declaring her master exceedingly astute. You shall visit tomorrow and convey that I have enlisted Liang and Ning Jing to assist in locating the account books at the Wu residence. Should they manage to find them, I shall certainly report to the emperor and commend Ning Jing for a significant achievement, Musi stated. The Wu residence has been sealed, and the individuals dispatched by Musi have yet to uncover the account books. She believes that allowing Liang and Ning Jing to attempt this task could yield results, for their minds operate beyond the ordinary, possibly revealing something unforeseen. After dinner, Ning Jing transferred the items from the woodshed to the backyard, tidying up the space into a clean room. Xing Yuxing had gifted them an abundance of new furniture, and the previously unused items were now placed in the empty room. While Liang was engrossed in reading, she heard a knock at the door. Let her stay in the woodshed, Ning Jing suggested. Liang went to inspect the space. Although it was modest, it contained all the essentials, and with the bedding brought over, it would suffice for habitation. That works, Su Liang nodded. I will bring her over. Otherwise, she would have to sleep on the floor tonight. Lu Xiaoya, after consuming a calming potion, slept soundly. Su Liang carried her over, arranged the bedding, and secured the doors and windows. The following morning, Lu Shi arrived once more. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoya confined to the original woodshed, she hesitated for a moment before hurriedly exclaiming, "This is quite satisfactory. She was but a servant. How could she possibly reside in your quarters?" Su Liang smiled gently, suggesting they would discuss matters further once Lu Xiaoya had recovered. After a while, Lu Shi assisted Lu Xiaoya out of the room. Lu Xiaoya had been imprisoned in a dim, windowless chamber for an extended period, deprived of sunlight, her complexion nearly translucent and her frame alarmingly emaciated. Yet her delicate features still radiated beauty. It was no wonder she had once caught the eye of Master Huang, who sought to take her as a concubine, only to be abducted by the Wu family. "Xiaoya, this is Su Liang, your savior," Lu Shi introduced. As Su Liang approached, Lu Xiaoya gently pushed Lu Shi aside, barely managing to maintain her balance as she gradually sank to her knees. Her voice, though frail, carried an undeniable resolve. "Thank you, Miss Su, for saving my life. Had it not been for your kindness, I would still be trapped in that wretched place." Her words indicated that Lu Xiaoya was aware of the Wu family's transgressions, which had only come to light due to Su Liang's intervention. Otherwise, she would have had no chance of surviving to see the light of day again. Lu Shi's eyes glistened with tears, yet she made no effort to assist Lu Xiaoya to her feet. Su Liang regarded Lu Xiaoya with curiosity, inquiring about the enigma that was Wu Huayan. Why had he chosen not to kill her? Lu Shi's expression turned to one of horror. Lu Xiaoya reflected on her time in the chamber, estimating it had been approximately 6 months. The other young women who had perished at Wu Huayan's hands were lured by his temptations, enduring unspeakable torment as they uttered the words he longed to hear, believing it would grant them release. Unaware that this was merely a manifestation of Wu Huayan's weariness, he sought to orchestrate a final ritual that conformed to his twisted fantasies. Lu Xiaoya's survival stemmed from her unwavering disbelief in Wu Huayan's hollow promises and her resolute refusal to compromise. This defiance undermined Wu Huayan's lofty sense of superiority, inciting him to further oppress and seek to destroy her, ultimately allowing her to be the last one standing. Su Liang, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Would you partake in actions that are morally reprehensible?" Lu Xiaoya shook her head, asserting, "I would not. You are a good person." Su Liang clarified, "In truth, I never intended for you to become a servant. I have no need for one. You may reside here until your health is restored and you have contemplated your future direction, after which you may leave." Lu Xiaoya paused, contemplating her options. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Su Liang. "I can cook and do laundry. If I lack skills, I am willing to learn. Should my benefactor reject me, I would have no choice but to renounce the world and become a nun. Becoming a nun could also provide a tranquil refuge." Su Liang remarked, "But if I were to become a nun, how could I repay my benefactor?" Lu Xiaoya countered, shaking her head. Su Liang, initially inclined to say that repayment was unnecessary, reconsidered her words. Lu Xiaoya exhibited remarkable strength, integrity, and a clear sense of right and wrong. Such qualities are rare indeed. "Rise," Su Liang urged, assisting Lu Xiaoya to her feet. "In a few days, I shall arrange for your next steps." After Lu Xiaoya departed, she intended to wash Su Liang's clothes, but Su Liang commanded her to rest for another 3 days, assuring her that ample work awaited her thereafter. When Chang'an returned, he presented the 500 taels intended for Lu Xiaoya, yet Su Liang declined to accept them. While at the Lu residence, I had no desire to engage with them, wishing only to depart swiftly, hence I did not clarify. The person is what I desire, and the funds are my responsibility. I sent you to negotiate, not to pay." Su Liang asserted. Chang'an was taken aback. How could this be? It was my master who invited Miss Su. How could I allow her to incur expenses? He invited me to treat Lu Xiaoya, and if this pertains to medical fees, I can accept it to procure some nourishing medicine for her. However, if it concerns a sum for selling oneself, then that is unnecessary, Su Liang declared with conviction. At this point, Chang'an found himself at an impasse. Unable to decide whether to give or withhold, his hand frozen in midair. Ultimately, Mu Si changed his mind and insisted on offering money. And he even had plans for Lu Xiaoya, but Su Liang refused to accept it. Chang'an hastily exclaimed, "I nearly forgot the main matter. My master wishes to request Miss Su and young Master Ning for a favor." "No time," Su Liang replied without even a moment's inquiry. Chang'an clarified. There is no danger involved. It is merely to ask you both to visit the Wu family to help find something. If you have not located it by now, perhaps it is simply not at the Wu residence. Upon hearing this, Su Liang promptly shut the door, securing the bolt from the inside. Chang'an, clutching 500 taels, turned to leave, feeling utterly despondent. After making this trip, he had accomplished nothing. It was a complete failure. Ning Jing was in the backyard constructing a new carpentry shed when Su Liang approached, remarking with a disdainful tone, "Mu Si is so miserly. He always seems reluctant to part with money. This time, his unsolicited offer of 500 taels must surely be a ruse." If Chang'an were present, hearing Su Liang's criticism of Mu Si's stinginess, he would undoubtedly be filled with exasperation. In just over half a month, Su Liang had relentlessly extracted every last coin from Mu Si, who had given without hesitation. "He pays for the man, but not for the person," Ning Jing commented. Su Liang stepped forward to assist, asserting, "But he cannot have the person. Did you not say to keep a distance from those of royal lineage? Perhaps he has taken a liking to Xiaoya's character, intending to exploit her for some purpose." Indeed, Su Liang's conjecture proved accurate. "What do you intend to do?" Ning Jing inquired. Su Liang shook her head, suggesting that Ning Jing should accompany Yin Yu. Ning Jing glanced at Su Liang, giving a slight nod, indicating her agreement. Lu Xiaoya, overhearing Su Liang's remarks from within the room, remained unaware of the identity of Yin Yu but clearly understood that Su Liang had no intention of retaining her as maid. Chang'an nodded, realizing that Miss Su indeed desired to keep Miss Lu. Regarding the matter of locating the account book, she did not acquiesce, stating that if they were unable to find it, perhaps it was never in the Wu family's possession. Mu Si narrowed his gaze, declaring they would search for another 3 days, dismantling everything on the Wu family estate and excavating every corner. 3 days later, Su Liang encountered a messenger sent by Yin Yu to convey news of safety. The messenger, named Zhou Yuan, was a middle-aged man with a robust physique and a bushy beard. At first glance, he appeared rather intimidating, yet his demeanor and speech revealed a cultured nature, suggesting he was a trusted associate of Yin Yu. Su Liang felt a pang of nostalgia. Yin Yu's brother, Yin Feng, had been slain by Yin Shiba. It was surprising that Yin Yu would actively seek out Yin Yunlu. The innocent and kind-hearted girl she once met had been compelled by harsh realities to adopt a ruthless disposition. However, this was a remarkably pragmatic approach. Although Yin Wu was Yin Yu's half-brother, their relationship was inevitably one of life and death. It was Yin Wu who had ultimately killed Yin Feng. Only through Su Liang's intervention did Yin Feng manage to survive a few additional days. Should Yin Yu show mercy, it would be her own demise. The cousin who had betrayed Yin Yu was dealt with in kind. Yin Yu lamented that many within her family opposed her, not for any other reason than her gender. Her parents have long since passed away, and a group of outsiders unexpectedly decided to adopt a distant nephew of her family to serve as a son to her parents, thus perpetuating the family lineage and inheriting the family estate. My father built this substantial fortune from nothing. These so-called relatives have merely basked in the benefits without contributing in any meaningful way. Handing over the Yin family legacy to them would lead to its inevitable ruin. And why should I relinquish what rightfully belongs to me? Rest assured, I will not allow those individuals to bully me. Once I have settled my family matters, I shall come to see you. Su Liang tucked away the letter, and Zhou Yuan presented her with a jade tablet inscribed with the character Yin. With this token, she could withdraw funds from any of the Yin family banks. Lu Xiaoya had long anticipated Su Liang's intention to send her away, but was surprised at how soon it came to pass. She hadn't even had the chance to prepare a meal for Su Liang or wash her clothes. Over the past 3 days, the only task Su Liang had assigned Lu Xiaoya was to recount everything she knew about Wu Huayan, which Su Liang diligently recorded as Lu Xiaoya affixed her fingerprint. This was to serve as evidence for Mu Si. Su Liang briefly informed Lu Xiaoya about Yin Yu's situation. Upon learning that Yin Yu was a woman, Lu Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and accepted Su Liang's arrangements. Go ahead. You've made it this far. What is there to fear? Su Liang gently patted Lu Xiaoya's shoulder, adding, I hope that when we meet again, you will be smiling. Lu Xiaoya fought back her tears and nodded earnestly. Take care. Benefactor. I will not disappoint you. Chapter 59. Nian Jinsheng leaves the capital. Second update. The Lu family. Upon learning of Su Liang's arrangement for Lu Xiaoya to seek out a friend, was taken aback but deemed it a favorable decision. To arrive at a place where no one knows you is to embark upon a fresh beginning. In the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Su Liang approached to find an elderly woman with a sorrowful countenance, carrying a basket, who seemed vaguely familiar. Upon seeing Su Liang, the woman attempted to kneel, exclaiming, "I am the mother of Xiaoyu. I have come to see my daughter. Please, allow me a moment with her." Su Liang's memory stirred. She recalled that during her visit to the Liu family, this woman was among the crowd, her expression vacant, as if detached from the unfolding events. With a stoic demeanor, Su Liang closed the door, unwilling to utter a single word. Perhaps Liu Xiaoyu's mother lacked authority in her own home. Yet she had sold her own flesh and blood, not merely once, but on multiple occasions. Now, returning to seek her out, Su Liang found it difficult to dismiss the notion that the woman was motivated by her sons, reluctant to sever ties with Liu Xiaoyu, hoping to reap some future benefits. Upon learning of the visit, Liu Shi was seething with indignation. Little did Su Liang know. Yet Liu Shi was acutely aware of the true nature of Liu Xiaoyu's mother. To her, sons were treasures while daughters were mere weeds. Whenever Liu Xiaoyu endured mistreatment, her mother feigned ignorance. Once, when Liu Xiaoyu was struck by her brother, she retaliated, and the old woman nearly beat Liu Xiaoyu to death. The elderly woman's sobs abruptly ceased. "What? Dewei said this is the family." Liu Shi initially considered telling her that Su Liang had sold Liu Xiaoyu elsewhere, but realizing that such a rumor would tarnish Su Liang's reputation, she coldly remarked. Xiaoyu insisted on becoming a nun, and Su Liang could not dissuade her, so she went. The elderly woman erupted in anger. "What use is that wretched girl to me? She has latched onto a wealthy family and still insists on leaving, never considering her brothers. Didn't we give you 500 taels?" Liu Shi frowned. The elderly woman wept more bitterly, lamenting the theft of her money. Every last coin had vanished. Dawei went to report the incident to the authorities, yet no one seemed to care. Liu, shocked by the realization that their substantial sum had been pilfered, began to suspect that they had hidden the money intentionally to extort more. "We must leave at once. Young Master Ning holds a distinguished position. You cannot afford to offend him. Liu Xiaoya is truly no longer here, and I know not where she has gone. Do not return." Liu pushed the elderly woman away and scolded Liu Dawei a few more times, prompting the mother and son to depart in a flurry of curses. Su Liang and Ning Jing resumed their previously bustling and fulfilling lives. After Liu Xiaoya's departure, Ning Jing made adjustments to the room, transforming it into a space for Su Liang to practice medicine. Previously, the comings and goings of patients seeking Su Liang's care had caused much inconvenience. He arranged for a medicine cabinet to be placed inside, added tables and chairs, and procured various tools commonly found in town clinics. Gradually, Su Liang's reputation spread. The people of Fian Town came to know of a female doctor from Su family village, a sister-in-law to young Master Ning, who had topped the imperial examinations. Numerous patients, drawn by her renown, journeyed from afar, including ladies and young misses from the county town. For certain ailments, it was indeed inconvenient to consult a male physician, while female doctors were exceedingly rare. On one occasion, Su Liang received 3 female patients from the county town in succession and remarked, "It would have been beneficial to have Xiaoya stay on as my apprentice." Ning Jing, intently grinding medicine, looked up and asked, "What is it about this apprentice that you find unsatisfactory?" Su Liang cleared her throat and responded, "Not at all. You learn swiftly and perform admirably." Ever since Su Liang began her medical practice in the village, Ning Jing had been assisting her, learning the art of healing from her side. However, due to Su Liang's lack of time, she did not specifically instruct Ning Jing. Instead, Ning Jing would peruse the medical text that Su Liang had previously examined. "How many days will it take us to reach the provincial city?" Su Liang inquired. "If we travel quickly, it will take 3 to 5 days. If slowly, 7 to 8 days, Ning Jing replied. "Then we must depart by the end of the month," Su Liang stated, considering that the provincial examination in October was approaching, and it was already the 10th day of September. "Indeed," Ning Jing nodded, suggesting they leave 5 days in advance. For the moment, they settled on this plan, and Su Liang chose not to focus on the progress of the smuggling case involving Mu Si, surmising that it would not be easily resolved. After receiving Yin Yu's letter, Su Liang felt that her greatest challenge had been surmounted, yet her thoughts returned to Yin Shiba. Although the conflict between Yin Shiba and Yin Sui was of her own volition, it nonetheless bore implications for both Su Liang and Ning Jing. Yin Yao had employed Yin Yunlu to assassinate Ning Jing, but during the initial attempt, Yin Shiba mistakenly killed Yin Feng, resulting in a failed mission and providing Yin Sui with a pretext to target Yin Shiba, leading to their estrangement. Should Yin Shiba be defeated by Yin Sui, not only would her fate be precarious, but Yin Sui would also persist in her unfinished task to eliminate Ning Jing. Therefore, Su Liang hoped for Yin Shiba to vanquish Yin Sui and seize control of Yin Yulu. That night, in the depths of slumber, Su Liang was awakened by the sounds of a struggle in the courtyard, leading her to suspect that Yin Sui had arrived. If it were indeed Yin Sui, it would imply that Yin Shiba was likely dead. Without lighting a lamp, Su Liang grasped a dagger and stood by the window, piercing the paper to observe the unfolding events outside. If Ning Jing lacked the strength to confront the threat, her rash intervention would only complicate matters. The moonlight was resplendent, casting a silvery glow across the ground. Two dark figures entwined and then separated, their movements swift as the wind. Su Liang recognized one as Ning Jing, while the other unmistakably bore the form of a man. The combat persisted for an hour, and Su Liang, captivated by the spectacle, felt her eyes begin to sting. The pace of their duel had somewhat diminished, yet she still struggled to discern who held the upper hand. The outcome remained uncertain. As she rubbed her eyes and gazed outward once more, Ning Jing's long sword pierced through his opponent's body. The falling petal sword. You are Gu. An elderly voice, laden with shock, failed to complete its thought before life slipped away. Su Liang mused that she had long suspected it was Gu Ling. However, they had never broached the subject, and it was of little consequence for the moment. Ning Jing turned to her, and Su Liang hastily emerged. Was it Yin Sui? Indeed. Ning Jing removed the mask from the corpse's face, revealing an aged visage that appeared neither menacing nor extraordinary. Ning Jing then handed Su Liang the ink jade signet from Yin Sui's hand, a symbol of the leader of Yin Yun Tower. Will possessing this attract the attention of Yin Yun Tower's members? Su Liang inquired. It will, Ning Jing affirmed. If it were I would seize the signet, claiming it as the position of the tower master bequeathed by Yin Sui before his demise. Why then do you give it to me? Su Liang suddenly felt the signet grow somewhat warm in her grasp. Yin Sui's final task before his disappearance was to eliminate me, regardless of who possesses the signet. They will seek me out, Ning Jing explained. Su Liang glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed. Are you suggesting that our days of peace have come to an end? By day, it will remain the same. They will come at night, providing you with practice. Ning Jing replied. Su Liang cleared her throat lightly. Do you possess such unwavering confidence in me? I am here. You shall not perish. With that, Ning Jing dragged the lifeless body of Yin Sui towards the backyard. Su Liang slipped the ink jade ring onto her thumb and sighed softly, contemplating how life had indeed become increasingly promising. On the third night, Su Liang awaited the first wave of assassins seeking the ring. Aware that Yin Sui had been slain and that a formidable presence lurked nearby, the adversaries did not dare approach recklessly, opting instead to come in a group of 4. Upon hearing Ning Jing's warning, Su Liang braced herself for battle. Stepping outside, she was taken aback to find 4 menacing assassins in the yard. This was not part of her plan, as dealing with even one would be a formidable challenge. Just as Su Liang contemplated joining forces with Ning Jing to confront the foes, Ning Jing seized her wrist and swiftly led her to the backyard, leaping over the garden wall towards the mountainside. The last time Su Liang had ventured up the mountain was with Ning Jing and the Bai brothers to hunt wild boars. As they proceeded, Ning Jing suddenly released Su Liang, gesturing towards a nearby tree. Understanding his intent, she quickly climbed up, concealing herself and holding her breath. Ning Jing also found a nearby hiding spot. The 4 assassins paused beneath the tree, confronted by a fork in the path, unable to ascertain which direction Su Liang and Ning Jing had taken. They soon resolved to split into 2 groups, with pairs pursuing different paths and signaling each other upon discovery. Once the assassins departed, Su Liang glanced towards Ning Jing's hiding place. Catching a fleeting shadow, he too had vanished. Remaining in her position, Su Liang waited. After approximately half an hour, she heard a commotion, and her expression sharpened. She recognized Ning Jing, who was running towards her, pursued by a single individual. Su Liang tightened her grip on the sword, and after Ning Jing dashed past the trees, she leaped down to intercept the assassin. Upon noticing the jade ring deliberately worn on Su Liang's finger, the assassin's gaze sharpened. Yet he did not kneel and address her as the master of the building. Instead, he swung his blade towards her. Trained specifically by Ning Jing to confront knife-wielding foes, Su Liang felt no fear. However, in terms of both skill and experience, she was still significantly lacking compared to the assassin. Knowing that Ning Jing was observing her, Su Liang felt emboldened and fought with increasing fervor. Yin Shiba? She suddenly called out, glancing behind the assassin. The assassin faltered for a moment, and seizing the opportunity, Su Liang struck his arm. The tide of battle turned. Although she fought with great effort and sustained a minor injury, she ultimately triumphed over her adversary. Exhausted, she leaned against a tree to steady herself. Ning Jing emerged from the shadows, revealing 2 more opponents. Su Liang was taken aback. Did you not say you would eliminate 3 and leave 1 for me? I have only slain 1. Ning Jing replied, raising his sword. There are still 2 left. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to recuperate. Su Liang quickly concealed herself, using the time to observe the techniques of the 2 remaining assassins. After a quarter of an hour, she charged forward to stand beside Ning Jing, entering a 2-on-2 confrontation. When the 2 assassins realized that Ning Jing was taking the opportunity to instruct Su Liang in martial arts, their fury intensified, and their assault became increasingly fierce. Unfortunately, even Yin Sui had failed to eliminate Ning Jing. How could these 2 hope to succeed? Once their chance for a 4-person alliance was lost, their defeat became inevitable. Their demise was not swift, for Ning Jing aimed to utilize them to help Su Liang accumulate practical combat experience. In the end, Su Liang, barely able to maintain her stance with the sword, exhaled deeply and inquired, "Have you been practicing martial arts since childhood? Why does no one feel fatigued?" It's not that one cannot tire, but rather one must first exhaust the enemy. Otherwise, one faces demise, Ning Jing remarked. I have learned from this. Su Liang nodded, acknowledging her inadequate foundation, vowing to strive diligently henceforth. The eastern horizon began to blush with the light of dawn. They were not far from the summit. After an insomniac night, despite her physical weariness and minor injuries, Su Liang felt remarkably alert, invigorated by the chilling mountain mist. She inquired of Ning Jing whether he wished to accompany her to witness the sunrise from the peak. You ascend first, Ning Jing replied, as he needed to dispose of the bodies. Utilizing her sword as a makeshift staff, Su Liang slowly ascended the mountain, her strength gradually replenishing. Upon reaching the summit, she was greeted by the magnificent sight of the sun bursting forth in resplendent glory. By the time Ning Jing arrived, the sun had risen, and Su Liang, leaning against a large rock at the peak, had succumbed to slumber. Ning Jing lightly tapped her head with the hilt of his sword, rousing her instantly. It is time to descend, he stated, making his way down while carrying the weapons of the 4 assassins. Su Liang instinctively followed, her outer garment stained with blood, hoping they would not encounter anyone on their way. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Ning Jing paused to conceal the weapons in the underbrush and removed his coat to offer to Su Liang. From their vantage point, they could see their residence, with a carriage stationed outside the front gate. As Su Liang donned Ning Jing's coat, it hung loosely upon her frame. The 2 descended the mountain. But they had no opportunity to enter the backyard directly, for Chang'an, observant as ever, spotted them. Miss Su, young Master Ning, what brings you here? Chang'an exclaimed in surprise, with Musi standing nearby. Musi's gaze settled on Su Liang's attire, a bemused smile playing upon his lips. Did the 2 of you embark on a mountain climb so early? Quite the refined pursuit, indeed. Su Liang approached with a calm demeanor, stating, that is not the case. I sleepwalked up the mountain last night, ventured too far, stumbled several times, and lost my way. It was only with Ning Jing's effort that I was found. Musi's lips twitched slightly at the mention of sleepwalking. He instinctively felt that Su Liang was once again indulging in fanciful talk. What brings you here, Sir Mu? Su Liang inquired. The family of Lu Xiaoye has reported the loss of 500 taels in silver notes. Are you aware of this matter? Musi asked. Su Liang nodded, acknowledging, yes, I am aware. Lu Xiaoye's mother visited a few days ago and spoke of it. Miss Su, you must not heed that family. Chang'an interjected impulsively. You went sleepwalking while Lu Xiaoye remained at home? Why did she not open the door? Musi queried. I sold her to someone else. Su Liang replied, taking a few steps back before leaping over the wall and opening the gate from the inside. The fluidity of her actions left Mu Si momentarily stunned. Please, come in. Would you care for a meal here? Su Liang offered graciously. Mu Si retorted, somewhat irately, I cannot afford it. Then let us discuss matters at hand. After that, you may take your leave, Su Liang responded. Mu Si did not believe that Su Liang had truly sold Lu Xiaoye, yet since she claimed as such, it was evident that Lu Xiaoye was no longer present. As for her whereabouts, it was clear that Su Liang was unwilling to divulge that information. Wu Huayan has expressed a willingness to explain, but only upon your arrival, Mu Si stated. Su Liang let out a light scoff. When I go, he will speak. All he requires is my demise before he relinquishes what you seek. Do you believe that? Mu Si sighed deeply as he entered the courtyard, admitting, I know your visit may be of little use, but I have been rather vexed by the lack of progress. I simply stepped out for a stroll and ended up here. Nian Rushue donned an exquisite attire. was seated by the pavilion next to the artificial hill in her courtyard, sipping tea. Nian Jinsheng gently pushed her hand aside, urging her to seek counsel from their elder brother. I am to depart from the capital today. Nian Rushue furrowed her brow. Depart from the capital? For what purpose? It has come to light that Wu Yun and his son, stationed at the mining town of Bayan County, have been secretly harming several maidens over the past 3 years. As discovered by the fourth prince, he has apprehended them and has recommended that I take over Wu Yun's position, Nian Jinsheng explained. Nian Rushue's expression darkened. The fourth prince clearly intends to ruin our second brother's future. How can he, at such a young age, be assigned to guard a mine? That is an extremely critical position. Why should I not go? Nian Jinsheng retorted. The emperor sought my opinion, and I have already agreed. Time is of the essence. I must depart today. Have you lost your senses, second brother? Since the emperor has not issued a direct edict, why not find an excuse to decline? Quickly, let our father seek the crown prince. Surely, the crown prince would not wish for you to guard the mine, as that would be tantamount to exile. Nian Rushue insisted. Her brow knitted in concern. Chapter 60, Siblings and Cousins, Part 1. A maid lifted the curtain, announcing, Eldest Madam, the second young master has arrived. As Nian Jinsheng entered, he beheld his grandmother, Madame Qiu, beaming with joy as she played with a vividly colored parrot, while his elder brother, Nian Jingxing, leaned affectionately beside her. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and familial affection. Nian Jinsheng performed his greetings respectfully, addressing his grandmother and elder brother, though it seemed no one heard him. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window lattice, illuminating the room where fine silver charcoal was lit, creating a bright and warm ambience. Yet, Nian Jinsheng found himself standing in the shadow, feeling like an unwelcome presence. The matron whispered a few words into Qiu's ear, and only then did she divert a fraction of her attention from her beloved grandson and pair it to Nian Jinsheng, a mere 3 parts of her focus. Her gaze towards him was askew and indifferent. When she finally spoke, her tone was languid. Aren't you usually so busy? How do you find the time to visit this old woman? The matron pursed her lips. Among her grandchildren, only Nian Jinsheng was perpetually occupied. Yet he was the only one who, despite his busy schedule, would visit daily to pay his respects whenever he was in the capital. However, 8 out of 10 times, Qiu would not allow him entry. To outsiders, he was a favored figure in the emperor's court, the pride of the Yin family, with a promising future ahead. Yet since childhood, he had never garnered the affection of his elders, regardless of how diligent or exceptional he proved to be. Such sentiments were evident even to the household servants. Grandmother, I have received a decree from the emperor. Today I shall depart to Bayan County to oversee the mines. Nian Jinsheng earnestly reiterated his earlier statement. Upon hearing this, Qiu smiled. Good news. Go ahead, do not worry about the family. As Nian Jinsheng approached the entrance to his father Yin Jitang's courtyard, he was halted. Second young master. The master is occupied and has instructed that he shall not see anyone, the guard stated sternly. Yet, Yin Jinsheng had already caught sight of Yin Jitang. The window was ajar, and Yin Jitang, in his 40s, was dressed casually, cradling a sultry concubine in his arms, reveling in leisure and delight. When Yin Jitang glanced up, it seemed he noticed Yin Jinsheng, yet also appeared not to, as he lowered his head and murmured something, prompting the concubine to giggle in delight. The guard hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to report such significant news to the master. Perhaps the master. Yin Jinsheng turned away. No need. It is of little consequence. To his father, the matters concerning him had never held any significance. Last year, he achieved the title of the martial champion, earning widespread acclaim from outsiders. Yet, he overheard Nian Jitang remarking to his colleagues that it was a pity it wasn't his eldest son, Nian Jingxing, who had attained this honor, for otherwise, he would certainly have gone to the ancestral hall to offer incense. Both Qiu and Nian Jitang had suggested that Nian Jinsheng resign from his military post for Nian Jingxing to take over, citing the principle of seniority and hierarchy. Merely because he was a son born out of wedlock, and on the day of his birth, a tempest raged, the fortune-teller proclaimed it an ominous sign. Perhaps there were other reasons, yet no one had ever disclosed them to Nian Jinsheng. Suddenly, Nian Li rushed in, exclaiming, Young master. The heir of Prince Beijing and Miss Qin have arrived. Nian Jinsheng was taken aback, just as he witnessed Qin Yujin pushing Xing Yuxing's wheelchair through the door. Early that morning, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the capital. 3 years prior, the old General Wu Yun had voluntarily stationed himself at the iron mine in Bayan County, along with his disabled younger son Wu Huayan, who had been injured in battle, had secretly abducted and harmed several young girls in Bayan County. The fourth prince, Duanmu Chun, sent by imperial decree to investigate the case in Bayan County, had resolved the county's most profound mystery, with irrefutable evidence leading to the capture of the monstrous father and son. Moreover, 3 years ago, when the Wu father and son left the capital, the remains of the fifth miss of the Mei family, who had been betrothed to Wu Huayan and mysteriously disappeared after the engagement was broken, were discovered in the garden of their residence in Bayan County. Early that morning, Minister Mei entered the palace with red eyes and emerged distraught. The entire Wu family in the capital was imprisoned. Upon learning of the heinous acts committed by Wu Yun and Wu Huayan, the populace was not only shocked, but also revolted. Once a triumphant general returning in glory, now revealed to be insidiously treacherous and shameless, causing untold harm, it sends a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, the news of the emperor appointing Nian Jincheng to succeed Wu Yun did not attract much attention. However, some did take notice, such as Xing Yusheng. This was Xing Yusheng's first visit to another household since arriving in the capital, yet it was not his first encounter with Nian Jincheng. Last month at the poetry gathering at the Qin residence, Nian Jincheng had sought out Xing Yusheng. They engaged in a game of chess and exchanged words unknown to outsiders, which was not particularly pleasant. Qin Yujin, having dressed with great care, smiled and explained as Nian Jincheng emerged, apologizing for the imposition. Upon learning that General Nian was to travel to Bayan County, her cousin expressed a desire to seek Nian's assistance with the matter. "What does young Master Xing require of me?" Nian Jincheng inquired, his expression unperturbed. Qin Yujin chuckled lightly. "My cousin had never mentioned such a friend before. I am curious about the person who occupies his thoughts enough to warrant a treasured book from our grandfather as a gift." "Very well," Nian Jincheng replied, accepting the book offered by Xing Yusheng. "May I inquire where this friend resides and their name?" "She lives in Sujia Village, Fian Town, Bayan County," Xing Yusheng replied. Nian Jincheng's fingers tightened around the book abruptly. Yet in the next moment, the name that escaped Xing Yusheng's lips was not what Nian Jincheng had anticipated. "Su Liang," Qin Yujin remarked with intrigue. "The name of your cousin's friend is quite unique. She is a lady, General Nian. Please do not mistake her identity." Xing Yusheng clarified. Qin Yujin expressed surprise. "A woman? Could it be that she is my cousin's confidant?" Xing Yusheng slightly tilted his head and furrowed his brows, stating, "We are merely friends, cousin. Do not speak foolishly." "Oh," Qin Yujin replied with a gentle smile. "I see I was mistaken. General Nian?" Xing Yusheng noticed Nian Jincheng had become distracted. "I have heard you visited Su family village?" Nian Jincheng nodded, recalling his previous trip for official business that took him past that area. Xing Yusheng was aware that Nian Jincheng's visit to Su family village was to investigate Gu Ling's whereabouts, yet it bore no relation to the current matter. "I wonder if young Master Xing has any message for the young lady Su Liang?" Upon mentioning her name, Nian Jincheng envisioned a frail and timid girl clad in bridal attire, her face adorned with heavy makeup. He had indeed visited Su family village and spoken with Su Liang, but his impression of her was far from favorable. Although he knew Su Liang had grown up in the capital, he found it difficult to comprehend how she could possibly be a friend of Xing Yusheng. Nonetheless, as Nian Jincheng was not particularly close to Xing Yusheng, his curiosity remained unvoiced. Xing Yusheng shook his head, stating, "It is sufficient for General Nian to deliver the book. There is nothing more." Qin Yujin then removed a delicate embroidered sachet from her waist, saying, "Cousin, I would very much like to meet that young lady Su. May I send this to her? I made it with my own hands." Xing Yusheng glanced at it and replied, "As you wish." Qin Yujin carefully wrapped the sachet in a handkerchief and stepped forward to hand it to Nian Jincheng. He accepted it and placed it into the cloth bag provided by Xing Yusheng, assuring her, "I will certainly deliver it." "Thank you, General Nian." Qin Yujin's cheeks flushed slightly as she bade farewell. As Xing Yusheng concluded his words, Qin Yujin urged him to depart. Nian Jincheng wore an inscrutable expression as he placed the cloth bundle into his luggage and set off with his attendant. He was heading to Bayan County to guard the mines, traveling light with only his servant by his side. "Young master, let us be on our way. We must not delay. If we arrive late, the fourth prince may be displeased." Nianli sighed. Just as Nian Jincheng raised his whip, he heard Nian Rushue's voice. "Second brother, wait." Nian Jincheng turned his horse around to see Nian Rushue running towards him, her skirts held high. "Take care on your journey, second brother. Be cautious of the fourth prince's schemes once you arrive. It will be fine. I shall adhere strictly to the imperial command. I made these pastries for you. Please take them along for the road." "I will." Nian Rushue smiled sweetly. "Take care, second brother." Upon reaching Chou's residence, Nian Jinxing was still there. "Has the second one left?" Nian Jinxing asked languidly. "He has departed." Nian Rushiwei settled beside Chiyo and naturally began to massage her legs. At last, I shall no longer have to endure that detestable face. Nian Jingxing scoffed. Is that the reason you were so eager to be near him every day? Nian Rushiwei chose not to retort. If second brother achieves merit in the future, it will benefit us all. That may be so for you. But as the legitimate eldest son of the Nian family, I am overshadowed by a mere illegitimate child, losing all face. Nian Jingxing's expression darkened abruptly. Eldest brother. Glory and shame are shared. Nian Rushiwei sighed. Nian Jingxing toyed with the agate bead bracelet in his hand and scoffed. He is merely a martial champion, never having fought a battle. When did the glory of the Nian family come to rely on him? Is he truly of Nian lineage? Or is that still up for debate? Chiyo's expression darkened. Shinger, do not speak so recklessly. Realizing his words had inadvertently mocked his father, Nian Jingxing slapped his own face lightly. I was wrong. Grandmother, please do not be angry. It would be my fault if you were to fall ill. Schwer, step aside. I shall give grandmother a leg massage. Nian Jingxing sprang to his feet, clasping his hands in a formal gesture. I am at your service. This elicited a hearty laugh from Chiyo, who leaned against Nian Rushiwei for support. Qin Yujin chuckled. I wonder if Miss Su will appreciate the sachet I gifted her. Xing Yushin remarked coolly, Cousin, your intentions are not as straightforward as they seem. It is clear you wish for Nian to carry your token. Qin Yujin blushed crimson. Cousin. Do not speak nonsense. Does my cousin insist on accompanying me to the Nian residence today because she finds Ajun unreliable? Cousin. Your relationship with Miss Su Liang is rather noteworthy, is it not? You are overthinking it. She is already a married woman. Cousin, you dare to bestow a gift upon a married lady from afar? What is your true intention? Books are merely for reading. They are best gifted to friends. Unlike sachets which are meant to be worn. I have already stated it is a gift for Miss Su. Oh, I too am giving a gift to Miss Su. How serendipitous. Indeed, quite fortuitous. Hearing Qin Yujin's laughter from the carriage, the driver, Qi Jun, could only look skyward in silence. Although cousins Xing Yuxing and Qin Yujin seldom met in the past, they shared a close bond. Today marked their first quarrel, which was rather peculiar. Qin Yujin was curious about how her cousin became acquainted with Miss Su. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Yuxing replied that her family had a pear tree that bore delicious fruit. Qin Yujin paused momentarily, then inquired, and then, without warning, Xing Yuxing changed the subject, asking, Do you think Nian Jinsheng will remain in Baistin County indefinitely? Qin Yujin pondered before responding, I doubt it. That may not be the case, Xing Yuxing remarked. Realizing he had sidestepped her question, Qin Yujin pressed, Cousin, you still haven't told me how you came to know Miss Su. With a soft sigh, Xing Yuxing explained. She is a physician. At the time, I was gravely ill, and she was the one who came to my rescue. Thus, she is not only my friend, but also my savior. Qin Yujin's expression turned serious as she understood. No wonder you gifted her a medical book. You should have informed me sooner so I could prepare some proper gifts for Miss Su. Meanwhile, Qi Jun chimed in from outside. Miss Su is an excellent cook. I have tasted the buns she made with her own hands. Xing Yuxing retorted lightly. Ah Jun, your monthly allowance has vanished. Qi Jun sighed, Master. Those buns were a gift from Miss Su. Your allowance for next month will also be gone, Xing Yuxing added. Qin Yujin couldn't help but laugh. Ah Jun is quite unfortunate. Yet, even he has savored Miss Su's buns, while my cousin and I have not. What a pity. Those buns must be delightful. What significance does the allowance hold? What do you say, Ah Jun? Qi Jun weakly remarked. Miss Qin, please do not jest at your subordinate. The monthly salary is of great importance, and I have yet to find a wife. My cousin is also struggling to marry. Qin Yujin chuckled in jest at Xing Yuxing. Xing Yuxing lightly huffed. Indeed, this frail body of mine has no one willing to wed. However, it is worth noting that General Nian Jinsheng is a striking figure, admired by many, making it unlikely for him to face difficulties in finding a bride. Qi Jun contemplated that if one were to summarize the playful banter between Xing Yuxing and Qin Yujin, it would be, come on, let us mutually inflict wounds. Nonetheless, Qi Jun found Qin Yujin to be quite delightful. With such a sister, Xing Yuxing appeared considerably more cheerful. Chapter 61. Nian Jinsheng's Inquiry, Second Update. The day following their departure from the capital, during a moment of respite, Nian Li asked, Surely the emperor would not allow the young master to remain in the north for an extended period? Nian Jinsheng set down the water jug, slightly tilted his head back, and gazed at the rising sun in the eastern sky. A fleeting smile graced his handsome, resolute profile, only to vanish in an instant. Guarding the mines is not without its merits. Nian Li frowned, but did not the young master aspire to become a great general, gallivanting across the battlefield? Nian Jincheng remained silent for a moment, taking a couple of sips from his water, then sighed softly. Indeed. Yet, the fervor of youth has grown increasingly tepid over these past 2 years. I am caught up in the busyness of what others deem appropriate affairs, being excessively harsh on myself, striving for perfection in all matters, and thus earning much acclaim. Yet, in moments of solitude, I find an emptiness within my heart. I am increasingly uncertain of the purpose behind my endeavors. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, no one truly cares. This inevitably brings to mind that day at the Qin residence, when he first encountered Xing Yuxing. With a tone laced with subtle scorn, he remarked that the much-rumored Gu Ling had but one friend, namely Nian Jincheng. Ever since the calamity befell the Gu family, Nian Jincheng had been commanded by the emperor to hunt down Gu Ling, and many whispered behind his back, mocking his hypocrisy. Yet, Xing Yuxing's words held little weight. The fact that he would seek out Nian Jincheng again indicated that he did not genuinely believe Nian Jincheng intended to eradicate Gu Ling. Nian Jincheng had endured far worse jibes, particularly from his own kin, his elder brother, and even his sister, Nian Ruxue, whom he believed was the only one who cared for him. Nian Jinxing was certainly not concerned for Gu Ling's fate. Rather, he would seize every opportunity to belittle and humiliate Nian Jincheng. However, on that day, in the presence of Xing Yuxing, Nian Jincheng harbored a sentiment he dared not voice. Gu Ling is also my only friend. It was he who volunteered to pursue Gu Ling, traversing countless miles, yet returning empty-handed. Unbeknownst to anyone, that night in Sujia village, he was covertly monitored by the emperor's trusted aide, Eunuch Han, who had prepared to eliminate any threat should the old matriarch suspect anything amiss. Nian Jincheng was well aware that the individual in Sujia village was not the true Ning Jing. For the seventh son of the Ning family from Xiwenyang had long since perished, right before his very eyes, and he had even buried him himself. In Sujia village, Ning Jing was meticulously cleaning and polishing a pair of slender blades. This marked the 9th weapon he and Su Liang had salvaged from the assassins of Yanyan Tower. The first was the longsword belonging to the tower's master, Yin Sui, which now hung in Ning Jing's chamber. After carefully wiping the twin blades, Ning Jing presented them to Su Liang, urging him to give them a try. Su Liang set aside the medical tome in her hands and grasped a pair of twin blades, swinging them a few times, albeit with a lack of coordination. Accustomed to wielding her right hand, she had never experimented with dual wielding before. Suddenly inspired, she called Ning Jing to join her for practice. The original owner of the twin blades had perished at her hands the night before. She had engaged him in combat and retained some recollection of his techniques. However, relying solely on memory for imitation was inevitably flawed, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Ning Jing patiently guided Su Liang through the movements, offering insights during their sparring. Initially, their pace was slow, and Su Liang would occasionally reconsider her stance after executing a move, opting to restart. Gradually, she became more adept, her speed increasing as she found the twin blades to be quite manageable. The dual weapons wielded in each hand possessed a greater destructive power than a single weapon. After their session, Su Liang concealed the twin blades along her calves, perfectly replacing her ordinary daggers with this new armament. Surely not every individual in Yanyan Tower is a formidable master? Su Liang inquired, contemplating that those who followed might not possess the prowess of their predecessors. If, by chance, lesser thugs were to appear and attempt to seize the Master's Jade Ring, it would be an act of utter recklessness. The constant tension at night, the fear of impending assassins, had once provided a thrill, but now it left Su Liang with a throbbing headache due to her lack of sleep. Ning Jing shook his head, asserting that while many skilled individuals existed, only a select few would dare to covet the Jade Ring. Those truly formidable and astute would not fixate on such a mere trinket. Even Yin Sui had met his demise in Su family village. Thus, it was plausible that individuals of even greater strength lurked within Yanyan Tower, but such beings would have no need for the ring. The assassins who require the use of a finger ring, if they truly come to seize it, are merely engaging in a foolish and reckless act of self-destruction. Thus, Su Liang inquired, does this mean that apart from Yin Sui, no formidable individuals from Yanyan Tower have actually come, nor will they? Ning Jing nodded in affirmation. Su Liang sighed softly, realizing that she had overestimated the situation, assuming that the recent arrivals were the most powerful from Yanyan Tower. It turned out they were not only lacking in strength but also in intelligence. Nevertheless, they provided her with an excellent opportunity for practice. If a master of Yin Sui's caliber were to appear, Su Liang would have no choice but to hide or flee. With this thought in mind, she bent down to draw her twin blades once more, directing them at Ning Jing, declaring, I am still far from adequate. Let us continue to train. As the days passed, Su Liang's abilities, while not skyrocketing, were progressing rapidly. She believed that a significant portion of her improvement was attributable to her exceptional mentor, Ning Jing. His high-intensity, efficient, and personalized guidance was both strict and patient. Although Su Liang's physical foundation was average after her transmigration, her talent, comprehension, and diligence were all of the highest caliber, and the body is capable of transformation. Following their conversation, another wave of individuals from Yin Tower appeared, but thereafter, they ceased to show up. Including Yin Sui, Ning Jing and Su Liang had together eliminated 13 assassins from Yin Tower, confiscating 13 weapons in the process. Yin Sui's longsword was entrusted to Ning Jing, while the twin blades belonged to Su Liang, with the remaining weapons utilized by the two for their regular practice. As late September approached, the weather grew increasingly colder. During dinner, Su Liang once again inquired of Ning Jing regarding their plans for departure to the provincial capital. The provincial examination was set to commence on the 15th of October, lasting 3 days. In the previous conversation, Ning Jing mentioned departing 5 days early. Yet Su Liang felt that it would be too rushed. Any slight delay on the journey would result in missing the examination. October 8th, Ning Jing stated. How about the 5th? Su Liang suggested. This way, we can take our time on the road and enjoy the scenery. Very well, Ning Jing nodded. There are still 10 days left. Su Liang calculated that she had asked Huer to assist in finding someone to construct a carriage, which should arrive promptly. During the journey, they could alternate driving, read while riding, and practice martial arts during their breaks, ensuring that nothing would be neglected. As they prepared for their forthcoming travels, Su Liang intended to bring all of her books along with bedding and winter clothing, making their luggage quite substantial. The carriage they previously owned was inadequate for their needs. Coincidentally, Huer had visited a few days prior and, upon hearing Su Liang mention the carriage, revealed that he knew an old craftsman skilled in carriage making. Su Liang sketched a diagram of the carriage's interior according to her vision and entrusted Huer with finding the craftsman, insisting on the use of only the finest materials, regardless of the cost. The clothing and shoes that she had requested from Aunt Bai were also completed. I haven't seen you perusing any books related to the imperial examination. How can you be so confident? Su Liang inquired of Ning Jing. He dedicated his days to instructing Su Liang in martial arts, tending to the fire, washing clothes, and maintaining cleanliness, and had spent considerable time in the woodworking shop. Even when he read, it was primarily the medical texts that Su Liang had finished. I don't know what to prepare for. There is nothing specific to study, Ning Jing replied. Su Liang coughed gently. Those words might earn you a beating. However, she had never entertained the thought that Ning Jing could fail the provincial examination, nor the possibility of them not traveling to the capital. In her eyes, Ning Jing was a being of divine stature. He possessed knowledge in realms unfamiliar to him, yet whenever he took an interest in something, he could delve into it with remarkable proficiency. It had been several days since Chang'an had last visited, leaving Su Liang pondering the progress of the investigation. She casually remarked this to Ning Jing, who, however, seemed utterly unconcerned about Mu Si and Chang'an. Redirecting the conversation to inquire about the kind of pattern Su Liang desired to engrave on a pinholder. This line of inquiry arose from Su Liang's observation of a newly acquired wooden pinholder on Ning Jing's desk, intricately adorned with a relief of mountains and waters that piqued her curiosity. She had asked Ning Jing if he could craft one for her, to which he agreed, stipulating that she would relinquish the right to choose the day's meal. Upon handing over that privilege, he glanced at her and inquired, "Your former home?" Su Liang nodded. "Sometimes I feel as though you possess the ability to read minds." Just the previous night, she had mentioned the absence of Chang'an and Mu Si. Yet the very next morning, Chang'an arrived. "My master wishes to visit the mine today and has sent me to ask if Miss Su would be interested in accompanying us," he inquired. Su Liang initially intended to decline any request from Chang'an, but was taken aback to learn that Mu Si had invited her to explore the mine, a place she had longed to visit but had never had the opportunity. Without hesitation, she agreed and called for Ning Jing. However, he remained in his room, engrossed in the intricate carving of a pinholder, his head not lifting as he replied, "I shall not go." During the daylight hours, Su Liang set out alone, while Ning Jing had no intention of following her. He had clandestinely visited the mine previously to deal with the Su family. As the two departed from Su family village, Su Liang inquired of Chang'an, "Where is your master?" "He is waiting in town. We must hurry," Chang'an replied. Mu Si's decision to visit the mine had not been made impulsively. He had resolved to include Su Liang only after his arrival in Fei Yin town. Su Liang understood that Mu Si's overtures were likely driven by ulterior motives. However, Since he had not explicitly stated his intentions from the outset, there remained room for negotiation in all subsequent matters. The two rode swiftly to the town, where Mu Si, growing somewhat impatient, maintained his courteous demeanor towards Su Liang. "Miss Su, would you care to join me in the carriage? Riding can be quite tiresome. I appreciate your offer. But the weather is splendid today, and I seldom ride. I shall not disturb you, Master Mu." Su Liang gracefully declined. Mu Si did not press the matter further, lowering the carriage curtain and issuing orders for their departure. At that moment, Nian Jinsheng and his servant, Nian Lu, had arrived at Bayan County after a long journey from the capital, only to be informed that Mu Si had ventured to the mines that day. As Nian Jinsheng had been dispatched to oversee the mines, he and Nian Lu promptly set off, riding at a brisk pace towards their destination. During their journey, they passed through Fian Town, where Nian Lu broached the subject of the matter entrusted to Nian Jinsheng by Xing Yuxing. Nian Jinsheng cast a glance in the direction of Su family village, but did not halt, opting instead to first meet with the fourth prince, attend to official duties, and subsequently assist young Master Xing in delivering items. By midday, the caravan halted in front of the sealed-off residence of the Wu family, which was in close proximity to the mines. Mu Si dismounted, intending to inspect the Wu residence and enjoy a midday meal before proceeding to the mines. Su Liang followed him into the grand estate, once adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, now marred by the scars of excavation. Most walls had been dismantled, and the buildings lay in ruins, a scene of utter disarray. "Miss Su, might you have any interest in treasure hunting?" Mu Si inquired. Su Liang shook her head, responding, "If there were any treasures to be found in this cursed place, Master Mu would have discovered them long ago." Mu Si sighed. "I am beginning to doubt whether the ledger truly exists." Su Liang chose not to respond. The servants had arranged tables and chairs by the lakeside in the back garden, accompanied by an array of food and tea. After all, he was the fourth prince, and wherever he went, he maintained an air of nobility. Su Liang took her seat and turned to see 6 fallen willow trees not far off. Mu Si chuckled softly, reflecting that Su and he had joined forces to seek justice for them. So what was there to fear? He raised his cup, stating it was high time to invite Su Liang for a drink. "I merely acted in self-defense. I dare not take credit," Su Liang replied, taking a sip of her wine, finding it somewhat spicy. Having scarcely tasted alcohol in her previous life, she had shared a single drink with Ning Jing since arriving here, neither detesting nor particularly enjoying it. It was not something she would willingly indulge in. "Are you being overly courteous, fearing that I might scheme against you?" Mu Si inquired with a smile. Su Liang shook her head. "You jest, Mu Darren. If you have any instructions, please speak plainly. As for the matter we discussed earlier, let us postpone it until we return to the capital. For now, there is nothing pressing. I merely thought you might be inclined to visit the mines, considering how you have assisted me on several occasions," Mu Si hinted. Su Liang feigned ignorance regarding his previous remarks, simply expressing her gratitude. Mu Si then inquired about when she and Ning Jing intended to depart for the provincial capital. Su Liang answered honestly. At that moment, she noticed a tall and imposing figure striding towards her against the light, reminiscent of the night when Nian Jinsheng burst into her new room. It was no coincidence. The approaching figure was indeed Nian Jinsheng, clad in dark attire. Appearing slightly more gaunt than their last encounter, yet his resolute features remained unchanged. Upon seeing Su Liang, Mu Si rose to greet him with a beaming smile. "Jinsheng, you have finally arrived." Nian Jinsheng was about to kneel to pay his respects, but was halted by Mu Si, reminding him that they were not in the capital and such formalities were unnecessary. "I submitted a memorial expressing the urgent need for assistance, fearing that Father Emperor might be reluctant to send you. Now that you have arrived, I am at ease." Nian Jinsheng, with a respectful demeanor, replied, as a humble subject, "I have come as commanded and shall make every effort to assist His Highness, the fourth prince." "That is good to hear." Mu Si instructed Chang'an to bring an extra chair, then proceeded to introduce Nian Jinsheng to Su Liang. "This is General Nian Jinsheng, sent by Father Emperor to take over the duties of Wu Yun, the previous champion of martial arts and one of the most distinguished generals of the younger generation in the Qian kingdom." "You flatter me, Your Highness." "I cannot accept such praise," Nian Jinsheng modestly responded, feeling that Mu Si's introduction was unnecessary. "General Nian," Su Liang acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Mu Si introduced Su Liang to Nian Jinsheng. "This is Miss Su, who grew up in the capital, the granddaughter of the renowned physician Su Yuanzhou. She currently resides in the Su family village in Fian Town, possessing remarkable medical skills and exceptional intelligence. If it were not for Miss Su, the disgraceful deeds of Wu Yun and his son would not have been exposed." Upon hearing the name Su Liang, Nian Jinsheng's gaze sharpened. his heart filled with astonishment and confusion, as he found it impossible to associate the young lady before him with the Su Liang he had previously encountered. They appeared to be entirely different individuals. In Musi's presence, Nian Jincheng refrained from revealing their past meeting, merely nodding lightly and addressing her as Miss Su. Musi then engaged Nian Jincheng in conversation. Have you met the heir of the North Jing prince since his arrival in the capital? Nian Jincheng nodded, recalling his encounter with the Xing heir at the Qin residence's poetry gathering. It is rare that you would attend such an event. Musi seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Nian Jincheng. While Prince Xing had previously resided in Ban County, and the maiden Su was also acquainted with him. Nian Jincheng remained silent, refraining from either acknowledging the matter or presenting Su Liang with the items that Xing Yusheng had entrusted to him. Beside the lake, only Su Liang and Nian Jincheng remained, Nian Li having been escorted elsewhere by Chang'an for refreshments. We meet again, Miss Su, Nian Jincheng remarked, his countenance devoid of emotion as he gazed upon Su Liang, who had transformed into a vision of fair beauty, her demeanor vastly different from his recollection. General Nian. Su Liang responded with a serene expression, a pleasure. If my memory serves me correctly, you are a married woman, Nian Jincheng stated icily, engaging in outdoor excursions with other men in broad daylight, conversing and laughing amicably. What is your relationship with Xing Yusheng? What is your relationship with the fourth prince? Is Ning Jing, your husband, aware of this? Su Liang lowered her gaze, gently swirling the wine in her glass, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Why did General Nian not inquire about his relationship with me in the presence of the fourth prince? Do you suppose the fourth prince would perceive you as being concerned about me or about Ning Jing? Nian Jincheng's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced around, lowering his voice. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Liang chuckled softly. It was General Nian who initiated the absurdities. Nian Jincheng fixed his gaze upon Su Liang, stating coldly, you were feigning it all along. Su Liang, noticing someone approaching in the distance, spoke in a soft, indifferent tone. Allow me to offer General Nian a piece of advice. My affairs with Ning Jing are of no concern to you. Maintain your distance from us. Musi approached with a smile. What are you two discussing? Prince Xing. I wish to ascertain whether his health improved after arriving in the capital. Su Liang appeared composed. Nian Jincheng spoke, expressing surprise at encountering Miss Su here. He almost forgot that young Master Xing had requested him to bring a few books as a gift for her. Just then, Nian Lu arrived, and Nian Jincheng instructed him to fetch the bundle that Xing Yusheng had given. Su Liang speculated that Nian Jincheng had initially refrained from mentioning it, perhaps intending to discreetly visit Su family village to seek them out. However, if this were to come to Musi's attention, it could pose significant complications. Following the previous incidents, although lacking concrete evidence, Musi had harbored suspicions that Ning Jing was indeed the enigmatic figure he had yet to uncover. Yet, Ning Jing's current identity was impeccably maintained. Musi merely conjectured that he was concealing his true abilities and did not associate him with the missing Gu Ling. However, if it were to be discovered that Nian Jincheng, the only friend of the rumored Gu Ling, had an unusual connection with Ning Jing, Musi's astuteness would undoubtedly lead him to harbor doubts. Now, as Nian Jincheng presented the books, he unwittingly revealed his intentions before Musi, who was already aware of the friendship between Xing Yusheng and Su Liang and would not think twice about it. He had previously witnessed Xing Yusheng dispatching Qi Yin to deliver gifts to Su Liang. When Nian Jincheng extended the bundle towards Su Liang, Musi intercepted it. Inquiring with a smile, Miss Su, would you mind if I take a look? Su Liang shook her head, indicating her consent. Since the items sent to her by outsiders likely did not contain any letters, even if they did, Musi would not insist on opening them. This was undoubtedly a treasure from old Master Qin, who had amassed a considerable collection of ancient texts and was reluctant to lend them out. As Musi perused the contents, he picked up a sachet from the bundle, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Is this also a gift from young Master Xing to Miss Su? Nian Jincheng shook his head, denying it. This is a gift from Miss Qin, the cousin of young Master Xing, to Miss Su, claimed to have been crafted by her own hands. How intriguing. Otherwise, I might have suspected that young Master Xing was pursuing Miss Su, Musi remarked half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Nian Jincheng found it peculiar. Why did it seem that Su Liang was not yet married? Why did they all refer to her as Miss? Musi then inquired of Nian Jincheng if he knew the seventh son of the Ning family from Xuanyang, Ning Jing. Nian Jincheng shook his head, admitting he had heard of him but did not know him personally. He is the sworn brother of Miss Su, now residing in Beiqian County, Musi explained. Young Master Ning is quite talented. He previously participated in the imperial examination under young Master Xing's banner and achieved the top score. The term sworn brother momentarily puzzled Nian Jincheng, but he quickly realized it was his misunderstanding. He had witnessed Ning Jing and Su Liang exchanging vows, and Su Liang had explicitly stated her willingness to marry Ning Jing. Nian Jincheng assumed that even if their marriage was faade, they would either continue the charade or vanish to live elsewhere. Upon learning that Su Liang was still in Su family village before coming to Beiqian County, he believed she and Ning Jing had indeed become husband and wife. Therefore, when he saw her with Musi, he felt compelled to question her earlier. Little did he expect to learn from Musi that Ning Jing and Su Liang had transformed into sworn siblings. Nian Jincheng realized that his previous comments were ill-considered, and Su Liang's advice had been entirely correct. Some thoughts ought to remain unspoken, and some individuals, regardless of proximity, must be regarded as strangers. Su Liang picked up the sachet gifted by Qin Yujin. Its subtle fragrance was delightful, and the embroidery was exquisitely refined. However, she was momentarily uncertain about the significance of the fragrant sachet sent by Xing Yusheng's cousin. Setting it aside, she picked up the book gifted by Xing Yusheng and noticed that one of them was a treatise on poisons, which brightened her eyes. After being incapacitated by Wu Yin's sedative, Su Liang had been eager to find an opportunity to learn some toxicology. However, books in this world were a scarce resource. Not only were they expensive, but aside from those meant for the imperial examination and a few miscellaneous volumes of varying quality, most were held by experts or the nobility, making them unattainable. Su Liang greatly appreciated Xing Yusheng's gift and felt that this was a friend worth cultivating. Nian Jincheng observed Su Liang perusing the book gifted by Xing Yusheng with such delight that it struck him as peculiar. Her appearance, demeanor, and eloquence were all unexpected. Their previous brief encounter hardly constituted an acquaintance. You must be weary after your journey. I shall have Chang'an arrange for you to rest. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. Musi said, I intend to visit the mines today. Having been here for some time, I have yet to see them. I am not fatigued. The emperor has dispatched me to guard the mines, and I must swiftly familiarize myself with the situation, Nian Jincheng replied. Very well, then let us go together. Musi rose to his feet. Nian Jincheng was contemplating whether this invitation included Su Liang when he saw her packing the book and placing the sachet inside her bag. Before standing up, is Miss Su also coming? Nian Jincheng inquired. As he was to become the commander here, and since the mines were off-limits to unauthorized individuals, his question was entirely appropriate. Do not be so serious. Su Liang is my friend. She played a significant role in the case involving Wu Yun. I have promised to take her to the mines for a visit, and I cannot go back on my word simply because you have arrived, Musi responded. Consider it as if you are to resume your duties tomorrow. For today, allow yourself to unwind. Musi patted Nian Jincheng's shoulder and suggested they set off. The weather, however, was not in their favor. When Su Liang arrived, the skies were clear and bright. Yet, upon exiting the dilapidated Wu residence, dark clouds gathered, a strong wind arose, and rain was imminent. Chang'an advised Musi to postpone their journey. Nevertheless, Musi insisted that since they had already come, the rain might not fall, and he urged Su Liang to accompany him in the carriage. Do you have a raincoat? Su Liang inquired. Chang'an provided Su Liang with a raincoat, remarking that even Miss Su believed it would rain. Her interest lay solely in the mines. Musi's lips twitched. Was he to gather garments? Did Ning Jing lack hands? Su Liang chuckled, stating, Lord Mu and General Nian are here on official business, and I, a mere bystander, shall not complicate matters. Indeed, Chang'an replied, summoning 2 guards, which Su Liang did not decline. Lord Mu, General Nian, I take my leave. With that, Su Liang turned her horse and departed. Not far along her path, she suddenly heard a shout from behind. My lord. Su Liang hesitated for a moment. The occurrence was abrupt, yet many were there to protect Musi. And Nian Jincheng was nearby. Her presence was unnecessary. However, to leave in such a manner seemed excessively callous, and it might raise suspicions that she had foreseen an assassin's approach. Su Liang never underestimated the paranoia of a shrewd prince. Therefore, she resolved to remain in place, keeping her distance while observing the unfolding situation. Should anyone be injured, she would be ready to assist. Musi was pulled from the carriage by Nian Jincheng. In the ensuing chaos, Nian Jincheng shielded Musi from an arrow, which struck his left arm, forcing him to switch his sword to his right hand. Their expedition to the mines was evidently thwarted. The assassins had already laid an ambush and set a trap awaiting them. Su Liang harbored suspicions that Musi was surrounded by infiltrators, and that someone had betrayed him. The mastermind behind the smuggling of iron ore, driven by greed for wealth or power, was undoubtedly a formidable figure, capable of any treachery. A few individuals escorted Mu Si into the Wu residence, the gate securely shut. Su Liang felt a sense of foreboding. Should there truly be a spy at Mu Si's side, this would present the perfect opportunity for an attack. Regrettably, Ningjing was absent, and she had not seen Mu Si for nearly 3 days. Otherwise, she might have discerned something amiss. Without further hesitation, Su Liang urged her steed forward, swiftly securing the book gifted by Xing Yuxing onto her back. This was crucial. It could not be forsaken. Her agile and graceful movements demonstrated that she was far from a fragile woman. Yet, Nian Jincheng's countenance remained grave as he swiftly dealt with the 2 assassins that had entangled him, then raced towards the Wu residence. Upon entering, Su Liang was met with Mu Si's furious roar. "You dare betray me?" Following the sound, she approached to find Mu Si's 2 shadow guards lying on the ground. He wielded a bloody longsword in one hand, while the other clutched his wounded chest, retreating incessantly. Among Mu Si's subordinates, Su Liang recognized only Chang'an, who was now poised to kill the one she had never seen before. Presumably, he was a skilled protector hidden in the shadows. The notion of betrayal from those nearby was profoundly terrifying, an insidious threat. The sound of the wind intensified, and Su Liang moved with utmost stealth. The traitor had his back to her, momentarily oblivious to her presence. Mu Si caught sight of Su Liang and gasped, attempting to mask his astonishment. It appeared that he was resigned to his fate. "It seems I am destined to die today." Mu Si chuckled bitterly. "Can you at least enlighten me on who your current master is? I wouldn't mind divulging that information, but alas, I too am unaware of the true master." The traitor, brimming with misplaced confidence, exhibited a certain smugness. "As a human being, what right do you have to elevate yourself above me? While I am left to wallow in the depths of degradation, noble 4th Prince, do not hold it against me. I merely desire to escape a lifetime of servitude and aspire to rise above my station." With that, the traitor lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming for Mu Si. Mu Si, his back colliding with a stone, fell to the ground. He was preoccupied with the unsettling thought of why Su Liang bore no weapon. When he witnessed her bend down and draw forth 2 gleaming daggers from her legs, her expression devoid of emotion as she pierced the traitor's knees with precision. A chilling scream shattered the air as torrential raindrops began to fall. The traitor writhed in agony on the ground. Su Liang hastily discarded her blades, unfastened the cloth pouch from her back, cradled it in her arms, and rushed into the nearby building. When Nian Jincheng arrived, he found Mu Si in a disheveled state amidst the rain. The traitor severely wounded and no longer a threat, with 2 discarded daggers lying on the ground. Su Liang was inside the building, meticulously drying a book that had been slightly dampened by the rain. "Su Liang," Mu Si exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. "Are you not coming to my aid?" He harbored doubts that had the rain fallen any sooner, Su Liang might have prioritized saving her book over his well-being, which was utterly maddening. Emerging from the building, Su Liang noticed Nian Jincheng retrieving her dagger, and she extended her hand to reclaim it, expressing her gratitude. Injured, Nian Jincheng assisted the wounded Mu Si, while Chang'an and his men rushed over, having dealt with the assailants outside. Upon seeing the fallen traitor, Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, do not let him perish," Mu Si commanded sternly. They had previously cleansed the North County office of corrupt officials. Yet he had not anticipated that there would be a spy in his own midst. The traitor had previously lacked the opportunity to act, as he was not the highest-ranking shadow guard by Mu Si's side, and under normal circumstances, he had no chance to approach him. The chaos and assassination orchestrated today were evidently meticulously planned. Chang'an ordered the capture of the traitor, whose knees had been pierced, binding his hands and feet and gagging him to prevent suicide. Nian Jincheng and Mu Si both entered Su Liang's study, which had once been the main hall of the Wu family, now left in disarray. Su Liang had not brought her medicine kit today, but carried a simple first aid pouch that she had sewn herself. Fortunately, Miss Su was present. "Please tend to our master's wounds swiftly," Chang'an urged anxiously. Mu Si sat on the only intact chair in the room, flanked by 2 bodyguards, while Nian Jincheng sat on the floor, clutching his bleeding arm, preparing to tear his own clothing for bandaging, his movements remarkably adept. It seemed that everyone, including Nian Jincheng, tacitly accepted that Su Liang should prioritize treating Mu Si, even though Mu Si had only sustained minor injuries, while Nian Jincheng, a martial general wielding a sword with his left hand, faced the prospect of losing his left arm and, consequently, his future. Su Liang approached Mu Si, glanced at his injury, and lightly uttered 2 words, "It's nothing," before turning to attend to Nian Jincheng. Mu Si's expression darkened, but he refrained from expressing his ire. After all, it was Su Liang who had saved his life in that perilous moment, and Yan Jincheng had shielded him from the arrow. However, due to his status, Musi still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The lofty identity of the fourth prince seemed to hold little weight in Su Liang's eyes. As Musi's confidant and attendant, Chang'an understood some basic healing methods and, noticing Musi's sullen silence, refrained from commanding Su Liang, hastening instead to staunch Musi's bleeding. At this moment, Nian Yu, the attendant of Nian Jincheng, rushed in. Wounded as well. Seeing Nian Jincheng's left arm hanging limply, stained with blood, his expression tightened. "Young master, I am fine," Nian Jincheng replied, frowning as he looked at Su Liang, who had approached. "You should attend to the fourth prince's injuries." Su Liang crouched down beside him, opening her medical kit with an impassive demeanor. "Am I being taught my duties by General Nian?" Chapter 63, If I Fancy Him, second update. The windows and doors stood ajar, with the storm raging outside, the chill intensifying. After Su Liang tended to Nian Jincheng's wounds and stood up, she sneezed. "Thank you, Miss Su," Nian Jincheng murmured, his gaze cast downward, avoiding her eyes. He pondered whether Su Liang's insistence on treating him, despite her dismissal of Mu Si, stemmed from her professional obligations or her connection to Ningjing. Chang'an's voice interrupted Nian Jincheng's thoughts. "Miss Su, perhaps you could examine my master once more." "There's no need," Mu Si replied, having regained his composure. "It's merely a minor injury. There is no cause for alarm. However, regarding Jincheng's arm, he shielded me from the arrow. Will he fully recover?" Su Liang's expression remained neutral. "For the next month, refrain from engaging in combat. I will prepare a prescription for General Nian, and he should take several doses of medicine." Having spoken, Su Liang turned to treat Nian Yu, who repeatedly waved his hands, insisting he was not seriously hurt. Su Liang then penned a prescription and handed it to Nian Jincheng. Upon seeing her handwriting, he paused momentarily. He had encountered this script before. It was similar to what he had seen in the back garden. The three of them sat together once more. Were it not for Su Liang's astuteness and bravery, Wu Yun and Wu Huayan would have continued to plot against countless innocent women in secrecy. Mu Si sighed. Nian Jincheng felt a twinge of confusion. How could Su Liang be so easily abducted by Wu Yun if she resided with Ningjing? Mu Si promptly inquired about Su Liang, asking if she had noticed anything amiss the night Wu Yun took her. Su Liang realized that Mu Si, while ostensibly sharing the case details with Nian Jincheng, was actually probing for information regarding Ningjing's background. So that was the intent. Mu Si wore his customary smile, clearly skeptical of Su Liang's account. However, it mattered little. Su Liang merely offered a perfunctory response, as some matters were not meant to be disclosed. Upon hearing Mu Si mention a mysterious benefactor who had clandestinely aided in exposing the misdeeds of Wu Yun and Wu Huayan, Nian Jincheng deduced the identity of that individual. Thus, Nian Jincheng discerned the subtle probing embedded in Mu Si's dialogue with Su Liang. Su Liang remained calm and unyielding. Chang'an retrieved a chess set, and Mu Si and Nian Jincheng began to engage in a game to pass the time. Su Liang then opened her cloth bag and took out a book on toxicology. Her expression focused as she began to read. With each move Mu Si made, his gaze would briefly flicker towards Su Liang. While Nian Jincheng remained entirely absorbed in the game, his eyes unwavering. The game concluded with Mu Si's defeat. Best 2 out of 3 makes for a more engaging wager, he suggested, turning to Su Liang. "Do you have any recommendations, Miss Su?" Su Liang looked up and asked, "What was it that you just mentioned, Lord Mu?" Mu Si smiled and replied, "I was proposing a wager with Jincheng. The loser must fulfill their end of the bargain. Why not have you decide?" Nian Jincheng thought that she would surely decline. To his surprise, Su Liang readily agreed, saying, "Very well. Whoever loses shall pay me 3,000 taels of silver." Chang'an was taken aback. Miss Su was indeed an adept at extortion, leaving no opportunity to plunder her master's wealth unseized. Nian Jincheng's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his head to gather the chess pieces, pondering how peculiar she was, acting entirely outside the bounds of convention. Mu Si's expression darkened. A young lady preoccupied with nothing but riches. Did she harbor no other aspirations? Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Lord Mu asked for my opinion. Yet I see you are discontent with my words. Why inquire if my passion lies in wealth? My dream is to one day slumber upon a bed of silver bills, shallow, perhaps, but affluent." Mu Si's gaze flickered momentarily. "Is it that with sufficient gold you would consider departing from Ningjing?" Nian Jincheng hesitated slightly. Su Liang maintained her serene demeanor. "I fear, Lord Mu may be unable to provide such means. Indeed, you have previously confessed your fondness for him. I am aware you pilfer my funds to support Ningjing. He truly is ambitious. Musi could not help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. The remark regarding Su Liang's appropriation of funds was originally voiced by Chang'an, and now, as Musi brought it up, it bore a teasing undertone. Yet, to Nian Jinsheng's ears, it was almost unbelievable. Since their recent encounter with Su Liang, everything had become rather peculiar and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Su Liang resumed her reading. Seemingly indifferent to the chess match between the two men, Musi's lips curled into a slight smirk. Miss Su, Jinsheng owes you 3,000 taels, do not forget. On our first meeting, it would be unseemly to have General Nian incur expenses, so let it be, Su Liang replied. With a light scoff, Musi remarked. If I were to lose, would you not count it as well? I am confident that even if I were to forego it, Lord Mu would certainly provide. Su Liang smiled. Musi stepped outside, having invited Su Liang to join him in the carriage for the third time that day. Once again, Su Liang politely declined, stating that she was uninjured and preferred to ride. Musi glanced at the injured Nian Jinsheng and commanded, "Get in the carriage." With that, he lowered the curtain, leaving no room for refusal. Nian Jinsheng turned to Su Liang and said, 3,000 taels in silver notes will be sent to Miss Su on another day, as a token of gratitude for your healing today. Very well, replied Su Liang, as she urged her horse forward. Nian Jinsheng entered the carriage, sitting upright, while Musi encouraged him to relax and rest. As the carriage began to move slowly, Musi suddenly inquired in a low voice, "What do you think of Su Liang?" Nian Jinsheng hesitated for a moment before responding. "Miss Su is quite impressive. She is very unique, isn't she?" Musi smiled, lamenting, "It's a pity that no matter how I show my affection, she remains indifferent. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to pursue her." Nian Jinsheng remained silent until Musi continued with a chuckle. She claims to admire Ning Jing, yet it seems that her feelings are unreciprocated. He only regards her as a sister. I can't help but think she is mistaken. Perhaps, Jinsheng, you should give it a try? Nian Jinsheng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the prince's suggestion. What do you mean, Your Highness? Musi replied, I mean, if you are interested in her, why not attempt to pursue her? With an intrigued expression, he added, there are many young ladies in the capital who admire you, including the sixth princess. Perhaps Su Liang might also find you appealing. She took the risk of offending me just to heal you. I believe she has a favorable impression of you. Nian Jinsheng shook his head, asserting, I am here on imperial orders to fulfill my duties. I shall not be distracted by other matters. Do not be so rigid, Musi chided lightly. Do you dare to claim that you possess no interest in Su Liang? Musi fixed his gaze upon Nian Jinsheng. Nian Jinsheng shook his head. I have never contemplated such matters.